Our boy is plummeting through the air, wondering how his life ended up in this deadly freefall. Hez completely dumbfounded, staring at the sky while his mind desperately races to make sense of the chaos. As the ground rushes up to meet him, he realizes he's actually falling off the school roof. Looking up, he sees the trash-tier bullies who pushed him, despite how hard he worked to graduate. He grimly accepts that today is finally the day his miserable life comes to a brutal end. His heart stops and everything goes dark, yet he wonders if this is truly his final moment. 3 months pass at a local hospital where a caregiver delivers some grim news to his grandmother. The professional admits she's never seen a vegetative patient actually wake up after so much time. His grandmother refuses to listen, screaming that she'll never give up on her grandson despite the odds. Meanwhile, Kang Hanul lies there like a shell of his former self, hooked up to life support machines. Hanul realizes he's trapped in a vegetative state while his grandmother watches over him every single night. He can actually feel her touch and hear her voice, making this living nightmare even more agonizing. Our boy tries to convince himself that he'll wake up soon since he's never been this sick before. But in this pitch-black void, he realizes that he's completely powerless and stripped of every basic human right. His grandmother weeps, telling him those trash-tier doctors want her to pull the plug on her only grandson. She refuses to quit, reminding him how she raised him alone after his parents were tragically taken away. As she begs for any sign of life, Hanul screams internally for his broken body to just move. He pours every ounce of his soul into a desperate command, but his physical shell remains utterly unresponsive. Time skips to a bright morning where a familiar voice calls out to him with heartbreaking desperation. His younger brother sits by the bed, admitting he can't stand seeing his hero rot away like this. Hyunjin reveals those trash-tier bullies are now targeting him too, leaving our boy absolutely horrified. The news gets worse as he hears his grandmother is destroying her health just to pay the bills. In a moment of pure despair, Hyunjin admits that their lives would be easier if Hanul had simply died. He breaks down completely, begging his brother to finally open his eyes and end this nightmare. Our boy can only listen in silence, wishing he could comfort his brother instead of rotting in bed. Trapped in a pitch-black void, he realizes he can't even shed a single tear for his broken family. He tries to convince himself that this agony is just a long dream he needs to endure. If he can just hold on a little longer, he believes he'll eventually wake up to reality. But time is a cruel mistress, and 3 long years pass while the world moves on without him. Now, the silence is deafening as he realizes Hyunjin hasn't come to visit him in a very long time. Hanul overhears the nurses gossiping about how his poor grandmother finally collapsed from the sheer exhaustion. These trash-tier caregivers actually start laughing, glad they can finally turn up the TV volume in peace. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded by their cruelty, his silent rage finally reaching a violent breaking point. He visualizes every single face that ruined his life, swearing to make Park Min-cheol and his crew pay. Trapped in his mind, he begs for a miracle to go back and fix this broken reality. Suddenly, the darkness of his 3-year coma begins to shatter as a mysterious power responds to his hatred. He catches one final glimpse of his happy family before the world around him completely resets. In a flash, he is back in the past, crushing Min-cheol's head while the bully screams for mercy. Hanul doesn't show a hint of hesitation, slamming the thug's face into the ground with monstrous strength. With blood-red eyes, he tells the trash that no amount of pain will ever satisfy his vengeance. Hanul slams the bully down, asking if this agony compares to the years he spent as a vegetable. With tears of blood, he screams that the trash should feel the pain his grandmother suffered before collapsing. Standing over their broken bodies, our boy realizes that simply beating them isn't nearly enough for his vengeance. He clenches his fist, deciding that a quick death is too merciful for the monsters who ruined him. Years pass in his mind as he meticulously crafts a plan to ensure they can never crawl back. By the 7th year of his mental simulation, he envisions their entire world crumbling under his calculated wrath. His eyes bleed with pure hatred, fueled by the desire to strip away every single thing they cherish. A twisted smile forms as he perfects the ultimate scheme to make those bastards suffer for eternity. However, the harsh reality sets in 10 years later, finding him still rotting away in a hospital bed. It turns out his grand revenge was nothing but an absurd dream born from his broken, vegetative mind. Hanul is at his absolute breaking point, weeping as he begs for anyone to end his miserable existence. Suddenly, he is confronted by a version of himself that isn't rotting away in a hospital bed. This other Hanul wears a chillingly confident smirk, looking like he has finally found a way out. He leans in with a gentle smile, as if promising that the long nightmare is finally over. Our boy is left completely stunned, unable to process this strange encounter within his own mind. The scene shifts abruptly to a bright classroom, making him wonder if the morning has already arrived. Everything feels eerily normal, from the chatter of classmates to the sight of the familiar old blackboard. His eyes snap wide with shock as he realizes that seeing a blackboard shouldn't even be possible. The room is a chaotic mess of students messing around, yet this nostalgia feels completely wrong. Hanul stands there dumbfounded, trying to figure out how he ended up back in his old school uniform. Hanul pinches his cheek, convinced this is just another exhausting dream born from his long coma. He freezes when he actually feels the sting, realizing dreams shouldn't feel this vivid or painful. His gaze drops to the sharp mechanical pencil on his desk, a tool for a desperate test. If this isn't a hallucination, then the miracle he prayed for might actually be happening right now. Without hesitating, our boy drives the lead deep into his thigh to shatter any lingering illusions. The sharp agony makes him gasp, confirming that his physical body is finally responding to reality. Seeing the blood on the tip, he realizes he has truly regressed to his hellish high school days. He stares out the window, processing the fact that he has been given a second chance at life. Suddenly, a trash-tier voice erupts in the room as a familiar bully starts losing his mind. Mincheol begins brutally kicking a classmate, proving that some things in this timeline haven't changed at all. Mincheol keeps stomping on the poor kid, demanding to know why he has to do everything himself. The victim can only groan in pain as a dirty sneaker is crushed against his face. Mincheol rages about having to give orders, while Hanul watches the scene with an eerie, detached calm. As the victim begs for mercy, Hanul realizes that doing nothing is exactly what led to his downfall. The sounds of the beating echo in his ears, fueling a cold fire deep within his soul. Mincheol looks like a complete demon, his eyes glowing with the twisted joy of tormenting the weak. Our boy recognizes this exact moment as the starting point of a decade of absolute agony. He remembers the hospital bed, his crying brother, and his grandmother's tears, all caused by these trash-tier thugs. The rest of the students just stand there trembling, too terrified to even breathe while the bully rages. Finally, having enough, Hanul stands up and tells the blonde trash to stop his pathetic display immediately. Mincheol turns around, completely dumbfounded that someone actually had the guts to speak up against him. He laughs it off, asking our boy if has lost his mind or just heard him wrong. Getting right in his face, the blonde trash sneers and asks if Hanul really thinks he can interfere. He keeps his foot planted on the victim, warning Hanul not to get any delusional hero ideas. Mincheol starts mocking him, thinking a weakling like Hanul could never actually do anything to stop him. Before he can finish his sentence, Hanul lets out years of repressed rage in one explosive, bone-shattering strike. The impact is pure catharsis, sending the bully's head snapping back as he coughs up blood. This is the exact moment our boy has been dreaming of during his decade-long nightmare in that coma. He reflects on how this was the day when everything in his life finally began to change. He remembers how normal life used to be before these thugs turned his world into a living hell. Park Mincheol was just another trash-tier bully who lived to make everyone else's life a living nightmare. He spent his classes half-heartedly listening while staying glued to a mobile game called Legend Online. Seeing Lee Jungmin's high grades, the blonde thug decides to force the top student to play for him. Jungmin quickly becomes a game shuttle, and the stress causes his academic ranking to plummet into the dirt. The exploitation doesn't stop there, as Mincheol begins demanding the poor kid's personal money for game items. With the mental weight reaching a breaking point, Jungmin looks like he's about to completely snap from exhaustion. Hanul watches the scene unfold, realizing this was the first time he truly witnessed such heartless violence. He can't help but remember how Jungmin was the only person who ever bothered to help him study. Seeing his friend get pulverized while the rest of the class stays silent makes Hanul's blood start boiling. Risking everything, our boy finally steps in and grabs the bully's arm, telling him to stop this madness. A random classmate warns Hanul that intervening against such a monster will only end in total misery. Our boy knows the risks, but his confidence in his physical abilities makes him stand his ground. Hanul stares Mincheol down, proving that the bully's fearsome reputation doesn't mean a thing to him anymore. The teacher eventually breaks things up, but their lazy intervention only makes the situation much worse later. From that day on, Mincheol's trash-tier gang turns Hanul's life into a living, breathing nightmare. He gets beaten into a pulp daily, leaving him with no time to even let his wounds heal. Even at night, has forced to stay awake and grind game accounts for his heartless tormentors. Back in the present within class 1-1, the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy as everyone holds their breath. The surrounding students are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what they are witnessing in the classroom. Mincheol stands there with a stinging face, clearly shocked that someone finally had the guts to strike him. Mincheol is absolutely livid, his face burning with a fresh bruise as he prepares to lash out. But our boy is way ahead of him, reaching out to snag that trash-tier bully by his blonde hair. With a sickening thud, Hanul slams the bully's face into the desk, finally returning years of pent-up suffering. Mincheol's legs begin to buckle and shake, his body failing him as the reality of the situation sinks in. As blood drips from his mangled face, the surrounding students whisper in terror at Hanul's sudden, cold brutality. Hanul doesn't stop, landing another heavy blow while remembering every second of the coma this monster caused him. His eyes are cold and calculating, focused entirely on dismantling the person who once destroyed his entire life. He knows Mincheol is just a glass cannon who relies on fear, making him easy to break once cornered. Every move is perfectly simulated in his mind, from the hair grab to the final crushing desk slam. He grips Mincheol's collar with a crushing force, ensuring there is absolutely no escape from this long-awaited retribution. Hanul slams Mincheol down, relishing in the revenge he's visualized every single day of his 10-year coma. The trash-tier bully crashes into the lockers, finally feeling the weight of the despair he once inflicted. Hanul knows exactly what comes next because he simulated this beatdown a million times in his mind. Our boy lands a heavy strike, making sure Mincheol feels every ounce of his decade-long resentment. He doesn't care if this monster survives, as long as he pays for destroying Hanul's family and future. With eyes glowing red, he warns that any attempt to resist will only result in more broken bones. He hurls a chair to keep the pressure on, completely dismantling Mincheol's pathetic ego in front of everyone. Hanul senses an interruption, his cold gaze shifting toward the door as the classroom atmosphere turns icy. The rest of the trash-tier lackeys burst in, screaming for him to stop the one-sided slaughter of their leader. Hanul just tilts his head and asks what they'll do if he decides to keep going anyway. Minho watches the chaos unfold, genuinely wondering if Hanul has finally snapped after his long vegetative state. He notes that the guy doesn't look even slightly scared, despite the massive target now on his back. Suddenly, the heavy hitter Changsok storms forward, declaring that he's going to kill Hanul for this disrespect. While Mincheol usually takes the lead during the bullying, the power dynamic in this gang is actually different. It turns out Changsok is the strongest beast in the group, and he's finally stepping out of the shadows. Hanul just meets his furious glare with an icy stare, making the scarred bully's blood boil even more. The classroom erupts in a panic as someone warns that the teacher is approaching, halting the immediate violence. Minho pulls the brute away, suggesting they finish this later while their supposed leader lies broken on the floor. Changseok leans in close to threaten Hanul, promising to hunt him down the moment the school day ends. He tells our boy not to bother running, but Hanul just watches the trash-tier thugs retreat with total indifference. Mincheol is left reeling, clutching his throbbing head while the rest of the class awkwardly clears out. The teacher's voice drones on about upcoming midterms, completely oblivious to the brutal power shift that just occurred. Slumped at his desk, the former king of the classroom struggles to process how he was just dismantled. He vividly recalls the shock of that first punch and the total humiliation of being beaten on the floor. Pure rage boils over as Mincheol grits his teeth, swearing he'll kill the one who dared humiliate him. He begins plotting a brutal comeback, certain that his full crew will help him crush Hanul after class. Meanwhile, our boy sits there looking unfazed, while Mincheol desperately tries to convince himself he was just careless. It's a silent standoff between them, with the bully fuming over how the quiet kid finally struck back. With a murderous side-eye, Mincheol promises to leave Hanul half dead the second they step outside these school walls. The teacher finally wraps up the lecture, but for everyone in room 1 to 8, the real test is just beginning. Minho and his fellow lackeys are already losing their patience with how annoying this whole situation has become. Glancing at the clock, Minho genuinely wonders if the quiet kid has started using drugs to get this brave. He originally thought this would be a simple fix, but our boy is becoming a major, trash-tier headache. They were supposed to be the ones doing the trampling before the script got flipped during the lecture. Minho leans over to Jungmin, worried that the story of their humiliation is already spreading like wildfire. He tries to convince himself that the victim just lost his head and acted out of pure, frantic desperation. However, he realizes that if they let this slide, every other student will start looking down on them. Minho decides they must trample him so completely that he'll never dare to show that arrogance again. Meanwhile, Mincheol is practically vibrating with a murderous rage, swearing he's going to kill the brat for this. As the bell rings and the teacher exits, the classroom transforms into a pressure cooker ready to explode. Mincheol slams his desk in a murderous rage, swearing that the brat is finally going to pay. But before he can even move, a sudden blur of motion catches the bully completely off guard. Our boy Hanul delivers a brutal strike, sending the trash-tier tyrant flying with a face full of blood. He immediately seizes the initiative, grabbing a handful of hair as the bully stares up in pure shock. Hanul looks him dead in the eye, coldly suggesting they continue their business right where they left off. Mincheol is left trembling and dumbfounded, wondering how his former punching bag became this terrifying force of nature. He looms over the fallen king, making it clear that there is no more running from this nightmare. The teacher finally exits the room, leaving the classroom to descend into a lawless, high-stakes pressure cooker. Minho stands up with a calculating look, noting that the school is a cage with nowhere to run. He gathers the rest of the pack, ready to hunt down the one who dared to defy them. The hallway is buzzing with rumors as students whisper about the absolute chaos unfolding inside the classroom. Minho and his heavy hitters march through the crowd, their presence alone sending a chill through the onlookers. Suddenly, Minho stops dead in his tracks as a realization hits him like a freight train. His blood boils with rage, feeling utterly humiliated that a mere victim could cause this much trouble. The gang drops the act and sprints toward the room, desperate to stop the slaughter before it is too late. Minho slams the door open, his heart sinking as he prepares for the worst-case scenario. He finds Mincheol turned into a literal human punching bag, looking like he is 1 foot in the grave. The sight of their fallen leader leaves the entire group frozen in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. Our boy Hanul just looks back with a chilling smirk, casually noting that they took their sweet time arriving. He hoists the trash tier bully up like a trophy, showing the newcomers that their reign is officially over. Changsok loses his mind and charges at our boy, screaming like a madman at the blatant disrespect. Hanul recalls his decade of misery, knowing this bulky monster is a far greater threat than Mincheol ever was. He realizes his past self was far too weak, so he needs a lethal plan to dismantle this beast. Desperate for a tactical edge, he grabs a heavy padlock and snaps it open with cold, calculated precision. Hanul strikes first, using the steel lock to bridge the power gap and catch the bully completely off guard. He tosses aside all sense of fairness, believing that virtues and righteousness won't help him achieve his revenge. Our boy grabs the trash tier thug by the hair and slams his skull against the desk without hesitation. Every swing is fueled by years of bottled-up rage as he prepares to finally finish the job. He pummels the brute relentlessly, proving that he is willing to cross any line to protect his family. Even a tank like Changsok can't handle cold steel hitting his vitals, leaving him completely dumbfounded and broken. Hanul doesn't give the trash tier thug a second to breathe, weaving through his desperate swings with ease. The brute is left completely dumbfounded as he loses his footing, realizing too late that he's outmatched. Watching from the sidelines, Minho and the other lackeys can only swallow their spit in pure terror. Our boy knows that in a real fight, you don't wait for permission to end a threat. He realizes this is his only chance to cement his dominance and keep his family safe from parasites. With a burst of speed, he tackles the bully, driving him toward the floor with surgical precision. Hanul calculates that using the guy's own weight against him is the fastest way to break his spirit. He slams Youngtek into the hard hallway floor, the impact echoing through the silent, stunned corridor. A cold, predatory look crosses his face as he prepares to unleash a flurry of follow-up strikes. He pummels the bully into the dirt, proving that the old, weak Hanul is officially dead and buried. Hanul doesn't care if Minho tries a sneak attack, because Youngtek needs to be dealt with first. His eyes burn with focus as he plans to thin out the herd to avoid getting overwhelmed. A heavy fist descends, carrying the weight of years of pent-up resentment and calculated rage. Our boy delivers a finishing blow, making sure this trash-tier bully won't be getting up anytime soon. Youngtaek's hand limply hits the floor, his reign of terror officially ending in a pool of blood. Gasping for air, Hanul stares down his broken opponent, the adrenaline barely keeping him upright. He reflects on how he's played this scenario out in his head thousands of times during his coma. Even though his current body is reaching its limit, he stands tall over the fallen bully. He grits his teeth through the exhaustion, knowing he can't afford to rest while threats still remain. Turning his gaze toward the next target, he realizes the job isn't done until Minho is dealt with. Minho is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe the weakling he once knew has become this terrifyingly strong. He remembers Hanul as someone who barely stayed off the top bully's radar, not a combat god. Now, looking at our boy, Minho sees a literal monster drenched in the blood of his victims. With the powerhouse Changsok already dealt with, Minho realizes there is absolutely no way he can win. Hanul steps forward with a cold gaze, telling him it is time they finally end this pathetic cycle. The bully's hands tremble uncontrollably as he realizes his status in the school hierarchy has completely evaporated. As Hanul prepares to deliver a brutal lesson, Minho can only shield his face and let out a pathetic yelp. A sudden shout from the hallway makes Hanul pause his strike just as a crowd of students gathers. Minho desperately clings to the hope that a teacher will intervene and stop this one-sided slaughter. He looks at the carnage around them, knowing that 3 bloodied students on the floor is a total disaster. Hanul just grins, relishing the fact that his tormentor is finally at his mercy. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, questioning if our boy has completely lost his mind. The school teacher steps in, lecturing Hanul about the limits of a scuffle and the looming consequences. Secretly, this trash-tier educator plans to pin everything on Hanul to save his own pathetic career. He rants about how this incident is unprecedented, claiming he has never seen such a daring student. Sweating bullets, the man warns that the victim's parents will definitely demand blood for this mess. Hanul just smirks, telling the teacher there is absolutely no reason to blow this out of proportion. He mockingly asks if this is really the first time the man has handled a little classroom violence. Looking at the school's fake anti-violence posters, Hanul suggests the teacher do what he does best. He leans in, proposing they simply bury the entire incident, like it never even happened. Hanul pushes his luck by suggesting the teacher simply cover everything up to avoid a messy situation. Infuriated by the student's audacity, the teacher lashes out with a sharp slap that echoes through the office. Our boy just stares back, realizing these trash-tier adults are exactly the same as in his past life. He reflects on his previous death, knowing it wasn't just the bullies who ended his life back then. The sting on his cheek serves as a cold reminder of the bigoted adults who always stayed silent. The teacher continues his shameless rant, completely unaware that Hanul sees right through his pathetic, self-serving facade. Hanul remembers Kim Yongchul vividly, specifically how he accepted secret envelopes to look the other way. Wiping the blood from his lip, he decides he is officially done playing nice with these corrupt educators. When the man tries to strike him a second time, he finds his hand moving through empty air. Hanul catches the blow effortlessly, coldly asking if the man really intends to keep acting like a fool. Our boy leans in close, whispering that he knows all about the dirty money the teacher pockets from parents. He isn't finished yet, hinting that there are plenty of other juicy secrets he has kept tucked away. The trash-tier educator turns pale as a ghost when Hanul brings up his scandalous fling with the English teacher. Seeing the man tremble, Hanul realizes just how pathetic this corrupt excuse for an authority figure truly is. He reflects on a time when he actually believed an adult would step up and solve his problems. Back then, Kim Yongchul just sipped his coffee, acting like the brutal assault was some minor, everyday misunderstanding. Minchial had the audacity to play the nice guy, claiming his violent outbursts were just friendly horseplay. Instead of punishing the monster, the teacher just laughed and gave him a meaningless slap on the wrist. Our boy was left shaking in terror while his tormentor stood right there, protected by a complicit adult. With a firm grip on the handle, he prepares to leave this den of corruption behind for good. Minchial and his trash-tier squad corner Hanul, mocking him for thinking a teacher would actually help him. The sounds of a brutal beating echo through the schoolyard as the hierarchy is violently enforced. Our boy takes a heavy blow to the face, realizing his plea for help only made things worse. He hits the pavement hard, the world spinning as the bullies show him absolutely no mercy. Minchial and his lackeys start raining down kicks, treating Hanul like nothing more than a common punching bag. While being pummeled, he desperately clings to the hope that an educator would fulfill their basic duty. Minchial goes feral, stomping on him while screaming that he is going to end him right then and there. Suddenly, Hanul spots Kim Yongchul watching from the window and prays this nightmare is finally over. To his horror, the corrupt teacher just turns his back, leaving him to rot in the dirt. Turns out the man was bought and paid for by Minho's parents, making him a total sellout. Hanul desperately swings his fists, trying to claw his way out of a reality that feels like hell. He quickly learns that in this world, raw effort is often crushed by those with better connections. Minho's parents storm the school, demanding to know which brat dared to touch their precious son's face. The trash-tier Minho just smirks, shamelessly lying that Hanul was the one who initiated the entire fight. His parents go feral, screaming that they'll never let a broken nose slide without some serious retribution. Our boy watches helplessly as his grandmother bows in shame, forced to apologize for a crime he didn't commit. The school committee officially labels him the perpetrator, allowing the real monsters to walk away completely tangent-free. During his long coma, he realized that strength alone can't win against adults who are bought and paid for. Back in the present, the corrupt teacher starts sweating bullets as he feels Hanul's cold, murderous gaze. Hanul looms over the coward, ready to ensure that this time, adult intervention won't save the trash. The corrupt teacher tries to act tough, but our boy isn't buying his fake authority for a second. Hanul whispers a chilling warning, telling the coward he better think twice before opening his mouth again. He lays out the facts about the monthly bribes the teacher takes to protect that trash-tier Minho. Then comes the killing blow as Hanul reveals he knows all about the teacher's scandalous secret affair. Looking down at the filth, Hanul remarks how disgusting the man's life truly is behind the scenes. He makes it clear that if the truth comes out, the teacher's career is effectively dead and buried. The coward starts shaking, realizing Hanul is fully prepared to force him out of the school forever. Hanul recalls how this man's life crumbled in the past once his wealthy wife found out the truth. Knowing the teacher's biggest fear is losing his comfortable lifestyle, Hanul knows his blackmail is absolutely perfect. Completely broken and defeated, the once arrogant teacher finally submits and asks what our boy wants him to do. Hanul keeps it simple, telling Kim Yongchul to maintain his usual trashy attitude to keep things quiet. He wants the man to remain an idle onlooker, covering up the truth just like he always has. Our boy makes it clear that the teacher must prevent this incident from exploding by any means necessary. If he plays ball until graduation, Hanul promises that his disgusting secrets will never see the light. The tension is thick, as Hanul asks the sweating coward if he truly understands the situation. With his life on the line, the teacher pathetically agrees to try and handle the fallout for now. Walking away, Hanul reflects that this corrupt man was merely the first card in his hand. He knows he has to speed up the preparation for his next move against the school hierarchy. Before he can relax, there is one more crucial thing he needs to take care of immediately. Meanwhile, a triggered Minho is absolutely losing his mind and swearing to kill our boy on sight. Minho is banking on the corrupt teacher to expel Hanul so he can finally stop worrying about him. He is sweating bullets, desperately hoping the rest of his crew hasn't been snatched up by our boy. Frustrated and on edge, he trashes the classroom, unable to handle the pressure of his crumbling authority. The surrounding students watch in dead silence, terrified of the ticking time bomb that Minho has become. He vows to remain the school's apex predator, refusing to let some trash-tier loser ruin his social standing. Slamming his hand down, he tries to force himself back into the mindset of a dominant bully. He takes a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure before the situation spirals further out of control. Minho scoffs, convincing himself Hanul's recent win was just a fluke and he will easily crush him later. Suddenly, Hanul appears at the door like a literal nightmare, calling out the coward by his full name. Covered in blood, our boy suggests they finally settle their score and finish what they started once and for all. Minho is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing the monster he created is finally standing right in front of him. Before he can even process the fear, our boy delivers a heavy blow straight to his arrogant face. The force of the strike sends the bully reeling back, crashing through the desks like total trash. He tumbles across the classroom, his world spinning as the hierarchy he built literally collapses around him. Gasping for air, Minho tries to scramble up, but his body refuses to obey his panicked mind. Hanul approaches like a shadow, proving these two aren't even cut from the same cloth anymore. Looking into Hanul's eyes, Minho sees his own inevitable downfall reflected in the gaze of a predator. Another explosive strike connects, shattering whatever remains of the bully's pride and physical resolve. Our boy looks down with cold indifference, watching the former king of the school grovel in the dirt. Coughing up blood, Minho finally understands that his reign of terror has officially reached its bloody end. Hanul ignores the pathetic pleas for mercy and continues to rain down absolute hell on the broken bully. Our boy looks like a straight-up demon, his eyes glowing with the satisfaction of a decade's worth of revenge. He slams the trash-tier bully into the floor, making sure every bystander knows the old hierarchy is officially dead. Desperate and cornered, Minho screams for the teacher's help while exposing the dirty bribes his mother paid the man. The teacher realizes his cozy little arrangement is going up in flames and panics as his secrets are exposed. Hanul just grips the bully's hair, coldly reminding him that no one in this school is coming to save him. He winds up for another strike, ready to finish what should have been handled years ago with tactical brutality. Rewinding the clock 5 minutes, we see the deceptive calm before the storm hit the faculty office. The corrupt teacher is a nervous wreck, shaking like a leaf as he realizes the situation is spiraling out. He bites his thumb in terror, knowing that covering up 3 hospitalizations is an impossible task even for him. The corrupt teacher realizes that if Hanul isn't punished, the wealthy parents will absolutely lose their minds. He specifically fears Minho's parents, knowing those high society types won't let anyone mess with their precious son. They basically own the school through donations, giving them more leverage than the principal himself. The real kicker is the bribe money he pocketed, which will ruin him if this mess goes public. He collapses in a heap of pure panic, desperately trying to find a way out of this self-made grave. His eyes wide with terror, he decides his only hope is to keep Minho out of the line of fire. He looks at the student files, noting that Hanul hasn't physically broken Minho yet, leaving a tiny window. A twisted, desperate grin forms as he plans to beg Hanul to leave the rich kid alone. He bolts out of his chair, convinced he can still dodge the bullet if he moves fast enough. Sweating like a pig, he rushes out to find our boy before the situation becomes completely unsalvageable. The corrupt teacher stands absolutely dumbfounded as he realizes the situation has spiraled way out of his control. He remains frozen in place, feeling the crushing weight of his past sins finally catching up to him. Meanwhile, Minho is having a trash-tier day as he realizes his family's money can't save him now. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, slamming the rich kid's head down while the teacher watches. Battered and bloodied, the former king of the school can only stare up with eyes full of despair. The teacher curses his luck, terrified of the absolute nightmare Minho's powerful parents are going to cause. He sprints down the hallway, knowing his career and secret affair are toast if this goes public. Hanul stands tall over his prey, treating the once feared bully like nothing more than a piece of garbage. He grinds his teeth in fury, remembering how this pathetic loser laughed while destroying his entire world. It's a bitter reminder of the years he spent face down in the dirt just for being deemed weak. Hanul can't believe he was ever bullied by a loser who was currently shivering this much. He vividly recalls being shoved off the roof, a trauma that fueled his decade-long nightmare. He stands before his dumbfounded classmates, his eyes glowing with a cold fury that demands absolute submission. Every step he takes carries the weight of his past life, echoing through the now silent classroom. He reaches for a nearby desk, his grip tightening as he prepares to finish what he started. Our boy exhales slowly, trying to temper the raw, violent energy surging through his veins. His gaze locks onto his prey, radiating a level of killing intent no high schooler should possess. He calls the rich kid a pathetic bastard, knowing full well that they both realize the truth. If he wanted peace, he wouldn't have slapped Minchial the moment he regressed back to this hell. Having survived a decade of agony, his singular focus on revenge is the only thing that matters now. Our boy looks over the trash-tier bully he just dismantled, knowing the school is about to explode. The principal is obsessed with the school's prestige and won't let this level of violence slide without blood. His classmates are already whispering, terrified that the quiet kid they once mocked has turned into a monster. Hanul sits alone, realizing that if the school can't handle his brand of justice, his revenge is meaningless. He stares into the distance, fully aware that this brutal display was merely the opening act of his plan. The sound of frantic murmuring fills the halls as the administration scrambles to contain the unprecedented chaos. A high-level meeting is called where the faculty paints Hanul as a savage criminal with zero remorse. Principal O'Dahan fumes over the state of the victims, comparing the scene to a gritty gangster movie. The other teachers nod along, desperate to restore order before their comfortable, corrupt system completely falls apart. Even the English teacher, Lee Min-young, agrees that a heavy punishment must be handed down immediately to our boy. Lee Min-young demands that our boy be expelled immediately to maintain the school's prestige and order. Teacher Kim starts sweating bullets, desperately telling her to keep quiet if she doesn't know the full story. He knows that if Hanul goes down, their secret affair and corrupt dealings will be exposed to everyone. His eyes dart around the room as he frantically searches for a way to save his own skin. While Hanul watches with a cold smirk, Kim prepares to flip the script and defend the student. He stands before the board and argues that the real trash-tier villains are actually Min-chul and his gang. Principal O looks dumbfounded, as Kim claims he was secretly planning to punish the bullies all along. Kim pleads with the group, insisting that punishing the victim would be a total failure of their duty. The principal remains unyielding, coldly stating that some form of punishment for the violence is still inevitable. The meeting devolves into a heated shouting match as Kim realizes his comfortable life is hanging by a thread. Principal O realizes that Minho's powerful parents will never let this slide without someone's head on a platter. He believes the school must cling to those in power and decides to convene a committee in 1 week. To keep the peace, the principal officially suspends Hanul until the discussion committee can reach a final verdict. Our boy just offers a chilling smirk when told to reflect on his sins and return with a guardian. Hanul calmly accepts the suspension, looking like a man who has already won the game before it even started. As he heads for the exit, the corrupt teacher Kim Yong-chul comes sprinting after him in a total panic. Kim frantically explains that touching a wealthy brat like Minho has created a problem beyond his meager control. Sweating through his clothes, the teacher begs Hanul to suppress his temper so they can somehow settle this mess. Hanul finds it hilarious that this trash-tier human, who once slapped and belittled him, is now groveling like this. He knows Kim has no conscience, but that makes him the perfect, predictable tool for his upcoming plans. Hanul acknowledges Kim's desperate efforts, but quickly shifts the tone to something far more sinister. Our boy reminds the corrupt teacher that he's been complicit in Min-chul's reign of terror since the start. Kim's face pales as he realizes his secret collaboration with the bullies is no longer a secret. Hanul makes it clear that if Kim wants silence, he must become a loyal dog for his interests. The threat escalates as Hanul vows to ruin both Kim and the English teacher if they ever slip. With a chilling smile, he promises that he always follows through on his most brutal threats. Leaving the broken man behind, Hanul walks away, having successfully turned a former enemy into a tool. Despite his internal rage, Hanul knows Kim is just a small fry compared to his real targets. He decides to keep this trash-tier teacher around as a useful card to solidify his school foundation. Watching the classroom, he knows a man driven by survival will do exactly what he's told. Hanul grabs his bag, ready to move on to the next phase of his calculated revenge. Walking past his classmates, our boy reflects on the grand plan he's been brewing for an entire decade. He knows that even the principal, O'Dahan, won't be able to predict the chaos coming his way. Stepping out of the school, he anticipates a drastic shift that will shatter everyone's expectations very soon. As the sun sets over the campus, the quiet atmosphere masks the storm Hanul is about to unleash. Walking through the familiar, grimy alleyway, he realizes how long it's been since he felt this pavement. He stares at his shabby villa, a home bought only through the tragedy of his parents' death insurance. Thinking about his grandmother losing this place to pay his medical bills makes his blood boil with regret. Entering the quiet apartment, Hanul calls out for his grandmother, hoping to find her safe and sound. He peeks into the room, seeing a simple meal waiting, a stark reminder of the life he's reclaiming. Our boy reminds himself that his grandma is out working hard, so there is no time for sentimental weakness. Hanul is dead set on revenge, dreaming of a safe home where his family can finally live peacefully. With only a week until the committee meeting, he knows every second counts for his upcoming counterattack. He flips open his notebook, ready to map out a future that the trash-tier bullies won't see coming. His plan is precise, aiming to dismantle the enemy's foundation and take over the area within 2 years. The first requirement is raw manpower, because he needs enough strength to never be pushed back again. He realizes winning over a certain powerhouse will be the ultimate advantage in the brutal battles ahead. Since his enemies are gathering their own forces, he knows he must recruit allies who share his purpose. Even with a perfect plan, he acknowledges that as a mere freshman, he currently lacks the necessary influence. To bridge that gap, Hanul decides to take the lead and hunt down the specific people he needs. Hanul realizes the third condition for his success is securing a powerful background to shield his future moves. Our boy starts scribbling away, focusing on the upcoming committee meeting that could decide his entire future. Meanwhile, at the local police station, The night air is thick with the scent of impending trouble. A loud-mouthed hothead starts causing a scene, demanding to know if the officers even realize who he is. He rants about his family's prestige, claiming the cops are basically spies for treating a local elite this way. When a dumbfounded officer tells him to pipe down and calls him an old man, things get heated. Turns out this guy is Go Changbyum, the 35-year-old heir to the massive Myeongjin construction empire. Enraged by the disrespect, he loses his cool and starts trashing the office with a violent kick. The officers realize they're dealing with a dangerous loose cannon whose family connections could ruin their careers. Despite his usual caution during the company's succession race, his temper forces the police to stick to the rules. Changbyum decides to suck it up, fearing that any more trouble will give his rivals ammunition to use against him. He realizes that because he threw the first punch, he's stuck in this mess with no easy way out. Sitting across from the cops, he scoffs that those trash-tier weaklings only ended up in the hospital because they're pathetic. The weight of the situation hits him as he knows his enemies are just waiting for him to slip up. Turns out, the stakes are sky high because his father just kicked off a brutal succession race for the family empire. While Changbyum only has a high school degree, his younger brother is a university elite with a powerful marriage backing him. The officer doesn't care about his status and firmly reminds him that he's the one who broke the law today. Since he hospitalized innocent people, the police make it clear they can't just look the other way this time. He snaps, insisting they started it, but the lack of CCTV means the victim's word is basically law. Pushed to the edge, he wonders if he should just stop playing nice and burn the whole succession race down. Just as Changbyum is about to lose it, he notices a familiar face sitting in the station. Hez completely dumbfounded because he didn't expect our boy Hanul to show up in a place like this. Hanul casually tells the cops he's here to testify for the guy everyone's calling a criminal. The officer is visibly shaken as he stares at the evidence Hanul just handed over. Turns out, Hanul isn't just talking. He has a recording that flips the whole script on its head. The cop is losing his mind, wondering how a random kid managed to secure such high-quality footage. The video clearly shows the supposed victims were actually the ones who threw the first punch. Hanul explains he grabbed the black box footage from a nearby car because he knew there were no CCTVs. The footage proves Changbyum was being swarmed by trash-tier thugs and had no other choice. Hanul firmly states that Changbyum was only protecting himself from a persistent group of attackers. Hanul doubles down, telling the officer that being strong enough to end a fight quickly is just self-defense. Changbyum is absolutely loving this, throwing an arm around our boy and praising his smooth way with words. He realizes that, with solid proof and a witness, his position in the family succession is finally safe. Seeing the undeniable evidence, the officer has no choice but to wrap things up and call it a day. The cop actually apologizes, admitting he let the sight of those bloody thugs cloud his professional judgment. But Changbyum isn't the forgiving type, getting right in the man's personal space with a terrifying glare. He promises to remember the officer's face and mocks him about the peaceful life he has coming. They finally leave the station behind, the cool night air marking the end of this messy legal headache. Changbyum can't stop laughing, admitting he would have been totally screwed if Hanul hadn't stepped in to help. He makes it clear that he never forgets a favor, officially cementing their new, high-stakes alliance. Changbyum hands over a massive stack of cash as a sincere token of his gratitude. Our boy doesn't hesitate, snatching the money while Changbyum notes his unusual, cold composure. Changbyum is genuinely impressed, thinking this kid is way more extraordinary than he first appeared. Hanul shifts the mood, suddenly asking if the older man actually believes that setup was an accident. He drops the act and admits he knows exactly what kind of person he's really dealing with. Hanul reveals Hez aware of the cutthroat succession race against the younger brother for Myeongjin construction. The air turns cold as Changbyum's killing intent flares, wondering how a student knows his family secrets. Despite the pressure, Hanul stays calm and doubles down on the theory that the assault was a trap. He leans in with a confident look, claiming he even has the evidence to prove the conspiracy. With a sharp smirk, Hanul asks the heir what he thinks about this game-changing piece of information. Hanul remembers how the Go family's history was burned into his mind during his long years in a coma. Our boy flashes a confident smirk, telling the heir he only needs 1 hour to change his entire fate. Changbyum looks skeptical, but Hanul promises that this information is meant to save him, not harm him. He points directly at the silver-haired powerhouse, making it clear that his very life is currently on the line. The evidence begins with a mundane scene of a clerk, but the real secret lies hidden in the background. Changbyum is dumbfounded, as he's handed a phone containing the original, unedited black box footage of the assault. Hanul admits he intentionally hid the first half from the police to keep this game-changing leverage for himself. While calmly sipping his drink, he explains that the full video proves the encounter was a calculated trap. He points out 3 suspicious men who were loitering near the store long before the fight even started. It turns out these thugs were camping out for half an hour, proving they were waiting for their target. The video reveals the thugs practically begged for a hit until Changbyum finally snapped and threw the first punch. Hanul grips his cup tightly, knowing Hez just cornered a very powerful and very dangerous man. He points out that Changbium must have already felt something was off about this sudden string of bad luck. It's no coincidence that these disasters started piling up the second the family succession race began. Our boy suggests that Go Chang-sok is the one pulling the strings to systematically dismantle his brother's reputation. Changbium is visibly shaken, horrified that his own younger brother would resort to such trash-tier tactics. He looks Hanul in the eye and asks why he's sharing such sensitive information with a stranger. Hanul sips his coffee and explains that Myungjin Construction is destined to become a top-tier conglomerate very soon. Their chairman's philosophy of quality over profit is what will eventually skyrocket them to the top of the industry. But the real chaos starts with an incident involving Chang-sok that's about to make national headlines. In the original timeline, Changbium discovered the betrayal and absolutely leveled his younger brother with a single punch. That strike left Chang-sok permanently disabled, prompting the furious chairman to disinherit both of his trash-tier sons immediately. Hanul remembers this scandal vividly because it became a massive, mocking internet meme back in his first life. With the sons out, a professional manager took over and turned the company into a top-tier global conglomerate. Our boy knows that for the company to thrive, this specific sequence of events shouldn't really be changed. He weighs their worth, noting Changbiom is just incompetent, while Changzok is a vicious, amoral snake. Ultimately, the company's success means nothing to him compared to how useful these brothers can be as pawns. He doesn't give a damn about the butterfly effect or whether he's ruining the company's golden future. In this life, his only priorities are cold-blooded revenge and ensuring his family never suffers again. He leans in and offers to help Changbium take down his brother and seize the chairman's seat himself. Changbium scoffs at the idea of a mere high schooler having any weight in a corporate succession race. Hanul counters by suggesting that the people currently advising him are only feeding him sweet, manipulative lies. Our boy drops a bombshell, explaining that those advisors are actually informants working for Changbium's treacherous younger brother. He asks for a chance to prove his worth and build a partnership based on actual, mutual trust. Changbium stares him down with piercing red eyes, silently weighing the risk of trusting this mysterious, calculating kid. The heavy atmosphere lingers as the scene shifts to the quiet exterior of a local cafe house. Stepping out to clear his head, Changbium fumbles with a lighter, desperate for a smoke to calm down. He exhales deeply, feeling like his brain might actually break from the pressure of his brother's hidden plot. A nervous worker approaches to inform him that he is currently lighting up in a non-smoking zone. Changbium snaps instantly, threatening to level the entire shop if the man doesn't get back inside immediately. The poor cafe worker is absolutely terrified, realizing he just poked a sleeping tiger. He quickly apologizes for being rude and scurries back inside before things get ugly. Inside, Hanul watches him, knowing Changbium is the reckless oldest son of the massive Myungjin construction empire. Our boy knows Changbium was a legendary time bomb in Daesan, but righteousness isn't why he's here. Hanul picked him because he's just rotten enough to crush his own brother for the throne. Outside, Changbium smokes and curses his brother for not knowing when to quit while he's ahead. He admits the kid is right. Without a plan, he'll lose everything to his brother's schemes. Still, he wonders if trusting a random high schooler he just met is actually a genius move. He recalls his father's old advice about surrounding himself with talent if he lacks his own skills. Remembering that age doesn't matter as long as they have the skills, Changbium finally makes his choice. Changbium flicks his cigarette away, feeling completely drained and unsure of what to do next. He heads back inside the cafe, finally ready to give our boy a real chance to talk. He stares Hanul down and demands to hear the full plan before he makes any moves. Changbium leans back with his coffee, deciding he'll hear everything out before making a final choice. Meanwhile, his younger brother gets the call that their little setup against Changbium has completely failed. He loses his cool and slams his phone, screaming at his subordinates for being such trash-tier failures. He rages about his father's old-fashioned views on the eldest son always being the rightful heir. Trying to stay calm, he convinces himself that he still holds the upper hand in this race. Suddenly, his office phone starts ringing, shattering his brief moment of forced composure. He picks up only to hear that something massive has happened, and his plans are falling apart. Go younger brother is dumbfounded when he hears a mysterious woman just breached his private office. Back at the cafe, our boy Hanul asks Changbium who truly deserves the top spot at Myungjin. He points out that the younger brother is a prestigious scholar, while Changbium barely finished high school. Hanul explains how the younger brother used a strategic marriage to rig the entire succession in his favor. It turns out every move was calculated to leave Changbium in the dust without a fighting chance. He bluntly tells Changbium that besides being the firstborn, he is basically trash tier compared to his brother. With all those past scandals, Hanul wonders who would ever actually support a loose cannon like him. Changbium grits his teeth in rage, realizing just how pathetic his situation looks from the outside. However, Hanul shifts gears and claims there is still a slim path to total victory for him. He hints that the chairman has a hidden motive for even letting this lopsided competition happen. Hanul points out the chairman hasn't chosen a successor yet, giving the old man a reason to keep watching. Taking a calm sip, our boy starts spinning a what-if scenario that would flip the entire script. He asks how things would look if the golden child brother suddenly fell into the same gutter as Changbium. Leaning in, he wonders if the chairman would still be so biased if the playing field was finally even. If their skills were equal, the decision would come down to one thing that Changbium has completely ignored. The mere suggestion of losing his edge has the younger brother sweating through his expensive suit in a panic. While Changbium was hanging out with trash-tier company, his brother was busy building a wall of elite influence. By marrying into power, the younger brother secured a social class that the big guy can never hope to touch. Our boy holds up 3 fingers, laying out the specific conditions required to actually win this uphill battle. The first major problem is background, a category where Changbium is currently losing by a landslide. Hanul brings up the second condition, noting that Changbium's reputation is currently seen as total trash tier. The final condition is ability, pointing out that while Changbium was out drinking, his brother was gaining recognition. Even if the brother's skills were only average, he still looked better than a guy doing nothing. Our boy plans to turn the tables on all 3 conditions, starting with fixing the background issue. Since Changbium can't marry into power now, Hanul suggests they need to think way outside the box. He drops the bomb that they simply need to force the younger brother into a messy divorce. Stripping away that elite background would force the golden child back to the same starting line as Changbium. This leads back to Myungjin, a man who demands perfection and despises any sign of incompetence. The younger brother is left dumbfounded as the old man berates him, calling him an utterly pathetic bastard. Turns out the chairman already had to beg the in-laws for one last chance to stop the divorce. The younger brother is sweating bullets as he's told his elite wife is moving out immediately. The old man loses it, screaming that he warned him to stop messing around with other women. He points a finger of shame, noting that even the reckless Changbium had the sense to stay single. The chairman just sighs in disappointment, wondering how he ended up with such a pair of failures. He turns his heat on Changbium next, demanding to know why. He's constantly being hauled into police stations. Changbium braces for the usual explosion, fully expecting his old man to start barking about his constant mistakes. Back in the present, Changbium thinks he's found the ultimate shortcut by simply snitching on his brother's secrets. He figures if he keeps highlighting the disgrace, the old man will eventually get fed up and pivot. But our boy shuts that down instantly, recalling a documentary he heard while he was still a vegetable. Turns out the chairman knew about the schemes all along, and actually respected the hustle as a valid tactic. Hanul realizes the chairman values growth over a clean record, making personal scandals irrelevant to the succession. He knows snitching on the younger brother's dirty secrets won't actually make the old man reconsider his choice. If both heirs prove to be trash tier, the company will simply be handed to a professional manager. To secure the throne, Changbium has to display the calculated temperament of a leader instead of a thug. Our boy reveals a chilling smile, telling the disgraced heir that he is finally ready to hear the plan. Changbium follows the script perfectly, offering a sincere apology and vowing to never repeat his past mistakes. He takes full responsibility as the firstborn, leaving his younger brother absolutely dumbfounded by this sudden humility. He promises to uphold his duties and even offers to keep his brother in line for the chairman. As he bows, a subtle smirk shows he is finally cut from the same cloth as a true manipulator. The old man finally looks satisfied, acknowledging that being provoked first justifies the chaos Changbium caused. The chairman notes that, despite the chaos, his son actually tried to avoid a senseless brawl. He commends the heir for finally acting with the dignity expected of a high-tier leader. For the first time, the old man admits he is actually proud of his eldest son's restraint. Once the door clicks shut, the atmosphere in the room shifts from heavy to toxic. The younger brother is absolutely dumbfounded, cursing the fact that his perfect trap just fell apart. He fumes over the leak, wondering which rat dared to spill the secret address to his rival. He vows to rip the snitch to shreds, unaware he's been completely outplayed by our boy. Meanwhile, those words of validation echo in the eldest's mind like a drug he's always craved. The praise hits him harder than any punch, fueling a manic sense of accomplishment. He's shaken to the core that his strict father finally sees him as something more than trash tier. Changbium is riding a massive high, absolutely obsessed with the fact that he finally earned his father's respect. He keeps replaying the moment the old man praised his restraint, feeling a drug-like rush from the validation. Go Myungjin made it clear that this level of calculated success needs to become the new standard moving forward. Now that he's tasted real power, Changbium is determined to ensure he never slips back into being trash tier. As they speed through the city, the engine hums while the atmosphere inside the car remains intensely focused. Changbium credits Hanul for the win and asks what the next phase of the grand plan is. He is ready to follow every instruction to the letter, just to secure his spot as the next chairman. Hanul tells him to stay calm, noting that his brother is still cut from the same ambitious cloth. To win, Hanul suggests that Changbium needs to swallow his pride and start learning the company's actual management. Changbium is left dumbfounded, struggling to understand why a future king would ever need to work as a drone. Changbyum is all in, promising to follow our boy's lead no matter how crazy the request sounds. Hanul reminds him of their deal at the cafe, keeping the disgraced heir on a very short leash. It is a simple trade where Hanul expects a massive favor in return for handing Changbyum his future. Changbyum laughs it off, acting like he would do anything for his new favorite partner in crime. Hanul does not care for the pleasantries, and decides it is time to be brutally honest about his demands. As the tension rises, Hanul prepares to reveal the one thing that will cement his control over everything. Meanwhile, the deliberation committee hearing turns into a total circus when Minho's mother loses her absolute mind. Kim Sunya is used to buying her way out of trouble, and demands Hanul's immediate expulsion. Little does she know, Hanul already cornered the corrupt teacher, forcing him to choose between survival and ruin. Left trembling in the hallway, Kim Yongchul realizes he is just a pawn in Hanul's much larger game. Principal Oh Daehan whispers to the wealthy mother, assuring her that he has never let her down before. Meanwhile, Kim Yongchul is having a total meltdown, realizing his career is dead regardless of what he chooses. He sits at the witness table trembling, only to be startled when someone pulls out a chair nearby. The corrupt teacher is completely dumbfounded when he locks eyes with the person holding his life in their hands. Our boy Hanul just sits there with a smug grin, ready to watch the entire circus finally begin. The principal officially opens the hearing, calling on the homeroom teacher to explain the exact events of the assault. Kim Sunya and her trash-tier son wait with cold expressions, fully expecting the teacher to bury Hanul for good. Suddenly, Kim Yongchul slams the table and stands up, shocking the entire room with his sudden burst of energy. He starts shouting at the top of his lungs, revealing that Minho was the one actually leading the bullying. He claims the victim was falsely accused, desperately playing the hero to save his own pathetic skin from ruin. Kim Yongchul freezes in terror as he recognizes a face that definitely shouldn't be in a school hearing. He realizes this is the same powerhouse he saw at a shady adult establishment back in the day. Sitting right there as a guardian is Go Changbyum, the elite heir to the massive Myeongjin construction empire. The teacher starts sweating bullets, knowing this man's influence completely dwarfs the petty power of Minho's trash-tier parents. He decides to stop overthinking and realizes that siding with this monster is his only ticket to survival. With a desperate burst of courage, he declares that the roles of victim and perpetrator have been completely reversed. The entire room falls into a heavy silence as the corrupt faculty and parents are left completely dumbfounded. Principal Oh Daehan trembles, asking the teacher to explain every detail so there isn't any misunderstanding. Kim Yongchul nods firmly, ready to burn his bridges and throw the school's top bullies under the bus. He begins listing every report of the systematic bullying carried out by Min Chiol's gang since the semester started. Kim Yongchul starts sweating as he explains how he warned the bullies, but their behavior only spiraled further. Our boy sits back while the teacher details how Min Chiol was relentlessly tormenting a defenseless student. He puts on a dramatic performance, acting like a righteous educator who witnessed a student trying to intervene. The teacher's voice trembles as he reveals Min Chiol actually brought in a gang to blackmail the poor kid. He turns to the crowd, asking if any of them would just stand there while being targeted. Pointing right at the bandaged Minho, he claims Hanul's violent outburst was nothing but pure self-defense. Minho glares with murderous intent as the teacher labels him a mere informant for the school's top predator. He admits the retaliation was brutal, but insists it was a desperate reaction to a life-threatening situation. With a look of fake conviction, he warns that punishing the victim would be a total miscarriage of justice. He wraps up his performance by claiming they'd be trash-tier adults if they ignored the essence of school violence. Kim Yongchul bows out after his performance. But the principal isn't buying this sudden change of heart at all. Oh Daehan snaps back, reminding everyone that 4 students ended up in the emergency room under his watch. The crowd starts whispering as the principal dismisses the claims of bullying as mere unconfirmed and irrelevant rumors. Jung Minho smirks next to his mother, emboldened by the principal's claim that violence is never justified. Putting on a fake show of grief, Oh Daehan claims his heart bleeds while demanding absolute punishment. He locks eyes with the wealthy mother, promising her that the real perpetrator will definitely pay the price. Kim Sunya watches with a predatory gaze, waiting for her family's influence to finally crush our boy. The principal's eyes turn cold as he prepares to seal Hanul's fate to protect the school's trash-tier reputation. He shifts the spotlight, calling on Jung Minho to give his version of the story to the room. Jung Minho stands up with a dark aura, ready to drop a testimony designed to bury Hanul for good. Minho starts his performance by claiming the teacher's testimony is a complete lie compared to his own experience. He paints Hanul as a mindless monster, claiming he witnessed a brutal and one-sided assault on Min Chiol. Minho stares Hanul down, insisting it's an obvious fact that our boy was the one who started the fight. Putting on a trash-tier acting display, he pretends to sob while claiming Hanul even used a dangerous weapon. He stares with fake intensity, arguing that Min Chiol's miserable state made it impossible to fathom Hanul's twisted motives. Turning to the principal, he questions why a teacher would ever try to shift the blame onto them. He doubles down on the victim act, claiming our boy hunted him down and assaulted him before the class. Behind his hands, he hides a wicked smirk, wondering if anyone is actually dumbfounded enough to believe this. Right on cue, his mother explodes in rage, demanding the room witness the tragedy written on her son's face. She rants about her precious upbringing, acting like her little monster is an innocent angel who was unfairly targeted. Kim Sunya screams about the senselessness of such brutal violence occurring within the walls of a sacred school. She rants that while it happened to her son, no child is safe until the perpetrator is punished. The bystanders start whispering, completely falling for the act and agreeing that such violence is never justified. Oh Daehan watches as the room erupts, with the crowd demanding our boy's head on a silver platter. Meanwhile, away from the drama, someone checks their phone to see if the scripted chaos has finally begun. In the hospital, the trash-tier bullies laugh, knowing Minho's mother is about to ruin the teacher's entire career. They joke about how she will flip the school upside down to make sure Hanul pays for everything. Park Min-cheol just smirks at his screen, enjoying the show while his lackeys hype up the inevitable destruction. He vows to bully Hanul until he begs to drop out, just like the pathetic victims on TV. If expulsion happens, he plans to hunt our boy down and squeeze a massive settlement out of him. The trash-tier bullies are already counting their chickens, dreaming of the massive settlement they'll squeeze out of Hanul. They're so delusional they're already planning to buy motorbikes and pick up girls with their blood money. Back at the hearing, Go Changbyum finally snaps, slamming his fist down because he can't stomach the lies. He sits there fuming, wondering if these people are actually blind or just incredibly good at playing dumb. Changbyum glares at the faculty, asking if they're genuinely unaware of the monster they've been protecting all along. Minho's mother loses it, pointing a finger and screaming that our boy is a demon wearing human skin. Oh Daehan looks absolutely dumbfounded that Shed used such extreme language in a formal school setting like this. Changbyum's eyes glow with rage as he lists off every single crime the gang has committed in secret. Jung Minho starts to sweat, realizing his reputation as a famous brat is finally being dragged into the light. Changbyum mocks their lack of comprehension, questioning why they're so stubbornly protecting a group of well-known thugs. Changbyum doubles down, claiming our boy was merely defending himself against a pack of literal trash-tier thugs. He leans in, reminding the room that even the homeroom teacher already confirmed the true nature of the assault. Changbyum asks the faculty if they'd really just stand still while being tormented by such low-life criminals. Minho's mother explodes, screeching about how anyone could dare call her precious, spoiled child a common thug. She points a trembling finger, mocking Hanul for being an orphan, while demanding to know Changbyum's true identity. Instead of getting angry, Changbyum just lets out a chilling smirk, knowing he has the upper hand. Later, Changbyum questions why he should become a sponsor when Hanul could just ask for cash directly. Our boy admits he needs that massive wealth to fuel the absolute chaos he's planning for the future. If he only wanted money, he'd just use his regression knowledge to dominate the stock or real estate markets. His eyes glow with intent as he promises to stir up a storm at school that nobody will forget. Hanul explains that his upcoming plans aren't just schoolyard scraps but incidents big enough to cause serious legal headaches. Our boy tells Changbyum that he needs a powerful shield to stand behind him and handle the inevitable fallout. He knows that with the weight of a titan behind him, nobody in the city will dare touch him. If Changbyum plays the role of a faithful guardian, Hanul promises to deliver results that exceed all expectations. In exchange, our boy vows to use every dirty trick available to seat him as the Myungjin chairman. He confidently claims to be a master of manipulation, assuring his new ally that everything is under control. Changbyum just grins, telling the kid to cause as much trouble as he wants while he handles the mess. Back at the hearing, Minho's trash-tier mom is still screeching, demanding to know who this arrogant stranger is. Changbyum casually tosses his business card onto the desk, introducing himself as the boy's official sponsor. The room goes dead silent as he reveals his true identity as the eldest son of Myungjin Construction. The faculty members are absolutely dumbfounded, realizing they've just stepped on the tail of a sleeping dragon. Changbyum pulls our boy close, acting like the ultimate protective big brother to throw the room into total chaos. He crushes his patience along with the paperwork, revealing his plans to pull all Myungjin funding from the school. Minho's trash-tier mom tries to act tough, but her voice wavers as she asks if he's actually threatening them. Changbyum's eyes turn cold as he questions what these so-called educators are even teaching these kids nowadays. He stands tall in the middle of the hearing, demanding to know why the victim is being treated like a criminal. He brings up the dark years Hanul spent as a human punching bag, while the school stayed silent and complicit. The heir exposes their corruption, knowing they took bribes to ignore the suffering of a student from a poor family. He promises to wipe them off the map, ensuring these corrupt snakes never set foot in this city ever again. Slamming the desk, he tells them to take it as a threat because he's about to deliver some real justice. The room starts buzzing with whispers as everyone realizes the power dynamic has completely shifted. Principal Oh Daehan is sweating bullets, realizing the kid he ignored is actually backed by a titan. He knows that siding with a bully means losing any hope of a Myungjin sponsorship forever. The old man realizes he has to cut ties with Minho if he wants to save his skin. Looking at Changbyum, he sees a golden ticket to making his school the best in the country. He decides to play the hero, even if it means being called a traitor by the wealthy parents. Suddenly, the principal clears his throat and mentions he's heard about a group of bullies. He officially names Minho as the ringleader, leaving the trash-tier mom absolutely dumbfounded and screaming. He ignores her outburst, claiming this hearing is only about the cold, hard facts of the case. He praises our boy as a top student, leaving Minho's mother shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. The principal finally turns the floor over to our boy, giving him the chance to speak his piece. Hanul realizes that if someone had actually listened in his past life, he wouldn't have met such a death. He reminds everyone how he begged the teachers for help, while Minchial's gang was busy breaking bones. Back then, the staff just laughed it off, telling him to be a man and handle it himself. The corrupt Kim Yongchul can only sweat, as Hanul exposes how the faculty ignored the root of the violence. Minho trembles as Hanul openly admits to sending the school's top predators straight to the emergency room. Our boy questions why he's being treated like a criminal now when his own suffering was always ignored. With Changbyum backing him up, he points out that the adults only care because they thought he was powerless. He knows that if he hadn't gained this power, his fall from that roof would have stayed buried forever. Hanul isn't playing games anymore and demands that the actual criminals face justice before things get ugly. He threatens to leak the school's dirty laundry to the public, turning this place into a national disgrace. Our boy stares them down, making it clear that only a definitive punishment will keep him quiet. Minho is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing that his usual shield of money and influence is finally cracking. His mother loses her mind, screaming that she will never let her precious son take the fall. Desperate to regain control, she grabs her phone to call in the big guns and save her reputation. The room goes quiet as the call connects, with everyone waiting to see if her husband can fix this. She frantically explains the situation, her voice trembling as she tries to spin the narrative in their favor. The trash-tier lady starts throwing everyone under the bus, accusing the principal and teachers of framing her son. Sunya tries to flex her connections, but realizes the sponsor is the powerful heir of Myungjin Construction. She demands her husband rush over to intimidate everyone, still thinking their money can fix this mess. The trash-tier lady is stunned when her husband reacts with pure terror at the mention of Changbyum's name. Instead of helping, her husband screams that her stupidity is going to get their entire family destroyed. He orders her to come home immediately and let their son face the music alone to save themselves. She stands there sweating and speechless, realizing her last lifeline just snapped in front of everyone. The entire room watches in silence as the bully's mother finally runs out of cards to play. As night falls on the school, the weight of the day's chaos begins to settle over the city. Back at home, our boy stares at the ceiling, already calculating his next move in this high-stakes game. Hanul listens as the school hands out volunteer hours to some, but the ultimate price for the ringleader. The news echoes through the quiet halls, signaling the end of an era for the school's top predators. Minho is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process that his reign of terror ended with a permanent expulsion. When he corners our boy in the hallway, he finds a man who isn't afraid of him anymore. Driven by pure desperation, the bully swings a wild punch while cursing Hanul for ruining his life. Hanul catches the fist effortlessly, showing the trash-tier fighter that his physical strength is just as pathetic. Sunya watches her son's final stand fail, her face twisting in a mix of shock and pure despair. Our boy just gives her a chilling smirk, savoring the moment the hunter finally becomes the prey. He tells them to get on their knees and beg, offering a final humiliation for their years of cruelty. Hanul repeats his cold demand for Minho to get down on his knees and beg for mercy. Minho snaps back in desperation, wondering why he should bother when he's already been expelled from school. Our boy just smirks and suggests the bully should ask his mother if he wants to avoid ruin. Minho turns to look at her, finally realizing that his entire family's future is now on the line. Hanul leans in and whispers that a simple expulsion is just the beginning if he doesn't comply now. The trash-tier bully is completely dumbfounded, asking his mother why they have to sink this low. Sunya is absolutely terrified, screaming at her son to just hurry up and do exactly what he's told. Minho grits his teeth in pure humiliation, realizing he has no cards left to play against our boy. Finally, the former king of the school drops to his knees, completely broken and defeated in the hallway. Minho finally breaks, begging his mother for forgiveness while trembling on the cold floor in total despair. He then crawls toward our boy, pathetically swearing that he will never cross him or his family again. Hanul just looks down with a cold smirk, telling the trash-tier bully that simple apologies won't cut it. Minho grits his teeth, the sheer weight of his ruined reputation and future finally crushing his remaining pride. Tears of pure frustration well up, as he realizes his life of luxury and power is officially over. Our boy leans in close, promising that from this moment on, misery is the only thing awaiting him. Later that night, Hanul rests easy at home, knowing another piece of the corrupt puzzle has been dismantled. With the hearing officially concluded, A sudden vibration from his phone interrupts his brief moment of hard-earned peace. It is a desperate message from Mincheol, the very mastermind who originally tried to push him to his death. Our boy meets the trash-tier bully in a dark park, keeping his guard up despite the late hour. Park Mincheol puts on a fake smile, acting relieved that the person he once tormented actually showed up. Hanul isn't interested in the act, and coldly tells him to cut the crap and speak his mind. The former kingpin starts sweating, his voice trembling as he tries to navigate this high-stakes conversation. He starts rambling about how his past cruelty was just a mistake born from his own pathetic immaturity. While the bully claims he'll change, Hanul just watches him with the eyes of a predator who knows better. The coward finally gets to the point, begging for Hanul to just let his crime slide this once. He reveals that a corrupt teacher promised him a way out of expulsion if Hanul simply agrees. Park Mincheol starts spiraling, terrified that his entire life will be flushed down the drain if he's kicked out. He even offers to become a lowly bread shuttle, willing to do anything to escape the coming storm. Hanul reflects on how expulsion is a total shock for these kids who are just unstable, wannabe predators. Mincheol realizes that in a small town like Daesan, no other school will ever take him in again. Our boy knows that being stamped as a violent offender means their futures are effectively over. The trash-tier bully tries to snitch, claiming someone higher up ordered them to target Hanul from the start. Mincheol is completely dumbfounded when Hanul reveals he already knows exactly who is pulling the strings. He stares him down, confirming that he is well aware of the shadow backup protecting the school's hierarchy. Hanul recalls a future news report about a bullied student's suicide note that finally exposed the hidden truth. It pointed toward the Golden Circle, a shadowy organization rooted in elite schools that Hanul is targeting now. The amoral founder saw the cycle of school violence and realized it was a goldmine for a profitable business. This mastermind gathered the most brutal bullies together, turning schoolyard violence into a massive, organized underworld operation. They targeted powerful parents, promising to keep their kids untouchable and safe within the school walls. They even rigged grades, mobilizing recruited thugs to remove any student who dared to outrank their clients. Hanul remembers that even in the future, the organization's true identity stayed buried despite a brief exposure. To finish his revenge against the trash who ruined his life, he must dig them up and destroy them. He confronts the pathetic bully, realizing the Golden Circle's reach shouldn't even extend to this local area. He demands to know how a regional nobody managed to get hired by such a high-level group. The terrified bully finally cracks, revealing that a senior named Shin Young-min is the one pulling the strings. Our boy is surprised to hear about this third year who supposedly controls the entire school from the shadows. It turns out the organization uses local soldiers to handle dirty work in the countryside through secret requests. Hanul realizes he can use this senior as bait to finally drag the Golden Circle into the light. Hanul knows Shin Young-min is a pro-level monster, so he needs a real plan to take him down. Our boy looks at the pathetic trash-tier bully and mockingly asks if he is actually seeking forgiveness now. He snaps and grabs the coward's gown, his patience finally hitting zero after years of bottled-up resentment. Mincheol is absolutely dumbfounded and terrified, realizing that his usual intimidation tactics won't work on this new Hanul. The rage built up during those 10 years in a coma is finally bubbling to the surface today. Hanul remembers the broken version of himself, a victim who never got the chance to truly fight back. He recalls how this bastard once offered a fake, shallow apology just to clear his own guilty conscience. Leaning in, Hanul promises to show him exactly how miserable his life is going to be from now. He delivers a brutal strike, making sure the bully feels every bit of the physical pain he caused. Even if this trash became a decent father in the original timeline, Hanul isn't granting any mercy here. Hanul reflects on how Minho and the rest of that trash-tier crew lived successful lives before he regressed. He decides it is finally time for karma to strike, delivering a heavy blow that echoes through the room. Our boy wants them to rot with the same trauma they once inflicted on him for their entire lives. Back at school, the rumors are spreading like wildfire about how he absolutely dismantled the hierarchy with a padlock. His classmates are terrified, whispering about how the quietest kids are always the scariest once they finally snap. When Hanul walks into the classroom, the entire atmosphere shifts as every eye tracks his every move. He carries himself with a new, cold authority that makes it clear the old victim is long gone. Sitting down, he looks like a king reclaiming a throne he never even wanted in the first place. Suddenly, one of the former victims approaches him, looking completely dumbfounded by the sudden change in power. Jungmin thanks him for getting those bastards expelled, offering to provide anything he needs for saving his life. Hanul isn't buying this sudden act of kindness from someone who stayed silent when it mattered most. The classroom goes dead silent as our boy stares down the kid who used to be his fellow victim. He wonders why this coward is suddenly acting all grateful now that the heavy lifting is already done. Jungmin starts sweating buckets when Hanul reminds him that he was too terrified to testify during the hearing. He coldly tells the kid to get lost, because he doesn't give a damn about trash-tier bystanders. Meanwhile, up on the roof, the sun is beating down on a much more dangerous group of sharks. One senior is fuming because Mincheol getting expelled just flushed their entire operation down the toilet. He spits on the ground in disgust, realizing their easy source of income has completely vanished overnight. This is Shin Youngmin, the school's true top dog who isn't about to let a freshman ruin things. Youngmin is dumbfounded that a nobody like Hanul somehow secured the backing of the Myungjin construction family. The lackeys realize that with Myungjin construction backing our boy, Hanul is basically untouchable in this territory. His subordinate asks if they should just throw in the towel, but the big boss isn't backing down. Youngmin smirks, thinking this high school level drama is predictable, and actually presents a golden opportunity to line his pockets. If he can rake in a fortune just by crushing one freshman, he's actually grateful for the chance. He demands to know who the freshman leader is, ordering them to drag his ass to the roof immediately. Back in the classroom, the teacher drones on, completely oblivious to the shadow war brewing within the school walls. Hanul realizes that to dismantle the Golden Circle, he needs to dominate the rankings and become their primary target. He knows that if he keeps snagging the top spot, the organization will be forced to show their hand. Our boy figures out that his past academic success made him a target for Youngmin's previous trash-tier lackeys. He scans the room, certain that the true mastermind is hiding in plain sight, waiting to steal his position. Hanul knows he has suspects but refuses to move without concrete evidence to back his claims. He decides that preparing for the inevitable future clashes is more important than chasing shadows right now. Our boy tracks down the legendary Jung Ducheol, a former world-class MMA champion who once ruled the ring. Despite his glorious past, the man is now just a forgotten relic in a world that moved on. Hanul steps into the gym, noting how the place looks exactly as shabby as he expected it to. The former champ notices the visitor and asks if Hei's actually there to sign up for training. With a sharp look, Hanul admits he simply wants to learn how to truly dominate in a fight. Meanwhile, on the roof, a massive first-year named Park Jinwoo approaches the school's current top dog. Youngmin confirms the kid's identity, recognizing him as a freshman from Cheonil High who's been laying low. He's dumbfounded by the kid's massive frame, wondering how a beast like this was ever just an errand boy. Youngmin leans in close, telling the massive freshman he needs a specific favor regarding a student named Hyunsung. He wants the kid to absolutely break Hyunsung, ensuring the target never functions like a normal human again. Back at the gym, the former champ sifts through paperwork while welcoming the high schooler to his facility. Ducheol starts his sales pitch, claiming his gym is perfect for everything from stress relief to dieting. As he discusses the monthly fees, our boy is already certain this man is the legendary UFL champion. When asked about his motivation, Hanul bluntly states that he is there to master the art of fighting. He wants enough power to utterly trample every single trash-tier bully that ever crossed his path. The mood shifts instantly as Ducheol coldly explains that his gym isn't some training ground for street brawlers. He refuses to take Hanul in if his only goal is to go out and beat people up. Instead, he suggests the kid just stick to basic exercise to build a body that bullies won't touch. Our boy stares intensely, recalling the history of the man before him, the legendary first Korean UFL champion. It seems suspicious that a global superstar would be content rotting away in a trash-tier gym in the countryside. The dark truth is that a doping scandal involving anabolic steroids completely shattered his professional reputation years ago. Hanul knows the champ owned up to his sins without excuses, but his past failures aren't the main focus. He is actually after the man's hidden talent for turning no-name fighters into world-class monsters through special training. Hanul realizes that if he can just win this man over, he will finally have the foundation for real power. He points out that the champ once used any means necessary to win, proving they are cut from the same cloth. Since Hanul is willing to do anything to reach his goals, he wonders why the older man is acting so high and mighty. The former champion just looks down in shame, admitting that his past actions were nothing more than the mistakes of a fool. He lives in constant regret, wishing he could regression-style turn back time and choose a path without such heavy consequences. Ducheol warns our boy that chasing quick results leads to a dead end, just like his own life. The former champ tells him to get lost, refusing to be part of whatever mess he's cooking up. He walks away, claiming that training just for revenge will only land a kid in a cold prison cell. Suddenly, Hanul drops a bombshell by offering a cool 100 million won, making the old man freeze instantly. Our boy knows the champ is broke and promises to wire the massive sum within a single day. He frames it as a risk-free down payment, ensuring the coach stays paid even if the training fails. The weight of the champ's past doping scandal and career-ending disgrace hangs heavy in the silent room. Hanul argues that everyone makes their own choices, and he is fully responsible for the path he's taking. He admits that picking fights could lead to a future far more brutal than he originally anticipated. Even if he ends up crippled or behind bars, our boy has already accepted the price of his ambition. Hanul compares his own desperation to the coach's past drug use, proving he's ready to cross any line. The former champ is dumbfounded as our boy admits he needs his expertise to survive the coming storm. His eyes glow with a cold, supernatural intensity that shows he isn't just some ordinary high school kid. Duchiel warns him that he'll never let a student touch the same trash-tier substances that ruined his career. He admits his own failures, but refuses to let a kid follow that same path of self-destruction. Hanul just smirks, agreeing that receiving a real education in combat is exactly what he's looking for. Just as the conversation seems over, the coach grabs the door and says he isn't finished with him. He demands Hanul get in the ring, promising to accept the deal only if he survives one round. Later that night, a piercing scream echoes through the apartment complex as someone discovers a shocking scene. Hanul's grandmother rushes out in a panic, terrified by whatever disaster has just unfolded in their home. Our boy Hanul limps back home looking like he just went through a meat grinder after his sparring session. His grandmother is absolutely horrified, demanding to know which trash-tier thug dared to lay a hand on him. Even as her hands tremble with worry, Hanul calmly tries to convince her that everything is perfectly fine. She isn't buying it for a second, screaming that his battered face proves things are far from okay. Meanwhile, Duchiel is back at his gym, trying to drown his mounting guilt with a stiff drink. Hez spiraling in the dark, calling himself a failure for even considering dragging a kid into his world. He stares at his phone, realizing he needs to cut ties before this situation gets even messier. The coach starts typing a message, determined to take back his offer and send the kid packing. He warns Hanul to think twice because he has no intention of playing games with a student's life. Putting on his gloves, the veteran explains he's seen plenty of desperate kids looking for a way out. Hanul steps into the octagon as the veteran explains that lofty goals vanish once the fighting starts. Duchiel tightens his gloves, reminiscing about how many overconfident kids end up begging for mercy. The clock is set for a single 3-minute round where ground fighting is strictly off the table. If our boy can prove his will is unbreakable, the former champ promises to make him the best. Hanul doesn't hesitate for a second, prompting the coach to tell him to get his guard up. Even though his stance looks like trash-tier amateur work, there's something unsettling about his calm demeanor. Duchiel notices the lack of fear in those eyes and wonders if that confidence survives the first hit. Without another word, the pro lunges forward to deliver a reality check with a heavy strike. A massive impact rings out as the veteran's fist collides with the student's desperate defense. Hanul is dumbfounded that he actually managed to block, feeling the raw power of a true professional. Hanul realizes too late that a pro's speed is on a completely different level than trash-tier school bullies. A brutal strike connects squarely with his face, rattling his brain and sending his consciousness into a spin. Fresh blood paints the canvas as the sheer force of the blow tears through his amateur defense. Our boy is launched across the ring, slamming into the chain-link fence like a discarded rag doll. He collapses to the mat, gasping for air while his body screams in protest from the massive impact. Despite the agony, Hanul glares upward with murderous intent when the veteran tells him to stand back up. Duchiel is genuinely stunned, realizing it has only been 10 seconds and the kid's spirit hasn't broken yet. Wiping the blood from his nose, Hanul forces his trembling limbs to reset into a shaky combat stance. The former champion doesn't give him a moment's rest, winding up to test if that resolve is truly unbreakable. A relentless barrage of professional-grade strikes rains down, turning the sparring session into a one-sided survival trial. Hanul is reeling, realizing that even a single clean hit from this monster will put him to sleep. He huddles behind his guard, confused for a split second when the rain of punches suddenly stops. The pause was a trap as a thunderous kick connects, shattering what's left of his composure. His head snaps back from the sheer force, blood spraying as his consciousness begins to flicker. Our boy is sent tumbling across the canvas, his body finally reaching its absolute breaking point. Duchiel looks down at the mess he's made, suggesting it's better to just quit while he's still breathing. But Hanul just clenches his teeth, his trembling fist proving that his mind hasn't surrendered yet. He drags himself upright, stubbornly reminding the veteran that their 3-minute deal is far from over. With over 2 minutes still on the clock, this hellish survival test is only just getting started. Duchiel obliges with another heavy strike, testing if our boy's skull is as thick as his resolve. Duchiel launches a heavy straight, but our boy manages to keep his guard up just in time. The veteran doesn't let up, following through with a strike that rattles Hanul's entire frame. Hanul realizes his stamina is draining fast and knows he needs to find some momentum to survive. He attempts a desperate counter, but the champion's speed is simply on a completely different level. Even with blood pouring from his nose, Hanul's eyes remain fixed on his target with terrifying focus. Suddenly, a brutal blow connects squarely with his jaw, threatening to shut his lights out for good. His consciousness fades as the impact sends him reeling, the world turning into a blur of pain. Our boy finally hits the canvas, his body limp after enduring a barrage no student should survive. Duchiel notes that barely a minute passed, claiming he only held back to prevent permanent damage. As he walks away, he admits that his concern for the kid's health was just a convenient excuse. Duchiel thinks he can't waste his time on a weakling who can't even handle a single round. Just as he turns to leave, our boy's hand grips the cage, stopping the champion in his tracks. Despite the blood clogging his throat, Hanul wheezes that the fight hasn't reached its conclusion just yet. He forces his battered body upright, refusing to let his regression knowledge go to waste like this. The former champion is completely dumbfounded that a mere student still has the will to stand. Hanul's eyes ignite with a cold, blue light as he prepares to endure the next wave of pain. This isn't just stubbornness, it's a deep-seated malice that makes even a professional fighter feel a chill. Realizing this kid is cut from a different cloth, Duchiel decides he must crush this spirit immediately. He drops back into his fighting stance, warning that his pity has officially run out for the day. The gym echoes with the sound of flesh hitting flesh as the champion finally unleashes his true speed. Hanul realizes the barrage has stopped and braces himself, wondering if the champion is resetting for another assault. He anticipates another low kick, desperately swearing to himself that he won't fall for the same trick twice. But the pro is way too fast, and he sinks a devastating punch right into our boy's solar plexus. The air is ripped from his lungs as he lets out a ragged scream, feeling his ribs nearly buckle. His legs finally give out, and he collapses onto the canvas while the gym begins to spin around him. Duchiel coldly notes the remaining time, giving the kid a mere 15 seconds to stand before ending the test. Hanul's mind is screaming at him to move, but his battered nervous system has officially gone on strike. He tries to force his trembling limbs to support his weight, leaving a fresh smear of blood on the floor. Gravity wins this round as he faceplants back into the mat, looking like he is finally at his limit. The champion watches with a grim expression, thinking that willpower alone can't overcome the physical damage he just dealt. Hanul screams at his own failing body to move, refusing to let his journey end on a dirty gym floor. He reminds himself that he has been waiting for this exact moment through years of darkness and misery. Memories of his 10-year coma flash back, reminding him of the countless prayers he made for a second chance. He recalls the sight of his grandmother mourning by his bed when he was pathetic enough to pray for death. The trauma of being a vegetable for a decade acts as a brutal wake-up call, forcing his muscles to react. If he doesn't want his history of suffering to repeat itself, he knows he has to stand up right now. Duchiel watches in silence as our boy decides that falling into the devil's den is a small price for revenge. Despite the blood and broken ribs, he finds his feet and vows to stay up until his enemies are shredded. The champion realizes that the liver blow he just landed would have sent most professional fighters to the hospital. He stares at the kid, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying level of grit radiating from this supposed trash-tier student. Hanul is a bloody mess, but his eyes show he has already lived through a literal lifetime of hell. Duchiel realizes that if he lets this kid continue, his entire future will be consumed by pure, dark vengeance. The former champ decides to end this now, not wanting the boy to end up broken and regretful. He launches forward with professional speed, determined to put our boy down for his own good. Hanul tries to brace himself, but the gap between a student and a legend is a massive canyon. A heavy strike connects, rattling Hanul's brain, as the champion stops holding back his true power. His head snaps back, and for a second, it looks like the lights are finally going out for good. Duchiel grits his teeth, hating that he has to be the one to crush such a rare, terrifying spirit. Even with a shattered nose and loose teeth, Hanul watches the timer tick down to the final 5 seconds. He takes one last world-class punch to the face, refusing to let his second life end in failure. The clock is ticking down to the final 2 seconds as our boy barely keeps his feet. He is breathing like a broken engine, but those eyes say he is nowhere near done yet. Duchiel realizes this kid is cut from a different cloth and prepares one final, soul-crushing blow. He connects with a strike that would send any trash-tier fighter straight to the morgue. Hanul's head snaps back against the cage, his vision blurring as the world starts to spin. The former champ does not let up, throwing everything he has left into a finishing move. Even as the fist closes in, our boy refuses to blink, staring down his own destruction. Suddenly, the buzzer rings out, signaling the end of the longest 3 minutes of his life. Duchiel stands there dumbfounded, unable to believe the kid is still conscious after that beating. He curses under his breath, realizing he has just agreed to train a literal monster. Duchiel tosses his gear aside, clearly impressed by the insane level of endurance our boy just displayed. He walks off, telling Hanul to hit the hospital tomorrow and keep their little session a total secret. But before he can leave, Hanul calls out, stopping the former champ dead in his tracks. Despite being battered and bloody, Hanul demands Duchiel follow him so he can settle the promised payment. Turns out, Duchiel was being tempted by a shady broker to return to the ring using illegal drugs. That temptation vanishes instantly when he sees a massive 100 million won deposit hit his bank account. He realizes that without this timely bribe, he might have actually sold his soul back to the devil. With a smirk, he officially rejects the broker's offer, choosing to train this mysterious kid instead. Later, Hanul sits at home, lying to his family that his bruises are just from a minor disagreement. He asks his grandmother about their savings, realizing she has been sacrificing for him for over a decade. Hanul tells his grandmother to apply for a Myungjin construction apartment, aiming to secure their future. She worries about the costs, but our boy just thinks that's how people who lack vision talk. He explains that with loans and selling ownership, the financial burden won't even be an issue. When she asks how he became such an expert, he just laughs and plays it off as nothing. Internally, he knows Go Changbyeom will rig the lottery, avoiding any suspicion about the sudden wealth. He insists she applies while they eat, ensuring his plan to elevate her life stays on track. The next day, the school's top dog Shin Youngmin praises Park Jinwoo for a job well done. Jinwoo just stands there looking completely dumbfounded, clearly not understanding what the senior is talking about. Youngmin leans in, asking if he handled the target as soon as the order was given. He assumes Jinwoo beat the kid into silence and admits he's starting to really like the freshman. Shin Youngmin decides to take the freshman under his wing, telling him to act like a loyal little brother. Park Jinwoo has no clue why this is happening, but he's not about to miss a chance to climb. He eagerly introduces himself, desperate to prove he is the right guy for whatever the senior needs. The two bullies share a laugh on the roof, seemingly forming a new, toxic alliance for the school. Later on, Park Jinwoo spots something that catches his eye, wondering what is going on with the target. He sees Kang Hanul covered in bruises and assumes the kid just got wrecked by some random thugs. It clicks that the senior only praised him because he thought Park Jinwoo delivered that brutal beating. Feeling like a big shot, he decides to keep the act up and eventually trample the weakling himself. He warns that anyone caught being friendly with the target will have to answer to him personally. Meanwhile, Young Do-cheol reminds our boy that without a solid physical foundation, learning advanced combat is a total waste. Do-cheol pushes Hanul to his absolute limits, demanding he endure the grind with pure, unadulterated tenacity. Our boy collapses in exhaustion but refuses to quit, swearing he will definitely survive this hellish routine. He realizes that to crush a veteran like Shin Youngmin, he must treat this training like basic survival. If he wants to dismantle the Golden Circle, he needs to become stronger than any opponent he's faced. Do-cheol watches in silence, completely dumbfounded that the kid is still standing after 2 hours of torture. Seeing his potential is off the charts, the coach decides it's time to introduce a truly lethal training method. Even though his own career ended in disgrace, he wants his disciple to shine without resorting to cheating. He promises to mold Hanul into a monster with an unparalleled ability that will surpass everyone in the game. A week of brutal conditioning passes, and Hanul finds himself back in class as the rain starts falling. Suddenly, a shadow looms over his desk, proving the school's trash-tier bullies aren't done with him yet. A student approaches Hanul during the rain, claiming the way everyone is treating him is completely unfair and unjust. This newcomer is Kim Siwoo, a freshman who seems to have some sort of deep history with our boy. Hanul just stares him down, his face still battered from the hellish training he recently endured with the coach. Siwoo admits he was hesitant to approach because Hanul seems different now, but he hates the ongoing isolation. When he suggests they hang out as friends, Hanul is genuinely confused about what isolation he is talking about. Siwoo is dumbfounded that Hanul didn't realize the entire class has been intentionally keeping their distance for a reason. Our boy demands the truth, so Siwoo explains that Park Jinwoo has been busy making life a living hell. Apparently, Jinwoo threatened to kill anyone who even thought about getting close to the school's new social pariah. Hanul bluntly asks why he is here then, causing Siwoo to slam the desk in a fit of frustration. Siwoo reminds him they have been bonded since elementary school, swearing he won't stand by while his friend suffers. Hanul suddenly remembers that in his past life, Siwoo was the only one who actually stood up for him, but that kindness cost Siwoo everything, leaving him broken and forced to abandon their friendship just to survive. Even when our boy was a vegetable, Siwoo visited his bedside, drowning in guilt for failing to protect him. He wept over his own cowardice, swearing that if he had another chance, he wouldn't let Hanul suffer alone. Back in reality, Hanul cuts him off mid-sentence, his grip firm as he stares down his old friend. He coldly tells Siwoo to quit the act, refusing to let anyone else get dragged into his mess again. Hanul insists he can handle these trash-tier bullies himself and tells Siwoo to just blend in like the rest. Siwoo is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe Hanul is pushing away the only person who actually cares. As the school bell rings, Hanul ends the conversation, leaving no room for Siwoo to argue his point. But Siwoo isn't backing down, promising himself that this time, he won't let his friend face the fire alone. Hanul contemplates the brutal path ahead, knowing the Golden Circle will leave him covered in scars and pain. He realizes that involving Siwoo would only lead to the same misery his friend suffered in the past. To protect those he cares about, our boy decides he must sever every bond except for his family. As the bell rings, he focuses on finding a way to push Siwoo away for his own good. Outside, the rain pours down on the school, matching the cold isolation Hanul is forcing upon himself. Checking the clock, he wonders if Siwoo finally took the hint and gave up on their doomed friendship. Suddenly, he overhears students whispering that the powerhouse Jinwoo just dragged Siwoo off to a secluded spot. The bystanders worry if the beating will be fatal, sending a jolt of alarm through Hanul's cold exterior. With a sudden burst of speed, he bolts from the room, unable to let history repeat itself again. Meanwhile, Jinwoo corners Siwoo, reminding him that he was warned never to associate with a trash-tier pariah. Jinwoo looms over his target, asking if the kid has finally lost his mind or just his fear. Siwoo doesn't flinch, stepping forward to declare that nobody tells him who his real friends are. Fed up with the threats, he tells the powerhouse to stop barking and just bring it on. Jinwoo sneers at the audacity, thinking this trash-tier weakling has actually developed a backbone. Before the bully can even react, Siwoo connects a clean strike right across his jaw. The impact sends the freshman powerhouse reeling, his head spinning from the unexpected weight of the blow. Humiliated in front of his lackeys, Jinwoo screams for them to stop staring and do their jobs. He orders the group to swarm him, forcing Siwoo to prepare for a one-against-many brawl. One of the bullies lunges forward with a desperate punch, hoping to overwhelm the lone defender. Siwoo remains eerily calm, his focused gaze tracking every movement as he prepares to dismantle them all. Siwoo dives into the fray, determined to prove he is no longer the helpless kid from the past. One of the lackeys charges in, cursing the boy for daring to disrupt their established school order. A heavy blow connects with Siwoo's face, making him realize just how much Hanul is likely holding back. Even as he takes another hit, Siwoo knows his friend only pushed him away to keep him safe. Looking at his own blood, he decides that pretending not to see his friend's pain is simply impossible. He retaliates with a sharp kick, seeing the same stubborn spark in Hanul that existed years ago. Wiping his mouth, Siwoo resolves to stick by our boy's side regardless of how many bullies they face. Jinwoo finally loses it and delivers a brutal strike, absolutely livid that a trash-tier weakling is still standing. The impact rattles Siwoo's skull, but his focused eyes remain fixed on the monster looming over him. Jinwoo just sneers and mockingly asks if the brat thinks his pathetic martial arts can actually save him. Jinwoo lands a heavy blow, determined to break the spirit of the persistent blonde brat once and for all. He mocks Siwoo, claiming that learning a few martial arts moves doesn't actually make him a big shot. A brutal kick follows as the powerhouse warns him that he really should have acted in moderation. Another strike connects, while Jinwoo promises that the defiant weakling is completely screwed from here on out. The other trash-tier lackeys laugh while Jinwoo decides to group Siwoo with the school's other targeted outcasts. He vows to turn Siwoo's entire school life into a living nightmare for daring to resist his authority. The assault continues relentlessly as Jinwoo lists off every moment of the day he plans to hunt him. Suddenly, the door flies open, and our boy Hanul steps in, catching the entire room completely off guard. Jinwoo is absolutely livid at the interruption, demanding to know what the bruised loser thinks he is doing. Despite his own injuries, Hanul stands tall and ready to show these bullies what real tactical brutality looks like. Jinwoo stands over the beaten Siwoo while Hanul realizes he needs a solid plan to bridge the weight gap. Our boy steps into the light, casually asking if this oversized bully was the one trashing the other kids. He turns up the heat by calling Jinwoo a fate-ass who only knows how to use his massive frame. Hanul smirks and claims Jinwoo only won against Siwoo because he had his trash-tier lackeys do the work. The nearby bullies just laugh, warning Hanul that he is about to end up just as broken as Siwoo. Jinwoo snaps and tells his crew to back off because he wants to crush this brat personally. Hanul knows this temperamental bastard will charge blindly, relying entirely on his size rather than any actual skill. As the brute lunges, Hanul lands a perfectly timed strike, proving that big movements just leave big openings. He continues the mental warfare, questioning if the school powerhouse is really going down after just one hit. Predicting a desperate takedown attempt, Hanul braces himself to turn the bully's own momentum against him. Jinwoo thinks his massive frame can tank anything, but he's about to learn a painful lesson in reality. Our boy Hanul puts his hellish training with the coach to use, targeting the brute's glaring weaknesses. The freshman powerhouse gasps for air as a precise strike connects, shattering his delusions of being untouchable. Even as Jinwoo screams bloody murder, Hanul remains cold, knowing he's just one moment away from total victory. With a single, explosive blow, the hierarchy of the school begins to crumble right before everyone's eyes. The bully's head snaps back as he struggles to breathe, his momentum completely extinguished by Hanul's relentless pressure. Hanul doesn't stop there, raining down another strike to ensure this trash-tier thug stays down for good. His eyes glow with a chilling intensity, determined to engrave this fear so deep the brute never dares return. The onlookers are completely dumbfounded, watching in horror as Hanul decides that simply winning isn't enough today. As Jinwoo's bloodied hand hits the floor, the crowd realizes our boy is playing a much deadlier game. Hanul looms over the freshman, who is now desperately begging for mercy after realizing he is completely outclassed. Our boy does not care for apologies, grinding his heel down to show just how trash-tier this bully is. He hauls the brute up, mocking the very idea that this coward ever thought he could win. The surrounding students can only watch in silence, terrified that the school hierarchy is being dismantled so casually. Hanul's gaze turns icy, making it clear that anyone watching is next if they dare cross his line. Shaking like a leaf, Jinwoo starts backpedaling and claims he was just a pawn in someone else's game. He quickly sells out Shin Yongmin, hoping that snitching on a senior will save his own skin. The once arrogant powerhouse is reduced to tears, promising he will never pull this kind of stunt ever again. Hanul finally releases his grip, dismissing the pathetic thug with a final, soul-crushing warning. He makes it clear that if Siwoo is ever targeted again, the next beating will be far worse. Hanul delivers a final, bone-shattering kick to Jinwoo's face, ending the fight with absolute brutality. The trash-tier bully collapses in a heap while the other students watch, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift. Our boy makes it clear that he will hunt down his enemies to the very end of the world. Later at the school clinic, Hanul tells his friend to just act like a normal kid for once. He warns that getting involved in his mess will only lead to more pain and unnecessary trouble. Siwoo just smiles, revealing he saw Hanul coming to save him before he even lost consciousness. He grabs Hanul's hand, insisting that their bond as friends means they are cut from the same cloth. Even if the hierarchy targets them again, Siwoo refuses to let Hanul carry this heavy burden alone. Hanul asks if he really thinks the timing of the fight was just some lucky coincidence. Siwoo admits he purposely picked the fight, proving he's just as ready to get his hands dirty. Hanul tells Siwoo that everything that happened so far is just the beginning of his brutal war. He admits his only goal is to systematically tear apart every single bully, no matter the cost. Our boy snaps at him to just listen, explaining that his trauma is far deeper than simple revenge. He questions if Siwoo can even handle the heat after getting wrecked by a low tier like Jinwoo. Hanul makes it clear that the soft, friendly version of himself died a long time ago. As he walks away, he warns his friend to stay out of his path for his own safety. Siwoo sits in silence, the heavy sound of the door closing echoing his friend's cold departure. He grits his teeth in frustration, clearly not ready to let Hanul walk into the fire alone. Walking down the hall, Hanul silently thanks his friend for everything while choosing to protect him through isolation. Meanwhile, Youngmin is already dreaming about how to spend the massive payout he expects from this chaos. Youngmin is grinning like a maniac, thinking about the easy cash he'll make just for bullying some kids. As our boy walks through the halls, the other students are dumbfounded by his battered state and freshman status. Youngmin is already counting his chickens, dreaming of the billions he'll rake in by doing the bare minimum. He sees himself climbing the ranks of the Golden Circle, unaware that Hanul is closing in on him. Suddenly, the door flies open with such force that it nearly sends the trash-tier leader out of his skin. Youngmin looks up from his desk, demanding to know who has the guts to interrupt his peaceful daydreaming session. Hanul stands there with a cold gaze, confirming that he's finally found the piece of trash named Youngmin. The upperclassman snaps and stands up, unable to believe a mere freshman would dare speak to him so disrespectfully. His eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes this kid isn't just here to talk or beg. Before he can even process the situation, Hanul launches a brutal flying kick straight at his arrogant face. Youngmin barely manages to block the sudden strike, his eyes narrowing as the impact rattles his forearms. He demands to know who this crazy bastard is, clearly annoyed that his peace was just shattered. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, immediately following up with a blindingly fast strike. Hanul rains down a flurry of blows, forcing the trash-tier leader to stay on the defensive. Youngmin smirks, thinking that while the kid clearly trains, his punches lack any real weight or power. He scoffs internally, convinced that these amateur patterns are way too predictable for someone of his caliber. Suddenly, Hanul shifts his weight and connects a heavy blow to the gut, leaving Youngmin completely dumbfounded. With a cold glare, our boy reveals his identity as the target the Golden Circle is looking for. Youngmin staggers back, cursing the kid's audacity while trying to figure out why he'd walk into the lion's den. Before he can recover, Hanul hurls a chair with lethal intent, catching the upperclassman completely off guard. Youngmin loses his cool after the chair strike, while Hanul realizes his dead meat if he loses his momentum. The trash-tier leader barely dodges another desperate throw, his pride taking a bigger hit than his body. Our boy goes all in, launching a fierce strike to keep the pressure on this high-level monster. However, Youngmin easily catches the punch, proving the gap in their raw physical stats is still massive. With a sadistic grin, the upperclassman prepares to show Hanul exactly why he rules the school hierarchy. Hanul braces himself as the front-facing assault begins, knowing he can't afford to blink for even a second. Youngmin mocks our boy's predictable feints before burying a heavy, bone-shattering fist into his ribs. Despite the agony, Hanul reminds himself that this is nothing compared to the hellish training with Jung Duchul. Another brutal strike connects, rattling Hanul's brain as he struggles to stay conscious under the relentless pressure. He admits his outclassed for now, but this fight is purely about proving his own unbreakable resolve. Hanul accepts the damage, knowing he never intended to leave this scrap without a few permanent scars. Backed into a corner, our boy's eyes flare with a cold light as he finds his final opening. Instead of retreating, he lunges forward to close the distance and lock onto the trash-tier leader. Youngmin's smug expression vanishes instantly, replaced by pure shock as he realizes Hanul isn't playing by the rules. With a roar of pure grit, Hanul tackles the upperclassman and drives him straight toward the window. The glass shatters into a million pieces as they both plummet from the building in a suicide dive. Falling through the air, Youngmin can only curse his luck as the hard ground rushes up to meet them. After the brutal impact, Hanul pins him down, making the terrified leader wonder what this lunatic actually wants. Looking like a total demon, our boy declares that he's ready to go all the way, regardless of who dies. The surrounding lackeys are completely dumbfounded, screaming for someone to pull this crazy freshman off their boss. Hanul struggles against the lackeys, screaming for them to get their hands off him before things get even uglier. He glares at the trash tier leader, swearing that this war won't end until the bastard finally kicks the bucket. Shin Youngmin stands there dumbfounded, unable to believe a freshman actually has the guts to threaten his life. Our boy promises to hunt him down and smash a chair over his head every single chance he gets. Even as the group drags him away, Hanul continues to shout that he'll beat some sense into that skull. The classroom falls into a heavy silence, as the remaining students realize the school's power dynamic just completely shattered. One of the lackeys tentatively asks if the boss is alright after taking such a brutal suicide dive. Shin Youngmin snaps back that he's fine, but the subordinate looks horrified while staring at the leader's back. Turns out, his back is a shredded mess of glass shards, proving Hanul's crazy stunt left some permanent scars. Half an hour later, the school intercom crackles to life, summoning the main players to the principal's office. Kim Yong-chul leads Hanul inside, already exhausted by the constant trail of violence our boy leaves behind. Staring at the blood-slicked floor, the teacher desperately tries to figure out how to keep the witnesses quiet. He fears the principal's dream of a prestigious school will be ruined by this latest display of carnage. To his absolute shock, the principal suggests they simply ignore the incident and move on like nothing happened. Oh Daehan calmly sips his tea, ordering the stunned teacher to bury the matter without asking any questions. The reason is simple. The wealthy Go Changbyum has officially become the school's most powerful financial sponsor. With massive donations on the line, the principal is more than willing to trade his integrity for cold cash. He explains that such high-level support always comes with strings attached that they are forced to pull. It turns out the corporate heir isn't looking for a better reputation or a clean public image. The favor is clear. The school must grant Hanul total immunity, no matter how much chaos he creates. Oh Daehan suggests they simply pretend the recent bloodbath never happened to keep the school's image clean. He makes it clear that he isn't asking for this massive favor without offering something sweet in return. Kim Yong-chul is absolutely dumbfounded as he hears about the performance pay and elite privileges he's about to receive. The principal reveals that their new sponsor has even reserved luxury apartment slots just for the school's inner circle. He mentions the skyrocketing real estate market, knowing the teacher's wife would kill for a piece of that pie. Seeing the greed take hold, Daehan tells him to just keep acting like a normal, oblivious educator. The only catch is that they must treat Hanul like royalty and shield him from any trouble. Yong-chul gives a trash-tier smirk, fully realizing that his silence has bought him a ticket to the top. He slams the table in a fit of excitement, promising to handle every dirty detail with absolute perfection. Daehan just chuckles at his enthusiasm, suggesting they drop the professional act and become brothers in greed. Yong-chul pledges his absolute loyalty, promising to serve the principal like a true brother in their corrupt scheme. Daehan accepts the gesture, reminding him that their primary mission is keeping Hanul safe and satisfied from now on. If their golden goose graduates without a hitch, the school will be set for life, thanks to Myungjin construction. Suddenly, a frantic teacher bursts into the office, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of their secret meeting. The news that Hanul has been involved in a fight sends both men into a state of pure panic. Daehan snaps, demanding to know which trash-tier student had the audacity to lay a finger on their VIP. Meanwhile, the culprit sits nearby, breathing heavily as he tries to process the sudden shift in the school's power. Youngmin rants about how unfair it is, claiming Hanul was the one who hunted him down and started swinging. The principal isn't buying it, noting that a senior MMA fighter getting beaten by a junior sounds like a joke. Yong-chul joins in, calling out the bully's history of violence and making sure he knows his reign is over. Daehan tries playing the good cop, telling his colleague to speak gently while they settle this messy situation. Youngmin loses it, screaming about how unfair this is since he was the one who almost died today. Yong-chul leans in close, reminding the punk that, while every case has witnesses, trust is a luxury he lacks. He asks the bully who the world would believe, a model student or a trash-tier thug like him. The weight of the situation crushes Youngmin, leaving him screaming in a fit of pure, helpless frustration. Yong-chul finally snaps, grabbing the senior by his collar and demanding to know who he thinks he is. He threatens to tack on extra crimes if the brat doesn't stop lying and starts admitting his faults. Youngmin sits there dumbfounded, feeling a chilling sense of familiarity from the cold-blooded adults standing before him. He realizes these teachers are cut from the same cloth as the bullies they are currently dismantling. Yong-chul smirks, knowing that messing with their golden goose is a mistake the kid will never survive. Youngmin hangs his head, finally admitting that he completely underestimated the monster our boy has become. His regret turns to rage as he curses the trash-tier teacher for siding with a mere student. Walking through the empty halls, he realizes he can't let this scandal ruin his chances of graduating. Desperate to flip the script, he pulls out his phone to call in a favor from the outside. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a luxury car finds the sudden shift in school power quite interesting. The man reviews the file, wondering how a nobody managed to get a giant like Myungjin involved. He notes that every bully has been purged, leaving Hanul with the full support of the faculty. As a broker for the Golden Circle, he knows that any failure by his subordinates reflects on him. Gang Taegu decides it's time to step in personally to clean up the mess his nephew created. He arrives at the principal's office, introducing himself as Youngmin's uncle to reclaim control of the school. Taegu starts digging into the rumors about his nephew's unfair treatment, pressuring the principal for some real answers. Daehan looks like he's about to sweat through his shirt, knowing exactly how this coward operates under pressure. The broker brings up the recent brawl, where 4 students ended up in the ambulance and got expelled. He finds it suspicious that Hanul walked away with a slap on the wrist while others lost everything. If the school is playing favorites, Taegu warns that he isn't the type to just let things slide. Suddenly, Daehan just laughs it off, claiming that this city has its own set of rules and power dynamics. He casually explains that the police investigation was buried, essentially telling the broker to do his worst. Taegu's face darkens, as he reminds the principal that he's a man who always keeps his word. Despite the intimidation, Daehan just smirks, fully aware that he has much bigger players backing him up now. He makes it clear that trash-tier threats don't hold any weight in a place governed by Daeson's hidden laws. The broker tries to pressure the authorities, but the law in this town is already bought and paid for. The officer clicks his pen, casually labeling the brutal beatdown as a simple case of self-defense. He acts like a saint, claiming the police shouldn't be in the business of ruining a student's life. Taegu's blood boils as he points out that the real criminal, Youngmin, is the one who belongs jailed. He slams the desk in a fit of rage, calling out the department's blatant corruption and incompetence. If they don't cooperate, he threatens to let the internet's terrifying court of public opinion handle them. The officer just smirks, reminding the outsider that they are currently standing on Daeson's sovereign soil. He explains that Seoul's rules mean nothing here, and publicizing the scandal won't change a thing. To these corrupt officials, a viral scandal is just a few days of paid vacation before things reset. Taegu is left sweating and dumbfounded, realizing this town is a lawless pit he can't easily control. In a town this small, the police chief and the principal are basically cut from the same cloth. Taegu finally understands that this cozy relationship is the source of the principal's untouchable, trash-tier confidence. Even with the shadow of a massive finance center looming, local politics are a different beast entirely. The principal never feared the law because he knew the local cartel would always protect their own. Navigating this web of corruption is proving to be a much more complicated game than Taegu expected. He watches the 2 old men play, realizing the law and the school are on the same team. If this were a simple matter of business interests, our boy might have found a way to intervene. Taegu tries to play their game, offering a bribe to see if he can buy some much-needed influence. However, local sentiment and territorial pride are far more powerful than the gold he's desperately trying to flash. They dismiss him with a cold slap, reminding the outsider that he has no say in their town. Taegu sits alone, fuming over how these local trash-tier officials are so blatantly taking sides against him. As he lights up, the weight of a potential failure starts to make him break out in a sweat. He slams the table in a rage, swearing that hell never let this commission slip through his fingers. The Golden Circle's reputation is built on a perfect record, and that legacy is exactly what keeps them powerful. Even if he botches this, the organization will just send another broker to finish the job without him. He realizes that if he fails, his entire life will crumble because his bosses don't tolerate loose ends. Clutching his head, he tries to force himself to stay calm and find a way out of this mess. Meanwhile, Youngmin is wandering the streets, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in his uncle's tone. Taegu snaps at him over the phone, reminding the brat that the Golden Circle isn't some playground joke. The terrified boy can only listen as his uncle demands results, treating him like a complete pushover. Taegu steps out of his ride, calling his nephew a complete dimwit for failing to handle a simple task. He barks into the phone, ordering Youngmin to pivot and focus on tanking the target's grades instead. The broker walks away, confident that even with faculty support, a total academic collapse can't be covered up. Youngmin is left fuming, realizing his supposed backup is dipping out and leaving him to face the music. He knows the Golden Circle never tolerates failure, and the price for a botched job is his own life. Our boy is sweating bullets, realizing he is trapped in a nightmare with no easy way to escape. Back at school, the trash-tier gossip mill is spinning fast about how the former king got absolutely trounced. The students are dumbfounded, whispering about how the psycho freshman didn't even break a sweat during the beatdown. Youngmin is haunted by the memory of Hanul looming over him, reminding him to always watch his back. He realizes that to a monster like Hanul, his life is worth less than the commission he is chasing. Hanul clenches his fist, ready to show this trash-tier bully that his reign of terror is officially over. He reveals he knows all about the broker's failed meeting, leaving Youngmin wondering how he's always 10 steps ahead. With a cold smirk, our boy reminds him that the heir of Myungjin Construction is backing his play now. He promises that simple expulsion is too kind. Instead, He's aiming for a lengthy, life-ruining criminal record. Once the law is done, the corporate giants of Myeongjin will be waiting to crush whatever's left of him. Youngmin's eyes tremble as he realizes he'll be driven out of his own hometown like a stray dog. Hanul leans in close, asking if the bully really thought he'd just let him walk away after everything. Terrified, Youngmin calls him a lunatic and wonders if this is all some twisted quest for justice. Hanul just looms over the cowering leader, making it clear that his motives are far simpler and more violent. His only goal is the total annihilation of every single bastard who ever dared to cross him. Hanul grabs the bully's collar, offering a grim choice for anyone hoping to stay in this school. If he wants to be treated like a human in this city, he needs to learn his place. Our boy demands he endure the same agony he forced upon every student he ever broke. A sickening thud echoes as Hanul delivers a brutal headbutt, starting the final phase of the beatdown. He continues the assault in the shadows, ensuring the trash tier leader feels every ounce of his regression-fueled rage. One last heavy strike lands, officially crushing the hierarchy that once ruled these halls with an iron fist. Later, a heavily bandaged Youngmin tries to salvage his ego, lying to himself about his own strength, but the shadow of the golden circle looms large, a reminder that failure is never tolerated. He realizes that letting this situation slide will only invite the wrath of the monsters above him. Terrified, he knows the organization will hunt him down if he doesn't find a way to fix this. Youngmin realizes the golden circle will destroy him regardless, leaving him utterly dumbfounded by his own hopeless situation. He slams his head against the desk, cursing the day he ever took their trash tier blood money. Desperation takes over as he realizes he's backed into a corner with no easy way out. He pathetically prays that Hanul fails his exams, hoping a dip in grades might buy him some time. Our boy Hanul knows the current peace is just a temporary mask before the midterm storm hits. While Youngmin clings to survival, the weight of his failures begins to fracture his already broken mind. Meanwhile, Gang Taegu moves in the shadows, focused only on completing the Golden Circle's dark commissions. The pressure mounts as a desperate contractor prepares to use any means necessary to drag Hanul down. Hanul just smirks, ready for the moment all these tangled emotions finally explode into total chaos. He doesn't care if his methods are heinous, as long as he crushes the hierarchy for good. Hanul sits in class, satisfied that his plan is moving perfectly and nobody dares to challenge him anymore. He reflects on the fortified wall of malice he built, which finally provides him a true sense of security. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy impacts rings out from the gym where the real transformation is taking place. Jung Duchil pushes our boy to his breaking point, barking at him to keep those punches coming without pause. The veteran explains that unbreakable will is the only thing that matters when a fighter is pushed beyond limits. Even as sweat pours down his face, Hanul remains locked in, proving his mind is as sharp as ever. Duchil tests him further, throwing a strike to see if Hanul can still react under such extreme physical duress. The training turns into a blur of motion as Hanul tries to navigate the former champion's overwhelming pressure. In a split second, the atmosphere shifts as Hanul finds the perfect opening to launch a counterattack. He manages to land a solid hit, shocking the pro and proving he can think even in dire situations. Duchial wraps up the session, clearly impressed by the raw talent our boy is putting on display. He notes those sharp attacks are practically innate, advising Hanul that recovery is just as crucial as the grind. While Hanul recovers, the pro thinks that if this weren't just business, he'd push him toward a pro career. Recalling how he was chewed out for overtraining before, Hanul realizes that even a monster needs time to heal. He prepares to head home, but a sudden arrival at the gym door completely shifts the mood. A visitor shows up for a consultation, and Hanul is stunned to see a familiar face from his past. It is Kim Siwoo, grinning despite the bandages and looking like he finally found what he was searching for. Back in the hospital, Siwoo had been losing his mind, trying to figure out what changed his friend so much. He remembers when Hanul's only goal was his grandma's health, a far cry from the lethal warrior he is now. Overwhelmed with emotion, Siwoo wonders exactly what kind of nightmare forced Hanul to go to such desperate lengths. Hanul makes it clear that he'll spend his entire life tearing apart every single trash-tier bully in existence. Siwoo is left completely dumbfounded, unable to reconcile this cold warrior with the friend he used to know. The heavy silence is broken when the door flies open and a messenger calls out for Siwoo. A panicked student rushes in with news that Hanul is currently having a violent showdown with the leader. It all feels surreal to Siwoo, as he realizes Hanul is actually hunting down the school's biggest threats. He hears the terrifying details of how Hanul cornered the top dog and nearly ended it all right then. Our boy didn't hold back, pinning the bully against the window and demanding to know his next move. Siwoo understands now that anyone who messes with Hanul's people is stepping into a literal death trap. He decides to leave the hospital, his expression dark as he processes the sheer brutality of the situation. With his hand trembling, Siwoo realizes his old friend has become a truly dangerous man to cross. Siwoo stares into the distance, resolving that he simply cannot turn his back on his friend after everything they've faced. Hanul is completely dumbfounded when he realizes the gym's newest recruit is actually his battered childhood friend, Siwoo. Our boy immediately tries to block the enrollment, even offering to pay any fee just to keep Siwoo away. Duchiol just smirks, thinking that having a loyal friend around might actually keep Hanul's violent impulses in check. The former champion firmly asserts his authority, reminding them that he alone decides who is worthy of his training. Duchiol dismisses Hanul's concerns and leads the new recruit away, telling the young monster to mind his own business. During the consultation, Siwoo admits he knows about Hanul's war on bullies and wants to help finish the job. The coach feels a massive headache coming on, realizing he has accidentally turned his gym into a trauma center. He grumbles about his gym being a place for warriors, not a daycare for kids caught in school-wide drama. Siwoo reveals his brutal facial wounds, claiming they were earned while standing his ground against the school's trash-tier bullies. Siwoo explains that the hellish reality of school violence is far darker than any adult could ever imagine. He recalls how he would have been a total cripple if Hanul hadn't stepped in to save him. The kid begs the coach not to cast him aside, believing Hanul came here for a specific reason. Duchiol feels like he's digging his own grave, realizing he's getting sucked into a massive, violent mess. Siwoo slams down his meager life savings, promising to work part-time if it isn't enough to cover training. The former champ is stunned, wondering what could possibly make a high schooler this desperate for power. Even if Hez rejected, Siwoo declares he'll still stand by Hanul's side until the very end. The weight of his resolve is visible in his eyes, showing a kid who has already seen hell. Duchiol realizes it's wrong to tell kids living in a nightmare not to fight back against their tormentors. With a heavy sigh, the coach finally caves, unable to turn away from such raw, trash-tier desperation. Siwoo is over the moon after the coach finally agrees to train him, despite the brutal conditions. He steps into the gym with a heavy heart, knowing his life is about to change forever. As he prepares his gear, the reality of the violent path ahead starts to sink in. Suddenly, Hanul appears and makes it clear that he never actually gave his blessing for this. Our boy demands that Siwoo prove he has the raw tenacity to climb out of this living hell. Hanul questions if a petty friendship is really worth diving into the absolute filth of their world. He warns his friend that this path offers no future, only a one-way ticket to the bottom. If Siwoo bets his life on this, he might end up dead or rotting in a prison cell. Despite the grim warning, they clash fists, deciding that two fighters are better than one in this mess. Siwoo just smiles like a madman, ready to trade a normal friendship for a life-and-death partnership. Hanul resolves to crush Siwoo overwhelmingly, hoping a brutal defeat will finally sever their dangerous ties for good. He weaves through the air as a strike narrowly misses, realizing his friend isn't just playing around anymore. Siwoo counters with surprising speed, reminding our boy that he was once a high-level competitive athlete himself. Accepting the challenge, Hanul adjusts his gloves and prepares to show him the true meaning of tactical brutality. A sharp whistle cuts through the gym as Siwoo launches a kick aimed straight for the head. Hanul acknowledges that Siwoo wouldn't step into the cage if he didn't have the skills to back it. He recalls how Siwoo previously dismantled a powerhouse like Park Jinwoo using nothing but raw, athletic instinct. The impact thuds against his guard as Siwoo fights like he is trying to shatter his own limits. Hanul's eyes glow with a cold intensity, questioning if that old, famous talent is still buried deep inside. Turns out Siwoo was a legendary taekwondo specialist who dominated the scene before his life fell apart. Siwoo's past was robbed by a rigged match against the son of a powerful association president. Disillusioned by the corruption, he walked away from the sport he loved while Hanul watched in the rain. Back in the cage, the weight of those memories hit Siwoo as hard as Hanul's relentless pressure. Our boy reminds him that MMA isn't a game, explaining how to catch kicks and punish fallen foes. A heavy blow connects, forcing Siwoo to face the brutal reality of the world Hanul now inhabits. Hanul pins him down, demanding he admit defeat and realize he isn't built for this level of violence. He remembers when they were kids, and he was the one always needing Hanul to step in. The strikes keep coming as Hanul tries to break his spirit, urging him to just quit and stay safe. Siwoo recalls Hanul's bloody smile from their childhood, a reminder of the protection he always relied on. Fueled by pure resolve, Siwoo roars that he can never give up on the friend who never left him. Hanul's eyes glow with cold intensity as he prepares to end this brutal lesson once and for all. He rains down another blow, ordering Siwoo to just hurry up and beg for mercy already. Every strike is a test of resolve, with Hanul demanding his friend finally give in and plead. He shouts for Siwoo to beg him to stop, hoping the pain will finally break his stubborn spirit. Instead of sobbing, Siwoo just lies there in the dirt, letting out a chilling, blood-soaked chuckle. The laughter only grows louder, revealing a level of grit that catches even our boy off guard. Hanul stares down, completely dumbfounded by the sheer madness and unyielding resolve reflecting in his friend's eyes. He finally relents and slumps against the cage, calling Siwoo a total psycho for refusing to quit. Hanul asks why he's pushing himself so hard when his loyalty as a friend is already beyond doubt. Turns out, Siwoo's childhood was a hell of daily bullying he kept hidden from his loving grandparents. Siwoo recalls the exact moment our boy stepped in, a memory burned into his mind forever. Even while coughing up blood, he refuses to abandon the friend who once saved him from despair. Has decided that his life and his loyalty are his own choices, regardless of the cost. Hanul can't wrap his head around such suicidal stubbornness, wondering why the guy won't just quit. Suddenly, the heavy gym door swings open, cutting through the heavy tension of their brutal sparring session. Duchiol walks in, offering to bet his life on turning both of these monsters into UFL legends. The coach is genuinely baffled that kids with this much raw talent were ever targets for trash-tier bullies. He recognizes Siwoo as a natural-born striker, possessing a sense of distance that most pros would kill for. Meanwhile, he sees Hanul as a tactical genius, a fighter with the mental talent to reach the absolute top. Our boy stands there with his muscles twitching, finally realizing the true weight of his own untapped potential. Duchiol looks at the boys and offers a life-changing deal because their talent is just too good to waste. He tells Hanul that school is just a chain holding him back, and he should drop out for sports. The coach insists he still has the connections to drag our boy all the way to the absolute top. Hanul asks why he even started MMA, before coldly stating that he simply can't accept the offer. He admits he has zero interest in fighting for sport because the constant pain makes him want to quit. With a chilling gaze, he explains that his only motivation is a purpose, so heavy he might actually die. Hanul walks past the coach, telling Siwoo that this choice belongs to him alone, not anyone else. He grips his bag tightly, ready to walk away from everything if their goals don't perfectly align. Our boy warns them to call off the deal and stay out of his way if they think differently. When Siwoo catches up, Hanul tells him to think long and hard before making a final choice. Hanul asks if Siwoo is truly ready for the hellish path ahead, and the boy doesn't hesitate. Our boy lays down the first law, demanding daily training while threatening to ditch him if he lags. The second rule is simple. Siwoo must bail the moment things get too dangerous or legally messy. Siwoo finds the terms weirdly vague, but realizes he has no choice but to nod along. Just as they keep walking, Hanul reveals there is one final catch to their little arrangement. He forces a monthly allowance on Siwoo, making it clear that refusing the cash means the deal is dead. Hanul wants his friend to study and escape this trash-tier reality for a life better than his own. Using his regression knowledge, our boy plans to rewrite Siwoo's tragic future, while keeping his hands clean. Returning home, Hanul finds Hyunjin glued to the screen, finally back in his safe haven. While Hyunjin stresses over a gaming tournament, Hanul heads to the kitchen to prep a real meal. Hanul remembers that in his past life, Hyunjin's favorite team actually made it to the championship finals. He recalls how his brother never asked for a computer despite his obvious love for gaming. It cuts deep knowing Hyunjin was such a sweet kid who hid his pain behind those bandages. While prepping dinner, our boy vows that his precious people won't suffer for his choices this time. Hess ready to dismantle anyone like Shin Young-min or the Golden Circle if they dare cross his path. Hanul snaps back to reality and promises to load up his brother's plate with plenty of sausages. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing on the counter, interrupting the rare moment of domestic peace. Turns out Duchiol is backing off the pro-fighter talk, finally agreeing to stick to their original revenge plan. A few weeks fly by, and the season shifts as midterms finally arrive at the high school. For the top students, this is the only way to prove their worth in this cutthroat social hierarchy. Hanul settles in as the proctor warns that anyone caught cheating is getting a big fat 0 today. Our boy knows that if he can't secure top marks, his entire master plan is dead on arrival. He could just leak evidence of the Golden Circle, but that wouldn't be enough to truly destroy them. If he just exposes them, the real power players will simply cut their losses and vanish into the shadows. To drag them out, he needs to become an immovable wall and relentlessly crush their disgusting, elitist pride. As the teacher signals the start, Hanul realizes grades are just another weapon needed to fight back against violence. He wears a cold smirk, knowing this mundane exam is actually the true opening move for his ultimate revenge. Meanwhile, the other students gossip about how unrealistic it is for a loser to suddenly become a top genius. They mock the idea of someone regressing and reaching the top of the country after just a little cramming. To these trash-tier extras, it's impossible for a dimwit to change his fate, even if he wakes from death. The narrative of our boy isn't just luck, it's forged from the tenacious efforts of his previous life. He curses under his breath as the stress of the moment starts to overflow onto his test paper. Hanul grits his teeth, frustrated that despite all his hellish preparation, the pressure is still reaching a boiling point. He remembers the endless nights spent hunched over a desk, desperately trying to claw his way out of mediocrity. Even when he was getting thrashed in the rain, he never let go of his books, fueled by spite. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as the fog clears, and he realizes he actually remembers every single correct answer. Looking around at his trash-tier classmates, he realizes his past identity was forever shackled to these miserable days. He recalls the moment his world shattered, falling through the air as his life was stolen by those cowards. Even while living as a vegetative shell, he spent a decade obsessively studying and regretting every missed opportunity. Those branding iron memories of his past life are no longer a curse, but the ultimate weapon for his revenge. Hanul vows never to forget the suffering that fueled his return to this miserable timeline. His grip tightens as he realizes his burning desire for revenge is what forged his current self. Once the exams wrap up, the trash tier students immediately start buzzing about the correct answers. Our boy just sits there quietly, already knowing he has played the academic system perfectly. Suddenly, a girl named Oh Haiji approaches him, wondering why he isn't checking his own score. Hanul stares back, vaguely recalling her name and the history they shared before his life shattered. He remembers she was the popular girl who actually confessed her feelings to him back then. Back then, he rejected her to focus on his studies, but now she insists on grading him. She is absolutely dumbfounded when she realizes our boy just pulled off a perfect score in language. Hanul realizes he can use Hiji's popularity to his advantage, while the trash tier students gawk at his history score. Hiji is completely dumbfounded as she stares at the results, unable to believe what she is seeing. She trembles while holding the paper, realizing our boy didn't just pass, he aced every single subject perfectly. By the next day, the atmosphere at school shifts as the weight of his academic dominance begins to settle. Hanul leads the disgraced Kim Young-chul to the roof, where the former teacher now acts like a loyal dog. The corrupt educator desperately offers his help with anything, hoping to stay on our boy's good side. Hanul remains cold and composed, simply addressing the man as teacher before dropping a heavy question on him. He asks if the man is familiar with the Golden Circle, the shadow organization pulling the school's strings. Young-chul immediately breaks into a cold sweat, realizing just how deep the rabbit hole goes for this student. News of an impossible academic comeback spreads through the halls, leaving the entire student body completely dumbfounded. The principal's office becomes a war zone of ringing phones, as elite parents desperately demand to know the truth. Principal Oh Daehan plays the part of the proud educator, acting like he saw this talent coming all along. He firmly denies any preferential treatment, claiming the school's prestigious reputation is far above such trash-tier corruption. When pressed about which high-end academy the boy attends, he smugly reveals the kid is just a self-taught natural. He leans back in total satisfaction, mocking the wealthy families who dump money into useless private tutoring. A fellow teacher joins the conversation, still reeling from the fact that anyone survived such a hellish exam. They dismiss the whining of the usual top-rankers who are now crying about discrimination and unfair advantages. To the principal, our boy isn't just a student anymore. He's a golden ticket to absolute administrative glory. Hez already envisioning Hanul sweeping the national exams and securing a spot at the country's most elite university. Young-chul eagerly nods along, sensing that his boss is about to drop a life-changing opportunity on him. With the school's reputation rising and corporate backing secured, the principal sees a path to total administrative dominance. Yet, he fears Hanul's reputation as a delinquent might drag their hard-earned prestige back into the gutter. He demands absolute perfection, treating our boy like a prize horse that needs to be carefully managed. The principal's smug expression says it all as he prepares to buy the teacher's total and utter loyalty. He slides over a thick envelope of cash, a trash-tier bribe to ensure Hanul stays under their thumb. He promises a long-term partnership, essentially tethering their corrupt futures to the boy's academic success. Young-chul is absolutely dumbfounded by his luck, viewing Hanul as a golden rope to pull him out of mediocrity. A door swings open as the scene shifts, signaling that the real games are about to begin. Young-chul plays the part of the doting mentor, promising to help Hanul with anything he needs. Hanul tests the waters, asking if his new pawn even knows about the shadowy Golden Circle organization. Young-chul looks completely lost, confirming our boy's suspicion that this teacher is just a small-time crook. Since they're already cut from the same cloth, Hanul decides to educate him on the school's hidden rot. The teacher nervously agrees they share a fate, wondering if he just needs to handle the local bully. Hanul just gives a chilling smirk, making it clear that his plans are far more devious than that. He reveals his true demand, telling the corrupt educator to simply stand by and do absolutely nothing. He wants the adults to maintain their usual ignorance, ensuring that whatever violence erupts technically never happened. As Hanul walks away, Young-chul finally realizes he's dealing with a monster who shouldn't be overlooked. Meanwhile, Taegu grinds his boot into Youngmin's face, delivering a final warning for his pathetic failure. If the bully fails again, he'll lose a limb, proving the Golden Circle has no room for trash-tier losers. Taegu walks away after delivering a chilling ultimatum, leaving the beaten bully to rot in his failure. Youngmin is absolutely livid, his mind consumed by a burning hatred for Hanul and the humiliation he suffered. While his lackeys suggest a simple ambush, Youngmin knows they can't afford another reckless mistake. Attacking outside school would invite Myungjin's wrath, a force even the Golden Circle can't easily ignore. He realizes their only choice is to make Hanul feel unsafe within the school's supposed sanctuary. But even that is risky, since Mincheol's entire gang got purged for trying the exact same thing. That's when Seongho, the second grade's top dog, steps up to offer a much more brutal alternative. He thinks they should stop the petty harassment, and just crush Hanul with overwhelming numbers. By using 30 students, they can exploit the principal's obsession with prestige to avoid any real punishment. Youngmin loves the idea, realizing the school's image is the perfect shield for their coordinated assault. A few days later, Hanul senses a shift in the air while navigating the increasingly tense school hallways. Suddenly, a trash-tier lackey intentionally slams into him, immediately barking out insults to bait a reaction. Our boy realizes the Golden Circle's trap is finally springing as the surrounding students start closing in. One overconfident student charges forward, shouting Hanul's name as if he actually has the upper hand. Hanul lets the strike land, thinking that letting them feel bold makes breaking them even more satisfying. The bully demands an apology for the bump, desperately trying to play the victim in this staged drama. The rest of the mob joins in, mocking his silence and growing bolder by the second. Hanul just smirks to himself, realizing this is the exact opening he needed to start the purge. Before the trash can even finish talking, Hanul buries a heavy fist right into his smug face. He immediately flows into the next target, grabbing a head to remind them who the real monster is. The trash-tier bully can barely process the impact as his vision blurs from the sheer force of the strike. Our boy turns the classroom into a total slaughterhouse, moving with a speed these mobs can't even track. One of them collapses to his knees, trembling as he realizes their stage drama has turned into a nightmare. Hanul delivers a devastating blow that sends a clear message about what happens to those who cross him. The bully is left completely broken and sobbing, his overconfidence shattered by the reality of Hanul's overwhelming power. Standing amidst the wreckage, Hanul tells them their leader needs to stop thinking with such a stupid head. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light as he dares the rest of the mob to attack simultaneously. The atmosphere shifts instantly when Bae Seongho kicks the door open, finally deciding to grace them with his presence. The gorilla realizes his plan to use first graders was a mistake, and now he has to step in personally. Hanul just sits back down and starts writing, treating the entire massacre like it was just a boring distraction. Seongho approaches our boy, warning him that a brawl in the classroom would only bring them both unwanted trouble. He smugly suggests they move their business to the recycling site where no teachers will ever bother to look. When they arrive, a whole squad of Golden Circle members is already positioned to corner the lone student. Hanul remains eerily calm, reflecting on the years he spent as a vegetable while perfecting every detail of his plan. He knows that while his mental simulations were promising, the grit of real-world combat always carries some uncertainty. Every move he makes now is a calculated step toward his ultimate goal of crushing Shin Youngmin for good. He recalls how easily his previous targets folded, begging for mercy once they realized they were utterly outclassed. If he can't even handle these trash-tier mobs, he knows he'll never be ready for the real monsters ahead. Seongho just laughs, clearly thinking our boy is a complete idiot for walking straight into such an obvious trap. The gorilla gets heated, claiming Hanul crossed a line by ignoring the school hierarchy and touching their precious leader. Hanul tells the group to cut the crap and just get to the point already. He points to the audience watching from the windows, noting how pathetic they'll look jumping one guy. Our boy challenges the whole squad to step up one by one and get destroyed like idiots. He mocks their hesitation, asking if they're actually scared, while the bullies think he's lost his mind. The second-grade demon senior, Kim Chang-yoon, decides to take the bait and handle this personally. Chang-yoon charges in with a burst of speed, determined to put the arrogant freshman in his place. A heavy strike connects, and the bully is convinced there won't be a next round for Hanul. He celebrates his perfect punch until he catches a glimpse of Hanul's cold, unwavering gaze. Turns out Hanul perfectly guarded the strike, leaving the demon senior completely dumbfounded by his endurance. Desperate to regain control, the bully swings again, cursing Hanul for being so damn arrogant. Chang-yoon swings wildly, but Hanul easily reads the predictable move and prepares his own devastating counter. Our boy just smirks, knowing this trash-tier senior is way out of his league in a real fight. With a single, explosive strike, Hanul sends the demon senior's world spinning into absolute darkness. Watching from the window, Jinwoo realizes his previous defeat was no fluke. He's truly dealing with a monster. The second-grade hierarchy crumbles as their strongest fighter lies face down and utterly defeated in the dirt. Cold sweat pours down Jinwoo's face as he desperately regrets ever getting involved with this crazy dog. Suddenly, a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder, signaling that his turn for a beatdown has finally arrived. He spins around in a panic, cursing his luck as he realizes there's nowhere left to hide. Hanul's fist connects with the force of a freight train, shattering whatever pride the bully had left. The impact sends him reeling back, proving that everyone in the Golden Circle is just fodder to Hanul. Siwoo locks eyes with his tormentor, finally finding the courage to speak up for himself. He suggests they settle their long-standing beef right here, catching the bully completely off guard. This sudden backbone stems from a conversation a while ago when Hanul was preparing for war. Back then, Siwoo begged to help, sensing that our boy was planning something incredibly dangerous. Hanul tried to brush him off, insisting that taking on the Golden Circle was a solo mission. He warned Siwoo that getting involved would only give the trash-tier mobs more targets to exploit. But Siwoo wouldn't budge, knowing that true friends don't let each other walk into hell alone. Seeing his resolve, Hanul gave him a specific task to prove he wasn't just dead weight. He told Siwoo that if he really wanted to help, he needed to handle Jinwoo himself. Back in the present, a dumbfounded Jinwoo can't believe this former victim is actually challenging him. Jinwoo loses his mind and threatens to beat Siwoo half to death for even thinking he could challenge a powerhouse. Before the bully can finish his trash talk, Siwoo launches a lightning-fast kick that connects squarely with his jaw. Staggering back and coughing, Jinwoo is horrified to realize he might actually lose this fight in a single blow. The sheer embarrassment of being humbled in front of the other students makes his blood boil with pure rage. He asks if Siwoo has a death wish, but our boy just stays calm, perfectly reading every desperate movement. Jinwoo's eyes glow with a primal, trash-tier fury as he prepares to throw his entire weight into a tackle. He lunges forward like a cornered animal, convinced that his raw strength is enough to crush the former victim. Turns out, Siwoo is light years ahead, effortlessly slipping the strike and leaving the bully grasping at thin air. With a sharp pivot of his lead foot, he prepares a finishing move cut from the same cloth as champions. A final high kick snaps across Jinwoo's head, leaving the entire crowd absolutely dumbfounded by the technical perfection. The impact is bone-shattering as Hanul continues his relentless assault on the trash-tier bullies. Our boy isn't just fighting. He's systematically dismantling the school's corrupt hierarchy with every precise strike. Watching from the sidelines, Seongho realizes Hanul is a clever bastard who planned this entire chaotic encounter. Seeing his subordinates scattered like trash, Seongho regrets not using their superior numbers to crush Hanul earlier. As students watch in shock, the top dog knows his reputation is toast if he doesn't step in. Seongho finally decides to stop hiding and steps forward, demanding that the carnage end right here. Hanul tosses aside another beaten lackey, looking completely unfazed as the second-grade powerhouse challenges him. The gorilla claims he bears no grudge, but finds Hanul's attempt to take everyone alone utterly ridiculous. With a cold smirk, our boy retorts that the only thing ridiculous is their pathetic excuse for strength. Enraged, Seongho throws a heavy punch, but Hanul's reflexes are already a step ahead of the brute. Hanul effortlessly slips past the gorilla's heavy swing, making the top dog look like a complete amateur. Before Seongho can even reset, our boy counters with a lightning-fast strike that rattles the brute's skull. Seongho is absolutely dumbfounded to see Hanul laughing like a maniac while blood drips down his face. The second-grade leader panics as he realizes Hanul isn't even bothering to block his desperate, heavy-handed swings. Hanul decides to trade blow for blow, proving his iron chin is far superior to any trash-tier bullies. Seongho wonders if weight classes even exist when facing a monster who ignores the laws of physical biology. The exchange becomes a one-sided slaughter as the gorilla's vision begins to blur under the relentless pressure. Even with blood matting his hair, Hanul's focus never wavers, driving the powerhouse into a corner of pure terror. With his eyes glowing a predatory purple, our boy signals that the warm-up is finally over. Hanul delivers a final, bone-shattering hook that sends the school's top-ranked second-grade student straight to the floor. Seongho lets out a guttural scream as Hanul crushes his jaw with zero hesitation. Our boy grips the bully's hair, ensuring he has a front-row seat for the finale. Hanul winds up, his eyes cold and calculating as he prepares the finishing blow. He launches a fist packed with years of resentment and elite MMA training. The strike connects with a sickening thud, instantly turning the gorilla's lights out. Standing over the fallen king, Hanul catches his breath while the hierarchy crumbles. The remaining lackeys stand frozen in terror, unable to process their leader's total defeat. Hanul wipes his face and tells the cowards to go fetch their third-year boss. In the quiet classroom, Youngmin calls him a psycho for intentionally escalating the war. A terrified student slides the door open, witnessing the aftermath of the absolute slaughter. Youngmin listens intently as his lackey reports that their top enforcer has been completely dismantled. The lackey counts the bodies, realizing 9 of their guys were taken out by just one person. Youngmin smirks, knowing even the trash-tier faculty can't cover up a bloodbath involving 9 hospitalized students. A panicked student sprints toward the staff room, screaming that a massive fight is breaking out. The teachers are absolutely dumbfounded to hear a single first year is currently hospitalizing all the upperclassmen. One of the lackeys quickly dials the police, hoping to use the law to crush our boy. He puts on a pathetic performance, crying to the dispatchers that everyone is literally dying on the floor. Youngmin plans to coordinate their lies so Hanul can never claim he was just acting in self-defense. Suddenly, a phone begins to buzz on a desk with an urgent call that shifts the mood. The principal answers with a trembling hand as the superintendent demands an immediate explanation for the school's chaos. Flashback to a secret meeting where Kim Young-chul reveals the truth about a predatory organization called the Golden Circle. He explains that these guys treat school violence like a business, using bullies to extort money from targets. The trash-tier faculty members are completely dumbfounded, wondering if the recent gang fights are actually linked to them. Panic starts to set in as the teachers realize they have been letting a criminal syndicate run their hallways. Kim Young-chul warns them that if this goes public, their comfortable careers will vanish in an instant. He makes it clear they are all cut from the same cloth and must sink or swim together. From Park Min-cheol to Shin Young-min, dozens of students are already deep in the Golden Circle's pockets. He slams the table to snap them out of their daze, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. If the truth leaks, it won't just be a few bad apples. The entire school will be burned down. Lee Min-young swallows hard, realizing the meeting was organized to force them into a desperate cover-up. Kim Young-chul orders the trash tier staff to stay on the sidelines and ignore the unfolding chaos. He warns them not to play hero or intervene in the Golden Circle's business for any reason. When another teacher tries to object to the violence, he is immediately silenced by the cold reality. They are told that being targeted by the syndicate means taking full responsibility for the entire fallout. The corrupt staff even pushes away students, desperately claiming that absolutely nothing is happening in the school. Even the police dismiss the students' desperate pleas for help as nothing more than a simple prank. Shin Young-min realizes these cowards are acting stupid just to avoid getting swept into the bloody mess. He is absolutely disgusted by how irresponsible these grown-ups can be when lives are on the line. Deciding he is done playing by their rules, Shin Young-min prepares to handle the situation his own way. With pure rage in his eyes, he vows to personally tear his enemy limb from limb. Suddenly, a phone begins to vibrate, cutting through the heavy silence of the school hallway. Shin Young-min checks the screen, his expression souring as he realizes he cannot ignore this specific call. The scene shifts to a local loan shark office, where the air is thick with greed and smoke. Go Changbyum smirks while lighting a cigarette, wondering if this bottom feeder even recognizes his elite status. The office owner, Jo Youngmin, begins to panic once he realizes a heavy hitter from Youngjin is visiting. Changbyum casually offers to involve them in some minor construction projects, knowing exactly how to bait the hook. Jo Youngman is nearly dumbfounded, realizing that partnering with such a giant could change his life forever. With the trap set, Changbyum makes himself comfortable, showing he is the one pulling all the strings. He insists on a contract under a specific name, ensuring this shady deal stays off the official books. Meanwhile, Young-min is forced to listen to a furious elder screaming through the phone about his recent failures. The mysterious voice warns Young-min that touching even a thread of our boy's shirt means his life is over. Young-min freezes as he hears that loan sharks have already stormed his house, putting his father's life in danger. He clutches his head in pure agony, realizing he has been completely outplayed by a total sly fox. On the other end of the line, Changbyum clears his throat with a smirk that spells certain doom. Young-min is utterly dumbfounded the moment he realizes a heavy hitter like Changbyum is the one calling him. He begins to sweat as he hears that his family's home is about to be slapped with seizure labels. Changbyum mocks him, explaining that the crushing debt will follow him forever, regardless of any legal inheritance loopholes. The only way out of this trash tier situation is for Young-min to let our boy beat him like a dog. Young-min tries to call the move cowardly, but Changbyum reminds him that in their world, winning is everything. With eyes glowing with malice, Changbyum makes it clear that he never makes promises he doesn't intend to keep. Hanul stands tall over the trash he just cleared, waiting for the real boss to finally show up. Our boy flashes a sharp grin, knowing exactly which high-tier player just stepped into the arena. Young-min arrives looking like a total powerhouse, but the crowd has no idea he is already compromised. Hanul's eyes glow with a cold blue light as he dares the third-year leader to bring it on. Young-min is absolutely seething, remembering the terrifying warning about what happens if he messes up this scripted beatdown. Driven by pure desperation, the bully lunges forward with a scream, hoping to end this nightmare quickly. He throws a professional-grade punch straight at Hanul's face, putting every ounce of his frustration into the strike. Young-min's heart sinks when he realizes Hanul isn't even flinching, staring him down with terrifyingly calm eyes. With a subtle pivot of his foot, our boy prepares to dismantle the school hierarchy once and for all. Hanul effortlessly slips the blow and mocks him. Realizing the desperate dog finally received the life-altering phone call, Hanul grabs the bully by the hair, mocking the fact that he was told to lose on purpose. Young-min can only groan in pain as our boy asks if the boss really wants him to throw the fight. Hanul starts delivering a series of humiliating slaps, questioning why the big shot ran away like a coward earlier. He gives the trash-tier senior a simple choice to either kneel like an idiot or die for his pride. Without waiting for an answer, Hanul lands another heavy blow that sends the third-year leader reeling back. Young-min completely loses his cool, his face turning a shade of purple as he screams out every insult imaginable. The bully explodes in a fit of rage, but Hanul expected this desperate outburst and keeps his guard tight. Even with the crowd watching, Young-min can't maintain his composure and starts swinging like a hot-blooded amateur. He decides to go all in on a suicide mission, hoping to take Hanul down even if it ruins him. Little does he know, Hanul and Duchil already dissected his fighting style by watching his old competition clips. Hanul's eyes glow with a cold light as he spots the first flaw in the senior's rage-filled movements. Our boy realizes that whenever this trash-tier bully gets riled up, he leaves his face completely exposed. Even as the senior tries to overwhelm him, Hanul's future insight makes every desperate swing look slow. He easily predicts the incoming left punch, treating the third-year leader like a total amateur in the ring. Hanul punishes the mistake instantly, knowing exactly when the bully has a habit of dropping his guard. When the senior takes a massive stride to end things, Hanul identifies it as his second fatal peculiarity. The bully pours every ounce of his pathetic pride into one final strike, screaming like a madman. Hanul remains cold as ice, waiting for the perfect millisecond to deliver a soul-crushing counterattack. With a single, explosive blow, Hanul shatters the senior's dominance right in front of the entire school. Youngmin hits the pavement hard, leaving the watching students completely dumbfounded by the total collapse of power. Youngmin gasps for air, his body broken and his status as the school's top dog completely shattered. Our boy stands over the trash-tier senior, relishing the moment he finally put the bully in his place. As the once feared leader begs for mercy, Hanul just smirks, knowing the era of the Golden Circle is ending. The surrounding students stand frozen in total disbelief, witnessing a victory so perfect it defies everything they knew. Hanul tells the crowd to step aside, his walk alone proving he's the new apex predator on campus. Meanwhile, the corrupt principal is already on the phone, laughing as he calculates how to profit from this chaos. He tells the superintendent to look forward to the results, clearly seeing Hanul as a high-value commodity to exploit. With the heavy lifting done, Hanul heads toward the infirmary, his steady footsteps echoing through the silent hallway. He kicks the door open to find Siwoo waiting, who immediately asks if his friend survived the brutal encounter. Hanul casually confirms his victory, leaving Siwoo impressed by how easily he handled such a high-level threat. Hanul just smirks when reminded that breaking the leader's arms in front of everyone might cause some serious trouble. Siwoo looks completely lost as our boy explains that being a problem is only an issue if you're weak. His eyes turn cold, recalling how trash-tier thugs like Mincheol's gang never deserved a shred of mercy anyway. Sensing the shift in power, the corrupt teacher Youngchul scurries away, feeling the weight of Hanul's terrifying influence. He realizes the world never sides with the weak, and he's definitely not looking to be on the losing team. Grabbing his head in a panic, he curses Hanul for being a total psycho who doesn't know when to stop. When the broken Youngmin begs for a hospital trip, Youngchul realizes he can no longer just stand by and watch. Instead of helping, he coldly orders the fallen leader to claim he just fell down some stairs like a loser. He even threatens the other trash-tier lackeys, promising to expose their crimes if they dare mention Hanul's name. Youngmin is left dumbfounded, realizing his own teacher is choosing survival over protecting his broken students. Youngchul snarls at the broken leader, reminding him how many of his dirty secrets he's personally buried. He grips the boy's collar, warning him that his authority as a teacher isn't something to be tested. Standing tall, Youngchul makes it clear that he always gets exactly what he wants, no matter the cost. Youngmin's mind flashes back to the day his world truly began to spiral into this violent madness. He remembers being pinned down by thugs, forced to face the consequences of his own pathetic failure. Desperate for a second chance, he promised to do anything, even if it meant gutting his enemies. But the Golden Circle founder just looks down with pure contempt at such a trash-tier display of desperation. He explains that their business thrives on making school violence look like a natural part of the hierarchy. Discretion is the only rule that matters when the organization is busy keeping their high-paying clients satisfied. Realizing the boy is just talk, the founder delivers a brutal kick to silence his useless begging for good. Hyunsung gasps for air with a painful cue, his body broken after a brutal beatdown. The onlookers realize he isn't ordinary, noting his desperate struggle to survive against all odds. Jung Chansu just smirks, dismissing the fallen fighter as nothing more than a big fish in a small pond. A week passes, and a mysterious text arrives demanding the truth about a client before cutting ties. Youngmin stares at his phone, dumbfounded that someone tracked his hospital discharge down to the exact minute. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that being told it's over usually means something far worse is coming. Exhausted and broken, he boards a bus, hoping to leave this trash-tier nightmare behind for just one night. He curses the names of those pulling his strings, wondering why they won't just punish him already. Slumping through the dark alleys, he decides to sleep off the stress and deal with the fallout tomorrow. Reaching for the handle, he prays his old man isn't home to witness his pathetic, battered state. Youngmin steps inside only to find his home looking like a trash-tier disaster zone with everything smashed to pieces. He barely has time to process the mess before a heavy footstep echoes through the trashed living room. Suddenly, his own father lunges at him, throwing a desperate punch at his already broken and bandaged son. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering why his old man is acting like a cornered animal in this wreckage. The man breaks down in tears, lamenting that he warned him never to touch a monster like Kim Hyunsung. He screams that there is a line even for thugs, and Youngmin just crossed it and ruined their lives. While the kitchen sits in filth, the father wails about how hard he struggled despite being a failure. He looks his son in the eye and declares that they are officially finished because of his reckless choices. Youngmin starts backing away in a cold sweat, realizing the consequences of his failure are finally hitting home. His luck runs out as his foot slips on a stray bottle, leaving him defenseless in his own house. Youngmin collapses in a heap, his broken body finally giving out as reality sets in. Just then, his phone begins to vibrate against the concrete, sounding like a death knell in the silence. An unknown number flashes on the screen, likely the very people who are about to discard him. Hanul looms over him like an absolute predator, while the former big shot trembles and admits his massive mistakes. He starts weeping, swearing he was just a pawn and truly doesn't know who hired the hit. The pathetic bully drops to his knees, begging to become Hanul's errand boy just to escape the consequences. Hanul isn't buying the act, and coldly asks why he should even consider showing a shred of mercy. Looking down with pure contempt, our boy questions why a trash-tier thug like him deserves a second chance. He points out that Youngmin ignored every warning and intentionally chose to target the people Hanul protects. Their shadows paint a grim picture, as Hanul decides that Youngmin was simply too foolish to stay away. Hanul admits he believes the thug doesn't know the client, since mercenaries are usually kept in the dark. Seeing the desperation, our boy decides to offer a final chance to reward the effort he put in. He tells the fallen leader to endure for 1 month to prove he is actually sincere about changing. When the trash-tier thug asks what he needs to endure, Hanul just tells him to experience it personally. With a chilling smile, Hanul promises that the answer will reveal itself to him in no time at all. The next day, the former kingpin walks through the cafeteria, while everyone whispers about his humiliating defeat. Bystanders mock him for his previous arrogance, laughing at how far the once mighty third year has actually fallen. He realizes his so-called friends are just fake snakes who turn their backs the moment power shifts. Grabbing a seat, he wonders if this crushing social isolation is the hell he was warned about. Despite the disgust he feels for his classmates, he vows to survive this month-long nightmare no matter what. Youngmin plots his comeback, thinking he just needs to survive 1 month before reclaiming his throne. He notices a former trash-tier outcast named Ma Young-hoon, staring him down and wonders if the guy is crazy. Youngmin realizes the world has truly changed if even a bottom feeder like Ma Young-hoon dares to challenge him. He tells himself to hold back and endure the next 30 days quietly to secure his future. He focuses on his meal, dreaming of getting his graduation certificate and starting a brand new life. His peace is shattered when Ma Young-hoon looms over him, and Youngmin looks up to ask what he wants. Without a word of warning, the outcast tilts a milk carton, beginning a humiliating display of dominance. The cold liquid drenches the former leader, leaving him speechless as the social hierarchy flips in an instant. Youngmin nearly snaps and curses him out, but Ma Young-hoon brings up Hyunsung to keep him in check. Meanwhile, our boy Hanul watches from the shadows, knowing exactly how this cycle of vengeance will play out. Ma Young-hoon smiles like a total maniac, asking the former king what he thinks about this sudden, humiliating reversal. We jump back a few days to see exactly how our boy Hanul set this psychological trap in motion. Standing before the class, Hanul explains how the tyrant's unnecessary malice completely destroyed his once peaceful school life. He declares his intention to punish the bully, not just for today, but for years of trash-tier behavior. Hanul gives the dumbfounded class a free pass to treat the fallen leader however they want for 1 month. With a cold, piercing gaze, he clarifies that he isn't forcing a single soul to participate in this execution. It is strictly their choice to join, but he warns that if everyone stays silent, nothing truly changes. Without their intervention, the monster gets to graduate quietly, as if his many victims never even existed. Hanul reminds the room that in this cruel world, no one is ever going to act in their stead. This hits home for Ma Young-hoon, who spent 3 hellish years being used as a punching bag by the senior. Ma Young-hoon recalls how his life became a trash-tier toy for the senior to break. Whenever he felt bored, the monster would force a smile onto his face, treating his suffering like some sick, everyday entertainment. He realized that after graduation, the bully wouldn't feel a shred of guilt or even remember his name. This crushing realization forces him to finally act, knowing his wounded heart will never heal otherwise. Standing in the cafeteria, he looks down at the fallen king, remembering the advice to take his revenge. Seeing the senior staying still, Ma Young-hoon loses it, his face twisting as he prepares to strike back. He finally lands a heavy blow, the sound of the impact echoing through the silent, dumbfounded room. A dark joy washes over him as he asks if being hit by a true outcast feels like total garbage. The surrounding students can't believe their eyes, watching the former tyrant take the hit without moving a muscle. Ma Young-hoon lets out a primal scream, finally venting years of bottled-up agony and resentment. Ma Young-hoon spits right into the fallen king's food, showing him exactly how the bottom of the barrel tastes. Youngmin stares in absolute shock as the liquid drips down his face, realizing his reign is officially dead. Leaning in close, Ma Young-hoon tells him to enjoy the meal, because this humiliation is only the beginning. The former tyrant slinks down the hallway, now just a broken shell of the monster he used to be. Even the trash-tier students start bumping into him, mocking the same arrogant attitude he once used to terrorize. He keeps walking while swallowing his pride, wondering if these cowards ever had any dignity to begin with. Suddenly, a foot reaches out and trips him, sending the once mighty fighter crashing toward the cold floor. As he hits the ground, the onlookers laugh and remind him that this was once his own special skill. A shoe flies through the air and smacks him in the head, further cementing his new status as prey. Turning around, he finds a group of students ready to give him a full dose of his own medicine. Sticky notes mock Youngmin's downfall while he sits surrounded by trash, realizing he's the school's new target. He shakes with pure rage, wondering if he should just snap and kill every single one of these cowards. Our boy watches from the shadows, his eyes glowing with a cold intensity that sees through every pathetic lie. Youngmin gasps as a sudden chill runs down his spine, feeling the heavy weight of a predator's gaze nearby. He forces himself to endure the humiliation, planning to lay low until Hanul finally decides to release him. Meanwhile, Hanul realizes that defeating the former kingpin didn't give him the answers he was actually looking for. The broker vanished after terminating the contract, leaving Hanul completely in the dark about the true mastermind's identity. He starts listing requirements, knowing the client must have top-tier grades and enough cash to hire the Golden Circle. Even after narrowing down the candidates, the face of the person who started this mess remains a total mystery. Watching the trash-tier mobs continue their cycle of violence, he decides to stay patient until the organization resurfaces. In the school courtyard, the Golden Circle members continue their brutal routine, while the teachers just stand by. The faculty members simply turn their backs, proving they are just as rotten as the trash-tier bullies themselves. Our boy watches from above, disgusted that those who ignore the violence are cut from the same cloth. As the mobs laugh and walk away, the cycle of violence seemingly continues without any fear of consequences. Youngmin collapses on the cold pavement, his body broken and his pride completely shattered after the relentless beatdown. Suddenly, a message lights up his screen, offering a mysterious proposal that could end his current nightmare. He stares at the phone, dumbfounded by the chance to finally graduate in peace if he just cooperates. Terrified and desperate, he quickly replies that he will do absolutely anything to stay in the sender's good graces. Hanul sees the reply and smirks, his plan to dismantle the hierarchy from within moving perfectly into place. He lets out a frustrated sigh while crushing a cigarette, realizing how deep the school's corruption actually goes. Youngmin hesitates outside the store, weighing the risk of a new weakness against a month of relentless suffering. He pulls up his mask, fully committing to the desperate plan he has formulated to escape his nightmare. With his hood pulled low, he realizes it is all or nothing as he prepares to cross the threshold. Inside, Minchiol looks up from his phone and offers a standard welcome to the late-night visitor. He asks what the customer needs, never expecting a direct assault while he is just trying to work. Suddenly, Youngmin lunges across the counter and seizes the clerk's head with a grip full of violent intent. He slams the blonde's face into the hard surface, the impact echoing through the quiet convenience store. Minchiol is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process that he is actually being targeted by a common robber. Youngmin does not let up, delivering a heavy strike to ensure his victim stays dazed and compliant. He hauls the former bully up by his collar, his eyes burning with the fire of a cornered animal. Youngmin stands there, his identity barely hidden behind a mask as the weight of his actions finally settles in. Nearby, Minchiol and his trash-tier lackeys huddle together, whispering about whether that robber was actually their former leader. One of the bullies is sweating bullets, recalling how Hyunsung supposedly wrecked the guy's arms before this pathetic spiral. The group considers calling the cops, but the fear of the Golden Circle's reach keeps them paralyzed. They decide it's better to just play dumb and pray they never cross paths with that monster again. Their hearts skip a beat when a heavy footstep suddenly interrupts their desperate attempt to ignore reality. Youngmin drops the act and greets his former errand boys with a smile that screams pure malice. He knows they saw him, and mocks their pathetic attempt to hide the truth from a cornered predator. He explains that, since Hyunsung holds his leash, he's forced to drag them through a month of absolute hell. The realization hits them like a freight train, as they realize their lives are about to become a nightmare. A sudden burst of violence shatters the silence as the first blow is finally struck in the dark. Youngmin looks down at the terrified group, coldly explaining that they will be the ones going to hell today. He immediately goes on the offensive, driving a heavy fist into the gut of his first trembling victim. Our boy vents his boiling rage, blaming these trash-tier lackeys for the absolute mess his life has become. One of the bullies finally snaps and charges forward, hoping a desperate counterattack can somehow save his skin. His fist connects with a thud, but Youngmin just stands there like an immovable wall of pure spite. With a predatory glow in his eyes, Youngmin mocks the dimwit for thinking that such a pathetic strike would work. The bully stands completely dumbfounded while Youngmin asks if they even understand the gravity of their massive failure. A vicious strike sends the guy head spinning as Youngmin begins to deliver a brutal lesson in real consequences. He continues the relentless beatdown, reminding them that their own incompetence is what led them to this painful reality. Youngmin grabs the trash-tier lackey by the hair, demanding to know if he has forgotten who runs this school. He follows up with a brutal knee to the face, reminding everyone why he was once the undisputed kingpin. The bully is sent reeling as blood sprays everywhere, his pathetic attempt at a counterattack completely crushed. Standing over the broken body, Youngmin radiates pure malice, while the rest of the group trembles in fear. He screams for them all to just die, his mind finally snapping under the pressure of his ruined reputation. Suddenly, a cold blade pierces through his chest as a former victim decides to end the nightmare once and for all. Ma Young-hoon trembles with a mix of terror and rage, telling the fallen leader he should have taken it down a notch. The bloody knife clatters to the ground as the reality of the situation sinks into the silent, dark courtyard. Youngmin stumbles back in total shock, unable to believe that a bottom feeder actually had the guts to strike him. Clutching his leaking wound, he finally understands that his reign of terror has reached its absolute, bloody end. Hyunsung's plan for total co-destruction finally bears fruit as the hierarchy collapses into a bloody, pathetic mess. Youngmin wears a trash-tier grin, satisfied knowing that they are all equally screwed in this waking nightmare. By the next morning, the entire school is dumbfounded by the news that their former king was stabbed. Rumors fly through the halls as students whisper that Mincheol was the one who finally snapped and attacked. In the cafeteria, the gossip turns to whether these thugs will end up with permanent criminal records as juveniles. Nobody can wrap their heads around why the top dogs would suddenly start tearing each other apart like animals. Turns out, they were so terrified of the shadow looming over them that Juvenile Hall felt like a sanctuary. Up on the roof, our boy Hanul hears that Minho's family has completely packed up and fled the city. Even with a fresh start in a new city, Hanul knows a snake doesn't change its skin that easily. Changbium just smirks on the other end, offering to hunt the coward down if Hanul gives the word. Hanul smirks and tells his partner to let the coward run so his eventual despair tastes even sweeter. Even a hardened heir like Changbium admits that Hanul's calculated cruelty is starting to freak him out. Hanul stares into the distance, demanding the bullies be tossed into real prison the second they leave juvie. Changbium takes a long drag of his cigarette, realizing he's hitched his wagon to a total monster. He complains about playing dress-up as a laborer for a month, but Hanul knows the payoff is coming. From his rooftop perch, Hanul tells his partner to stay patient because the real game hasn't even started. Our boy reminds him of the prophecy he shared, promising that the world is about to flip. Right on cue, the news breaks about a massive real estate boom that's about to make them rich. Down at the site, the workers are sweating bullets trying to keep up with the sudden, frantic demand. The foreman loses his cool, screaming at the trash tier help to get out if they can't move faster. Mr. O takes a quick breather, completely unaware that the site's safety is being sacrificed for speed. Without warning, a rusted shackle snaps under the weight of the company's reckless greed. Massive steel beams plummet toward the ground, turning the construction site into a literal death trap. He looks up in pure terror as his coworkers desperately scream for him to get out of the way. The heavy metal rains down, leaving the poor guy with absolutely nowhere to run. He ends up pinned under the wreckage, his life hanging by a thread while the dust settles. The other workers are dumbfounded and scramble to call for an ambulance before he bleeds out. But the trash tier foreman blocks them, caring more about a PR disaster than a human life. He demands they stay quiet and calls his bosses first, proving he's cut from the same corrupt cloth. Because of his greed, the victim doesn't reach a hospital for hours, and it's only a company-affiliated one. Oh Jonghyuk rushes to the hospital only to find a cold, sterile reception waiting for him and his family. Instead of an apology, the company trash tier management hands him a document blaming his father's accident on pure negligence. While he weeps at the bedside, the news broadcasts the construction company's stocks hitting record-breaking highs for the day. The weight of this injustice settles in, turning his grief into a cold, unforgettable resentment toward the corrupt elite. Over at the site, Go Changbium is grinding through the dirt, his body aching from the unfamiliar manual labor. He misses the days of luxury and easy living, feeling completely out of place in this grimy, low-tier setting. The frustration boils over as he questions how much longer he has to endure this hellish undercover work. But he calms himself, choosing to believe in Hanul's plan because our boy never makes a move without purpose. He can already see the future where Go Changsok is the one groveling on his knees for a second chance. With a flick of his cigarette, he doubles down on his trust in the person orchestrating this entire collapse. Go Changbium is about to head back, when a thunderous roar suddenly shakes the entire construction site. He realizes with a sinking heart that the ground has actually collapsed right beneath their feet. Panic erupts as he sprints toward the disaster, leaving the other terrified workers in his dust. The scene is a total nightmare with twisted rebar and concrete burying everything in a massive casting accident. He demands to know if anyone is trapped, and the news of 6 missing men hits him hard. Instead of helping, the supervisor only cares about reporting to headquarters to bury the scandal immediately. Our boy loses it and grabs the coward, who is more worried about leaks than human lives. He is suddenly dumbfounded by Hanul's foresight and realizes how far ahead that kid was actually looking. Hanul had specifically warned him to use his status to prioritize the workers over any corporate profit. He orders a rescue team immediately, but the trash tier supervisor refuses to risk exposing their negligence. The The trash tier management actually worries about construction delays while men are still buried under the heavy concrete. Changbium shuts them down, insisting he will take full responsibility because human lives aren't just some disposable resource. He barks orders to gather every rescuer in the city, ready to shoulder the entire burden of this disaster. Everyone stays on edge, anxiously wondering when the help will finally arrive as the clock keeps ticking away. When Changzok suggests using their own tools, Changbium warns him that it is too dangerous without the experts. Our boy is right there on the front lines, telling them to hurry up before things get even worse. Suddenly, the structure groans and more debris starts raining down, making the rescue mission even more of a nightmare. Changbium is fuming and demands to know how a catastrophe of this scale could even happen on his watch. Hanul steps forward and asks if they really don't see the obvious truth behind this supposed accident. He points out the clean rebar, proving they pulled the supports before the concrete even had time to set. Hanul explains that if they just let the concrete cure, this trash tier disaster never would have happened. When Changbium stares him down, he wonders if our boy actually thinks he can handle this mess. Changzok is completely dumbfounded when Changbium claims saving lives is more important than the company's reputation. Changbium snaps at him to stop blabbering and call for emergency help instead of worrying about optics. He flashes a gritty smirk, knowing that acting like a hero works best when there's a crowd watching. Sirens wail as ambulances arrive. And luckily, most of the workers only have minor scrapes and bruises. However, Changsok warns him that the internet is already blowing up with negative articles about the collapse. Changbium realizes the damage is done, and the headquarters won't be able to bury this scandal anymore. Panicked, Changseok begs to know what their next move is before the company's stock completely tanks. Changbium just scoffs, telling him to focus on saving people while Changzok wonders what he's actually planning. The chairman is already calling, and our boy noses in for a world of hurt if he picks up. Changbium ignores the buzzing phone, telling his brother to stay focused while he keeps his old man waiting. The call finally cuts out, leaving a heavy silence and a missed notification that feels like a ticking bomb. Without wasting a second, he pulls up another contact, knowing he needs to move before the situation spirals further. He bolts toward the chaos, leaving his confused brother in the dust while he coordinates the next phase. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the chairman's nameplate shakes as the weight of the scandal finally hits the fan. Chung-sok recalls how he previously cornered his brother, mocking him for trying to handle things without corporate approval. The headlines are already savage, tearing into the company for the collapse and exposing their trash-tier construction standards. Changseok is the type of snake who values the bottom line over human lives, looking for any opening to strike. He looms over his brother, questioning if he can even handle the fallout of putting lives before profits. The chairman is absolutely fuming because the news of the disaster has already spread throughout the entire region. He demands to know how his son plans to take responsibility for a disaster that threatens their corporate legacy. Our boy Hanul knows the old man is a craftsman at heart who values quality over everything else. He coaches Changbium through the call, telling him to stay firm and follow the plan without flinching. Changbium shocks everyone by suggesting they tear the whole building down and start over from the very beginning. Changsok just sneers, calling him a fool for ignoring the massive bank interest and the crushing financial loss. But Changbium stands his ground, arguing that cutting corners is exactly what got them into this trash-tier mess. He realizes the profits will plummet, but understands that rebuilding their shattered trust is the only real priority. Looking out at the city, he knows the company's reputation is currently at rock bottom and needs a miracle. He asks them what they think will happen if they just try to patch up a fundamentally broken structure. Changbium tells his brother that their real concern isn't the money, but their ruined reputation. He knows that once trust is shattered, no amount of cash can fix the damage. Standing before his father, he argues that apologizing and aiming for perfection is the only way forward. Changsok is dumbfounded, calling him a naive idealist who doesn't understand that business is about profit. However, the old man just smiles, clearly impressed that his eldest son finally has some backbone. In the previous timeline, the chairman covered this up, but now the script has completely flipped. He fumes over the fact that such a trash-tier mistake happened under his company's name. While Changsok cowers, the chairman declares that safety must always come before any personal greed. Turning his attention back to Changbium, the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. He praises our boy, admitting that he finally sees his own reflection in his son's eyes. The chairman reminds them that Myeongjin is a family business that must prioritize the value of people's homes. Changsok looks like Hez about to explode, realizing his brother might actually inherit the old man's legacy. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a devastated wife learns that her husband's legs must be amputated after the accident. She's terrified of how to tell her kids, fearing the company will just ignore their suffering like usual. As they prepare for the worst, our boy arrives, well aware that construction giants typically dodge any real compensation. The couple is completely caught off guard when a group of suits suddenly approaches their table with heavy expressions. Instead of a legal threat, Changbium bows his head low and offers a sincere apology on behalf of Myeongjin. Driving away, He knows he can't let his father down now that the old man finally has expectations. On the other end of the line, Hanul explains that there are two specific groups they need to handle. He lays out a plan to pacify the tenants with transparency before tackling the much bigger problem ahead. Hanul's influence is clear, as the priority shifts to making the injured workers feel genuinely respected and secure. The staff members admit the company is at fault, promising to provide every possible support on a realistic level. The couple is dumbfounded when they hear about the massive compensation and full coverage for all medical expenses. Changbyum even guarantees the man a position at headquarters, ensuring his family's future is safe despite his injuries. Overwhelmed by this unexpected mercy, the wife breaks down in tears, finally feeling the weight lift off her. They bow repeatedly in gratitude, while Changbyum realizes that acting with sincerity carries a weight he never expected. Taking a quiet moment to smoke, our boy starts to ponder the true meaning behind the family business. He questions his subordinate about the nature of their work, wondering if it's more than just stacking bricks. The staffer smiles, confessing that he used to only care about the money until this disaster changed him. They conclude that their projects aren't just structures, but the literal foundations of the lives they've sworn to protect. Changbyum realizes he's been coasting, admitting to himself that he previously only cared about his own comfort. He reflects on how Hanul's influence reignited his dying ambition to actually lead the company properly. While lighting up, he notes the striking resemblance to his father's mindset regarding those under his wing. Suddenly, a hospital staffer ruins the moment by barking at them to put out the cigarette immediately. Our boy snaps, threatening to level the place if the guy doesn't get out of his face. A week later, the butterfly effect Hanul set in motion triggers a high-stakes televised interview. Jong-hyuk introduces himself to the world as the son of the worker left disabled by the accident. The reporter probes for details, asking him to recount the tragic events that destroyed his father's life. As the cameras roll, the public prepares for a revelation that could shake the industry's very foundation. Jong-hyuk focuses on the company's initial response, his expression hardening as he prepares to expose their cruelty. Jong-hyuk recounts how the trash-tier site manager prioritized reporting to bosses over calling an ambulance for his father. He explains the company dragged his father to a distant, affiliated hospital just to pocket extra insurance benefits. Slamming his fist, he exposes their cold-blooded plan to downplay the tragedy and finish the project without repercussions. In their eyes, these field workers are just expendable cogs meant to maximize profits by hitting impossible deadlines. Jong-hyuk stares into the lens, declaring he found the courage to speak so no other families suffer like his. When the reporter asks for final thoughts, he mentions his current site handled a recent accident completely differently. We shift to Changbyum, who has been grinding as a site manager since dawn to keep things running smoothly. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded because the workers are actually treating him with respect for once. One worker even offers him some home-packed onion juice, showing how much the atmosphere on site has truly shifted. Changbyum just sighs, realizing that being a decent human being is actually pretty exhausting and makes him hungry. Changbyum grumbles about his new life, wondering why a director has to clock in at the crack of dawn. Our boy feels completely out of place, stuck in a cramped office while trying to maintain his dignity. However, he quickly realizes that cheap construction site ramen actually hits different when you're genuinely exhausted. The peace is shattered when a worker barges in, announcing that a surprise guest has arrived for a visit. Changbyum tries to pawn off the responsibility, assuming some media shark is just there to hunt for a scoop. He nearly chokes on his noodles when he hears the reporter isn't even interested in interviewing him. Panic sets in as he wonders if he messed up the script or if another disaster is brewing. Later that night, the atmosphere at the chairman's estate is thick with tension as the news begins to air. The old man watches closely as the broadcast highlights the company's unprecedented and risky decision to rebuild. Analysts explain that choosing people over profits is putting the company in a massive financial hole. The news anchors drop a massive bombshell, naming Go Changbyum as the man responsible for the company's shocking pivot. A victim's wife admits she expected a cold shoulder, but our boy's sincere apology actually felt genuine. Back at the estate, the chairman watches the broadcast, sensing his son might finally be growing a spine. He quickly cranks up the volume, realizing the narrative is shifting from a corporate disaster to a PR miracle. Changbyum plays the part perfectly, acting humble while claiming that human lives outweigh any temporary financial loss. The old man watches intently as the reporter grills his son on why he would risk everything for reconstruction. Following the script to a T, Changbyum credits his father's lifelong teachings for his sudden burst of integrity. Suddenly, the chairman's phone buzzes with a call from another heavy hitter looking to praise the family name. He picks up with a smug grin, basking in the rare recognition of having raised a son with vision. The old man brags that his boy is finally cut from the same cloth, proving the gamble paid off. A persistent broker calls the chairman, desperate to arrange blind dates with elite families of judges and prosecutors. Chairman Go listens as the man explains that high society inquiries are now flooding in from across the country. He dismisses the social climber just as a knock at the door signals more serious business is afoot. When his assistant enters, The chairman tells her to stop wasting time answering calls from thirsty matchmakers. He leans in with an intense gaze, asking if the business atmosphere is finally shifting in their favor. The assistant confirms that massive construction orders for skyscrapers and luxury complexes are pouring into their office. She reveals that even Daesun City reached out, signaling a total reversal of their previous corporate standing. Chairman Go realizes this is the legendary jackpot project he has been chasing for his entire professional life. Our boy Changbyum stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the scale of the miracle he just pulled. The chairman officially appoints him as executive director, leaving Changbyum feeling like he is trapped in a dream. The corporate snakes who once treated Changbyum like trash-tier garbage are now clapping and kissing his feet. He realizes these flip-floppers were originally his brother's loyal dogs, but money talks and they have changed sides. When the chairman tells him to lead the Daesun City project, Changbyum can barely keep his composure. He bows so low his head nearly hits the floor, promising to give this opportunity everything he has got. Back at school, the bell rings to signal the end of another day in this chaotic hierarchy. The hallways are buzzing with gossip as students whisper about the latest shifts in power and social standing. Meanwhile, Youngmin sits in silence, likely wondering if he is finally safe from the bullies who ruled the school. Our boy Hanul checks his phone to find a message from Changbyum, who is practically worshipping him right now. Hanul realizes his interference triggered a massive butterfly effect, bringing future events into the present much earlier. Turns out, Jonghyuk appearing on camera was the spark that changed the timeline and secured their total victory. Changbyum was supposed to use this mess to solidify his position, but the timeline is accelerating. While a promotion to executive director is perfect, the chairman's sudden move is a massive, unpredicted variable. Our boy stays focused at his desk, knowing he must recalculate everything to ensure zero room for error. A sleek black car suddenly pulls up to the school, its tires screeching against the pavement. Hanul is dumbfounded as he watches from the window, wondering why his business partner arrived unannounced. Inside the office, Changbyum settles in and casually asks the principal how things have been going lately. The principal grins like a greedy raccoon, having already sniffed out the news of the massive promotion. Changbyum gets straight to business, expressing his gratitude for how the school has treated their star student. The old man puts on a humble act, insisting he was simply fulfilling his noble duties as an educator. Knowing the principal is cut from a corrupt cloth, Changbyum offers a gift to seal their mutual interests. Changbyum proposes building a state-of-the-art gym, knowing exactly how to bait the greedy school administration. Principal Oh Daehan is practically salivating at the thought of a new swimming pool boosting the school's prestige. Our boy's partner realizes that trading favors for influence is the most comfortable way to operate. With the principal in his pocket, Changbyum casually requests a private meeting with the disgraced Kim Youngchul. Youngchul stands stiffly as Changbyum notes how natural it is for people to serve the wealthy. He smirks while acknowledging the rumors that he's been bribing the teacher to handle the school's dirty work. Changbyum promises that as long as he plays along, Youngchul will keep winning and provide for his household. The trash-tier educator forces a laugh, sweating through his shirt while desperately agreeing with the director. Suddenly, Changbyum's gaze sharpens as he mentions knowing about the teacher's frequent visits to a high-end club. He offers to cover the tab and mentions a special gift box, leaving Youngchul completely dumbfounded. Youngchul's eyes light up with pure greed as he realizes the sheer scale of the bribe being offered. Changbyum leans back and makes sure the teacher understands he's now serving the future of Myeongjin construction. The corrupt educator can only offer a sweating, subservient smile while greedily accepting his new role as pawn. Up on the school rooftop, the wind carries the weight of a much more dangerous alliance finally forming. Changbyum admits he's impressed, realizing Hanul's handling of the construction accident was a masterclass in tactical manipulation. He acknowledges that while anyone can find dirt, our boy's ability to predict corporate moves is truly elite. By identifying the chairman's tendencies, Hanul has effectively paved the way for Changbyum's rapid ascent to executive director. Hanul listens quietly, knowing that turning this man into a chairman is vital for his own future plans. Changbyum finds the kid's stoic nature amusing but agrees to keep playing his part in their shared ambition. When offered anything he needs in return, Hanul's mind immediately starts calculating the next phase of his revenge. Changbyum smirks and tells our boy he is ready to do whatever it takes to pay him back. Hanul does not hesitate, asking exactly how much cash the new executive is willing to drop for his plan. Later, the corrupt teacher announces a massive new scholarship program sponsored by Myeongjin Construction to the stunned class. The students cannot believe their ears when they hear 10 million won is on the line for promising students. Youngchul claps and names Hanul as the first recipient, leaving the rest of the students completely dumbfounded. Our boy just sits there stoically while the jealous crowd whispers about how the school top ranker is favored. The room erupts again when the teacher names Siwoo as the second winner, catching the former athlete off guard. As they leave, the bitter extras complain that Siwoo is a washed-up fighter who does not deserve a cent. They walk through the school grounds, with the mobs convinced this whole setup is just a blatant display of favoritism. The jealous gossip continues as they realize Siwoo only got the bag because he is tight with the top dog. The trash tier extras keep gossiping, wondering if Hanul is secretly some corporate heir to get this much cash. One of the loudmouths suddenly freezes up, feeling a cold chill crawl right down his spine. Turns out our boy was standing right behind them the whole time, listening to every single word. The student, Cho Jaejin, is sweating bullets as he realizes he just badmouthed the school's most dangerous monster. Hanul just gestures for the guy to follow him, his expression unreadable and terrifyingly calm. Jaejin starts panicking, remembering the rumors of how Hanul brutally dismantled anyone who dared to cross him. He visualizes the sheer violence Hanul is capable of, convinced that his life is basically over now. While the poor guy prepares to meet his maker, Hanul simply tells him to stop shaking and look up. Hanul reveals he knows exactly who he is, calling him the infamous blabbermouth of the entire school. Instead of a beatdown, Hanul explains that he actually needs someone with a big mouth and deep connections. Jaejin is shaking like a leaf, promising to do anything just to walk away from this encounter alive. Hanul points out the scholarship system is totally rigged, using himself and Siwoo as the primary evidence. He dangles a massive carrot, suggesting that even a trash-tier gossip like Jaejin could secure a spot. Our boy orders him to weaponize his big mouth and spread word about how corrupt the selection process is. With a terrifying grin, Hanul tells him to spice up the story and make it sound even more scandalous. By the next morning, a wild rumor spreads through the halls claiming the money is for Hyunsung allies. Everyone starts believing Siwoo only got picked because he was the only one who stood by Hyunsung's side. The gossip spreads like wildfire across the track, as students scramble to figure out the new social hierarchy. They realize that if they just play nice with Hyunsung, the corporate cash might actually start flowing their way. In the cafeteria, the talk shifts to how Hyunsung is planning to purge every single bully in the city. Jaejin starts working his magic, telling the guys that Hanul is looking for new recruits to join his cause. He mentions the massive 10 million won payout Siwoo received, making their greed finally start to override their common sense. Even the former top dog Seongho can't help but stand up when he hears the rumors of recruitment. Seongho realizes that if he fights in Hanul's stead, he might actually snag that fat scholarship for himself. Desperate for the truth, Seongho corners the school's biggest blabbermouth to see if the rumors are actually legit. Jaejin whispers that Hanul is building a kingdom and plans to wipe out every rival school in the area. He paints a picture of a new world where strength and loyalty are the only things that truly matter. Seongho is nervous since they have traded blows before, but the promise of that cash is too tempting. When our boy finally strolls onto the scene, Songho is already waiting there to swallow his pride. He approaches Hanul with a shaky voice, begging for just a moment of the new king's time. Hanul tells the former king to follow him, leaving the brute dumbfounded by how easily he's being led. Seongho tries to apologize for their past beef, but our boy just wants him to cut the chatter. Swallowing his pride, Seongho asks to join the crusade to wipe out the surrounding schools. He admits he's only in it for the cash but promises his absolute loyalty and muscle in return. Hanul corners him about his involvement in Youngmin's old schemes, and Seongho knows lying is a mistake. When the brute confesses to planning it all, Hanul finds his honesty interesting enough to recruit him. There's a catch though, as our boy demands he pass a brutal test to prove his worth. Later, a nervous lackey arrives at the meeting spot, sensing that something is seriously wrong. Hes shocked to find the third-year seniors gathered there, all wondering who dared to summon them. The lackey is stunned to see Seongho arriving, realizing the hierarchy is about to be flipped upside down. Seongho stands before the seniors, declaring his new allegiance to the mysterious Kim Hyun-sung. The third years are absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe a former leader is bowing to a nobody. He cracks his knuckles, making it clear that anyone refusing to follow will be buried on the spot. This sudden shift started when Hanul beat him into submission, demanding a dog that follows every order. Our boy flashed a terrifying grin, testing if the brute actually had the stomach for such a role. Just a few hours ago, the former king was a broken mess, trembling from Hanul's overwhelming power. He collapsed in agony, realizing that his pride was a small price to pay for surviving this monster. When a massive cash transfer hit his phone, he decided that getting thrashed was a lucrative career move. Hanul promised him a scholarship and more rewards, as long as he stayed a loyal pet. But the warning was clear. If he ever bites the hand that feeds him, he is dead. Seongho wonders if selling his soul for quick cash is worth being treated like a common mutt. He spits in disgust, knowing 5 million won is better than getting slaughtered by the Golden Circle. Our boy picks up the phone, calling in the trash-tier lackeys for a mandatory meeting. He immediately starts cracking skulls, proving that his new leash doesn't make his punches any softer. Standing tall, he admits he only feared the monster Youngmin, but the rest are just fodder. The crowd is dumbfounded, as he makes it clear that everyone is now on the same page. He forces a senior to bow, declaring that from now on, Hyunsung is their only living god. Anyone who dares to step out of line will get their face rearranged by his heavy fists. Youngmin lies broken on the ground, a grim reminder of what happens when the hierarchy shifts. Covered in blood, Seongho promises to break every bone in their bodies if they ever stop following orders. Seongho spreads the word that being loyal to their new god actually pays off in cold, hard cash. The next morning, the trash-tier bullies whisper that Seongho has completely lost his mind and become a dog. They can't believe a monster like him would fold so easily just for the promise of a few bucks. However, the atmosphere shifts instantly when the crowd notices a new announcement pinned to the school bulletin board. It turns out the rumors were true, as Seongho and the school's loudmouth have both secured official corporate scholarships. The realization hits Jinwoo like a freight train, leaving him absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in power. He wonders how our boy pulled enough strings to get a massive construction company involved in school business. Jaejin just smirks and tells him that following orders is the only way to survive this new regime. He warns that anyone trying to play hero will end up broken and discarded just like their former leader. When Hanul and Siwoo finally arrive, the hallway parts like the Red Sea for the school's undisputed new kings. With the school firmly under his thumb, our boy prepares to take his operation to the next level. But outside the school gates, a powerful shadow is fuming over how one kid ruined their entire hierarchy. Chansu takes the heat over the phone, apologizing for letting the Golden Circle's reputation slide so far. The client is utterly disgusted, demanding results because watching their own child suffer is becoming unbearable. The broker just smirks and promises that they are finally ready to handle the situation once and for all. He lights up, confidently claiming that Hanul will be signing withdrawal papers before the month even ends. Enter Taejun, a cold-blooded hitman who treats high-stakes violence like a game and expects a massive reward. Chansu watches his secret weapon walk in, knowing it is almost overkill to use a pro for this. The principal is forced to accept the transfer student, realizing the kid has backing from the highest authorities. Even the corrupt principal feels a chill when the boy claims his father is tight with the superintendent. Principal O realizes this transfer is totally illegal and wonders why the superintendent would risk his career for it. He suspects the newcomer might be a mercenary sent by the Golden Circle to handle their dirty work. Trying to keep control, the principal asserts that his school is the most prestigious institution in the region. He warns the boy that no amount of family influence will save him if he breaks the rules. Taejun just flashes a trash-tier smirk and says he understands exactly how things work around here. Feeling completely unimpressed, the hitman asks which class he needs to head to so he can start. He arrives at class 1 to 5, ready to blend in while he hunts for his target. The professional killer introduces himself with a fake smile, claiming he just wants everyone to get along. Jinwoo is left dumbfounded, instantly sensing the dangerous aura radiating from the new transfer student. Taejun immediately clocks the freshman powerhouse, realizing his new environment already has some interesting players. Taejun recognizes Jinwoo from a Golden Circle meeting half a year ago, acting like they're old buddies. Back then, the hitman was busy building a network of trash-tier lackeys to use for future dirty work. He mockingly asks if Jinwoo is still the king of this little playground they call a school. Jinwoo claims the throne but warns the newcomer that there's one monster he absolutely shouldn't mess with. He describes Hyunsung as a terrifying fighter with connections that could bury anyone who steps out of line. Taejun internally scoffs at the big guy's cowardice, though he figures this dumbfounded meathead might still be useful. Flashing a fake smile, the professional killer suggests they play nice together while he settles into his hunt. Bored out of his mind in class, he realizes his job isn't just about winning a simple fistfight. With a hefty bounty on the line, he plans to systematically destroy Hyunsung and turn school into hell. Taejun's confidence stems from his B-rank status in the Golden Circle, marking him as elite among the nation's best. He carries himself like a pro, knowing his skills are leagues above the average high school trash-tier bully. Our boy isn't just a meathead. He plans to use his political connections to neutralize Hanul's school authority. His strategy involves physically crushing the target before manipulating the upperclassmen to turn the entire school against him. Eager to climb the ranks, he tells Jinwoo to show him the other classes to get this over with. Jinwoo leads him to the final room, confirming that the legendary monster is currently inside class 1-1. Stepping inside, Taejun immediately locks eyes with the target who's just sitting there like he owns the place. He confirms Hanul's identity and demands to know what the hell he thinks he's doing right now. Taejun storms over, fuming that this brat has the nerve to glare at him with such a shitty gaze. Hanul doesn't even look up, casually noting that Taejun is being way too obvious with his pathetic aggression. Taejun just scoffs, convinced this trash-tier brat is just talking big to hide his obvious fear. Our boy flashes a chilling grin, wondering if this hitman is actually ready for the consequences of his actions. Before Taejun can even react, Hanul delivers a lightning-fast strike that catches the arrogant hitman completely off guard. The sheer force of the blow sends Taejun crashing through desks like a piece of useless debris. As Taejun struggles to process the pain, he hears Jinwoo frantically apologizing to the monster in the chair. Jinwoo starts begging for mercy, desperately claiming he had no part in Taejun's suicidal decision to pick a fight. Seeing the school's former powerhouse groveling on his knees makes Taejun realize he's stepped into a total nightmare. He stares in pure disbelief, wondering what kind of terrifying authority Hanul holds to make Jinwoo act so pathetic. Jinwoo used to feel like a king when Taejun was around, cherishing their old bond from months ago. But that friendship became a liability the moment Taejun decided to provoke the sleeping lion, Hanul. Now, Jinwoo is pathetically begging for mercy, desperately hoping Hanul won't blame him for his friend's stupidity. Ever since Songho pledged his loyalty a week ago, the entire atmosphere of the school has shifted. Seongho doesn't tolerate any trash talk directed at Hanul, immediately hunting down anyone who dares to speak out. Surprisingly, the other students actually welcome this change, watching the former bullies finally get what they deserve. Under this new regime, even the toughest thugs are forced to focus on their studies and play nice. Seongho has become the school's ultimate guard dog, ruthlessly purging any violence that isn't sanctioned by Hanul. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, watching the benevolent king rule over the classroom with a single cold stare. He snaps at Jinwoo, demanding to know why his supposed friend is groveling before a mere student. Taejun sneers at the betrayal, disgusted that a former ally would turn on him so easily. Jinwoo lunges forward, warning the hitman to keep his hands off the person he now serves. Taejun answers with a lightning-fast punch, wondering why this trash-tier fighter thinks he can stand a chance. Despite the impact, Jinwoo's eyes burn with a stubborn rage that only irritates the professional killer more. He delivers a crushing blow, reminding the traitor that he's playing in a completely different league. His mind drifts to his past, remembering how he dismantled entire clubs before joining the Golden Circle. With eyes glowing with murderous intent, he fully embraces his identity as a lethal B-rank hitman. A final, bone-shattering strike sends Jinwoo reeling as the gap in their power becomes painfully obvious. Park Jinwoo collapses in a heap, silenced by a professional-grade knockout in mere seconds. Taejun turns to Kang Hanul, who is just chilling, and finds the entire pathetic struggle hilarious. Taejun is absolutely fuming, deciding to ditch his original plan and just beat our boy half to death later. The school bell rings, cutting his murderous thoughts short as the next period officially begins. He points a threatening finger at Hanul, warning him to enjoy his temporary safety before the real pain starts. Sitting back at his desk, he wonders where his trash-tier lackey Jinwoo disappeared to after that pathetic performance. He notices the other students whispering and wonders if these nerds are actually daring to look down on him. When Lee Minyoung announces group work, Taejun is stunned to find himself completely isolated by the entire class. Even when the teacher tries to intervene, the students flatly refuse to let the dangerous transfer student join them. He stands there dumbfounded as the social rejection continues, realizing he is being treated like a total pariah. Once lunch hits, he decides to exert his dominance by calling over the class nerd to do his bidding. Looking at the nervous Lee Jungmin, he decides a brutal lesson is needed to remind everyone who is boss. Taejun loses his patience, deciding that if the target won't come to him, he'll bring the fight himself. Suddenly, the door flies open as the massive enforcer Seongho storms in demanding to see the new transfer student. Seongho looms over the room, asking if this is the lunatic who actually dared to challenge Hyunsung's authority. Our boy Taejun is reaching his breaking point, wondering why everyone in the school is obsessed with that name. Songho cracks his knuckles, making it clear that protecting Hyunsung's reputation is the only law in these halls. Realizing his subtle approach is a total failure, Taejun decides it's time to scrap the plan and get violent. Seongho sneers at the arrogant freshman, questioning if he's just some low-tier minion looking for a quick death. To prove his point, the monster gorilla slams his hands down, completely shattering a desk with raw physical power. Taejun doesn't hesitate and launches a brutal kick, cursing how messy his first day has actually become. Even with a foot to the face, Seongho tanks the blow and retaliates with a heavy punch to the gut. Taejun shifts his weight, ready to show this trash-tier brute why he is a professional hitman. Our boy is genuinely annoyed as the monster gorilla charges forward like a mindless, desperate beast. He clenches his fist, the black beads on his wrist rattling as he prepares a lethal counter. Taejun's strike connects with a sickening thud, sending the giant head snapping back in pure agony. Even with blood spraying, the hitman feels his aim was off and decides this needs more impact. Without giving him a second to breathe, Taejun launches another heavy blow to finish the job. His fist hammers down on the skull, proving that raw size means nothing against elite killing technique. The force of the impact sends the enforcer crashing through a desk, completely shattering the wooden frame. Standing over the broken enforcer, Taejun scoffs at how easily this supposed monster was finally put down. Dumbfounded by the defeat, the remaining lackeys lose their cool and prepare to swarm him all at once. Taejun welcomes the challenge, effortlessly tearing through the mob with his professional combat skills. He plants his foot firmly, ready to pivot and dismantle anyone else foolish enough to step up. Our boy senses an ambush and mocks them for thinking such trash-tier tactics would actually work. He delivers a crisp strike to the jaw, proving these students are nowhere near his level of lethality. Another lackey gets a taste of his fist, as Taejun maintains his momentum without breaking a sweat. Grabbing the last standing goon, he wonders if there is anyone left who can actually provide a challenge. The remaining crowd is dumbfounded, realizing their numbers mean nothing against a literal B-rank hitman. He gestures for them to bring it, figuring he might as well take them all out at once. Taejun looks down at Seongho, mocking his dog-like loyalty to a mere first-year student like Hanul. Despite the brutal beating, the former gorilla wipes the blood from his face, refusing to just stay down. A week ago, Seongho received a massive wire transfer from Changbyum as a reward for his recent hard work. He realizes that taking out the Golden Circle's elite assassin would result in an even bigger financial windfall. To him, Changbyum is just a provider who throws snacks to the loyal dogs who follow his lead. Taejun warns the surrounding lackeys that they are facing a monster far more dangerous than their previous leaders. Seongho knows that running away now would mean losing his standing and everything he has learned under Hanul. His legs tremble as he calculates the millions of won he stands to lose if he retreats now. Driven by pure greed and desperation, he screams for his men to launch a final, all-out assault. The classroom descends into total chaos as the group pounces on the hitman like a pack of rabid dogs. Taejun is clearly annoyed, wondering why these trash-tier thugs simply refuse to accept their inevitable and painful defeat. After the dust settles, the hitman casually cleans himself up, having effortlessly dismantled the entire group of attackers. Taejun is already fed up with the bloody mess he has had to clean up since arriving. Even after crushing Seongho, the hitman realizes these lunatics will not stop coming if their numbers keep growing. He notices the hallway is packed with witnesses, making it nearly impossible to isolate his primary target. It feels like our boy has turned this entire school into an impenetrable fortress, just to spite him. Taejun decides to take the bull by the horns and break an arm to satisfy his bosses. He intentionally bumps into a student, looking for any excuse to start a brutal and one-sided fight. Suddenly, the student turns around with a gaze so terrifying it makes the professional hitman freeze in place. 10 minutes earlier, Jinwoo was busy reporting the transfer students' suspicious movements to their coach. Ducheol cannot believe the Golden Circle would go this far just to suppress a single high school student. Jinwoo explains that when he asked how to handle the situation, the answer was chillingly calm. Youngchul realizes that being told to use his discretion is a vague but dangerous test of loyalty. He knows this is his one shot to prove he's useful and solidify his bond with our boy. The corrupt teacher suddenly snaps into action, demanding to know exactly where that trash-tier transfer student is hiding. Before Taejun can react, a hand clamps onto his ear like a vice, catching the hitman completely off guard. Youngchul drags the professional killer through the office like a misbehaving toddler, ignoring his pathetic cries for mercy. He delivers a thunderous slap that sends Taejun's head spinning, showing him what real school discipline looks like. Taejun is absolutely dumbfounded, but Youngchul just mocks him for using such a foul tone with his teacher. The hitman tries to play it cool, threatening that a teacher won't survive long after assaulting a student. Youngchul just stares him down, reminding him of how he nearly killed Jinwoo on his very first day. He continues his tirade about the chaos in Class 5, using Taejun's own violence as the perfect excuse. Youngchul tightens his grip, mocking the hitman for thinking he can threaten a teacher after causing so much trouble. Taejun is stunned that this trash-tier educator doesn't care about his high-level political connections, or his father's friends. The corrupt teacher delivers a massive slap, proving he's handled plenty of arrogant punks like this before. He laughs in the hitman's face, asking who would ever believe a violent student was actually the victim here. The other teachers just watch with twisted smiles, making it clear that no one is coming to help him. Youngchul leans in close, whispering that any evidence of this assault simply doesn't exist in this school. He points out that Taejun has been getting his face kicked in by half the student body already today. Another strike lands as Youngchul reminds him that he's the one who started every single fight since arriving. Later, a frantic Taejun calls his contact, ranting about how everyone at this school is a complete psychopath. Chansu listens to the hitman's pathetic breakdown, wondering how a professional could be so thoroughly broken by children. Chansu realizes that failing a simple job in the countryside will absolutely destroy his hard-earned position. He knows he can't afford any more blunders, especially now that he's operating from the heart of Seoul. As his car tears down the highway, he prepares to activate his most powerful and corrupt connections. He heads straight to a private meeting, seeking a heavy hitter who can bypass the school's stubborn defenses. Chansu asks his contact to put some serious heat on the administration since the teachers are playing dumb. Moon Chang-ho just chuckles at the request, finding it amusing that some low-tier educators are being so tactless. This is the Golden Line, a parasitic network where everyone is cut from the same cloth of greed. Chang-ho owes his massive wealth to Chansu, who brokered the shady land deals that landed him a jackpot. The corrupt superintendent immediately calls his contact in Daesun, ready to flex his political muscle for his partner. He begins spreading toxic rumors about the school's favoritism, ensuring the administration feels the weight of his influence. Moon Chang-ho laughs while pressuring his contact, claiming he's just worried about the integrity of the education system. He gets visibly irritated when the Daesun official tells him to stop meddling in affairs outside of Seoul. Clenching his fist, he insists that all educators are comrades who should be able to point out local failures. He slams the table in a rage after being accused of overstepping his authority by the local superintendent. Chansu watches the meltdown, realizing that this political power play is turning into a massive, trash-tier blunder. The sole superintendent threatens to expose every dirty secret in Daesan if they don't start following his lead. He's left dumbfounded when the voice on the other end mentions his secret ties to the Golden Circle. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realizes his contact is cut from the same corrupt cloth as him. He feels the crushing weight of his own shadow, knowing that without his title, he's absolutely nothing. As the tea spills, he warns that if they keep biting each other, they'll both end up in the gutter. Daehan bows deeply, thanking his senior for the political cover, while knowing the superintendent's hands are tied. Chang-ho warns that if the corruption in Daesan gets unearthed, neither of them will be able to ignore it. Daehan just smirks while pouring tea, noting that it's only natural to side with those who bring results. For him, the massive backing from Youngjin Construction and Gochangbyum easily outweighs any trash-tier political pressure. He claims he'd gladly lose his title if it meant making his school the most prestigious in the country. It's a bold-faced lie, masking his greed with a fake sense of duty toward his old alma mater. He takes a calm sip, telling his guests to relax because their secret weapon is already in play. Our boy Hanul is far too cunning to let their positions be threatened by some low-level investigation. Elsewhere, Taejun is told to ignore the teachers and just bail if the heat gets too intense. He worries about being expelled, but his handler promises a quick return to Seoul if things go south. Taejun scoffs into his phone, realizing the empty promises to fix his mess were just trash-tier lies. He knows quitting now means losing his connection to Chansu and the high life he's grown accustomed to. To ruin Hanul's future, he needs to bypass those heavy-hitting bodyguards and crush the boy's academic spirit. He reminds his handler that he's the only one capable of cleaning up this disaster, not some random nobody. But the reality of his situation hits hard as he sits completely isolated in the quiet classroom. Watching the other students play outside, he realizes he's officially become the school's newest trash-tier outcast. The constant whispering in the hallways makes his blood boil as his reputation continues to circle the drain. Gritting his teeth, he swears to succeed at this job no matter how much humiliation he has to swallow. He starts texting his crew from Seoul, planning to flood Daesan with enough muscle to take control. Isolating Hanul is the goal, and he's convinced these local small-town kids won't stand a chance against him. Taejun picks at his lunch, disgusted by the trash-tier cafeteria food that tastes like absolute garbage. He sits in total isolation, wondering if the meal is actually bad or if loneliness is just ruining his appetite. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a message from his crew, signaling that the reinforcements are ready to move in. While cursing Hanul's name in his head, he is startled when someone unexpectedly pulls out the chair across him. His eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes someone actually has the guts to disturb his miserable peace. Our boy Hanul sits down with a smug grin, mockingly asking if the school food suits a hitman's palate. Taejun's blood boils instantly, and for a split second, he seriously considers ending Hanul right then and there. He forces himself to stay calm, knowing his backup is close, but Hanul just keeps poking at his failures. When Hanul mentions the political disaster involving the superintendent, Taehoon realizes his target knows way more than he should. He scoffs internally, convinced this small-town king is just deluded and wouldn't last a second in a real fight. Hanul decides to show this trash-tier hitman exactly who really wears the crown at Cheonil High. Without warning, he grabs Taejun and slams his face into the lunch tray with brutal, calculated force. As Taejun struggles, Hanul mocks him for having the audacity to act up in someone else's territory. The surrounding students immediately swarm the hitman, dragging him away while he screams for them to get off. He tries to resist, but a sharp kick to the leg keeps him from regaining any sort of footing. Forced onto his knees, Taejun desperately yells for Hanul to stop hiding behind others and fight him properly. Hanul just leans in close, admitting that he fully acknowledges how strong a B-rank hitman actually is. He explains that because Taejun is so dangerous, a fair one-on-one fight is completely out of the question. Our boy decides it is time to balance the scales, leaving the hitman absolutely dumbfounded by his logic. With a cold glare, Hanul gives the final order to crush him, letting the mob finish the job. The students don't hold back, raining down kicks while demanding to know if he thinks their school is a joke. Taehoon tries to roar his way out of the dog pile, but the sheer weight of the mob is too much. His face contorts in pure rage as he realizes his professional pride is being stomped into the dirt. He desperately tries to find an opening to stand, but his body is failing under the relentless assault. Another heavy blow lands, sending him crashing back down as the students continue their coordinated, brutal beatdown. Looking down, it's clear that even an elite hitman stands no chance when the entire student body turns. While shielding his head, Taejun desperately hopes to knock just one kid out to create an escape path. Suddenly, a grip like a steel vice clamps down on his wrist, instantly killing any hope of a counterattack. Hanul steps in personally, locking the hitman's arm in a position that promises a very painful, permanent snap. Our boy smirks, mockingly suggesting that even he could handle a pro if they were missing a limb. Taejun lets out a gut-wrenching scream as Hanul enjoys the sound of a professional hitman finally breaking. Our boy looks down at the pathetic mess on the floor and tells his enforcer to make him stand. Grabbing him by the hair, Hanul forces the hitman to look him in the eye and hear his choices. If he stays loyal to his trash-tier organization, Hanul promises to snap his remaining limbs and create a living hell. The second option is to bow down, report the mission as a success, and become a secret double agent. Hanul wants the name of the rat who hired him, but the hitman can't believe he's being asked to betray. Taejun just laughs in his face, mockingly asking if our boy really thinks the golden circle is some joke. Realizing words won't work on this pro, Hanul turns his attention to his loyal gorilla, Seongho, for a demonstration. He offers a massive payday of 100 million won if his enforcer is willing to draw some blood. Seongho is visibly shaken as he's told to leave a permanent mark without actually ending the hitman's life. Hanul tempts his enforcer with a massive payout that would take a normal student years to earn. Seongho is stunned as our boy explains he can make that fortune in just 3 seconds of violence. This is the real Hanul, a man who spent a decade rotting away while fueling his inner devil. Taejun looks completely dumbfounded when Hanul claims the entire school will tell the police it was a prank. With a chilling smile, he reminds the hitman that his word means nothing in a city he controls. Days earlier, Jinwoo handed over the hitman's files, confirming the Golden Circle was finally making their move. Hanul knew he could take a B ranker, but he wondered if simply winning would be enough. The organization was getting cocky, sending hitmen backed by corrupt politicians like Moon Chang-ho to finish the job. If this trash-tier hitman fails, Hanul worries they'll send elite A rankers who could actually ruin his master plan. He realizes every connection, even his bond with Siwoo, is creating a butterfly effect he must manage. Hanul checks his messages and realizes that even with future knowledge, his current plans are starting to feel fragile. He crushes his notes, knowing that any uncalculated variable from his past life could put him at serious risk. Our boy decides to be even more meticulous, concluding that he doesn't need the burden of genuine high school friendships. He turns to Bae Seongho, reminding the muscle-bound enforcer that he'll be well rewarded for playing his part today. A blade changes hands as they finalize a deal that is strictly business with no room for hesitation. Seongho looms over the hitman with the knife while the other students ensure the trash-tier assassin can't move. As the blade swings down, Taejun realizes this isn't a bluff, and his life is truly on the line. Completely dumbfounded and terrified, the hitman screams that hell submit and choose Hanul's second option to stay alive. Hanul calls for a stop at the very last second, the sharp edge barely grazing the target's trembling body. While Hanul promises his enforcer a reward, the broken hitman desperately plans to escape and contact his broker. Hanul casually drops the hitman's home address and family details, leaving the assassin completely rattled and dumbfounded. With a demonic glint in his eyes, our boy promises to hunt down anyone standing in his way. He offers the trash-tier hitman a final ultimatum: die for the Golden Circle or live as his dog. Facing such overwhelming malice, Taejun finally realizes the true cost of the lives he has traded for cash. The broken assassin bows his head in total submission, choosing the path of a loyal hound to survive. Hanul mocks the fallen hitman, patting his head like a pet while relishing his absolute victory. As the students drag the hitman away, Seongho hands back the blade but worries about the potential danger. Hanul grips the knife, cold-bloodedly, planning to make an example of anyone who dares to betray his trust. The muscle-bound enforcer grins, clearly satisfied with the promise of a fat payday for his dirty work today. Before moving out, our boy gives one final order to bring him the school's biggest blabbermouth in secret. Rumors spread like wildfire through the school as students whisper about a massive shift in the power dynamic. The word on the street is that the alliance between the new top dog and his enforcer crumbled. Students notice the gorilla-like senior has stopped visiting the first-year classrooms, fueling the fire of the latest gossip. Some wonder if the enforcer simply took the cash and ran, leaving his boss high and dry. Even in the classroom, the atmosphere is thick with tension as everyone tries to predict what happens next. Our boy sits calmly amid the chaos, knowing his carefully placed bait is already hooked in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, at the corporate headquarters, the sting of being passed over for a promotion begins to fester. Changsok seethes in a meeting room, surrounded by executives who question if he can handle his brother's rise. His subordinates suggest his father might still favor him, but his lack of results is becoming undeniable. He slams the table in a fit of rage, realizing his failing marriage has left him with zero leverage. Changsok and his director realize that family reputation alone won't save them from the chairman's scrutiny. The director recalls how the silver-haired brother was always a trash-tier womanizer who couldn't even feed himself. Internal director Kim Choljin suspects a hidden mastermind is pulling the strings behind the scenes. He points out that the tip-off about the affair was far too convenient for the rival brother. It's suspicious how the former playboy suddenly transformed into a dedicated worker who handles site accidents perfectly. Changseok desperately tries to convince his father to scrap the project, but the old man isn't buying it. They both agree that the usual idiot brother isn't capable of such calculated, high-level planning. Cheoljin orders his men to hunt down the backer, no matter what dirty methods they have to use. Surveillance shows the transformed executive arriving at the site at dawn, looking like a completely different person. Even his lunch meetings are strictly professional now, leaving the spies with nothing but more questions. Surveillance shows Go Changbyeom just having a normal dinner, looking like he is actually behaving for once. Go Chung-sok absolutely loses it and slams his desk because his spies haven't found any dirt. The board members brainstorm every possible ally, but nobody seems to fit the profile of a mastermind. He dismisses the idea of other construction giants helping, convinced they wouldn't bet on a high-risk puppet. Suddenly, one of the staff members notices a weird pattern in the cash flow that makes no sense. All that corporate money is being funneled directly into Cheonil High School, our boy's current playground. They find records of massive donations for scholarships and even a new swimming pool for the students. The staff laugh it off, thinking the silver-haired heir is just back to his old, trash-tier spending habits. Go Changsok isn't laughing though, staring at the school files and wondering who is really pulling the strings. Just as the pressure mounts, his phone buzzes with a restricted call, adding more fuel to the fire. Go Changsok is losing his cool, cursing at the persistent and annoying buzzing of his phone. Hess dumbfounded to see a text from an unknown caller claiming to be his brother's secret backer. Meanwhile, our boy Hanul is the one making the moves, checking in on his silver-haired puppet. Changbyeom reports that he's been tailed by some trash-tier spy with a camera for a whole week. Hanul warns him that the desperate Changsok might try to bypass the hierarchy and contact him directly. The executive director gets nervous, wondering if his brother might actually offer a deal worth taking. Our boy just smirks and tells him to secure a burner phone to keep their tracks clean. Back at the office, Changsok tells his director that they only have two choices regarding this mastermind. He acknowledges the backer's skill, but plans to either recruit him or deal a deathly blow. As he stirs his coffee, he decides that if the backer refuses, he'll simply have to disappear. Changsok answers the call, and immediately realizes this mysterious voice is the one pulling all the strings. He doesn't waste any time, and offers to recruit the mastermind into his own inner circle. The arrogant brother compares his elite university degree to Changbyeom's trash-tier high school reputation. While his brother was wasting away in bars, he was busy building a corporate legacy at Myeongjin. He is convinced their father will only hand the keys to the one who can actually grow the empire. With a smug grin, he claims his brother has zero chance of ever sitting in the chairman's seat. When the voice sets a condition, Changsok greedily agrees, ready to satisfy any demand to win. He struts into the office, bragging to his team that the mastermind finally chose the winning side. Turns out, the backer only wants an internal director spot, which seems like a total steal to him. However, Cheoljin is dumbfounded, warning him that handing power to a ghost is a massive gamble. Go, Changsok snaps at his team, demanding to know where this energy was when his brother was taking over. He tells his staff to stop sweating the small stuff and focus on the grand vision he is building. Kim Cheoljin argues that Myeongjin is a legacy company where executive spots are reserved for the truly dedicated. Our boy just picks his ear, telling the director to shut his mouth because he is done listening. He boldly claims that everything will change once he is chairman, ordering them to focus on that one goal. With a smug look, he promises proper compensation for everyone who stays on his side of the fence. Once the office clears out, Cheoljin is left in a daze, wondering what kind of monster he is supporting. He knows Changsok is a trash-tier human, abusive and unfaithful, but he viewed him as the lesser evil. The director believed a hard-working villain was a safer bet for the company growth than a lazy playboy. But as tradition is trampled, he senses the very foundation of Myeongjin is beginning to splinter and crack. Kim Cheoljin finally realizes that backing a trash-tier human like Changsok was a massive mistake for the company. He decides he must meet the chairman immediately to protect the legacy of everyone who built Myeongjin. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a restricted call, catching him off guard just as he is about to leave. A mysterious voice asks if he enjoyed the show Changsok just put on, leaving the director completely dumbfounded. Cheoljin demands to know who is mocking him, but the caller claims they do not care about corporate titles. Our boy explains that a director seat should not be handed out like candy by someone who ignores tradition. Looking out the window, the director asks what the endgame is, feeling the pressure of the unknown caller. He is stunned when the voice tells him to jump, ship, and support Go Changbyeom's new path instead. It is not about betrayal, but rather ensuring the company actually has a future under the right leadership. A few days later, the director sits down with Go Changbyeom, ready to discuss a new era for Myeongjin. Cheoljin leans in with a piercing gaze, demanding to know exactly who is acting as the secret backer. Changbyeom keeps his mouth shut, while the director reminisces about how the boy used to follow the chairman. Our boy looks genuinely surprised, having forgotten the days when he was just a kid on the field. Back then, he was just a tiny helper carrying bricks to build the foundation of the family empire. Cheoljin admits he once had high hopes for the boy while watching him grow up under his father, but those hopes vanished when he became a trash-tier delinquent who only cared about drinking and causing trouble. The director explains that he originally preferred the brother because he couldn't trust a leader who was failing. He has given his entire life to this company and refuses to let a pathetic fool ruin everything. However, seeing the recent results, he decides it no longer matters who is pulling the strings from behind. Recognizing the change, the director bows deeply and finally acknowledges him as the true leader of Myeongjin Construction. Hanul invites Hyeji into the PE storeroom, leaving her completely dumbfounded as to why they are meeting here. Our boy tells her to relax while she desperately tries to convince herself that he is still a good guy. His gaze turns cold as he demands she shut the door now that she has finally entered his territory. He questions if she knows why he has been targeted lately, suspecting she knows more than she lets on. When he mentions a mastermind pulling the strings, Hyeji's composure starts to crumble faster than a trash-tier bully. Turns out, our boy set a genius trap by having Jaejin leak different lies to 3 specific suspects. One student was told he was transferring, a lie meant to see if the mastermind would celebrate his departure. Another was told he was teaming up with Seongho, designed to provoke a furious reaction from a rival. As he corners her, Hyeji's legs tremble because she realizes the predator has finally found his true prey. Hanul reveals the specific lie he fed her, waiting to see if she cracks under his intense pressure. Our boy explains that his student spy finally caught a reaction from one of the 3 main suspects. He confronts Choi Seona, realizing she isn't just some trash-tier bully but a girl burdened by a tragic past. Suddenly, Hyeji bursts into the room, her eyes wide with panic as she searches for the elusive Kim Hyunsung. She grabs Seona, desperate to know where he went, completely unaware that the predator is right behind her. Hanul steps out of the shadows and coldly orders Seona to leave, leaving Hyeji trapped in his grasp. As Seona walks away in silence, Hyeji stands there dumbfounded, realizing she walked straight into a lion's den. He slams the door shut with a heavy thud, making it clear that Hyeji isn't going anywhere tonight. While locking the door, he notes that Seona isn't cut from the same cloth as the true mastermind. Hyeji trembles in fear as he reveals the background check he ran uncovered a truth no one else knew. Turns out, Seona's brother took his own life after being bullied, making her a victim rather than a mastermind. Hanul realizes Seona's family would never stoop to cheating for grades after everything they've lost to school violence. He understands that Seona is actually rooting for him to dismantle the hierarchy her brother couldn't survive. Without warning, our boy snatches the terrified girl, making sure she feels the weight of her own sins. His gaze turns icy as he prepares to tear down the facade of the person truly pulling the strings. Hyeji is completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with terror as she realizes she's finally met a real monster. She frantically tries to play the victim, stammering about her innocence while backing away from his suffocating presence. Her hands shake as she rattles the locked door, realizing too late that there is no escape tonight. Desperate, she tries to manipulate him with a fake smile, claiming they've always been on the same side. When she tries to pin the blame on Seona, Hanul reveals he knows her parents are anti-bullying advocates. She tries to hide behind her golden circle connections, but Hanul just looms over her, ready to finish this. Our boy catches her in a massive lie, noting he never actually mentioned the golden circle's name. Hyeji is completely dumbfounded, her eyes welling up as she realizes she just exposed her own dark secrets. Her terror quickly morphs into a twisted resentment, deciding that all of this is somehow actually his fault. She lashes out in a rage, claiming his cold-hearted nature is the reason everything fell apart for her. The story shifts back a few months to when Hanul was still the school's perfect, charming golden boy. Back then, Hyeji was totally obsessed with him, seeing him as the perfect guy in every single category. She wasn't alone though, as other girls were constantly swarming him and getting rejected left and right. Even with her popularity, she was biting her nails in anxiety, terrified of facing that same public rejection. Instead of a direct confession, she decided to play it safe and slowly test the waters with him. She even used schoolwork as an excuse, acting like a confused student just to get closer to him. Hyeji starts her move with a calculated touch, accidentally brushing against our boy to test his reaction. When Hanul doesn't recoil, she mistakenly takes his polite, straightforward attitude as a total green light for her. She even gets a friend to do the dirty work, asking Hanul about his ideal type to confirm her suspicions. Playing the perfect student, Hanul claims he likes cheerful girls like her, sending her heart into a frantic thumping. Completely deluded by his act, she spends her time crafting the perfect letter and preparing a heartfelt gift. The big day arrives where she finally corners him by the fountain, offering the gift and her heart. Instead of a confession, her world literally shatters as she experiences the very first bad ending of her life. Being a wealthy brat who always got her way, this single rejection turns her obsession into a boiling, spiteful hostility. Back in the present, Hanul just laughs at the absurdity of her hiring the Golden Circle over a bruised ego. Hyeji completely loses it, screaming that she lived in a personal hell while he was thriving as the school's star. Hyeji starts breaking down, claiming she never intended for things to get this messy because she just wanted him. A flashback reveals her twisted nature, admitting she only wanted our boy to suffer the same despair she felt. With tears streaming down her face, she begs for forgiveness, looking like a total trash-tier actress. Hanul just stands there with a chilling smirk, listening to her pathetic attempts to manipulate his feelings again. As he stares her down, every ounce of sympathy for the girl vanishes, replaced by cold, pure, evil intention. He reaches out and lies through his teeth, claiming he only rejected her because he couldn't afford her lifestyle. Haiji looks up with renewed hope, as he explains that her expensive tastes were simply too much to handle. Dumbfounded by his sudden warmth, she desperately grabs his hand and begs to return to their old days. Suddenly, his facade drops as he pins her against the lockers, vowing to utterly destroy her entire world. Before she can even process the betrayal, our boy delivers a brutal slap that sends her world spinning. Hanul rains down blows, fueled by the memory of a decade spent as a vegetable while his family suffered. He remembers how trash-tier humans like Minchiel watched from the sidelines while he was dragged through absolute hell. With blood splattered across his face, he mockingly suggests Haiji start saving up for a top-tier plastic surgeon. The gym doors creak open as a teacher stumbles upon the scene, completely dumbfounded by the sight of Hanul. Without missing a beat, our boy points to the broken girl and claims she was the one behind everything. He doubles down on the lie, framing her as the secret client who hired the notorious Golden Circle. The teacher stares at her crumpled form, struggling to reconcile her innocent image with such a dark accusation. Despite the brutal scene, the man decides she must pay the price if she truly orchestrated the school's misery. He starts sweating, realizing her father's massive influence in Daesun makes this situation a total political nightmare. Hanul just gives a chilling smile, telling the man to stop worrying and simply send the girl home. Chunsum finds his daughter in a pathetic state and demands to know which lunatic dared to touch her. The man is absolutely livid, his face contorting as he realizes someone actually had the guts to cross him. He vows to rot Hanul and his associates in prison, completely unaware he is dancing right into a trap. He tries to call his secret contact, Jung Chansu, but the line is dead as his world begins crumbling. Meanwhile, Chansu picks up another call only to hear a voice he definitely was not expecting to encounter today. Our boy Hanul calmly identifies himself as Hyunsung, outing Chansu as the trash-tier broker for the Golden Circle. When Chunsum finally gets through, he starts screaming at the broker for ignoring his urgent calls like a coward. He demands a solution for his daughter's condition, his influence in the city clearly not scaring anyone anymore. Chansu just listens to the desperate man ramble about their supposed history of zero failures and guaranteed secrecy. When the father threatens to expose everything, the broker just tells him to do whatever he wants and hangs up. Chunsam is absolutely dumbfounded, as the broker coldly tells him their partnership is officially dead. Chansu laughs, admitting that while the organization never fails, he is personally screwed and needs to survive. He reveals he has already handed over every scrap of incriminating evidence to the mysterious Kim Hyunsung. Livid, the father threatens to drag everyone down to hell, while his traumatized family watches in horror. The broker just snaps back, telling the man to wake up because his fate is now his own problem. After getting hung up on, Chunsum is interrupted by the sudden ringing of his front door. He checks the monitor, wondering who would dare show up at his house during such a late hour. Back in his hideout, Chansu flicks his lighter, trying to find some calm in the growing chaos. He takes a long drag, realizing that his life as a high-end broker is effectively over. Chansu remembers how it started when Hanul called him, identifying himself as the legendary Kim Hyunsung. Hanul calls out the broker by name, making it clear that nowhere is safe from his reach. Our boy casually mentions he already dealt with Hiji, leaving the broker absolutely dumbfounded and shaking. Chansu panics, realizing his secret client's identity is out, and his own life is hanging by a thread. Hanul just smirks, knowing exactly what trash-tier thoughts are racing through the terrified broker's mind right now. He explains that Chansu is now a liability to the Golden Circle, and they usually erase their mistakes. Suddenly, the broker realizes he isn't alone as cold steel is drawn right behind his back. With a blade at his throat, Hanul offers him a simple choice between a quick death or cooperation. Hanul instructs him to report a successful mission, forcing the broker to become his personal double agent. He tells Chansu to forget about his client because a dead man can't collect a paycheck anyway. Meanwhile, Chunsum's front door swings open, and he's horrified to see who finally came to collect. Hanul is chilling in the politician's house, acting like he owns the place while the old man panics. Our boy doesn't have time for trash-tier posturing and tells the corrupt politician to just sit his ass down. He calmly lays out two choices, starting with the foolish option of Chunsum trying to get revenge. If the old man goes to the cops, Hanul will leak the broker's evidence and ruin them forever. Chunsum's fist trembles as he hears the grim future of prison and juvenile detention awaiting his family. With a cold gaze, Hanul asks what will happen to his precious daughter once her protector is gone. Hiji and her mother can only shiver in terror, realizing they are completely defenseless against this monster. Chunsum tries to scream and bluster, but his empty threats don't move the needle one bit. Hanul mentions his alliance with Go Changbium, promising a level of violence that freezes the old man's blood. The psychological pressure finally snaps Heeji's mind, leaving her screaming in a state of total mental collapse. Hanul casually mentions there is a second choice, knowing exactly how to push the old man's buttons. Chunsam looks down at the blade, realizing his life of luxury is about to end in a cell. Our boy suggests a dark path, telling him to personally ensure his daughter can never ruin them again. While Hanul walks away, the mother desperately tries to comfort her broken daughter amidst the chaos. The door clicks shut, leaving the family trapped in the nightmare Hanul carefully crafted for them. Chunsam falls to his knees, completely dumbfounded by the realization that his business and status are gone. His wife begs him to stop being strange, but the fear of prison has already rotted his mind. He panics over the thought of losing his house and legacy to the power of Myeongjin construction. Heiji stares blankly with a bruised face, realizing her own father might be her biggest threat now. Chunsam finally picks up the knife, proving he is just as trashed here as the criminals he used to hire. Chunsam finally snaps, lunging with a blade while his wife and daughter scream in pure terror. His eyes are bloodshot and wild, showing he has completely abandoned his humanity for a chance at survival. He charges forward with murderous intent, his heavy footsteps echoing the final death of his family's bond. Heiji flees for her life, realizing the father she relied on is now her most dangerous predator. Meanwhile, our boy calmly explains to the broker that he intends to push Chunsam off a cliff. He plans to dismantle the man's business piece by piece before dropping the final hammer of public exposure. If the father attacks the daughter, Hanul will use domestic violence charges to leave Heiji utterly alone. Chansu warns about the Golden Circle's inevitable reach, but Hanul just offers him a high-stakes deal. He proposes a Trojan horse strategy, intending to use the broker to infiltrate the organization from the inside. Chansu realizes he is just a disposable pawn, and that Hanul is his only real chance at surviving. Hanul cuts straight to the chase, asking why anyone would stay loyal to a group that only values cash. Chansu just laughs, thinking our boy is crazy to think a corporate backing is enough to protect a spy. He admits his own greed drove him to the top, even if fear kept him on a short leash. The broker finds the whole infiltration plan ridiculous, doubting that simple trust is worth risking his neck. Suddenly, Hanul drops a name that makes Chansu's heart stop, proving he knows about the legendary Celestials. Our boy offers him a seat at the highest table, promising him control over the organization's elite members. In this vertical society, the top tier consists of the most powerful politicians and businessmen ruling from the shadows. These elites rely on specialized brokers who are treated like royalty, provided they can handle the high-stakes pressure. Chansu is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a high schooler could possibly know the inner workings of this secret world. He realizes that if Hanul actually pulls this off, he could finally escape his life of crime for good. Chansu is skeptical, asking how our boy can possibly elevate him to the elite top-tier status. Hanul just smirks and tells the broker to stay quiet for a month to get everything he wants. Riding the bus, Hanul knows the broker is losing his mind, trying to figure out his future insight. He remembers how the Golden Gate scandal broke, exposing the corrupt link between politics and school violence. Despite the public outcry, the investigation was buried before any real high-level players were ever identified. Our boy realizes that dismantling a single branch won't work when their filthy wealth protects the roots. He arrives at a massive office building, ready to confront the next target in this twisted hierarchy. Inside, a powerful assemblyman holds a mysterious note, questioning if a mere kid really sent such a message. Kim Ponho laughs it off as a prank, trying to maintain his composed, politician-tier facade over coffee. Hanul doesn't flinch, calmly asking the senator to hear him out because he's here to make a deal. Kim Ponho built his career on trash-tier handshakes, trading favors for elite children during his time as a professor. Just as he thought his past was buried, an opposing senator suddenly drags his corruption into the spotlight. Our boy knew this would happen and sent a note promising to scrub the senator's reputation completely clean. Sitting in the lion's den, Hanul breaks down why the accusations make zero political sense for the accuser. He suggests that a high-ranking member of the senator's own party is actually the one pulling the strings. Ponho warns him that making such a wild claim about his own party leader is a dangerous game. Hanul just smirks, explaining that the leader wants to crush a rising rival without getting his hands dirty. By using a rival party member as a puppet, the mastermind stays safe while Ponho takes the hit. Impressed by the kid's insight, the senator demands to know what the actual solution to this mess is. Hanul points out that since those elite kids actually got suspicious grades, the public will never stop talking. Hanul explains that when the facts are against you, the best move is to simply destroy the messenger instead. He mentions an upcoming drug scandal involving international students, noting that one specific identity remains a total mystery. Our boy drops the hammer, revealing that the rival senator's own son is the one hiding in the shadows. Ponho tries to laugh it off, but Hanul warns him the clock is ticking before the news goes public. He knows that in this cutthroat game, destroying a single allegation is enough to save a man's entire career. Leaving the senator with a 1-week deadline, Hanul heads for the door, confident his bait will be taken. A few days later, the headlines explode with the drug bust, proving our boy's future insight was dead on. Ponyo is left reeling, wondering how a student could possibly possess information that even the elite didn't know. Sips of tea follow as Hanul casually credits his corporate backing for providing such a lethal list of secrets. The senator finally realizes this kid isn't playing games and demands to hear the next phase of the plan. Hanul corners the senator about his presidential dreams, watching the old man break into a cold sweat. He reflects on how the politician's perfect, elite life is actually his biggest weakness in the coming race. When the man gets defensive, our boy clarifies that he isn't asking him to quit, but to evolve. With a chilling gaze, Hanul offers to become the secret kingmaker that secures the man's ultimate victory. Back at school, the hallways are buzzing with a brand new piece of juicy gossip. Word spreads fast that the former queen bee, Oh Haiji, has suddenly dropped out of school entirely. Students whisper about her being hauled off to the hospital in a state too mangled to even walk. Hanul just smirks, thinking her father is a total idiot for letting his daughter become a casualty. He knows firsthand that once emotions take over, even the most calculating monsters lose their edge. Now, he just needs to keep tabs on the girl while waiting for the senator to finally cave. Hanul explains that Myungjin Construction will handle the dirty work of laundering funds for the upcoming campaign. Our boy promises to craft the perfect underdog narrative that will make the public worship the senator. He paints a picture of the man becoming the hero who finally crushes the elusive Golden Circle. Ponho is dumbfounded to learn such a group even exists, but Hanul assures him the risk is minimal. Hanul offers to do all the heavy lifting and cleanup, as long as the senator follows his lead. Even though he is just a teenager, the weight of his words leaves the seasoned politician completely speechless. He reminds the man that powerful players like Go Chung-sok are already desperately hunting for his mysterious backer. Walking away, Hanul considers his plan B if the senator decides to be difficult and refuse the deal. If Ponho becomes a liability or joins the enemy, our boy is prepared to eliminate his latest racehorse. Suddenly, someone calls out his alias, catching him off guard just as he was calculating his next move. Hanul is cornered by a massive wall of meat who politely demands he get into the car. The hired muscle is dumbfounded to realize this high schooler is the mastermind behind the recent corporate plays. Kim Ponho admits our boy is special but asks if he truly understands the danger of targeting the Golden Circle. The senator questions why a kid who isn't even a victim is so desperate to destroy such a powerhouse. Hanul turns cold, asking the senator if he has ever experienced the absolute helplessness of facing pointless malice. He explains how the Golden Circle specifically targets the weak who have no way to fight back. For these victims, school is a prison they can't escape without throwing their entire lives away. They can't even rely on adults because the organization's influence makes everyone too terrified to help. The nightmare never ends because trash-tier bullies like Park Mincheol ensure the suffering continues long after school hours. With a look of pure conviction, he declares his intention to finally shatter this shitty cycle of violence. Hanul makes it clear that while violence is eternal, he specifically wants to dismantle the Golden Circle's profit. Kim Ponho is finally intrigued and tells our boy to lay out his plan for consideration. The strategy is a Trojan horse, using a flipped broker to fake a successful hit and ruin their reputation. He plans to transfer to Gangnam and maintain his top rank to increase his public visibility and protection. If the Golden Circle can't touch a top student, their image of absolute power will completely crumble. Hanul knows the school environment limits outside interference, giving him the perfect fortress to withstand their pressure. He just needs the senator to ensure he isn't expelled while he drags the organization into the mud. Kim Ponho realizes they are cut from the same cloth, admitting he wants the presidency just for the challenge. Our boy listens as the senator explains that since others are trying, he might as well win too. Having never failed a single goal in his life, the senator decides he must become the country's best. Kim Ponho lays it out straight, warning that a single mistake means he will burn every bridge in evidence. Our boy doesn't even blink, smirking as he accepts the high-stakes deal and shakes the senator's hand. Back at school, Hanul just wants to hit the gym, but his quiet exit is suddenly cut short. A student named Choi Siona stops him in his tracks, insisting they have a quick chat in private. She brings up how the trash-tier Hiji vanished from school and ended up in the emergency room. With a sharp gaze, she calls him out, knowing exactly who was behind the girl's sudden and violent downfall. Surprisingly, she promises to keep quiet, admitting she loathes the kind of sociopaths who only care about themselves. She reveals her own brother died because of people like that, making Hanul wonder what her real angle is. The girl gets close and offers her help, clearly looking for an alliance to settle her own dark scores. Hanul realizes she is a total wildcard from his past life, finally seeing the twisted nature behind her eyes. Hanul considers Siona's high-ranking parents a useful asset, but he still doubts her true utility. Reaching into his bag, our boy asks her exactly how much she's willing to sacrifice for this job. He brandishes a pen, asking if she's prepared to use it to gouge out his enemy's eyes. Hanul reflects on his own scars, knowing that breaking others requires being ready to be broken himself. Remembering the ruin he brought to Ochunsam, he accepts that his own life is already forfeit. He stares her down, questioning what she could possibly do for him with such a pathetic, weak will. Leaving Siona dumbfounded on the ground, he tells her to stay out of his way from now on. As he walks off, Hanul concludes that there is simply no room for ordinary people on his path. His mood shifts when Siwoo greets him, reminding him of the few people he actually wants to protect. He resolves to walk into the fiery pit of soul alone, keeping Siwoo far away from the carnage. Siwoo points out that a persistent recruiter from a private academy is lurking around our boy again. The man introduces himself as Ju Beomsiak, the director of Miracle Academy, begging for just a moment. Turns out the corrupt principal Oh Daehan has been milking Hanul's perfect scores to boost the school's prestige. This media circus backfired by attracting top-tier academies offering insane scholarships to Hanul and his younger brother. After Siwoo heads off, the director corners Hanul, hoping to finally get a word in. Our boy is clearly annoyed, reminding the man that he already shot down his previous offers. Beomsiak isn't taking no for an answer and presents an envelope, aiming to buy Hanul's growing reputation. The plan is to use Hanul's name as a spearhead to expand their business into the soul market. He promises Hanul won't even have to attend classes, offering a massive cash incentive for a perfect score. Hanul just smirks, realizing that his current worth is skyrocketing even without accounting for his bloody revenge. Hanul shuts down the academy director's desperate plea, walking away without a second thought. He gives a cold smirk, making it clear that his reasons are his own and non-negotiable. The next day, a high-class woman corners our boy, correctly identifying him by his school persona. Turns out she's Lee Miso, the powerhouse admin behind an elite network of wealthy parents in Seoul. They sit down as she explains how her group is obsessed with the academic secrets he possesses. She gets straight to the point, offering him a lucrative gig, tutoring the children of her elite members. It's not about grades for her. She wants the specific study methods that put him on top. The pay is insane, offering millions just for a few sessions while promising to meet any condition. Hanul plays it cool, asking for time to think while calculating how this fits his master plan. He starts digging into their online community, realizing this network is a goldmine for his future influence. Hanul scrolls through the public forums, but finds the surface-level gossip way too weak for his needs. He realizes that to get the real dirt, he needs access to the exclusive 10 million won membership tier. Our boy finally cracks into the secret bulletin, knowing this is where the elite truly hide their secrets. A dark smirk creeps across his face because he's finally found the leverage he was looking for. Notifications flood in as the network obsesses over his persona's legendary mock exam scores and mysterious background. He recalls how the downfall of the Golden Circle in his past life triggered a massive social upheaval. It wasn't the law that reacted most, but the obsessed helicopter parents protecting their children's elite future. These people don't care about morality. They only care if their kids are losing out on an advantage. Realizing this force is worth harnessing, he calls Lee Miso to confirm their meeting for the next day. With a master plan in motion, he steps out of the car, ready to infiltrate their high society playground. Minwoo spits out a curse, clearly hating every second of being stuck in this backwater town. This trash-tier group of elite brats can't believe they had to travel all the way to Daesun. They mock Hanul's persona, calling him a penniless bum who doesn't even belong in their world. The guys laugh, finding the idea of being tutored by a provincial nobody absolutely pathetic. Minwoo suggests they just ditch the session entirely, not seeing any value in meeting a loser nerd. The girls hesitate, worried their parents might cut off their allowance or seize their phones for skipping. Minwoo brushes it off, claiming that if they all revolt, their parents will simply replace the tutor. They stomp out their cigarettes, deciding that having fun is way better than this academic shit show. The gang walks away laughing, completely unaware they are playing right into our boy's hands. Inside, Hanul waits calmly while confirming that Senator Ponho has finally taken the bait. Hanul explains that a CEO's child entering high school is the golden ticket to infiltrating the elite top tier. He demands real-time intel once the connection is made, his eyes cold and focused on the long game. Chansu is warned to keep his targets alive and well, knowing any mistake will lead to his immediate doom. Our boy thinks of the Golden Circle's victims, remembering the weight of his own bloodied fists and past suffering. He decides he can't just walk away from the tragedies he's seen, even if revenge is his main priority. The memories of his long, silent years in a hospital bed are still far too clear for his liking. Hanul exhales slowly to clear his head, knowing that letting his emotions flare up right now is far too risky. Glancing at the clock, he realizes the spoiled brats he's meant to tutor are already failing the first impression. Far away from the classroom, a disco ball spins as the rich kids choose karaoke over their actual education. Minwoo and his crew mock the outdated music, totally clueless that their easy life is about to hit a wall. Hanul kicks the door open, catching these trash-tier brats completely off guard during their little karaoke session. When our boy asks for Minwoo, the spoiled brat stands up, thinking his family name makes him untouchable. Before he can even finish his sentence, Hanul delivers a brutal reality check right to his jaw. Minwoo hits the floor hard, realizing too late that his status won't save him from this monster. Cracking his neck, Hanul tells them the teacher has arrived and it's time for a proper greeting. The brat tries threatening him with his parents' power, but Hanul just dares him to make the call. Minwoo is dumbfounded, his face a mess of bruises, as he realizes his usual threats aren't working. Looming over him like a shadow, Hanul mocks the idea of him being beaten by a mere tutor. Desperate, Minwoo dials his mother, hoping she'll swoop in and crush this supposedly low-level loser. Turns out his mom isn't coming to the rescue, instead berating him for being a complete idiot. Minwoo is frozen in shock as his mother's voice thunders through the phone, tearing his ego to shreds. Our boy just stands there with a cold smirk, enjoying the sound of a spoiled brat getting humbled. Before the kid can even process the betrayal, Hanul casually snatches the phone right out of his trembling hand. He reminds Lee Miso that he expects punctuality, making the powerful woman stammer out a desperate, groveling apology. When he mentions the right to punish her son, she doesn't hesitate to give him the green light. The rest of the trash tier gang watches in silence as Minwoo is officially abandoned by his own mother. Hanging up the phone, Hanul gives him a simple choice between a brutal lesson or a total thrashing. The night air is thick with frustration, as the brats realize their parents won't be coming to save them. Later, Minwoo and his buddy vent their anger, still dumbfounded that their status meant nothing to that monster. One of the girls is already looking for local connections, wondering if anyone in Daesan can help them get revenge. Minwoo stares at his mangled face in the phone screen, swearing he has never been humiliated like this before. His eyes burn with pure hatred as he reminds himself that a nobody shouldn't be touching a Kang. Yumi finally tracks down a local heavy hitter, wondering if Minwoo's mother would actually approve of this messy revenge. The trash tier brat just laughs it off, claiming his family bloodline makes him untouchable regardless of the trouble. She puts on her best act while calling Jinwoo, acting like they are old friends to secure his help. 2 days later, the local muscle arrives. Hearing how our boy supposedly thrashed some kids for being late, Jinwoo just smirks, telling Yumi that lifting weights is a joke compared to a real gritty street fight. They finally reach the gym where the target is supposed to be hiding out for his daily workout session. The big guy bursts through the doors, making a massive scene to announce his arrival to everyone inside. He demands a spar with the first-year student, confident his massive build will easily crush the overhyped tutor. Jinwoo smirks, thinking he will only consider the job if the target can actually land a hit on him. Siwoo is completely dumbfounded to see the local boss barging into his gym during a workout session. Yumi breathes a sigh of relief, glad her friend did not get trashed before the real fight even started. She quickly points toward the back, identifying the tutor as the one who supposedly bullied her rich friends. Our boy just wipes his sweat, coolly stating he only disciplines those who actually deserve a reality check. The moment Jinwoo sees who he is up against, his face pales as his survival instincts scream at him. Without a single word, the supposed boss of Daesan bolts for the exit, leaving Yumi totally confused. He collapses outside, gasping for air and thanking his lucky stars he did not pick a fight with a monster. Yumi catches up and grabs his arm, demanding to know why the city's toughest guy is suddenly acting cowardly. Jinwoo snaps back in terror, realizing the tutor is the same demon who once turned his world upside down. Jinwoo grabs Yumi and warns her to shut her mouth and just stick to the tutoring sessions. He walks away in a cold sweat, deciding that getting involved with that girl is a death sentence. Back at the table, our boy is laying down the law, while the rich kids struggle with complex math. Minwoo is practically falling apart, his brain turning to mush as the exhaustion of the week finally hits him. He snaps back to reality with a gasp when Hanul demands absolute focus from his trash-tier students. Tapping his pen, Hanul reminds them that their parents won't be happy if this expensive tutoring goes to waste. He stares them down, pointing out how they've been nothing but puppets for their families their entire lives. Yumi and Minwoo are left dumbfounded, as he offers to cut their workload if they actually pass the finals. Spinning his pen, Hanul promises them a ticket to a top-tier university if they just shut up and follow. Half a month later, Miso is ecstatic because her son's grades actually jumped 2 whole levels. Our boy just sips his tea, knowing his methods work as she begs him to stay on. She's so desperate for results that she offers 10 million won a month for just 1 weekly session. Hanul agrees to the deal, but only if she sticks to her end of their secret arrangement. As she gets ready to leave, he casually asks what kind of work her husband actually does. Miso gives a knowing look, her elegant facade hiding the true nature of her family's power. Her smile says everything, confirming that some secrets are better left buried in the elite districts. Hanul realizes exactly why this family stays far away from the trash-tier thugs of the Golden Circle. With the deal sealed and vacation finally arriving, the school buzzes with plans for the break. The homeroom teacher wraps up class, reminding everyone that this vacation determines their entire future. Just as the bell rings, he singles out our boy, asking him to stay behind for a quick chat. Standing in the empty room, the teacher puts on a concerned act, claiming he really cares about his success. He flashes a fake smile, and tells Hanul to reach out if anything happens during the break. Hanul remembers how bewildered he was when he first realized what kind of trash this guy actually is. He recalls dropping the bomb about the man's secret affair with the English teacher to break his spirit. Since then, the teacher treats him like a lucky charm, laughing nervously to hide his absolute terror. Our boy just offers a polite smile, thinking that the man should enjoy his temporary happiness while it lasts. When Siwoo calls him to head out, Hanul decides to let the teacher's world stay intact for now. Hanul and Siwoo walk toward a future that promises to be more brutal than any thorn-filled path they've seen. Our boy decides to get a reality check, asking the coach if they actually have what it takes to go pro. The trainer admits Siwoo has perfect striking but thinks his grappling is too weak for the pro scene. He turns to Hanul, acknowledging his elite judgment and daring nature make him ready for the big leagues. However, he warns that Hanul's underdeveloped body means he can only handle trash-tier, lower-ranked opponents for now. The coach explains that real pros in their prime are absolute monsters compared to high school kids. If they stepped into the ring now, the pure physical gap would ensure they get crushed instantly. Instead of being discouraged, Hanul just smirks, knowing his regression knowledge is useless without a body that can keep up. He asks the coach to help them bulk up, realizing raw power is the only way to survive the Golden Circle. At 5 a.m., Hanul and Siwoo hit the pavement, kicking off a brutal routine to rebuild their stamina. Our boy moves straight to the iron, punishing his muscles with heavy presses and weighted pull-ups. It isn't just about the sweat, as he forces down 5 massive, nutrient-packed meals to fuel his growth. Eventually, the hellish pace catches up, and he finds himself retching in the bathroom from pure exhaustion. Looking in the mirror, he feels his body reaching its breaking point under the relentless physical strain. His hands shake violently, reminding him that he's still too weak to even touch a B-ranker. He pushes through the pain, knowing his plans for Changbyom and the others depend on his strength. To keep going, he visualizes the dark years he spent trapped in a coma, unable to move. He remembers the cold despair of being a literal vegetable while his enemies thrived in the sun. Seeing his family's faces in his mind reinforces his resolve to never return to that pathetic state. Hanul is consumed by thoughts of revenge, believing that crushing his enemies is worth any price, even his life. He collapses in the locker room, his lungs burning, while Han Siwoo watches his friend's self-destruction with dread. Siwoo pleads with the trainer to intervene, terrified that our boy is going to permanently shatter his own body. The trainer admits that stopping him is impossible, acknowledging that Hanul's resolve is cut from a different cloth. Even bloodied and battered in the ring, he refuses to quit, driven by a hunger that defies human limits. The trainer decides to oversee this madness personally, fearing Hanul will find even deadlier ways to train alone. He pushes through the agony of the iron, slowly rebuilding the physical vessel needed for his dark ambitions. By the 5th week of his hellish regime, his strikes carry a terrifying new weight and lethal precision. Every heavy bag he shreds is a rehearsal for the violence he plans to unleash on the Golden Circle. His movements are becoming lethal, his eyes sharpening as he finally begins to transcend his previous physical limitations. Our boy slams his fist into the bag with enough force to shatter bone and leave the gym echoing. Standing tall, Hanul asks the coach where he stands after weeks of this hellish, soul-crushing grind. The trainer admits his progress is insane, claiming he could already hold his own against a pro fighter. Hanul just smirks and wonders if he is finally ready to take on the man himself in the ring. Amused by the brat's audacity, the trainer beckons him into the cage to see the truth for himself. They touch gloves, marking the start of a spar that is anything but a friendly game of tag. Hanul's reaction speed is on another level as he effortlessly weaves through the trainer's opening strikes. He keeps his guard tight, absorbing the impact while refusing to let his focus waver for even a second. Suddenly, the trainer's gaze sharpens, revealing the terrifying aura of a man who truly lives for the fight. With a brutal strike, the coach humbles him, proving that raw talent isn't enough to bridge the gap yet. The coach decides to humble our boy, fearing his rising confidence might lead to a fatal mistake later. He pours on the pressure, determined to show Hanul that rushing into a real fight is a death sentence. Hanul barely manages to stay on his feet, realizing the gap between a pro and a student is massive. Even while being pushed back, he refuses to panic, searching for that one tiny opening to turn the tide. He knows that in his line of work, losing isn't an option regardless of how stacked the odds are. To Hanul, complaining about a stronger opponent is just a trash-tier excuse he refuses to ever make. Suddenly, the trainer's eyes widen as he feels the air shift, realizing he might have underestimated the kid's resolve. With a cold, calculated glare, our boy prepares to unleash a counter that has been timing since the start. His fist connects with a satisfying thud, proving that his hellish training is finally starting to pay off. The veteran fighter admits the strike was impressive, but warns that the real lesson is only just beginning. Hanul takes a brutal hit, feeling the raw power of a professional who isn't holding back anymore. Our boy gasps for air, his body screaming as he realizes the sheer weight of a champion's strike. The trainer acknowledges Hanul's talent, but his posture shows he is still the undisputed king of this ring. He warns that there are levels to this game, radiating an aura as terrifying as a wild predator. As the ringing in his ears fades, Hanul stares up at the man who just dismantled his pride. Siwoo rushes over, his face pale with worry as he checks if his friend is still conscious. He tries to comfort Hanul, reminding him that losing to a literal monster isn't something to be ashamed of. Instead of being crushed, Hanul starts laughing like a madman, his eyes burning with a strange, dark excitement. He remembers how he couldn't even touch the trainer before, but today he actually made him get serious. Getting back on his feet, Hanul realizes that while he lost, he is finally closing the gap on the elite. Our boy knows he has exactly 1 year left to evolve into something truly terrifying and unstoppable. Later that night at a construction site, a voice asks if something happened to change his aura so drastically. Changbyum is completely dumbfounded, admitting that Hanul looks so menacing now that it is actually hard to talk. Hanul just brushes it off and hands over an envelope regarding a specific house that finally hit the market. While Changbyum questions why anyone would want such a desolate location, Hanul prepares to drop a heavy name. He reveals that this golden intel came directly from Senator Kim Ponho, instantly raising the stakes of the conversation. The name drop works perfectly as the contract is sealed under a dummy name to keep their tracks hidden. The seller is absolutely thrilled, thanking Changbyum for doubling the price on a lot he thought was total trash tier. Changbyum finally sees the vision, realizing this land will soon become a prime industrial hub connected to a freeway. As Hanul suggests building a villa complex, Changbyum realizes his young partner is playing a high-level game of chess. Hanul recalls how this specific plot of land saw a massive price hike in his previous life's auction. He notes that while a road will limit development here, it is just a piece of a larger puzzle. The real prize is the landlocked area behind it, which remains worthless until they bridge the gap. Combining the lots will generate billions in profit once the construction company adds its premium to the project. Hanul assures Changbyum that this achievement will finally cement his reputation as a powerhouse chairman. Changbyum is completely intrigued, asking who currently holds the rights to that massive, hidden gold mine. Despite having money and political backing, our boy knows his personal force still isn't quite enough. He realizes he needs a loyal army of enforcers like Chansu and Changsok to handle the dirtier work. Taking a steady breath, he prepares to execute his next phase with cold, calculated certainty. As March arrives and school resumes, our boy steps back onto the battlefield to continue his revenge. Rumors are swirling about a fierce sophomore named Kim Hyunsung who supposedly dismantled a notorious juvenile delinquent. A cocky freshman named Jang Hyukjin mocks his friends, calling them dumbfounded for believing such trash-tier gossip. Hyukjin claims he has never seen a better fighter, clearly unaware that the legend is standing right there. Suddenly, a tall shadow looms over him as a cold voice orders the brat to put out his cigarette. Hyukjin's friends instantly recognize the threat and desperately hold their leader back, begging for mercy from their senior. Our boy stands tall, looking absolutely lethal in his uniform, while radiating an aura that demands total submission. One look at those cold eyes, and Hyukjin is reduced to a sweating mess, stuttering out a pathetic apology. Later, Hanul explains to his crew that he has zero tolerance for thugs who disrupt the district's hierarchy. He drops a massive bombshell, declaring his plan to bring every school in Daesan under his thumb very soon. Changsok is visibly shaken, warning that declaring war on the entire city will make them public enemy number one. Hanul reflects on how the Golden Circle's shadow has turned these kids into a coordinated, secret network of factions. To dismantle them, he offers 500 per school, knowing money is the only language these thugs understand. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, certain that this incentive will turn his crew into a relentless machine. The scene shifts to the freshman wing, where the air is thick with the scent of impending violence. Hyukjin is busy playing king, brutally pummeling a student just for having a look he didn't like. The trash-tier bully mocks the witnesses, completely drunk on the petty power he wields over the weak. The arrogant brat believes the entire freshman class will be his soon, blissfully ignorant of the coming storm. That storm arrives with a single step as a lethal presence enters the room to collect a debt. Hanul looms over the dumbfounded bully, demanding to know if he's the one who laid hands on his junior. Without waiting for a pathetic answer, our boy launches a devastating kick that sends the trash-tier bully flying. Hyukjin crashes into the furniture, his body screaming in pain after that massive opening kick. The confused bully tries to act tough, but Hanul's predatory gaze tells him he's in deep trouble. Our boy doesn't waste words, delivering a stinging slap that echoes through the silent classroom. Hyukjin hits the deck, clutching his face as he realizes he's completely outmatched by this monster. A teacher happens to walk by, but the sight of Hanul's dominance makes him freeze in his tracks. Deciding that his career is worth more than a student's beating, the man quickly retreats like a coward. Hanul stands over the crying mess, asking if the brat has finally figured out why he's being humbled. He grabs the bully's face, explaining that he has zero patience for those who use violence without purpose. Our boy reveals he came specifically for this trash-tier king to set a new standard for the school. Another devastating strike lands, proving that Hanul is the only one allowed to dictate the rules here. The teachers and students are left dumbfounded, realizing the old hierarchy has been completely shattered in one afternoon. Hyukjin sits in a daze, finally understanding that his days of being a big fish are officially over. Word spreads like wildfire through the halls, as everyone hears about Hanul's absolute ban on any more bullying. The rumors get even wilder, suggesting our boy is planning a total takeover of every school in the district. Some students even think they can get rich if they're smart enough to follow his lead during the chaos. Up on the roof, Changsok warns that taking over Daesan means colliding with some seriously dangerous heavy hitters. He points out a monster named Young Haeman, a mercenary who has already proven his lethality in the ring. Changsok worries that without a solid reason to fight, the other schools will just team up against them. Hanul just smirks, revealing he already knows Haeman is a trash-tier pawn working for the Golden Circle. He tightens his grip, ready to turn the entire city into his personal playground by any means necessary. Hanul realizes the toxic influence of Gangnam is finally taking root in the streets of Daesan. He checks his phone with a smirk, knowing that every scumbag creates a victim he can exploit. To our boy, these victims aren't just casualties, they are the perfect justification for his next move. Meanwhile, a teacher at Jail High corners a student named Daehyun about some stolen money. Daehyun completely loses it when the teacher threatens to call his parents, begging for mercy. The teacher is absolutely fuming, unable to believe the kid would swipe 500,000 won. Things go south fast when Daehyun claims he lost the cash, making the teacher even more suspicious. The man looms over the trembling boy, convinced he's just listening to another trash-tier lie. Deciding that a lecture isn't enough, the teacher grabs a rod to deliver a brutal physical lesson. It turns out Daehyun was set up by elite jerks who think framing him is just a game. Hongjin flashes the stolen cash, mocking the poor kid and telling him he should just beg for help. The rest of the trash-tier gang laughs, enjoying the creative ways their leader grills his latest victim. Daehyun stands there trembling, realizing he's being blamed for the very money these thugs just snatched away. To make things worse, Hongjin starts kicking his legs and demands he strip to show his bruises. He reminds the boy of a middle school promise, relishing the absolute power he holds over his life. Daehyun is paralyzed with fear as the bully orders him to be a good boy before things get ugly. In a desperate attempt to avoid more pain, the poor kid actually complies, while Hongjin just watches and smirks. The onlookers find the whole display hilarious, mocking him for being so pathetic and dirty. Hongjin then grabs his face, casually demanding another 50,000 won as if he hasn't taken enough. When the boy admits he's broke, the bully snaps and violently slams him down for even daring to refuse. Hongjin realizes he made a mistake, and decides that if the kid is broke, he'll target his family. The trash-tier bully casually suggests heading to the snack store to give the boy's mother a brutal beating. Hearing his mother threatened, Daehyun finally snaps and screams for the bastard to stop his madness. The sudden outburst causes the entire group to freeze in their tracks, completely caught off guard by the defiance. Hongjin turns back with a cold glare, asking if the pathetic loser actually just dared to insult him. The bully leans in, mocking the boy's fear and reminding him that every mistake in this world has a price. Just as he's about to strike, a lightning-fast kick connects with his jaw, sending teeth and spit flying everywhere. Our boy Hanul finally makes his entrance, effortlessly slamming the red-haired trash into the cold, hard pavement. Daehyun watches from the ground, his eyes filled with tears and utter confusion at his unexpected savior. The rest of the gang stands there dumbfounded, unable to process how their leader just got folded like laundry. The trash-tier lackeys charge in blindly, demanding to know who this random outsider thinks he is. Hanul doesn't waste words, delivering a brutal masterclass in pain that leaves them questioning their life choices. With a chilling smirk, our boy introduces himself as the only friend the victim has left. Poor Daehyun remembers the night spent trembling under his covers, wondering why the world chose him as a target. He even considered taking a blade to his tormentors, but his own crippling fear always held him back. Suddenly, a notification breaks the silence of his misery, offering a desperate lifeline he never expected to see. He stares at the screen with tear-filled eyes, reading about a new system designed to hunt down school bullies. It is an anonymous portal for the broken and bruised to finally name the monsters ruining their lives. Shaking with a mix of hope and terror, he realizes this might be his only shot at true salvation. Back in reality, Hanul casually asks if he was the one who sent that fateful, life-changing email. Daehyun is stunned by the empathy, realizing someone finally understands that their suffering isn't just some childhood prank. He knows the grim reality where victims carry trauma forever, while the trash-tier perpetrators never feel any guilt. If a victim dares to fight back with a blade, they become the criminal, leaving their life in ruins. Our boy Hanul explains that this disgusting reality is exactly why he created his platform to offer a deal. The next day at Jail High, a massive brute named An Hongryul storms in demanding to find the victim. The sniveling Hongjin points him out, mocking Daehyun and reminding him that his big brother does not play around. Daehyun sits quietly at his desk, sensing the impending violence as the mountain of a man looms over him. Without a second thought, Hongryul delivers a brutal strike while screaming at the boy to give him an answer. He grabs the poor kid by the hair, demanding to know how he dared to call his friends for backup. Even with a bloodied face, Daehyun smirks because he knows the trap is set and the bully is doomed. Hongryul snatches the phone, demanding to know who this mystery friend is while the call finally connects. The brute screams into the receiver, identifying himself as Jail High's top dog and demanding answers for his brother. On the other end, our boy Hanul just smiles, admitting he is the one who gave the trash-tier brother a lesson. Hanul calmly lists every disgusting thing the bully did, from extortion to making a kid strip for a girl. He offers one final chance for an apology, hoping the older brother has more common sense than the younger. Hongryul just laughs, claiming his brother was just having fun, and threatens to murder whoever is on the line. Hanul sets the trap, giving his alias and school while inviting the idiot to a time and place. As the sun sets, a massive mob of students marches forward, ready to settle the score with blood. The two factions finally face off, with Hanul standing tall against the wave of Jail High's finest thugs. Hongryul tries to act reasonable, warning that a fight here means a full-scale war between their two schools. Hanul realizes the bully is trying to save face because he finally did his homework on who he's facing. Hongryul is absolutely livid, feeling insulted that a trash-tier school thinks they are on the same level. The two leaders lock eyes, both knowing that a single spark will turn this standoff into a bloodbath. Surprisingly, the older brother snaps and orders his sibling to step forward and offer a sincere apology. Hongjin is completely dumbfounded, trembling as he realizes his shield has finally decided to throw him away. The bully mumbles a pathetic sorry, but Daehyun isn't satisfied and demands he say it like he means it. Daehyun just grins, recalling how Hanul gave him two distinct paths to handle this nightmare once and for all. One option was the safe route, simply taking a promise of peace to end the constant suffering. But the other path was cold-blooded revenge, a way to truly settle the score for every single bruise. Without a second thought, Daehyun chooses violence and sends a massive right hook straight into the bully's jaw. Daehyun makes his choice, deciding that a simple apology isn't enough for the hell he's endured. He lets his fists do the talking, sending the trash-tier bully reeling with a bone-shattering strike. Seeing his brother hit the dirt, Hongryul loses his cool and screams for a total war. The standoff officially ends as a sea of thugs charges forward, turning the bridge into a war zone. Hanul's side isn't backing down, meeting the initial wave with a flurry of precise, heavy hits. Changsok starts a grim countdown, systematically dismantling every fool brave enough to step into his range. He's actually enjoying the chaos, motivated by the fat bonus promised for clearing out these local pests. Just as a desperate coward tries to sneak up on him, the tide of the battle shifts. Siwoo enters the fray with a savage kick, proving he's far more than just a friendly face. He knows he must prove his utility to Hanul's grand design, leaving no room for mercy here. Daehyun is fully committed now, believing that sticking by his savior is his only path to survival. The jail mob is losing their minds, wondering how they are getting folded despite having double the numbers. Another trash-tier thug takes a heavy blow to the chin, his world spinning as he hits the pavement. Hongryul is absolutely livid, demanding to know how these outsiders dare to cause such a mess on his turf. Changsok stands like an immovable mountain, completely unfazed as the numerical advantage of the enemy starts to crumble. Hongryul decides to cut off the head of the snake, convinced that taking down the big guy ends everything. He lunges forward with everything he has got, putting all his weight into a desperate, final strike. But his plan goes south instantly, as a heavy fist meets his face before he can even land. Changsok counters with a devastating blow, proving that brute strength alone is nothing against a true professional. Hongryul is left dumbfounded and bleeding, his ego shattered along with his nose as the reality sets in. The trash-tier thugs of Jail High litter the ground, their numerical advantage rendered useless against such overwhelming force. Hanul looms over the fallen leader, revealing the digital evidence that ensures his total academic and social destruction. He issues a cold warning that any mention of this night will lead to consequences far worse than expulsion. When the bully remains defiant, our boy silences him by violently seizing his jaw with a grip like iron. Hanul flashes a terrifying smile, mocking the fact that the loudmouth has suddenly lost his ability to speak. He forces the bully to feel every ounce of his regression-fueled rage, prying the truth out of him through pain. Hongjin and his remaining lackeys tremble in fear, realizing they are completely helpless against this monster in a uniform. The agony becomes unbearable as the bully's vision blurs, his mind finally snapping under the intense psychological pressure. A tooth flies through the air as the former king is reduced to a sobbing, bloody mess on the pavement. Standing over the shattered remains of the gang's ego, Hanul prepares to deliver the final blow to their hierarchy. Hanul mocks the trash-tier bullies for taking too long to give him the answers he wants. One of the lackeys gets a reality check as a heavy blow sends him reeling back in pain. The thug grits his teeth, unable to believe a student is actually pushing them around like this. Daehyun stands dumbfounded as he realizes the monsters who tormented him are now trembling before our boy. The bullies scramble away like rats, leaving Daehyun shocked that they actually apologized for their crimes. For the first time in years, the world feels peaceful as Daehyun vows to uphold his end of the deal. Word spreads through the shadows about a mysterious service promising to turn a victim's imagination into a brutal reality. Deep in an alley, Mo Youngho and his crew laugh off the rumors, thinking they are untouchable. Youngho brags about beating anyone who challenges him, unaware that a predator has already closed the distance. The thugs jump out of their skins when a hooded figure suddenly appears, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. Hanul reveals his informant spilled everything about their trash-tier activities, leaving the thugs completely exposed and vulnerable. Youngho can't handle the truth, his face twisting in rage, as he realizes his crimes are common knowledge. Our boy just gives them a mocking gesture, inviting the trash to try their luck against a real monster. Driven by desperation, the gang charges forward like brainless mobs, thinking numbers can bridge the massive power gap. Hanul just smirks and pulls his hood low, ready to show these losers the true meaning of suffering. Within seconds, the overconfident bullies are reduced to sobbing messes on their knees under the watchful eye of Chang Sok. Chang Seok casually checks his phone while smoking, confirming that another target has been systematically erased from the board. Even Siwoo is putting in work, cleaning up the streets and reporting back that the job is finally finished. Hanul stares down his prey with a cold gaze, mockingly asking if the pain is finally starting to sink in. He reminds them how much they enjoyed tormenting others, before delivering a punch that shatters their remaining pride. Siwoo stands over the trash, promising that their days of acting like kings are officially over. The scene shifts to Daesan ICT High, a place where another group of predators is starting to sweat. Inside, the local thugs are busy brutalizing a victim while nervously discussing the mysterious hunter from Cheonil. One lackey counts his dirty cash, worried that this new monster is bound to ruin their profitable racket. Jung Hyman just relaxes, wondering why this newcomer is making such a ruckus trying to dominate the city. He orders his subordinate to bring Hongriel in, refusing to let their group stay quiet during this shift. Outside on the bleachers, the rest of the gang gathers, sensing that a major storm is finally brewing. Heyman casually smokes while mocking Hongriel, reminding him that he at least left his teeth intact before. Hongriel trembles in pure terror, realizing that the monster he faced doesn't care who he targets next. Heyman decides it's better to strike first and asks the broken bully for a very specific favor. Heyman pressures the broken bully to snitch on Hanul, but the memory of that monster's smile paralyzes him. When Hongriel hesitates, Heyman loses his patience and grabs him, demanding he get his act together right now. He starts raining down blows, deciding that if the coward won't snitch, he'll give him a fresh reason to. Later, a formal report surfaces accusing our boy of being a hired gun recruited through social media. The faculty gathers to discuss the fallout, determined to ensure the mysterious hunter from Cheonil pays the price. The lead teacher turns to Daehyun, expecting the victim to confirm their narrative and bury the outsider. Instead, Daehyun stays calm and insists that the legendary hunter had absolutely nothing to do with the incident. He stares them down, explaining that after years of suffering, he finally found the strength to strike back. The teacher explodes in rage, but Daehyun just smirks, cleverly twisting his words to keep Hanul clear. Despite the intense pressure, he stands firm, leaving the corrupt faculty dumbfounded as their easy scapegoat slips away. The ICT crew gathers, feeling the heat as rumors of the legendary hunter's influence spread through the ranks. Jung Hyman realizes that Hanul is systematically dismantling their playground by creating a retaliatory network for every victim. These trash-tier thugs are rattled, noting that even the usual powerhouses at Jail High have gone completely silent. They see through the noble act, convinced Hanul is just using the weak to seize control of Daesan. Heyman seethes with pure rage, refusing to let some outsider swoop in and steal his hard-earned territory. The blonde leader agrees, unwilling to give up the sadistic fun they have enjoyed for so long. With a twisted grin, Heyman reveals he has a special plan designed to utterly crush our boy. Inside a secluded warehouse, the sound of violence echoes as they begin hunting for a suspected snitch. The blonde bully grabs Hojun, blaming the kid's online post for turning the school against their group. He mocks the victim's tears, claiming this brutal reality check is the price for trying to play hero. The blonde bully loses it, screaming that the kid needs to pay for all the stress he caused. Hojun braces for the impact, his face already a mess of bruises and deep-seated regret. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the warehouse, addressing the victim by his full name. Our boy steps into the light, effortlessly identifying every trash-tier thug standing in the room. Hojun is completely dumbfounded, recognizing the mysterious tutor he knows only as Kim Hyun-sung. As Hanul looms at the entrance, the terrified kid starts blabbering desperate apologies for his forced betrayal. He weeps about the gang's threats, claiming they would have killed his brother if he didn't cooperate. Fed up with the sniveling, the blonde leader swings again to silence the witness for good. The sound of footsteps echoes as the real mastermind behind this trap finally makes his entrance. Hyman greets him with a twisted smile, eager to see if the rumors are actually true. Hyman gloats about his massive trap, claiming Hanul was foolish to think he could take over Daesun unchallenged. Our boy just smirks at the 100 trash-tier thugs, mocking them for having so much pathetic free time. Before the fighting starts, he asks the confused leader if he wants to hear a very funny story. He mentions the local social media page, questioning if they ever wondered who was actually running the account. It turns out Joe Jaejin was the admin, giving him total access to everyone's private data and comments. To earn favor with the legendary tutor, Jaejin eagerly sold out every snake hiding in the shadows. Hanul laughs, telling the terrified leader that he knows exactly which cowards were talking trash behind their screens. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo through the warehouse as a group of elite reinforcements arrives to balance the scales. The ICT gang is dumbfounded to see the entire Cheonil high hierarchy standing ready for a total massacre. Heyman's confidence evaporates instantly when he sees monsters like An Hungryol waiting to tear his crew apart. Poor Hojun is left in tears, remembering how he became a mere plaything for those trash-tier bullies. But our boy Hanul just cracks his knuckles, revealing that they were the ones walking into a trap. He looks at the crowd and mocks their pathetic head count, knowing numbers mean nothing against real power. Heyman mocks the reinforcements, calling them losers who were already wrecked by the legendary tutor in the past. He screams at Hongryol, questioning why Head served the very man who humiliated and dismantled his entire crew. Hongryol doesn't give a damn about local politics anymore, dismissing the threats with absolute coldness. With his face still bandaged, he roars that Heyman is the real lunatic for thinking he's still relevant. Heyman starts sweating, nervously asking if the former boss can actually handle the consequences of this betrayal. Hongryol just laughs in his face, pointing out that Heyman wouldn't last a second against the legendary tutor. He challenges the coward to a one-on-one duel right now if he's so worried about who rules Daesun. Hanul cracks his knuckles, revealing that the previous provocation was just a calculated setup to bait a duel. Our boy stands tall with his crew, leaving Heyman to wonder if numbers can actually stop this monster. Heyman tries to reassure himself with his superior head count, but Hanul just mocks his desperate overthinking. Before the trash-tier bully can even react, Hanul launches a strike that sends a lackey flying backward. With a cold glint in his eyes, he decides to skip the talk and start the massacre himself. He unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, proving his techniques are on a completely different level from these thugs. Heyman watches in pure horror, realizing he's dealing with a total lunatic who actually enjoys the chaos. Hez dumbfounded why Hanul's reinforcements are just standing back, letting their leader handle the entire mob alone. It finally clicks that Hanul isn't looking for a fair fight. He's planning to dismantle the ICT hierarchy solo. Heyman grits his teeth in desperation, realizing his reign is crumbling under the weight of a single man's fist. Our boy dives into the fray, ignoring the screams of the trash-tier mob as he begins his systematic destruction. He knows deep down that taking on 100 thugs alone is suicide, even with his regression knowledge. But if these parasites don't learn the price of defiance now, his future plans will crumble before starting. Changsok steps in like a true professional, his heavy fists making it crystal clear that Daesun has a new king. Heyman can only watch in absolute horror as his strongest lackeys are folded like cheap lawn chairs. Hanul realizes that if he can't handle these small fry, the monsters waiting in Gangnam will eat him alive. He continues the onslaught, knowing every strike is a necessary step toward the absolute dominance he craves. Even in the most preposterous situations, his sharp eyes never lose sight of the ultimate goal of total revenge. He warns his crew to stay back, wanting to prove that his own strength is enough to break anyone. Siwoo looks on, dumbfounded by the realization that if Hanul fails here, his entire quest for vengeance ends. Hanul looks like an absolute demon, relishing the carnage as he grips a trash-tier bully by the throat. Siwoo is visibly shaken, realizing that his friend has completely crossed a line into something truly terrifying. Changseok wonders if they should intervene, but Siwoo insists on trusting Hanul despite the overwhelming odds. Heyman loses his cool, screaming at his lackeys to stop being cowards and swarm the lone monster. The entire mob of ICT bullies charges at once, hoping that sheer numbers can finally bring Hanul down. They rain blows upon him from every angle, but our boy just absorbs the impact like it's nothing. Suddenly, Hanul snaps back with a lethal strike to a bully's throat, proving Hez just getting started. He pivots with a devastating punch that sends another trash-tier thug flying into the concrete. Heyman is completely dumbfounded, his arrogance replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes he's next. With blood dripping down his face, Hanul decides to go all the way and dismantle their entire hierarchy. Even with a thug's arm wrapped tightly around his neck, our boy refuses to back down from this fight. He sinks his teeth deep into the bully's arm, proving that a cornered beast is the most dangerous opponent. Hanul continues to trade blows with the mob, determined to stay standing until every last trash-tier thug drops. Heyman watches the carnage in absolute horror, his confidence completely evaporating as the warehouse turns into a graveyard. Covered in blood and wearing a maniacal grin, Hanul looks less like a student and more like a demon. Realizing he is completely outmatched, Heyman decides to tuck tail and run before he ends up broken too. Hanul just watches the coward flee, disgusted that someone so pathetic could ever claim to lead a gang. He pummels another lackey into the dirt, reminding the remaining trash that starting a war means finishing it. Seeing the chaos, Hongryul loses his patience and tells the remaining fodder to get out of his way. He charges forward to finish the job, proving that Hanul's new enforcer is just as terrifying as the master. Junghyun lunges forward like a wild animal, but our boy Hanul just waits for the perfect opening. The trash-tier bully swings wide, completely unaware that he has just signed his own death warrant. Hanul slips the strike with ease, diving into the blonde's blind spot to end this little game. He drives his shoulder into the guy's gut, using every bit of momentum to ground the arrogant prick. Junghyun gasps for air as the cold floor meets his back, realizing too late he is in deep trouble. With a blood-soaked grin, Hanul asks if he is really the infamous Yu Junghyun he has been looking for. Without waiting for an answer, he starts tenderizing the bully's face with a barrage of relentless strikes. Each punch lands with a sickening thud, shattering Junghyun's ego along with his teeth. The surrounding mob watches in pure terror, screaming for someone to pull this literal lunatic off their leader. Hanul does not stop, his eyes glowing with a demonic light as he turns the warehouse floor into a crime scene. The remaining ICT bullies stand frozen in shock as they watch their entire hierarchy crumble in seconds. Our boy finally stops the assault, his breath heavy as he wipes the blood from his cold eyes. Junghyun lies broken on the floor, finally admitting that they have utterly lost this war. Siwoo and Hongryul watch with wide eyes, dumbfounded by the sheer level of violence Hanul just unleashed. Hongryul roars at the trash-tier thugs to back off, making it clear that Hanul is now off-limits. Standing over the fallen leader, Hanul declares that every school in Daesan now answers to Cheonil High. He looks out with a demonic gaze, asking the trembling crowd if anyone is brave enough to object. 2 weeks pass, and the halls of ICT High are still buzzing with the fallout of that night. Heyman walks through the corridors, gritting his teeth as he hears the rumors about his own cowardice. He realizes that even if he had fought, crossing a lunatic like Hanul would have ended in disaster. Heyman finally loses his cool, barking at the other students to shut their mouths and stop the whispering. He threatens to get violent if anyone dares to mutter another word about his supposed cowardice. His heart stops when he notices a glowing blue eye tracking him through the door's narrow gap. Our boy Hanul steps inside, reminding the shaking bully that he shouldn't have run away earlier. Hanul mentions an email from a certain target, wearing a grin that promises nothing but absolute pain. Heyman realizes his secret ties to the Golden Circle are exposed and decides he must kill the witness. He throws a desperate punch, hoping to end this nightmare before his reputation is completely destroyed. Hanul stands perfectly still, looking completely unimpressed by the slow, predictable strike coming his way. With terrifying speed, Hanul grabs the bully's face and prepares to deliver a brutal, bone-crushing reality check. Heyman's consciousness slips away as he realizes he never stood a chance against a monster like Hanul. Heyman finally wakes up in the hospital, finding his own principal looming over him like a harbinger of doom. Nam Yeonseok, the head of ICT High, doesn't look like he's there to offer any comfort or get-well cards. The trash-tier bully immediately starts crying foul, trying to blame the entire school-wide massacre on Hanul's tutoring persona. Yeonseok just smirks, reminding the brat that he was the one who swung first and started the mess. He dismisses the violence as simple self-defense, leaving the hospitalized bully absolutely dumbfounded and screaming about the unfairness. The principal twists the knife further, noting that Heyman's reputation as a notorious troublemaker makes his story unbelievable. Even as he threatens to take the matter to court, Heyman realizes his physical injuries won't save him. The principal leans in and mentions a specific name, instantly paralyzing the bully with the fear of exposure. While the brat was unconscious, Principal O was already on the phone making sure Hanul remained untouchable. It turns out our boy had already secured a secret deal with Yeonseok, leaving the Golden Circle behind. Heyman realizes the tutoring persona wasn't just playing games, he was systematically dismantling his entire existence. The trash-tier bully wanders the streets, fuming over how his life flipped upside down in a single day. He curses the name of Kim Hyun-sung, unable to process that he's actually been expelled from school. Things get worse when his own father calls, screaming that he just lost his manual labor job too. It dawns on him that he's just a tiny pawn being toyed with by a much larger predator. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he's dumbfounded to hear the voice of an old acquaintance named Byung-seon. The caller mocks him, revealing that every family involved in the Golden Circle hit is currently being liquidated. Heyman's heart sinks as he learns the client who tried to target our boy is also facing total ruin. Byung-seon warns him that his dream of becoming a fitness trainer is officially dead thanks to Hyun-sung's influence. Before he can even react, Hongryul and Siwoo appear to let him know his nightmare is only beginning. Rumors spread through Daesan Science High about a mysterious figure cleaning up the local trash-tier thugs. Some arrogant bullies dismiss the news, thinking the chaos has absolutely nothing to do with their elite school. Their conversation is cut short when a student accidentally bumps into the blonde leader's shoulder. The trash-tier bully immediately snaps, demanding a real apology while grabbing the kid by his collar. He mocks the student with a pathetic, high-pitched voice, clearly looking to start a fight for no reason. Turns out the victim is Hyunjin, who calmly tells the thug he's the one who wasn't looking. Infuriated by the lack of fear, the bully lashes out and strikes Hyunjin across the face. We flash back to last winter, where Hyunjin excitedly promised to follow our boy to the same school. Hanul knew he could protect him, but decided his brother deserved a path away from the violence. He suggested Daesun Science High instead, never imagining the same cycle of bullying would follow him there. Back then, Hyunjin was just a bright-eyed kid, promising to follow his brother to whatever school he chose. Fast forward to the present, and he's being framed by Byung-soo, who's shamelessly lying about who started the fight. Their teacher, Lee Hakbyum, loses his patience and barks at them to stop the shouting match immediately. Byung-soo plays the victim perfectly, terrified that a physical altercation might tank his precious internal school assessment scores. Hakbyum isn't entirely buying the story, sensing that there's a much darker reality behind the boy's bruised face. He decides to end the debate by demanding that both students bring their guardians to school tomorrow morning. Hyunjin accepts the order with a stoic face, while the trash-tier bully hides a smug grin behind his hand. As they leave, Byung-soo immediately starts running his mouth, mocking the boy for being such a pathetic pushover. He even brings up the boy's grandmother, cruelly taunting him about the burden this will place on the elderly. The punk brags about his father's construction company, convinced that money makes him completely untouchable in this school. Byung-soo leans in close, bragging that his older brother is the undisputed king of Daesan Future High. He continues his verbal assault by calling Hyunjin a pathetic orphan, relishing the look of pure rage. The next morning, Lee Hakbyum meets with a man who claims to be the guardian of the trash-tier bully. This man is Han Chulho, a wealthy mogul who immediately starts spinning a web of lies about the incident. He smugly claims his son was just acting in self-defense against a violent delinquent who doesn't know his place. The teacher seems to side with the money, suggesting that Hyunjin should face harsh disciplinary action for the fight. Chulho wears a disgusting smirk, demanding a formal apology from the boy's guardian to settle the entire matter. Hakbyum maintains his professional mask, claiming his only goal is to guide his students toward the right path. He leads the arrogant father toward the counseling room, revealing that Hyunjin's guardian has already arrived and is waiting. Chulho just clicks his tongue in annoyance, completely unaware that he is about to walk into a total nightmare. Chulho tells his son to stay calm and trust his influence to bury this trivial matter for good. The trash-tier bully walks in like he owns the place, convinced that Hyunjin is finally finished. But the moment they step inside, Chulho's smug confidence completely evaporates into pure, unadulterated terror. Instead of a frail grandmother, our boy Hanul is sitting there with a gaze that could kill. As the meeting begins, Byung-soo is left dumbfounded, wondering why this monster is even in the room. The teacher presents the evidence of the assault, prompting Chulho to suddenly drop his head in a desperate apology. He trembles violently, claiming he failed as a father, while his son watches the sudden betrayal in total shock. Chulho snaps at his son to apologize immediately, realizing that lying to Hanul is a one-way ticket to ruin. The desperate father strikes his own son, hoping a bit of violence now prevents a total corporate collapse later. He forces Byung-soo's head down, terrified that any hesitation will bring Hanul's wrath down on their entire family. Chulho and his trash-tier son tremble as they finally agree to the school's formal disciplinary action. Once the bullies scurry away, our boy Hanul asks for a private moment with the homeroom teacher. Inside the counseling room, the atmosphere shifts as the teacher explains his rigid, student-first philosophy. Hakbyum admits he isn't a fan of Hanul's powerful backers, preferring students to just be students. He points out that Hell only accept Hanul as a guardian if it keeps Hyunjin out of trouble. Hanul remembers that in his past life, this man lost everything just to protect a single victim. Our boy just smirks, realizing he correctly bet on the teacher's unwavering moral compass and integrity. He promises to hold his brother to the same high standards and accept any future punishments. For a rare soul like this educator, Hanul gladly bows his head in a show of genuine respect. Meanwhile, Byung-soo's brother snaps at him for being dumb enough to mess with someone backed by Myung-jin. Byung-soo is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why his own family is suddenly siding with the enemy. His brother snaps that the kid he targeted is actually the legendary monster who dismantled Daesun's entire hierarchy. Our boy leads the way out, his every step echoing with a heavy, suffocating pressure that demands total obedience. The corrupt father follows in a cold sweat, realizing that his wealth means nothing against Hanul's terrifying influence. The entire family trails behind like a pack of beaten dogs, with Byung-soo literally trembling with every step. Hanul shoots a glance back, coldly asking why the father and brother are lagging behind his pace. They move to a secluded spot outside where Hanul can finally deliver a lesson they will never forget. The trash-tier bully collapses to his knees, desperately begging for mercy and promising to never touch Hyunjin again. Even the father and older brother bow their heads in shame, admitting they failed to raise Byung-soo correctly. Hanul issues a final warning that one more slip-up means total bankruptcy and a permanent stay in a hospital. Hanul makes it clear that anyone from Daesan who crosses him is as good as dead. The trash-tier bully and his older brother drop to their knees, desperately begging for a single shred of mercy. Seeing Hyunjin's battered face reminds our boy of the systematic trauma his brother suffered in the past life. The sight of those bruises triggers a dark, suppressed rage that Hanul has been trying to keep buried. He snaps and grabs the scumbag, demanding to know how a pathetic worm dared to touch his brother. Hanul wants to rip him to shreds, but he barely restrains himself to keep Hyunjin's hands clean. He issues a final, terrifying order for the bully to crawl to his brother and beg like a dog. Later, Byung-soo is literally face-planting in the classroom, screaming his apologies so the whole school can hear. Hyunjin stands there, dumbfounded, as the former predator promises to never lay a finger on anyone ever again. Despite the pain, Hyunjin shows his true character by telling the pathetic loser to just get up. Hyunjin is cut from a different cloth than his brother, choosing to graciously accept the trash-tier bully's public apology. Our boy Hanul realizes this childlike innocence is exactly what he needs to protect in this ruthless world. Suddenly, the school hierarchy flips as everyone realizes Hyunjin is the brother of the monster who conquered Daesan. Even the arrogant seniors start sucking up to him, hoping for a direct line to the new top dog. Hyunjin is completely dumbfounded, never imagining his brother's shadow would stretch this far across the entire campus. While the rumors reach a fever pitch, Hanul stays low-key in class, waiting for his bigger plans to ignite. Over at the corporate offices, the atmosphere is electric as someone rushes toward the executive director with massive news. The team erupts in cheers because their high-stakes gamble has finally paid off exactly as Hanul predicted it would. Meanwhile, Chang-sok watches the news in total horror as the Sejong City project becomes a literal goldmine. It is a total jackpot, and Hanul just smirks knowing his future insight just secured them the ultimate victory. A few months back, the board was tearing into the plan for a luxury villa complex. Go Chang-sok scoffs at the idea, claiming that a massive construction business shouldn't be run on blind faith. While Go Myungjin stays silent, Go Changbyum argues that snagging such a prime location at this price is a steal. He knows the city's road plans are already in motion, making the investment a guaranteed win. Go Changbyum challenges his brother, asking if he's really too blind to see the massive real estate boom happening. Go Changsok's blood boils as he dismisses the project as a lowly waste of their elite manpower and resources. He slams the table in a rage, calling the strategy inefficient and questioning his brother's executive status. Our boy just smirks because he knows the land value is only going to skyrocket while they wait. He confidently tells the board that timing is everything, and he's already secured the foundation for their victory. Go Changbyum tells his brother to stop whining and finally start looking at the forest, not the trees. Go Myungjin warns that by claiming this plan, Changbyum is now fully responsible for whatever happens next. Our boy stands tall and swears he won't let the old man down after all this effort. The numbers don't lie, showing a projected 30 billion won profit that makes the previous opposition look like trash-tier whining. The chairman remains stoic, his calculated silence filling the room as he prepares to make a final call. He acknowledges that while Changbyum was once a troubled mess, he's finally brought a world-class win to the table. Stepping forward, the old man decides it's time to stop worrying and finally settle the family's power struggle. The room goes cold as Go Myungjin officially crowns Changbyum as the next chairman of Myungjin Construction. Changsuk loses his mind and slams the table, screaming that this whole project was nothing more than a lucky lottery. The chairman stares him down, demanding to know where this fire was when the plan was first proposed. He realizes Changsuk only cares about his own ego, making him utterly unfit to lead the family empire. Go Myungjin scans the room, daring anyone to challenge his decision about his eldest son's worth. The board members fold instantly, realizing that opposing the chairman now is a one-way ticket to unemployment. Changsok stands frozen as his father ruthlessly cuts him out of the company's future entirely. Alone in the stairwell, he fumes over being discarded like trash-tier scrap after years of loyalty. He refuses to let his inheritance slip away and pulls out his phone to play a dangerous card. Desperate for revenge, he calls a reporter to leak whatever dirt he has left on the family. Meanwhile, our boy meets with Changbyum at the very cafe where this whole master plan first ignited. Hanul wonders why a high roller like him ever trusted a supposed lunatic with such a massive gamble. Changbyum admits he respected the raw greed in Hanul's eyes, knowing he'd stop at nothing for the win. With the crown secured, Changbyum swears to back our boy's secret war until every enemy is crushed. Hanul and Changbyum finalize their pact, with the new chairman laughing at how reliable his young ally truly is. The celebration is cut short when Changbyum's phone buzzes with an urgent call from his director. He stands up in a cold sweat, demanding to know exactly what kind of hit piece just went live. A scandalous article has surfaced, exposing the new heir of Myungjin Construction as nothing more than an illegitimate son. In a private office, Chang Seok kicks his feet up, and watches the internet firestorm consume his brother's reputation. He swirls his wine, thinking he might have been kind if the bastard hadn't tried to steal his crown. This trash-tier scheme was born the moment he tracked the chairman's secret money trail back to a hidden past. He remembers his mother's tears when he first uncovered the truth about his father's long-standing affair. With a twisted grin, he realizes this secret child is the perfect weapon to bury Changbyum forever. Back at the cafe, Changbyum desperately orders his men to bury the story by any means necessary. Changbyum slams his glass down, apologizing to our boy because he has to deal with his brother's mess. He fumes, swearing that he can't forgive the stunts his brother pulled just to become the next chairman. Hanul stays calm, asking if he plans to just find the guy and beat him to a pulp. He sips his tea, warning that rash actions will only lead to losing everything he's built so far. Changbyum grips his chest in agony, feeling like his mother has been stabbed by this trash-tier betrayal. Turns out, the real illegitimate child isn't Changbyum at all, but the smug and calculating Changseok himself. In the original timeline, Changbyum lost it and broke his brother's jaw, leading to a total corporate takeover. Hanul realizes the chairman's family moves are incomprehensible, even with his knowledge of the future. Despite Changseok being chairman material, the old man surprisingly threw all his support behind the silver-haired brother. The most twisted part is that the mother raised her husband's secret child as if he were her own. Hanul finally pieces it together, realizing that the real outsider in this twisted family tree is actually Changseok. Our boy asks why he never played this trump card, since exposing a bastard would have ended the rivalry instantly. Changbyum just sighs, admitting the old man was a trash-tier father who spent his days drinking and cheating. He remembers trying to comfort his mother after another one of his father's violent, drunken outbursts. That's when she dropped the bombshell, revealing that Changseok wasn't his blood brother and came from another woman. The revelation left him dumbfounded, especially since his mother felt obligated to raise her husband's secret mistake. Furious, he begged her to just take the alimony and leave that hellhole of a marriage behind. But his mother just wept, insisting that despite the betrayal, they were still a family at the end. Changbyum explains that the title of chairman doesn't matter if it means ripping his mother's heart out again. Hanul watches him, weighing whether to erase the trash-tier brother or keep him as a pawn for later. Hanul smirks and tells our boy there is a perfect way to fix this mess without any bloodshed. The next day, Changbyum steps into the press room, ready to shed his image as a trash-tier drunkard. He bows before the flashing cameras, apologizing for the family drama while preparing to drop a massive bombshell. He admits his father's past affair but firmly denies that he is the one with the tainted bloodline. To prove it, he whips out a DNA report confirming he is the legitimate heir of both his parents. When a reporter asks about the other child, the room goes silent as they wait for the kill. With a cold face, he lies through his teeth, claiming the illegitimate child died before even being born. He explains the secret payments were just guilt-ridden alimony, effectively erasing his brother's legal existence in one move. Watching the broadcast, Changseok is left completely dumbfounded as his entire identity is deleted in real time. The press room descends into absolute chaos as Changbyum successfully rewrites his family history for the world. Changbyum grips the mic tight, issuing a final warning to anyone daring to target his family's honor. He declares that as the future chairman, he'll crush any malicious rumors with a cold, ruthless response. Back in his room, Changseok loses it and slams his fist down in a fit of absolute rage. Our boy is sweating bullets, unable to believe his brother just legally erased him from existence. Meanwhile, the chairman praises Changbyum for prioritizing the family's reputation over petty, trash-tier, internal competition. He tells Changbyum to live a life without shame as the newly crowned king of Myeongjin construction. As Changbyum exits, the old man calls for Changseok, signaling that the real reckoning is finally starting. The chairman admits he knows every dirty trick Changseok played to snatch the throne for himself. Turns out, he actually considered making the illegitimate son his heir if he had just stayed loyal. But since Changseok chose betrayal, the old man looks down on him, disgusted that he dug his own grave. The chairman reflects on how vicious bloodlines can be, noting that Changseok's biological mother was just as cruel. Changseok clings to his father's leg like a pathetic beggar, pleading for one last chance to prove himself. But the old man just bellows, asking if he still doesn't realize why his brother kept his secrets. He hammers it home that despite all the backstabbing, they still considered the trash-tier son as part of the family. In reality, the chairman could have handed everything to his legitimate heir, yet he gave the underdog a chance. Even while his biological mother was off being a nightmare, the family he betrayed was actually protecting him. Changbyum never used the truth as a weapon because his loyalty to their bond was actually genuine. The weight of his own stupidity finally hits the floor as Changseok's glasses drop amidst his pathetic sobbing. Our boy is utterly broken, finally apologizing for being a blind fool who bit the hand that fed him. Outside the door, Changbyum listens to the sound of his brother's world collapsing in a fit of pure regret. At the airport, Changseok admits his marriage was a loveless sham and he is finally stamping the divorce papers. He hands over a drive filled with the essential data needed to keep the company running smoothly without him. Before he leaves, he tells his brother that his loyalists are now at the new chairman's disposal. But he cannot leave without knowing who the ghost was that orchestrated his total downfall from the shadows. He is dumbfounded that Changbiam still calls him brother, even as he tries to unmask the secret advisor. It finally clicks that the only outsider receiving massive funding was the tutor known as Kim Hyunsung. Changbiam just breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he let his guard down way too early during this transition. Changzok is absolutely floored, unable to believe a mere high school kid could be this terrifyingly efficient and cold. He grabs his brother in a fit of rage, realizing he was played like a fiddle by a teenager. Changbiam delivers a final warning to never touch the boy, watching his brother walk into a lonely exile. Changsok bitterly admits his brother is better at using people, which is why he's the new chairman now. While heading to his flight, he gets a call from the very kid who ruined his entire life. He scoffs at the idea of a goodbye, warning the boy that things aren't over between them yet. Hanul just reminds him that while he's still royalty, he won't ever hold a single ounce of power. The trash-tier brother realizes he was played and boards his flight, leaving his former empire behind forever. Changbiam watches over the situation while Hanul mocks the strange, envious loyalty the two brothers still share. Our boy acknowledges the elder brother's capabilities and thanks him for being such a useful piece on the board. As the plane takes off, Hanul watches his work fly away, knowing another major obstacle is finally cleared. He feels the satisfaction of solving one more puzzle, but knows the real war starts in a few months. With his phone buzzing, Hanul prepares to finally pull the trigger on his plan to dismantle the Golden Circle. Minho is a total wreck, hiding in the dark while desperately begging for a second chance. The trash-tier bully is covered in bandages and tears, pleading for the tutoring persona to pick up. Back at the hideout, the phone just keeps vibrating as the former king of the school panics. By midnight, the desperate loser has left dozens of missed calls, but nobody is answering his prayers. Meanwhile, the new chairman pays a visit to the principal's office to drop a massive bombshell. Changbiam casually announces that their star student is moving to the big leagues in Seoul next year. The principal starts sweating bullets, terrified of losing both his reputation and that sweet corporate funding. Our boy's proxy smooths things over, promising continued support if the old man plays along. The greedy educator immediately changes his tune, pretending he only cares about the student's bright future. Hanul just smirks at the pathetic texts, knowing he has the entire world dancing in his palm. Hanul checks his phone and smirks, noting that the person he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Turns out it's a pathetic, trembling Minho, who desperately begs our boy for just a single minute of his time. We see a glimpse of his past, where he once dreamed of a fresh start after escaping his old school. His parents spent a fortune to erase his trash-tier history, hoping he could finally live a normal, quiet life. He started off by playing the nice guy, buying snacks for everyone to buy their friendship and social standing. The poor guy even volunteered for the lonely chores, convinced that being a pushover was the key to peace. He genuinely believed that by acting like a saint, he could finally experience the life of a regular student. But just as he thinks he's safe, a cold voice calls out his nickname, shattering his peaceful little delusion. A local bully named Mingu tosses his heavy bag over, ordering the supposed saint to carry it home. As the bag hits the dirt, Minho realizes he's one mistake away from becoming a permanent errand boy again. Minho decides that even if he gets trashed, he has to show some spine and refuses to obey. Mingu doesn't care about his little rebellion and immediately shuts him down with a heavy strike. Our boy realizes that if he folds after just one hit, his new life is officially over. Driven by pure desperation, he lunges forward, demanding to know why he's being targeted like this. But Mingu just smirks, catching the weak-ass punch like it was nothing more than a fly. The retaliation is instant and brutal, as a massive fist sends Minho's world spinning into darkness. Standing over his broken body, Mingu shows zero mercy, treating the former bully like absolute trash-tier garbage. He announces to the rest of the pack that they finally have a brand new toy to play with. From that day on, Minho's life becomes a living hell of endless errands and constant physical abuse. Even the kids he tried to buy off turn their backs, leaving him completely isolated and broken. Minho finds himself completely isolated as the harsh reality of his new school life begins to set in. Mingu and his crew corner him, laughing while demanding more cash than the poor kid can ever hope to provide. When Minho tries to show a spine, Mingu just grabs his face and dares him to report the abuse. He points out a rich-tier student nearby, explaining that the principal is basically a lapdog for that kid's family. Mingu whispers that even if he cries to his parents, high-priced lawyers will just ruin his life for good. Desperate and broken, Minho asks why they are doing this, only to hear it was a special request. The realization hits like a truck as he senses Hanul's cold shadow finally catching up to his past sins. High above on the rooftop, Hanul watches his prey, knowing the higher Minho climbs, the harder he will fall. Our boy checks in on the progress, confirming that Minga's combat rating is perfect for this psychological demolition. Chansu finalizes the payment details, ensuring Minho loses every shred of hope until he has no choice but to quit. Hanul smirks while on the phone, taking the crazy label as a compliment to his meticulous planning. Minho realizes his new tormentors were hired by Hanul, making escape from this nightmare feel completely impossible. Reduced to a human chair, Minho finally understands he is just a toy in Hanul's ruthless game. He tries to convince himself that enduring the pain will eventually make everything return to normal. Mingu presents a carton of milk he left out for days, clearly planning a disgusting new torture. The bully offers a fake deal, promising to stop the harassment if Minho drinks the spoiled liquid. Desperate for any shred of hope, Minho wonders if this trash-tier human is actually telling the truth. Mingu watches with a predatory grin as his victim prepares to swallow the literal poison. Not long into class, Minho's stomach begins to scream as the rotten milk wreaks havoc on his insides. Time seems to warp and slow down as he prays for the strength to hold back the inevitable. Minho reaches his absolute limit as the physical and mental agony finally becomes too much to handle. He desperately tries to hold back the inevitable, but his body is screaming for a quick release. The dam finally breaks, and he sprints away while the trash-tier students mock his humiliating exit. Shaking in a stall, he realizes he can't survive this psychological warfare without some kind of help. He looks at his ruined clothes and foolishly believes this evidence will finally make the adults listen. Mingu puts on a masterclass in manipulation, convincing the teacher that their interaction was just a harmless prank. The bully leans in with a predatory grin, mocking their supposed friendship while Minho remains completely dumbfounded. Mingu delivers a sharp kick, explaining that most teachers are just lazy public servants, avoiding any real trouble. Surrounded by the gang, Minho realizes that even if a review board opens, they still control the narrative. A brutal punch to the jaw ends the conversation, proving that evidence means nothing in this lawless hierarchy. Mingu mocks him, explaining that his lackeys will testify that the victim was actually the aggressor. The bully dares him to report it, knowing the system is already rigged against a social pariah like him. Walking away, Minho curses his own stupidity for thinking a teacher would ever actually protect someone like him. Suddenly, a group of students corners him, asking if the nasty rumors circulating about his past are actually true. His heart sinks as he realizes everyone knows he was expelled from his previous school for being a bully. Days later, the broken boy tries to hide at home, but a sudden ringing at the door interrupts his isolation. He reaches for the handle, hoping for a moment of peace that he definitely hasn't earned yet. The door flies open as Mingu barges in, greeting his favorite toy with a terrifyingly familiar smirk. Minho trembles, wondering why the nightmare is continuing even though the original contract should have been fulfilled. Mingu reveals that the client wants him beaten monthly, ensuring this living hell never truly ends for him. Minho grovels at Hanul's feet, begging for any chance to atone for the trash-tier life he's led. Hanul just stares coldly, wondering if a guy like this can ever truly pay back the lives he's ruined. Our boy leans in with a devilish grin, giving the broken bully one final task: destroy Mingu. Minho is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a powerless loser like him could ever stand up to a monster. He clings to Hanul's leg like a lost puppy, crying that he has absolutely nothing left to offer. Hanul just smirks, reminding him that a desperate body is all it takes to start a massive police investigation. If Minho wants his freedom back, he'll have to prove he's finally cut from a different cloth. Meanwhile, Mingu is lounging in class, feeling bored out of his mind now that his favorite toy is missing. Hess, already planning a vacation with the blood money, has been raking in from the golden circle. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open as a shadow looms over the threshold, ready to end the peace. A detective suddenly crashes Mingu's peace, flashing a badge and demanding he follow him for questioning. It turns out Minho actually jumped from his building and is now clinging to life in a coma. Back at the station, Mingu tries to play it cool, but the officer isn't buying his shameless act. The detective reveals a suicide note where Minho explicitly blames Mingus' relentless torment for his final choice. With witnesses and CCTV footage placing him at the scene, Mingu realizes his excuses are starting to crumble. Our boy's hired bully starts sweating bullets, realizing he's completely cornered with nowhere left to run. Facing a one-way trip to juvenile detention, Mingu decides to save himself by exposing his secret employers. The moment he mentions the golden circle, the detective's face twists in rage as he demands total silence. Suddenly, the officer reaches out and kills the recording, leaving Mingu terrified in the dark room. Mingu finally understands that the blood money he took came with a price far deadlier than he imagined. The detective leans in close, explaining that the money Mingu took was actually a fee for taking the fall. He mocks the boy's desperation, asking how a small-time thug could ever hope to prove the Golden Circle's involvement. It turns out the organization's influence reaches everywhere, from the police station to the highest courts in the land. With a chilling smirk, the officer tells him to cooperate quietly if he has any desire to stay alive. Mingu is left alone in the cold cell, realizing he's been played as a disposable pawn from the beginning. Meanwhile, the news of Minho's tragic leap breaks across every screen, fueling the public's growing rage against bullies. Bystanders at the hospital are sickened by the report, demanding that the culprit never sees the light of day. Just as planned, Mingu ends up taking the entire blame, becoming the perfect scapegoat for the unfolding scandal. Hanul walks through the halls, reflecting on how a single rash move could have led him to a similar fate. Our boy knocks on Minho's door, ready to indulge in some personal satisfaction while his grand plan continues moving. Kim Sunya is absolutely dumbfounded when the door slides open, her face twisting in pure, unadulterated terror. Our boy Hanul steps into the room, completely unfazed by the woman screaming at him to get out. He calmly explains he just wants a little chat, making the desperate mother wonder what trick he's playing. Hanul reminds her of his promise not to bully Minho, but his cold gaze suggests he might do worse. Even though she knows as a madman, she tries to warn him not to touch her son's hair. Hanul just brushes her off and tells her to leave, leaving the woman fuming as she finally retreats. Once they're alone, he reaches out to touch the trash-tier bully, who once thought he was untouchable. He leans in close, mockingly praying that Minho is conscious enough to hear every single word he says. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he hopes Minho remains trapped in that dark, silent void. As Minho's foot twitches in fear, Hanul admits that watching him struggle like a pathetic insect gives him goosebumps. Hanul leans in close to whisper that he has absolutely no intention of keeping any promises to this trash. He warns the comatose bully that waking up will only lead to a reality far worse than any nightmare. Later, our boy reflects on how this second life must prioritize his family's happiness over simple, bloody revenge. He stops by the meat counter, deciding that a good meal is the first step to protecting his people. While at the register, he mentally prepares a menu for his brother, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. His sharp eyes catch a girl in a hoodie suddenly bolting from the store in a total panic. It turns out the girl is Hiji, looking like a ghost of her former arrogant and manipulative self. Back at home, Changbium calls to report that her family faked a serious injury to garner public sympathy. Hanul just continues cooking and tells his proxy to let them be for now, showing a terrifying patience. The new chairman is left dumbfounded, wondering why they would let such desperate snakes crawl away so easily. Hiji bought some basic snacks, the kind of trash-tier comfort food someone in hiding desperately craves. She's been playing the victim for months, sneaking out in a hoodie just to breathe for a second. Now she's back home, trembling and wondering if our boy actually spotted her through that disguise. While her world crumbles, Hanul is just at home casually boiling a pot of soup for his family. He smiles, knowing that trapping them in a living hell of constant fear is the ultimate form of justice. As the school year winds down, the piece is just a front for the training sessions at the gym. Inside the cage, the atmosphere is electric, as two monsters prepare for the wars waiting in Seoul. Siwoo is pushing his limits, but Hanul's cold, calculated movements make him look like a professional among amateurs. Every strike is a lesson, a reminder that they need to be cut from a different cloth to survive. Siwoo throws a high kick, realizing that even his best moves barely scratch the surface of Hanul's true power. The buzzer finally rings, signaling the end of a sparring session that would have broken any normal student. Siwoo collapses in exhaustion, dumbfounded that our boy hasn't even begun to lose his breath yet. Hanul just wipes his brow, casually mentioning that this level of training is actually quite doable for him. Duchiol steps into the cage, satisfied to see that his pupils aren't slacking off before the big move. He reminds Hanul of his goal to become an untouchable monster by the end of his second year. The coach tells them to clear their schedules because they're heading to Seoul to face some real competition. Over in the capital, the local pros are pushing iron, unaware that a storm is heading their way. Duchiol catches up with an old acquaintance, finding the man surrounded by trophies and high-tier success. Duhak explains he is so busy rejecting students that he barely has time for a proper greeting anymore. Despite their past, the dynamic changed forever once Duchiol's reputation was dragged through the mud by a scandal. Turns out Duhak was a drug user too, but he was just lucky enough to never get caught. Duchiol bites his lip, realizing that if he hadn't been busted, he'd be the one on top. Swallowing his pride, Duchiol asks his old rival for a sparring match to test his students' limits. Duhak just scoffs, reminding his old friend that their history makes a simple favor pretty complicated. He brings up the public scandal that buried Duchiol's career, proving the internet never forgets a fallen star. The trash-tier coach even mocks Duchiol, suggesting he's just training middle-aged ladies instead of real fighters. Instead of getting angry, Duchiol is relieved to see his rival is still the same arrogant piece of work. He plays it off with a laugh, claiming he just wants to show off his new talented junior. Duhak agrees, but only because he sees a golden opportunity to humiliate Duchiol and boost his own gym. As our boy and Siwoo walk in, the country bumpkin vibe is strong, but the storm is finally here. Pro fighters Hwang Daemyeong and An Dongyap scoff at the idea of wasting their time on mere high schoolers. Lee Duhak manipulates them, claiming that crushing these kids under the spotlight will make them viral sensations. Eager for the clout, the fighters decide they're going to make this a very painful lesson for the newcomers. Turns out Duhak is fueled by a bitter past where even drugs couldn't help him catch up to Duchiol. Seeing the hope in his rival's eyes only makes the snake more determined to snuff it out. Hez obsessed with proving that he's the superior coach, even if he has to play dirty to do it. As our boy and Siwoo step into the lion's den, Dutchul realizes this is a public execution. Despite the hostile crowd and pro-level opponents, the two students don't show a single shred of fear. Hanul calmly wraps his hands, knowing that the presence of these pros only raises the stakes of their victory. If they can dismantle these guys here, no high schooler in the country will ever stand a chance. Dutchul watches with a smirk, finally feeling the fire of competition through the potential of his new students. The fighters take their positions in the cage, while the pros mock the idea of fighting a mere high schooler. Daemyoung stares down Siwoo, finding the kid's calm expression utterly annoying and deciding to end this quickly. The buzzer rings out, signaling the start of a match that everyone expects to be a total one-sided slaughter. Daemyoung lunges in with a heavy punch, aiming to crush the blonde kid's face right from the opening bell. Siwoo effortlessly dodges the strike and retaliates with a low kick that catches the pro completely off guard. The impact stings more than expected, making the veteran wonder if this kid is actually a trained kickboxing specialist. Siwoo continues the pressure with a series of feints, making the pro second-guess every single movement he makes. Daemyoung tries to catch the next strike for a counter, but he is too slow to react to the speed. He realizes too late that he just walked right into a brutal calf kick that might ruin his mobility. The calf kick is a nasty tool used to shut down an opponent's movement by targeting the lower leg. Another strike connects with a sickening thud, sending a clear message that this kid isn't playing around. Our boy Siwoo keeps the pressure high, making the veteran pro feel like a total amateur in the cage. Daemyoung grits his teeth, convinced the kid is just trying to exploit his boxing style with low kicks. Siwoo notices the pro is now hyper-focused on his feet, leaving his guard wide open for the real blow. The veteran lunges forward with everything he has, desperate to land a lucky punch and end the humiliation. But Siwoo is already shifting his weight, moving just a fraction of a second faster than his opponent. The pro's eyes go wide with terror as he realizes he just walked right into a massive trap. Instead of going low again, Siwoo whips a high kick that slams right into the side of his head. The impact is absolutely devastating, leaving the veteran completely dumbfounded as his world starts to spin. Daemyoung hits the canvas hard, completely unconscious after that brutal high kick from our boy. Siwoo looks back at his mentor, fearing that if he doesn't show off now, Hanul might leave him behind. Hanul watches silently, knowing his ambitions stretch far beyond the small-time power struggles of Daesun. With a cocky smirk, Siwoo mocks the veteran for failing to even survive a single round against a student. He tells the coach to bring on the next victim, determined to handle everything so Hanul doesn't have to. Doohak loses his mind at the disrespect, needing his own students to hold him back from a total meltdown. The bitter coach screams that the win was just a fluke and demands Dutchul put the brat in his place. Dutchul just shrugs it off, noting that in the pro world, results are the only thing that actually matter. When asked for his next move, Doohak realizes backing down now would utterly destroy his reputation in the industry. He finally snaps and accepts the challenge, warning that he won't be responsible when the kid ends up crippled. Doohak dismisses his student's apology, ordering the trash-tier fighter to just shut up and get back to training. Daemyoung steps up with a smug grin, claiming he is the perfect expert to handle this specific fighting style. The bitter coach watches the cage, putting all his remaining pride and trust into his top pro fighter. The buzzer echoes through the gym, signaling the start of a match that could end someone's career today. Siwoo and the pro circle each other, both looking for a single opening to exploit in the high-stakes match. They trade quick strikes, but the onlookers notice the pro is playing it surprisingly safe and passive. Doohak just smirks at the gossip, knowing his fighter is actually just testing the waters with every move. It turns out the pro is just measuring the distance, waiting for the perfect moment to strike our boy. Suddenly, a high kick flashes past our boy's head, nearly ending the fight in a single terrifying split second. Dutchul watches intently, realizing the opponent is a master at controlling the range of the entire battle. Siwoo takes a brutal hit to the face, wondering if he can even survive this professional onslaught. He plants his feet firmly, knowing that falling now means all that hellish training was for nothing. Our boy slips a strike, his eyes burning with a desperate need to find just one opening. As the pro pummels him, Siwoo recalls the trauma of being a victim, fueling his resolve to win. Suddenly, he spots it, the pro's jaw is wide open, offering the perfect chance to turn the tide. He lunges forward with everything he has, leaving the seasoned fighter completely dumbfounded by his sudden explosive speed. His fist connects with a sickening crack, proving that even a trash-tier underdog can draw blood from elites. Though his legs are shaking, Siwoo smirks, satisfied that he finally forced the pro to respect his power. His gaze turns cold and predatory as he realizes the momentum has finally shifted in his favor. He follows up with a crushing body blow, shocking the pro who can't believe Siwoo is still standing. Siwoo throws caution to the wind, deciding a messy scuffle is his only path to a real victory. While trading strikes, he can't help but think about how much his friend has hardened over time. Hanul observes from the sidelines, his sharp eyes judging if his training is actually paying off. Siwoo tackles the pro, refusing to let his friend face the looming dangers of Seoul all by himself. He pummels his opponent, fueled by the debt he owes the man who saved him from his darkest days. Our boy transitions into a lethal submission, wrapping his legs around the pro's neck with perfect, desperate timing. The elite fighter struggles against the choke, his face contorting as he realizes he's actually losing this fight. The sound of the mat being tapped echoes through the gym, marking a total victory for the underdog. The surrounding fighters stand frozen, unable to believe a student just forced a professional to surrender so easily. Siwoo locks eyes with Hanul, silently promising that hell be the ultimate weapon for their upcoming plans. Siwoo pledges his absolute loyalty, offering to be the ultimate chess piece in Hanul's grand design. He warns that if he's rejected, hell just become a wild variable Hanul can't account for. Hanul remains silent, his cold gaze weighing whether this loyalty is genuine or just another liability. Meanwhile, Doohak is losing his mind, screaming at his subordinates to stop the bleeding of his reputation. He turns to his last hope, a monster named Chang-hoon who looks like he's just getting started. The gym bystanders whisper like poison, mocking the fact that a pro just got humbled by a kid. Doohak stands in the shadows, realizing his entire career is teetering on the edge of a total collapse. He knows if he doesn't act now, his rival will finally be proven as the superior coach. Desperate, he begs his secret weapon to step in, even though the kid hasn't even debuted yet. He tries to sell it as a chance for glory, but he's really just trying to save his skin. Chang-hoon smirks while tightening his gloves, reminding his coach that hell owe him a massive favor for this. The gym bystanders whisper in anticipation, as the demand is made for the next student to step up. Our boy Hanul stares ahead, remembering that only 2 fighters truly reached the top in his previous life. One was a monster, nicknamed Dynamite, a man who took the entire nation by storm within 2 years. Hanul realizes that while Chang-hoon isn't at his peak yet, this is the perfect chance to test himself. He tells a battered Siwoo they'll talk later, stepping toward the cage with a cold, calculated resolve. The bell rings out and Doohak watches intensely, knowing his entire career depends on this single exchange. Chang-hoon is momentarily stunned when Hanul closes the distance with the pressure of a seasoned predator. The trash-tier bully just laughs, thinking Hanul is foolishly walking straight into his own funeral. He swings with a manic grin, desperate to prove that his talent is far beyond any high schooler. Hanul meets Chang-hoon's aggression head-on, refusing to back down even against a future legend. The blue-haired brat is absolutely livid that a mere high schooler managed to graze him. Hanul digs a heavy hook into his ribs, proving his strikes aren't just for show. Chang-hoon is dumbfounded that our boy is actually matching his pace in a brutal head-to-head brawl. Watching from the sidelines, Dutchel realizes this isn't the calculated tutoring persona he's used to seeing. Hanul knows that in the lawless streets of Seoul, meticulous planning won't always save his life. He decides to stop overthinking and just put this trash-tier opponent in the dirt, once and for all. His eyes glow with a cold light as he finally decides to submit to his primal combat instincts. With a sudden burst of speed, Hanul shatters Chang-hoon's defense with a strike that echoes through the gym. Chang-hoon's world spins as he realizes the prey he was hunting just turned into a monster. Our boy winds up for the final blow, his body moving like a well-oiled machine. Chang-hoon realizes he's backed into a corner with nowhere left to run from this absolute monster. Dutcheol watches in awe, noting that while his student is physically perfect, his mindset is truly terrifying. Hanul doesn't care about taking a hit if it means he can finally demolish his opponent's spirit. With one last explosive strike, the supposed dynamite of the gym is extinguished and hits the floor. Doohak stands frozen in disbelief while the rest of the gym erupts over the massive upset. Standing tall in the cage, Hanul thanks his coach for helping him reach this new peak of power. He shows a rare moment of respect, bowing deeply to the man who helped him sharpen his claws. Dutcheol can only smile, wishing his best student safety as he prepares to head into the real war. This single gym scrap just sent massive shockwaves through the entire national martial arts scene. After seeing the insane marketability of his students, every trash-tier manager starts shamelessly blowing up Dutcheol's phone. Despite the sudden fame, Dutcheol sits alone feeling empty now that his deal with our boys is finished. He realizes that while he initially did it for the cash, he truly loved the path of teaching. All those old feelings of inferiority toward Doohak completely vanished while he was molding Hanul and Siwoo into monsters. He stares at the constant notifications, wondering if he'll ever find another student who truly satisfies his standards. Suddenly, the gym door swings open as a determined newcomer walks in looking for the legendary coach. Dong Gyeop admits the recent sparring match left a massive impression on him and he wants to learn. Dutcheol remains silent, carefully measuring the kid's resolve to see if Hez actually cut from the same cloth. The kid declares his dream of becoming a champion, radiating a fierce ambition that mirrors Hanul's terrifying aura. Sensing a familiar spark, Dutcheol smirks and asks for the kid's name to begin a new chapter. The kid introduces himself as Kim Muye, officially marking the start of a new era for the gym. A few days later, Hanul tells Siwoo that he can't join the Seoul expansion because it's far too risky. Siwoo is dumbfounded, but Hanul insists he'll call for his strongest ally when the time is finally right. Our boy tasks his friend with holding down the fort in Daesun while he handles the Golden Circle's elites. The next day, Siwoo hunts down Chung-sok to discuss who will fill the power vacuum Hanul is leaving behind. He wants to know who has the guts to lead the school once their undisputed king officially departs. Chung-sok mocks him, arguing that being the boss friend doesn't mean he has the merit to rule. Jungmin and the others watch nervously as the tension rises, fearing the school's fragile peace is about to shatter. Siwoo challenges the brute to a duel, admitting that the sweet taste of power is something he won't relinquish. Chang-sok thinks it's too early for a coup, but Siwoo has learned exactly how to be a true predator. Siwoo doesn't hesitate and delivers a brutal kick, proving he's more than ready to take the throne. Word spreads like wildfire through the halls that our boy Siwoo just absolutely crushed a high-ranking senior. He stands over his fallen prey, coldly demanding the next challenger to step up and face their doom. The school's hierarchy is being systematically dismantled as the remaining bullies realize their reign of terror is over. Even the third-year veterans try their luck, but they quickly learn that Siwoo's fists don't care about seniority. From the strongest seniors to the cockiest freshmen, everyone who dares to defy him gets a one-way ticket down. The result is a total massacre, leaving the courtyard littered with the bodies of those who underestimated him. Park Jinwoo watches from the sidelines, wisely deciding that being second is much safer than challenging the monster. He figures that with Hanul at the top, settling for third place is actually a pretty sweet deal. As the snow begins to fall, the final exams conclude, signaling the start of a well-earned winter vacation. Hanul stares at his perfect test scores, knowing this academic perfection is the foundation for his Gangnam takeover. He realizes that in a place like Gangnam, his top-tier grades will hit the elite social circles like a calamity. As he prepares to move, Youngmin suddenly stops him, clearly worried about the Golden Circle's next inevitable move. The glasses-wearing student looks completely serious, claiming he has something important he needs to get off his chest. Our boy just gives him a cold, silent stare, waiting to see if this is more trash-tier whining or something useful. Jungmin admits he felt like a total coward for ignoring Hanul after receiving his help against the school bullies. He explains that after that incident, being treated like a ghost by everyone else was actually a relief. Turns out, being invisible allowed him to finally focus on his studies without the constant fear of being hunted. For a brief moment, he actually got a taste of what it felt like to live a normal life. He confesses that being lonely was a small price to pay compared to the physical torture he once endured. Jungmin reflects on how he finally found a group of friends who truly understand his painful past. He stares at the clock, wondering if he would make a different choice if he could go back. The glasses-wearing student admits he is still a coward who has been hiding from the world for too long. Seeing Hanul preparing to leave, Jungmin realizes he can never let the impact of that day fade away. He looks directly at our boy and confesses that they are all only alive because of his intervention. This heartfelt confession acts as a catalyst, emboldening other students to finally approach the legendary Kim Hyun-sung. As they offer their cheers, Hanul internally tells them to stop because he feels he doesn't deserve it. He walks away from the school, determined to keep his emotions in check to stay focused on his goal. Just outside the gates, a student from another school stops him, recognizing his growing reputation. The stranger expresses deep gratitude for his actions, leaving Hanul wondering why everyone is suddenly acting so soft. Hanul coldly dismisses the gratitude, claiming he only crushed those trash-tier bullies to prove his own absolute dominance. Jungmin doesn't care about the motive, simply relieved that he finally escaped the hellish cycle of daily abuse. He reveals that the number of victims who feel this way across Daesun is far greater than imagined. A secret social media page has become a hub where students celebrate the sudden disappearance of school violence. Even students from other schools are posting their thanks, desperate to meet the legendary figure who saved them. With a genuine smile, the boy offers one last thanks for changing their world before heading off. Walking through the streets, our boy notices the atmosphere has shifted as students now greet him with smiles. He recalls the terrified gazes of trash like Mincheol, remembering how they once ruled through pure fear. Hanul reflects on how hatred only breeds more hatred, wondering if his cold methods make him truly evil. Yet, seeing the tears of those like Hojun reminds him why this path of violence was absolutely necessary. Even if his methods are considered twisted justice, he doesn't care as long as the results are real. He initially thought he was just wading through filth, but clearing out the trash-tier bullies actually brings results. Seeing victims like Youngmin finally smile makes him question if his violent path is truly evil at all. He realizes this isn't just revenge. It's a bloody judgment that only someone like him can deliver. Our boy accepts this dark role, believing it might be the very reason he regressed to the past. With winter break approaching, his time as the model student Kim Hyun-sung at Cheonil is finally ending. After finalizing his transfer and ditching the useless faculty, he prepares to leave this chapter behind for good. The corrupt adults think they're safe, but once he targets someone, their comfortable lives are officially over. He knows he must trim the rotten leaves, refusing to forgive those who only helped him out of fear. Just as he's heading out, Siona stops him, claiming she has something important to discuss for someone else. Siona mentions her father wants a meeting, and our boy realizes this could be a major power play. He soon finds himself in a high-end private room, sitting across from a man with a heavy aura. This is Choi Sung-pil, a former top-tier government official, who carries himself with a strange, weary kindness. Hanul knows this man leads the anti-school violence committee, making him the perfect ally for his crusade. Sung-pil admits he's deeply impressed, curious how a mere student succeeded where even high-ranking adults failed miserably. As our boy listens, the man explains that hearing about the peace in Daesun brought him unexpected joy. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Sung-pil wonders if his own son would still be alive with such a friend. Looking at his reflection, he confesses to being a trash-tier father who ignored his son's desperate cries. He recalls a time when he only cared about grades, pestering the boy instead of seeing his agony. When his son begged to transfer, Sung-pil just pushed harder, unknowingly driving the boy toward a tragic end. Hanul listens as Sung-pil admits he mistakenly prioritized his own version of family happiness over their actual well-being. Taking a sip of tea, the old man explains he moved to Daesun specifically to protect Siona. He recognizes Hanul's group as the hammer that punishes evil, knowing our boy is now aiming for Seoul. With a chillingly serious look, Sung-pil promises to back Hanul's play using his entire influential NGO network. He stands tall, reminding Hanul that he isn't alone since many powerful allies are now watching his back. The floorboards creak as our boy stands up, fully realizing he just secured a massive political powerhouse. Hanul looks the man in the eye, deeply grateful for the alliance and promising to remember this favor. Later, Siona sits on a swing, admitting she felt like a coward for not avenging her brother sooner. Hanul reassures her that the blame lies with the trash-tier bullies, helping her find a brand new dream. She watches him, finding his absolute power spine-chilling yet exactly what this rotten world needs to change. Siona admits the filth of power is exactly why she must become a prosecutor to seize it herself. She clenches her fist, vowing to finally grab authority and live exactly how she wants for once. Turning to our boy, she asks him to become her hope, so she never considers giving up again. Hanul gives a genuine smile, promising that he will be cheering for her success with everything he has. As winter vacation begins, Hanul shifts gears to spend quality time with his family over some expensive steak. He makes sure they eat their fill, cherishing the simple joy of a meal they once couldn't afford. They take in the beautiful scenery together, watching the snow fall as the world finally feels peaceful. Our boy even takes them to an amusement park, determined to give them the life they always deserved. Seeing his grandmother smile like a young girl in a photo makes all his sacrifices feel worth it. Even as she jokes about him getting married, our boy knows that being home is the ultimate reward. Hanul gently cleans his grandmother's ears while she jokes about him wasting money on her instead of buying chicken. These quiet, snowy nights are the exact reason our boy regressed, finally finding the peace he was once denied. Watching his brother and grandmother laugh together in their warm home makes all the previous bloodshed feel entirely justified. A sudden message from Changbyum confirms that the stage is set, signaling that his time in this sanctuary is over. The scene shifts to the Daetayang Group, a corporate monster that sits comfortably as the third richest company in Korea. A man with an aura of absolute authority steps out of his car, immediately drawing every eye in the lobby. The employees can't help but whisper about the heir's legendary looks and the massive empire he's destined to lead. He brushes his hair back with the casual arrogance of a man who knows the world belongs to him alone. This is Yoon Hyunmin, the elite heir of Daetayang, whose charming smile likely hides a cold and calculating nature. As he heads inside, the staff is left completely starstruck, unaware that this man is cut from a different cloth. Hyunmin isn't just some trash-tier heir. He's a self-made shark who climbed to the top with pure skill. His calm facade cracks instantly when he coldly demands someone repeat the nonsense they just spewed. Loosening his tie, he looks ready to snap while questioning how this pathetic situation even happened. Meanwhile, at Daesung Mirai High, a group of furious helicopter parents are currently tearing into the principal. Aniksu is visibly sweating as they scream about their children's precious rankings being at risk. One mother even grabs him, demanding an explanation for the top-ranked national student suddenly transferring in. The principal tries to claim his hands are tied, but a new power player suddenly enters the room. Jo Haiju, the association head, reminds him that she's covered up his personal messes for years. And Iksu is absolutely dumbfounded and terrified, realizing he's caught between two impossible choices. Turns out, this nightmare began a month ago when criminal evidence was used to hijack his entire career. And Iksu is cornered with evidence of his drinking habits and a scandalous encounter with an underage girl. Hez absolutely terrified, begging to know what kind of monster would dig up this much dirt on him. Our boy Hanul just wants a simple favor, demanding that a specific high-ranking student be allowed to transfer. The principal shakes his head, arguing that the powerful Gangnam parents will revolt if rankings are threatened. Hanul just gives him a chilling smirk, telling the old man that he's already handled the logistics. He even sends a text to Changbyum, confirming that the principal is now officially on a very short leash. Back in the present, Iksu checks his watch, praying for backup to arrive before he loses control. He tries to explain that the transfer is legally airtight, hoping the parents will back off for once. Instead, the trash-tier parents explode in a fit of rage, accusing him of sabotaging their children's future. When he calls them emotional, they just laugh in his face, ready to tear the school apart. Jo Haiju mocks the principal, feeling disgusted that she ever mistook him for a logical man. She corners him, threatening to make his corruption public if he doesn't start earning the bribes he's taken. The trash-tier mom loses her patience and strikes Iksu, showing her total contempt for his weak authority. She screams about the obstacles he's creating for her child, refusing to listen to any more pathetic excuses. Iksu can only tremble and beg for mercy, realizing his status offers no protection against her fury. The atmosphere shifts instantly when the sound of expensive heels clicks against the floor, signaling a new arrival. Lee Miso walks in with effortless grace, questioning why everyone is making such a pathetic, loud scene. Jo Haiju is left dumbfounded, immediately recognizing the woman who holds all the power in their circle. As she accepts a piece of fruit, Lee Miso reflects on how her life completely transformed after meeting our boy. By securing her son's success, she earned her mother-in-law's favor and became the queen of Gangnam education. Our boy reaches out to Lee Miso, requesting a specific favor to set his next move in motion. She doesn't hesitate, immediately flooding the web with the high-level tips he ordered her to leak. The elite forum's traffic skyrockets, handing her total control over the region's most influential education circle. Looking at her newfound power, she can't help but marvel at how effective his calculated methods truly are. She interrupts the office chaos, criticizing the other parents for their pathetic and unprofessional behavior. When the trash-tier mother tells her to back off, Miso hints at revoking her access to vital information. Jo Haiju begins to sweat, desperately trying to find a reason why Miso would even care. Miso smiles and explains that Kim Hyun-sung is a dear friend of her son, making this personal. She releases a chilling aura, warning them that any further hostility will be seen as a direct challenge. Realizing she's cornered by the queen of Gangnam, Jo Haiju breaks into a pathetic, forced laugh. The trash-tier parents decide to bail, feeling completely outclassed by Miso's overwhelming social pressure. Jo Haiju tries to save face by claiming they'll overlook everything just for Miso's sake. Miso simply smiles, knowing she's successfully cleared the path for our boy's next big move. Hanul gets the call that the transfer is a go, and thanks her for the smooth operation. He hangs up and looks out at the city, realizing his real war is finally about to begin. He specifically targeted Daejeong Mire High because it's the absolute playground for the corrupt Golden Circle. Our boy knows that being the top-ranked student makes him a massive target for their underhanded games. He stares at his investigation, fully aware that his past reputation won't mean squat in this Shark Tank. Instead of being afraid, he's actually hyped that Gangnam is finally within his cold, calculated reach. Turns out, the Golden Circle has already put a hit out on him, proving the world is still rotten. A nervous foot taps as the realization hits that our boy was a marked man long ago. A frantic subordinate reports that their first broker failed, and the backup is currently tracking the target. It turns out that every single person connected to the job has already been served brutal retribution. The elite heir, Yoon Hyunmin, stares at his phone, realizing his top assets have been completely compromised. When they finally move to silence the mole, the coward had already vanished with all his gear. The subordinate bows low, admitting that their own man was likely leaking insider secrets to the enemy. Hyunmin's eyes glow with a murderous red light as he demands to hear their final, pathetic conclusion. Terrified for his life, the trash-tier lackey begs for mercy while slamming his head against the floor. Instead of forgiveness, he gets a heavy boot to the skull as the heir's patience finally snaps. Hyunmin snarls in rage, wondering why it took these idiots so long to realize they are in deep trouble. Hyunmin realizes that if this leak spreads, the elite members of his circle will spiral into total panic. He refuses to lose his grip on the organization's leash just because of one arrogant imbecile's mistake. Looking over the transfer files, he finds it interesting that our boy chose to leave Daesun for Seoul. It is finally clear to him that this mysterious student has been aiming for their shadow empire all along. He remains confident, knowing that the police, the press, and even top politicians eventually kneel before him. With a wicked grin, he decides that Kim Hyun-sung needs to be permanently removed within the next month. Unaware of the direct hit, Hanul remains stoic while likely simulating his next 10 moves against the elite. Back at the briefing, the broker clicks his remote to start the formal analysis of their new target. Chansu points out that this kid seems to have a terrifyingly deep understanding of the circle's internal systems. The room fills with anxious whispers as they realize a mere student has already unified every school in Daesun. The briefing reveals that Principal Oh Dae-han and teacher Kim Young-chul were the ones actively backing our boy's plays. Turns out, even a powerhouse like Go Changbyum was funneling resources into Hanul to keep the momentum going. Chansu explains how Lee Miso's influence completely crushed the parent committee's desperate attempt to block the transfer. The brokers realize that Miso's elite network is the secret weapon Hanul is using to infiltrate the Gangnam scene. As the presentation concludes, it's clear Hanul didn't just move for school. He's hunting the Golden Circle itself. When asked about the deputy chief prosecutor, Chansu assures the room that the law won't be lifting a finger. He further clarifies that, as far as they know, no high-level politicians are currently shielding the kid from them. Executive Park Hyungjun admits the kid is impressive but insists they can't let him challenge them so openly. The focus shifts to Daesung Murray High, where Chansu highlights their S-ranked assets, including the top-tier Choi Myung-hoon. Hyungjun wonders about the faculty, only to be told the teachers are already firmly in the circle's pocket. Jung Chansu smirks while planning to dump the current principal for a puppet who actually knows how to obey. Park Hyungjun cracks his knuckles, deciding it is finally time for him to step in and handle things personally. He makes it clear that crushing the kid is the top priority, and they have all the backup needed. While the higher-ups gave him a month, this monster plans to wrap everything up in just 1 week. Meanwhile, our boy Hanul is already on the move, feeling the weight of the new school year in Seoul. Looking around at the skyscrapers and luxury cars, he realizes just how different this high-society playground really is. This school isn't just an academy. It is a fortress for the elite who sit at the center of power. It is a place where money buys the future, breeding the next generation of trash-tier tyrants and corrupt heirs. But for Hanul, crossing that gate isn't about education. It is the first official step toward his ultimate revenge. As he stands outside the classroom, the teacher prepares to introduce the new student who is about to wreck everything. Jang Wonji introduces our boy as the national mock exam champion, setting a massive target on his back. Hanul immediately notices that this teacher seems to have some serious underlying problems with his sudden arrival. These elite students are already radiating pure hostility, acting as if they all plan to hate him together. He introduces himself as Hyunsung, not caring about their glares because he actually thrives in this toxic chaos. The academic pace in Gangnam is brutal, proving that this school is a high-pressure cooker for the elite. Sharp eyes watch his every move, trying to decode the secret behind his perfect national ranking. A teacher offers some shallow praise about his looks and grades, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. Our boy doesn't care for the spotlight, even as he's called up to prove his skills on the board. Behind their fake applause, every single educator in the room is actually terrified of what he represents. He feels their blatant intent to bring him down, realizing the uncomfortable reality of this new battlefield. A student starts venting his frustration, feeling like their entire school life is about to be ruined. The rumors are spreading like wildfire, with everyone feeling it's unfair that a top-tier genius joined them. One particular bully turns back, convinced that the new transfer student is the root of all their issues. Hanul remains unfazed by their whispers, even as they start labeling him a selfish sociopath for his brilliance. They mockingly applaud his confidence, desperately trying to get a rise out of him with their petty sarcasm. Our boy keeps writing, mentally dismissing their lame provocations as something only low-class thugs would attempt. A hand slams onto his desk with a loud thud, demanding he acknowledge the trash standing before him. The bully gets uncomfortably close, but Hanul just calmly questions if he's actually required to give an answer. His lack of fear makes them even more aggressive, as they blame him for disrupting their comfortable status quo. Since talking didn't work, the bully cracks his knuckles, deciding it's time to teach the newcomer a lesson. Instead of attacking, the bully starts pummeling his own face, choosing a calculated frame-up over a fair fight. Our boy watches the bizarre display with a cold gaze, wondering what this trash-tier actor is actually planning. The guy just grins through the blood, clearly relishing the pain if it means taking Hanul down. He proudly declares his plan to ruin Hanul's life, proving he is cut from a truly twisted cloth. A loud thud echoes through the room as he kicks the furniture to simulate a violent struggle. Shocked students gather at the window, hearing the bully scream that the new kid is attacking him. He collapses to the floor in a pathetic heap, begging for anyone to save him from Hanul's supposed wrath. Hanul remains stoic, realizing that his enemies are finally using psychological warfare instead of just throwing punches. Soon, the hostile Jang Won-gi is barking at Hanul, demanding to know why he would assault a classmate. The teacher points at the fresh bruises as proof, certain he has finally caught the transfer student slipping. Hanul keeps his cool, flatly denying the accusations despite the teacher's obvious and heavy bias against him. The hostile teacher turns to the bystanders, demanding they confirm if our boy was the one throwing hands. These trash-tier lackeys immediately start spinning a web of lies, claiming Hanul attacked their friend without any provocation. One of them even smirks, bringing up Hanul's supposed reputation as a total psycho from his previous school. Our boy remains stoic, wondering if these goons are Golden Circle assets, or just small-time rivals playing games. He realizes he has stepped right into a trap on his very first day before even making a move. It is clear now that the Shadow Organization has finally sniffed out his real identity and his intentions. With his main informant currently out of the loop, he knows he will have to handle this mess solo. Hanul calmly points out that using the victim's best friends as witnesses is a total joke of a procedure. The teacher just scoffs, claiming the bruises are proof enough while calling our boy a shameless and pathetic liar. Hanul pulls a pro-gamer move and calls the police right in front of the dumbfounded teacher. He calmly reports the school violence, ensuring the authorities know exactly where to find this trash tier setup. After hanging up, our boy tells the teacher that they need actual facts to solve this mess properly. He reveals a hidden recording pen, proving he was 3 steps ahead of their pathetic little scheme. The corrupt teacher realizes he is completely cooked, as Hanul explains just how cautious he really is. With a cold smirk, Hanul asks if having all their lies recorded is convenient for the upcoming investigation. Later, the real educator, Lee Hakbyum, reflects on how nasty the world is for a kid to face. The bully tries to play the victim, claiming his bad grades, and Hanul's arrival made him snap. Hakbyum isn't buying it and tears into the other teacher for failing to listen to both sides fairly. He slams the desk in rage, worried about how this traumatic first day will affect our boy's future. The vice principal adjusts her glasses, claiming that in Gangnam, grades are the only thing that actually matters. Jin Kyung-hee puts on a fake smile, insisting that our boy surely didn't mean any harm to anyone. Jang Won-gi awkwardly clears his throat, hoping this misunderstanding can just be swept under the rug immediately. She sighs dramatically, acting like she's obligated to resolve this only because a formal report was filed. She mentions the school is already drowning in audits, making it clear they have no time for this drama. Looking around the room, she begs everyone to be lenient on these blossoming youths for the school's sake. The corrupt duo starts grinning, thinking they've successfully pressured Hanul into staying silent about their trash-tier behavior. They patronizingly suggest that our boy should just accept a half-hearted apology and let the whole thing go. Hanul watches them with cold eyes, realizing this entire meeting is just a well-choreographed play to protect themselves. A wave of déjà vu hits him as he remembers the suffocating helplessness of being a victim to such people. Hanul realizes this place is the heart of the Golden Circle's operations, far worse than Daesun. He finds the situation bizarre because these trash-tier adults think they can actually control him. Standing up, our boy points out that he never agreed to forgive anyone for their crimes. The detective and vice principal are dumbfounded, realizing their silent pressure isn't working on this kid. The officer tries to play it off, warning Hanul that he still has a long school year ahead. Instead of backing down, Hanul starts walking toward the door with a cold, calculated confidence. He sarcastically thanks them for the concern but suggests this mess should be handled by actual professionals. Just then, the door swings open as a heavy shadow falls across the room's floor. A massive, scarred lawyer named Park Jong-soo steps in, ready to dismantle these corrupt officials legally. Turns out, Lee Miso was the wildcard who sent him, a move Hanul hadn't even planned for. Our boy realizes having a heavy-hitting prosecutor on his side would make his plan absolutely bulletproof. He meets with a contact to dig up dirt on Kang Dong-chil, a prosecutor known for being a cattle prod. Unlike the trash-tier officials he usually deals with, this guy is a total professional who never makes mistakes. Hanul knows that one wrong move with a man this clean could backfire and ruin everything he's built. Despite the risk, he can't help but smirk because this is exactly the kind of chaos he needs. To take down the Golden Circle, he needs a legal shark who won't fold under a little bit of corruption. Suddenly, a phone starts buzzing on the table, signaling that the next phase of the plan is live. Lee Miso picks up with a sharp smile, proving she's always one step ahead when it comes to networking. The legendary lawyer Park Jong-soo hands over his card, having already analyzed the entire corrupt mess at the school. Jin Kyung-hee and the corrupt Jang Won-gi are left trembling as the lawyer promises to bury them in charges. Jang Won-gi tries to spin the situation as a misunderstanding, but the lawyer isn't buying his trash-tier excuses. Park Jong-soo shuts him down instantly, making it clear that he isn't there to play games or negotiate. When the legal documents come out, the corrupt teacher realizes his career is basically over and starts to panic. Jin Kyung-hee tries to act sympathetic by claiming the bullies are just young, hoping to soften the blow. The lawyer just smirks and tells her that her opinion doesn't matter because the court will decide everything. Realizing he's cornered, Jang Won-gi drops to his knees and begs for one last chance to fix everything. Park Jong-soo looks down in disgust, explaining that a real mistake is unintentional, unlike the malice they showed. He looms over the pathetic man like a grim reaper, reminding him that malicious actions are simply called crimes. Turning his cold gaze toward the vice principal, he asks her exactly how she plans to handle this mess. The principal finally folds under the pressure, agreeing to follow every single one of Hanul's demands without question. Jong-soo reflects on the outrageous deal our boy offered, paying 10 grand just to show his face. He knows the real money comes if this hits a trial, provided Hanul stays the perfect victim. Having seen the world's filth as a defense attorney, Jong-soo finds this specific brand of justice refreshing. It is still bizarre that Hanul predicted he would need a lawyer within hours of starting school. As they walk, a voice demands to know who this intimidating powerhouse standing next to Hanul actually is. Jong-soo does not blink, simply stating that he is definitely not someone the trash-tier bullies want to meet. Watching from the shadows, the corrupt faculty members realize their little scheme is hitting a massive legal wall. Kyung-hee warns the sweating teacher to be careful, shocked that Hanul was smart enough to bring a recorder. She bites her thumb in anxiety, knowing the higher-ups will not show mercy if they miss their deadline. Looking at the duo outside, she realizes they must stick to their usual dirty tactics to survive this. Kyung-hee decides to revert to her usual dirty tactics, even though Hanul's lawyer move has already paid off. After Hanul gets the top dogs suspended, the rest of the student body treats him like a walking plague. Our boy doesn't mind the cold shoulder, focusing entirely on maintaining his top-tier academic rank during break time. Even in the cafeteria, the isolation is absolute as the local trash-tier students mock his every move. Hanul just smirks, knowing their desperate attempts to ostracize him prove he has successfully rattled the entire hierarchy. He maintains his calm, steady pace, completely unbothered by the heavy atmosphere or the eyes following him. Suddenly, a brave but foolish bully decides to test the waters, mocking Hanul for showing up at lunch. The guy looms over him with a smug grin, sarcastically asking if the food is actually that good. Without waiting for an answer, the bully disrespectfully reaches into the tray to snatch a piece of food. Hanul's eyes turn cold as he realizes the bait he set has finally attracted the right kind of prey. Choi Ma-young-hoon makes his entrance, immediately acting like the top-tier trash he is by complaining about the food. He gets uncomfortably close to our boy, mocking the idea that a simple recorder could protect him here. The hitman's mask slips, revealing a sadistic grin as he promises Hanul a life devoid of any humanity. He warns that the teachers are just as vicious and his previous reputation won't save him from them. Ma-young-hoon is clearly looking for a thrill, telling Hanul to stay tuned for the chaos he's about to unleash. The threat becomes physical as he vows to ruthlessly crush anyone who dares to get frustrated or push back. With a chilling welcome, he officially introduces Hanul to the absolute madness of this new high school environment. As they walk away, Ma-young-hoon's lackey is dumbfounded that the hitman didn't just end things right then and there. Turns out, Ma-young-hoon has done his homework and knows Hanul is a monster cut from a different cloth. The lackey shudders hearing how Hanul single-handedly turned his last school into a graveyard of broken bodies and dreams. Ma-young-hoon finds it hilarious that Hanul actually tried to infiltrate the Golden Circle using a fake identity. He is purely motivated by the massive bounty, dreaming of the bonus he will get for finishing Hanul. The hitman warns his lackey that our boy is a different breed who fights through any broken bone. He plans to show Hanul that Seoul is a far more brutal playground than his previous school. The lackey nods in agreement, realizing they need to be just as ruthless to handle this monster. Meanwhile, Hanul focuses on his midterms, knowing the Golden Circle will strike before the semester ends. He remains alert, fully aware that a simple recording won't be enough to stop these high-level predators. Suddenly, a small eraser shaving lands on his notes, signaling the start of some trash-tier provocation. Hanul just smirks because he already predicted they would try something this pathetic during his study time. The lackey is left dumbfounded as Hanul mentally mocks their childish attempts to get under his skin. Hanul realizes this petty harassment is just a test to see if hell snap under the pressure. Our boy just smirks because he's already mentally prepared himself for this trash-tier provocation. As class ends, he decides that simply defeating the hitman won't solve the systemic rot around him. He approaches the lackey with a cold stare, asking if the little game they're playing is actually fun. The lackey is visibly shaken as Hanul looms over him, demanding an answer while clenching his fist. Suddenly, Hanul pulls out a pen, and the lackey realizes with horror that the recording is stopping. With the recording device clicked off, there's no longer any evidence to protect the bully from what's coming. Hanul delivers a brutal strike that sends the lackey crashing into the desks with bone-shattering force. The bully is completely dumbfounded, wondering why Hanul would risk everything by striking first without a witness. Hanul just looms over him, coldly acknowledging that he's fully aware this is school violence and doesn't care. Hanul reflects on how this situation differs from his past, realizing he's intentionally falling for the trash-tier provocation. Our boy grabs the lackey by his ponytail, making it clear that everything is going exactly to plan. Outside the room, the other students watch in total shock as the hierarchy they knew begins to crumble. Hanul holds up his hand, coldly reminding everyone present that they are now witnesses to this brutal display. He follows through with a heavy strike, ensuring the bully feels every bit of the pain he's caused others. With a terrifying grin, Hanul looks like a true monster who has finally found a reason to cut loose. Later, the beaten lackey, Yonho, sits in the office looking like a complete mess while being questioned. He tries to play the victim, claiming he was just joking around when the protagonist suddenly snapped on him. The corrupt teacher agrees that the retaliation was overkill, clearly trying to find a way to trap our boy. However, the vice principal surprises everyone by noting that Yonho has finally acknowledged his own pathetic wrongdoings. Hanul listens as they compare his violence to a common thug, but he doesn't even blink at the insult. The corrupt faculty members mockingly demand to see his supposed recording if he truly believes he is innocent. Our boy just smiles and casually admits to the assault, telling them to go ahead and start the council. He claims he'll take whatever punishment is fair, leaving the teachers absolutely dumbfounded by his sudden, strange compliance. The vice principal and the corrupt teacher whisper in confusion, wondering why such a meticulous guy is self-destructing. They conclude that his youth has made him complacent, assuming he has no real plan to survive the fallout. Hanul kicks his feet up, knowing their belief in the Golden Circle's absolute power is their biggest mistake. The vice principal gloats internally, convinced that this desperate improvisation will be the last thing he does here. Meanwhile, a plate of snacks is prepared as the domestic side of this high-stakes game begins to unfold. Miso enters the room with a motherly smile, calling out to her son while the school hierarchy burns. Miso checks on Minwoo, but the kid is a total wreck while delivering some seriously bad news. Hearing that their star tutor is calling it quits hits Miso like a ton of bricks, shattering her composure. Word spreads fast among the elite moms as they realize their golden ticket to top grades is in jeopardy. Miso knows they can't lose him, so she rallies the other parents to protect their investment at all costs. She insists they must shield him from the school's corruption, ensuring no outside force ruins his reputation. The other mothers quickly fall in line, desperate to keep the best tutor in the country on their side. Later, Miso turns on the charm with her husband, hoping his legal influence can make their problems disappear. However, the prosecutor plays it straight, claiming his power isn't meant for personal favors or academic shortcuts. He tries to console her, saying Minwoo's future isn't worth compromising his integrity or the law. Miso puts on a tearful performance, acting like a reformed mother while secretly plotting her next move. Dongcheol promises to help his wife personally, while the countdown to the school council begins. At the law office, a new offer is put on the table that changes the entire game. Jong-soo loses his cool, shouting that he won't represent a student caught in such blatant violence. He tells Hanul to find some trash-tier lawyer if he thinks money can buy a clean conscience. Our boy just sits there unfazed, sipping his coffee while the veteran attorney starts to break down. The pressure is getting to him, as he confesses to not sleeping since their last meeting. He demands to know who is really pulling the strings and why everyone sees Hanul as a monster. Jong-soo is visibly conflicted, wanting to help but terrified of the darkness he sees in Hanul's eyes. Hanul calmly offers to annul the contract without fees, but he isn't finished with this lawyer yet. With the dice already thrown, our boy prepares to drop a truth that will leave Jong-soo dumbfounded. Jong-soo demands the truth, his eyes trembling as he realizes the life-or-death stakes behind Hanul's cold gaze. Hanul's explanation leaves the veteran lawyer speechless, revealing he's the one stain the Golden Circle can't ever erase. Our boy sits there perfectly calm, forcing Jong-soo to question if using violence against such evil is truly wrong. Jong-soo remembers past victims who folded under fear, but he realizes Hanul is cut from a different cloth. The clock hits 0 as the disciplinary council opens, and Hanul prepares to walk into the lion's den. Jin Kyung-hee and her associates wait with cold expressions, ready to bury the student who dared to rebel. Jang Won-gi watches with a trash-tier smirk, thinking he's finally caught the school's biggest troublemaker in a trap. The vice principal flashes a predatory grin, officially opening the discussion to dismantle Hanul's future once and for all. Standing before the council, Hanul remains stoic as they formally accuse him of extreme acts of school violence. Little do they know, our boy has their threats recorded and knows exactly why they're so desperate to stop him. Jong-soo is drowning in regret, wondering if choosing a life of pride was actually worth the personal cost. He lost everything, even his marriage, just because he refused to play along with the corrupt higher-ups. But if he backs down now, every sacrifice he made for his convictions would be utterly meaningless. He finally looks at our boy and asks what exactly he expects him to do for this case. Hanul just gives a chilling smirk and tells the lawyer to simply skip the upcoming disciplinary council entirely. Meanwhile, the council starts spinning a narrative that the recent fight was all Hanul's fault for overreacting. That trash-tier teacher claims Hanul took things way too far despite the other students starting the petty scuffle. The vice principal acts horrified, pretending to care about the permanent damage dealt to their precious little informant. They even wave around a fake diagnosis, claiming the poor kid lost teeth and is suffering from severe trauma. To seal the deal, she presents a list of angry parents demanding that Hanul be expelled immediately. The council labels our boy a violent repeat offender, demanding the harshest punishment possible to finally bury him. Miso watches in a cold sweat, realizing her usual social influence is useless against this pre-planned execution. The vice principal gloats internally, but feels a prickle of dread seeing how unbothered Hanul remains. She notices the lawyer is missing, yet Hanul's eerie silence feels more like a trap than a surrender. Believing she holds a perfect checkmate, she smugly invites him to try and talk his way out. Hanul casually admits to the strike, but scoffs at the idea that the trash-tier bully is actually injured. He holds up 2 fingers, signaling that this entire investigation is built on a foundation of blatant lies. Yonho starts sweating bullets as Hanul questions if those missing teeth were just a cheap theatrical trick. He reminds the room of the school's history of framing him, making the faculty look like total amateurs. With a chilling smirk, our boy suggests the investigation is a sham and the report is pure fiction. Yeonho is sweating bullets, realizing Hanul has seen right through his pathetic act of playing the victim. The corrupt teachers explode in rage, demanding that our boy show some respect and remorse for his violence. Kyung-hee dismisses his logic as trash, deciding there is no point in listening to a student already marked. She lays out the charges, citing his history of conflict as the perfect excuse to finally expel him. With a twisted grin, the vice principal officially expels Hanul, thinking she has finally won this high-stakes game. Meanwhile, Hyungjun is on the phone, promising a massive bonus for successfully removing the Golden Circle's biggest headache. Kyung-hee tosses her old nameplate aside, laughing as she is promoted to principal for her dirty work. She mocks the former principal's stupidity, relishing how easily she climbed the ladder using the Golden Circle's influence. The power of her new position feels intoxicating, making her believe that life is truly beautiful when you're corrupt. But the very next day, the peace is shattered as someone kicks the door down looking for blood. Kyung-hee loses her mind when she sees our boy sitting in class like nothing ever happened. Hanul just gives her a smug look, making her wonder why an expelled student is acting so bold. She screams that a mere student can't deny the investigation, but he doesn't even blink at her tantrum. Our boy calmly hands over a legal document, telling the trash-tier teacher to take it up with his lawyer. As she reads the paper, her smug confidence evaporates into pure, unadulterated terror. The realization hits her hard, as she sees a formal request to suspend the execution of his expulsion. She trembles while the lawyer looms over her, realizing her foolproof plan just hit a massive legal wall. Jong-soo makes it clear that his client has zero obligation to follow their corrupt school rules anymore. He plans to drag this out until graduation, leaving the vice principal completely powerless and dumbfounded. Kyung-hee finally realizes she is dealing with monsters who aren't afraid to tear the Golden Circle apart. Kyung-hee crumples the notice in a rage, thinking she can still bully her way out of this mess. Jong-soo just laughs, mocking her for thinking she can escape the very influence she once worshipped. He points out that legal precedents are far more powerful than whatever bribe she is currently hiding. If a judge dares to ignore the law, they will find themselves unemployed before the trial even ends. He slams the desk, revealing that the Golden Circle practically invented this method of delaying justice. Kyung-hee stares in horror, realizing she has finally met a monster who knows all her dirty secrets. The lawyer makes it clear that fighting this means dragging her own corrupt past into the light. Hanul recalls a tragic case from his past life, where this exact strategy was used to frame someone. Back then, the news explained how these legal loopholes allowed the elite to stay untouchable during investigations. Now, our boy is turning that trash-tier logic against them to keep his seat at the school. Hanul decides it's time to play dirty, using the Golden Circle's own trash-tier methods to protect his position. Jong-soo presents a list of protected clients, proving the school has been a playground for the elite for years. Kyung-hee begins to shake, realizing the lawyer has documented every single case of injustice she helped cover up. He stares her down, promising to weaponize these legal precedents if they don't stop targeting our boy. The vice principal loses her mind, screaming that they'll sacrifice anything to ensure Hanul is finally destroyed. She lashes out in a frantic rage, but the lawyer remains unfazed while daring her to do her worst. Jong-soo just smirks, knowing that the Golden Circle's wealthy clients would kill to keep their identities a secret. He tells the dumbfounded woman to look outside, signaling that the real show is only just beginning. Right on cue, Sung-pil grabs a megaphone and introduces himself as the head of the Anti-School Violence Committee. He leads a public protest, turning the school's corruption into a national scandal that they can't ignore. The public starts whispering as the flyers expose the school's rot, forcing the adults to finally take notice. Sung-pil screams into his megaphone, desperate to prevent other parents from feeling the soul-crushing grief he carries. Kyung-hee grits her teeth, her obsession with status and wealth finally clashing with a reality she can't control. The vice principal wonders if even an Ix's corrupt connections are enough to stop the impending legal storm. Hyungjun just laughs at the audacity of our boy, realizing Hanul is actually daring the Golden Circle to fight. The executive decides that Hanul has officially crossed the line and needs to be erased before he exposes everything. He reaches for his phone, ready to activate the next phase of their plan to silence the opposition. Hyungjun barks orders into the receiver, telling the faculty to stay completely silent while he handles the cleanup. Meanwhile, another victim is being brutalized in the shadows, proving that Hanul isn't the only one suffering here. Ma Young-hoon sneers at the bloodied boy, warning him that his only chance at survival is to disappear forever. Jae-wook is reduced to tears, realizing his status as a senior won't protect him from this absolute hell. Ma Young-hoon corners him in the bathroom, treating the upperclassman like a literal rat, while the trash-tier audience watches. He starts twisting Jae-wook's fingers, claiming it's actually a mercy to force him out of school early. The terror in Jae-wook's eyes peaks as he realizes graduation is a dream he might never actually reach. A sickening snap echoes through the room, leaving the poor guy howling in agony on the cold tiles. Ma Young-hoon just lights a cigarette, completely unfazed by the fact that he just shattered a student's entire world. Days later, Jae-wook sits in class with a mangled hand, desperately trying to endure for his parents' sake. The psychological weight becomes too much, and he stares out the window wondering if jumping is his only escape. He hears that another student, Kim Hyunsung, is being targeted too, but this new guy actually fought back. Jae-wook is dumbfounded when rumors spread that Hyunsung is still attending school despite supposedly being expelled. Jae-wook listens to the classroom gossip about the court appeal, realizing this new guy is cut from a different cloth. He starts to feel a flicker of hope that if this senior can stop the monster, he might survive too. Our boy eventually tracks down Hanul, trembling as he tries to initiate a conversation with the school's new enigma. He admits he's a victim too, warning Hanul that the trash-tier bully is setting a trap just for him. Hanul just stares him down, wondering why a total stranger is suddenly acting like his guardian angel. Suddenly, a milk carton flies from the rooftop, drenching Hanul while Jae-wook watches in absolute horror. Instead of losing his cool, Hanul just wipes the mess away, looking more annoyed than actually hurt. Ma Young-hoon laughs from above, confirming that he's intentionally making life a living hell for both of them. Hanul tells the kid to back off and stay quiet, since he has no idea what's actually happening. Up on the roof, the bullies mock Hanul's arrival, thinking he's just another fool walking into their slaughterhouse. The trash-tier bullies on the roof signal that their little game is finally starting. Our boy doesn't hesitate, his footsteps echoing with a cold, calculated rhythm down the stairwell. He knows exactly where they are, and he isn't planning on giving them a warm welcome. One of the punks tries to act tough, mockingly addressing Hanul as a senior, while his lackeys surround him. The disrespect doesn't last long as Hanul immediately shuts one of them up with a brutal strike. He scoffs at their fake politeness, making it clear he has zero patience for their pathetic power games. Suddenly, the stairs turn into a complete slaughterhouse as Hanul sends the entire group tumbling down in a heap. He drives a knee straight into a bully's gut, reminding them why he's the one at the top. While dodging their desperate swings, he recalls the intel on Jae-wook, realizing how deep this corruption goes. It's sickening to think a diligent student was targeted just for minding his own business. Hanul turns the stairwell into a complete slaughterhouse, tossing these trash-tier thugs around like they are made of paper. One desperate punk lunges forward with a scream, but our boy remains stoic as he prepares to end it. He connects a palm strike to the guy's face, reflecting on how Jae-wook must have felt just as cornered. A sickening crack echoes through the hall as he slams another bully's head directly into the hard metal railing. Just as he's finishing, a blonde idiot tries a flashy jump attack, thinking he's actually found an opening. Hanul meets him mid-air with a perfectly timed kick, proving that fancy acrobatics won't save him from a beating. He drives the blonde bully into the stairs with enough force to make sure he stays down for good. The last standing bully is completely dumbfounded, his face twisting in terror as he watches his entire crew crumble. Broken bodies and blood stain the floor, showing the grim reality of what happens when you cross the wrong person. He grabs the final survivor by the hair, mockingly asking why he's just standing there watching the show. Hanul looms over the trash-tier bullies, letting them know the nightmare is only just beginning for them. Meanwhile, Jae-wook wanders the halls, his gut telling him that his savior is walking straight into a disaster. Suddenly, a student sprints past, shouting that a massive brawl is breaking out in the next building. The local gossip starts flying as students claim our boy is finally getting mobbed by the school's heavy hitters. Jae-wook realizes this is all a calculated trap and knows he can't just stand by while Hanul suffers. He bursts into the faculty office, desperate to find someone who actually cares about the student's safety. He tries to explain the situation, but the corrupt teacher just tells him to beat it without a thought. Jae-wook tries to insist, but the man looms over him, clearly more interested in school politics than saving lives. The teacher gets right in his face, cold-bloodedly claiming they are too busy with a meeting to deal with trash. Jae-wook is left dumbfounded, realizing the staff is actively siding against Hanul to ensure his total downfall. Jae-wook pulls out his phone, deciding the only way to stop this madness is to get the authorities involved. He frantically reports the massive brawl, begging the police to get to the campus before things turn fatal. The operator confirms the location, but Jae-wook can feel a cold sweat as the response feels strangely scripted. Turns out, a convenient drunk driving accident nearby has tied up every officer, leaving our boy totally vulnerable. He realizes the teacher's meeting and the police delay are no coincidence. It's a coordinated effort to isolate Hanul. We see Hyungjun orchestrating the blackout, ensuring the school becomes a lawless cage for the Golden Circle's purge. Even the hitman Ma Young-hoon is thrilled, knowing the board is cleared for him to unleash his sadistic games. Jae-wook considers running away, telling himself that getting involved in this trash-tier war is just asking for death. But then he remembers Hanul was the only one who ever truly stood up for a loser like him. Refusing to be a coward, he snaps a mop handle and prepares to jump into the fire for his friend. Jae-wook grips his makeshift weapon, deciding he can't just stand by while his only true friend fights alone. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching scream echoes through the stairwell, making his heart drop as he races toward the sound. He bursts through the final door, desperately calling out for his senior while praying he isn't too late. His worst fears are realized when he sees the hitman Ma Young-hoon driving a blade deep into Hanul's side. Our boy's eyes widen in pure shock. the cold steel finally piercing through his usually ironclad composure. Blood drips onto the floor as the assassin twists the knife, relishing the moment he finally drew first blood. We flash back to January, where Hanul spent months at the gym Changbiom built, tempering his body. Every drop of sweat and blood on that training mat was a down payment for the survival he needs. He pushed himself past human limits, knowing that one day, a single moment of weakness would mean certain death. As the training timer hits 0, we realize that every second of his past was preparation for this nightmare. Hanul is training like a beast, pounding the heavy bag until his knuckles scream for mercy. Changsok watches from the sidelines, warning our boy that this level of intensity is basically a suicide mission. But Hanul knows the Golden Circle plays dirty, so he has to prepare for every single nightmare scenario. Back in the present, the air shifts as Hanul moves with the terrifying speed of a seasoned predator. Turns out his training paid off, as he delivers a bone-shattering strike that sends a bully flying back. The rest of the trash-tier thugs are completely dumbfounded, wondering if this guy is actually human or a demon. Wiping the blood from his face, Hanul remembers the hitman said no one would interfere with this fight. He flashes a chilling smirk, telling the terrified mob that they should follow their own rules and stay quiet. Outside the rooftop, the regular students can only listen in horror as the hierarchy of the school crumbles. Hanul kicks the door open, dragging a trash-tier bully along like he's just taking out the garbage. Suddenly, a slow clap echoes through the air, as someone mocks our boy for making it this far. Myung-hoon sits there looking way too comfortable, claiming he's already written the perfect ending for Hanul's little crusade. He smugly points out how easy it'll be to frame Hanul for a fatal accident off the roof. According to his plan, the police will just see a tragic case of school violence gone way too far. He explains that Hanul will be labeled both the monster and the victim, ending the story quite ambiguously. Myung-hoon laughs and agrees that someone is definitely dying today, but he's clearly not talking about himself. Unfazed by the threats, our boy takes a heavy step forward, ready to turn the hitman script into scrap. Myung-hoon matches his energy, stepping into the fray to see whose scenario actually survives the night. Hanul and Myung-hoon finally collide, their fists seeking blood as the rooftop battle explodes into pure violence. Meanwhile, Won-gi is losing his mind with worry, but Kyung-hee tells him to just sit back and watch. She calmly crushes her cigarette, confident that their ties with the Golden Circle will bury any legal fallout. Kyung-hee smirks, reminding him that Hanul isn't the only monster in this school and won't leave this alive. Back on the roof, our boy takes a brutal hit that nearly rattles his brain out of his skull. Myung-hoon glares in disbelief, realizing this supposed trash-tier student actually managed to land a counter on him. Hanul stumbles back, his body screaming in pain as he realizes his reaction speed is starting to fail. Despite the blood, he flashes a gritty smile, knowing this unfair fight is a win-or-die scenario for him. Myung-hoon admits Hanul is decent, but even an S-rank won't survive the next level of his lethal script. Myung-hoon mocks Hanul, claiming he is absolutely nothing compared to the Golden Circle's director while landing a heavy blow. Suddenly, the hitman screams in agony as he realizes Hanul's counterattack actually did some serious damage to him. Our boy does not let up for a second, driving a brutal strike right into the assassin's face. He follows up with a relentless barrage of punches, determined to break the S-rank monster's composure once and for all. Even as the hitman tries to find an opening, Hanul stays glued to him, trading blood for every inch. With a final burst of strength, Hanul sends the hitman reeling back with a strike that echoes across the roof. Hanul spits out blood and mocks the bastard, telling him that despite the heavy hits, he is still trash-tier. Myung-hoon just smirks through the pain, sensing that Hanul has finally reached his absolute physical limit. He steps forward with murderous intent, ready to put an end to this annoying regression story right now. Hanul stands his ground, staring down the hitman who clearly underestimated just how much pain our boy can take. The watching students are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a regular student is actually pushing back a monster. Even with blood matting his hair, Hanul just huffs and decides this level of pain is still perfectly bearable. His eyes flare with a dark hunger as he invites the assassin to see which of them dies first. Myung-hoon is losing his mind, wondering how it is even possible for his target to keep swinging like this. He screams in pure frustration while Hanul continues to pressure him, refusing to let the trash-tier killer catch breath. Looking up, the hitman realizes he is truly going to lose to this terrifying shadow of a man. The S-rank killer finally breaks down, letting out a desperate cry as his reality comes crashing down around him. Hanul plants his foot firmly, pivoting his weight to deliver a strike that will finally end this rooftop brawl. Myung-hoon decides to stop playing around and reaches for the lethal edge hidden beneath his school blazer. Our boy senses the shift in the air, his purple eyes widening as he realizes the hitman is getting desperate. Before he can dodge, the cold steel sinks into his gut, leaving him coughing up a spray of crimson. The blade twists deep, and for a second, it looks like the regression might actually end right here. Watching from the sidelines, Jae-wook loses it, screaming out for his senior as he witnesses the brutal scene. Yeonho just laughs, mockingly asking why the hitman took so long to finally use his real toys. Ma Young-hoon is visibly shaking, his mind racing as he realizes even a fatal wound hasn't stopped the monster's momentum. The lackey keeps barking orders, telling the assassin to hurry up and finish the job before things get worse. But Hanul just grips the bare blade with his bloody hand, proving he's a total psycho who ignores pain. Hanul stares back with ice in his veins, asking if that pathetic stab was really his best shot. Ma Young-hoon starts panicking, realizing he is dealing with a total monster who doesn't flinch at being skewered. Our boy delivers a brutal strike, making the hitman regret ever taking this trash-tier job in the first place. The high-ranking assassin hits the pavement like a sack of bricks while the other students watch in silence. Even with blood dripping from his mouth, Hanul just snaps the blade, proving his resolve is another level. He looks at the wreckage and notes how the corruption of the adults turned these kids into shells. The shattered, blood-stained steel serves as a grim reminder of what happens when the system completely fails the youth. Suddenly, the corrupt faculty arrives, looking absolutely dumbfounded by the carnage left in the wake of Hanul's counterattack. Hanul just steps on his prey, coldly explaining that this mess is simply the result of their orders. Looking at the pile of broken bodies on the stairs, it's clear the school nurse won't be enough. Hanul brushes past the dumbfounded faculty, coldly suggesting they call the police since this is beyond their pay grade. Despite his own bleeding wounds, our boy keeps moving forward while a terrified Jae-wook follows in his shadow. When he steps into the classroom, the atmosphere turns ice cold as every student wonders why he's even there. The kids realize the system is trashed here when dozens of armed thugs fail, and the teachers stay silent. He leaves a trail of blood on the floor, disgusted that the school is secretly whisking away the aggressors. Hanul corners Jae-wook in front of everyone, asking him if he has any idea why things turned so bloody. He leans in, whispering that the golden circle only showed up because Jae-wook was the one who called them. Grabbing the traitor by the collar, Hanul's eyes burn with a terrifying intensity as he demands a final confession. Kyung-hee gathers the corrupt faculty, ordering them to bury the truth and label the bloody chaos a simple dispute. When Won-gi hesitates, she snaps that they need to use their brains or they will all be finished. She admits their plan to purge our boy backfired, turning the school into a mess they cannot easily hide. With witnesses everywhere and Hanul's legal team ready to pounce, the teachers realize they are backed into a corner. Kyung-hee leans in, making it clear that if this fails, Won-gi will be the first one she throws away. She devises a trash-tier excuse, claiming they were just stuck in a meeting while the violence unfolded. Even with a plan in place, an ominous feeling crawls up her spine as if she is being watched. Suddenly, she realizes a critical flaw in her logic, her face twisting as the cold sweat starts pouring. Panicking, she grabs Won-gi and screams for him to get downstairs before everything they built completely crumbles. In a desperate last resort, she shrieks for the second-ranked powerhouse, Myung-soo-chan, to handle the situation. Hanul looks down at the broken Jae-wook, noting that his top-tier grades were his only ticket out of hell. He explains to the crowd that Jae-wook's natural talent without expensive tutors made him a target for elite jealousy. The Golden Circle was hired specifically to crush the boy's spirit and tank his rankings through systematic harassment. Soo-chan wipes the blood from his face, demanding to know what this ancient history has to do with today. He snarls that by Hanul's own logic, someone likely paid a premium to have our boy erased as well. Hanul calmly checks the clock, noting that exactly 5 minutes have passed since he began this little lesson. He smirks, wondering how the trash-tier teachers will react now that their prized enforcer, Soo-chan, has been humbled. Right on cue, Won-gi bursts into the room, screaming at Hanul to stop his violent rampage this instant. The corrupt teacher feels the heavy atmosphere and realizes he must act tough to maintain his crumbling authority. He demands Jae-wook step aside, shamelessly accusing Hanul of bullying an innocent student to flip the narrative. Soo-chan laughs through the pain while Won-gi screams at Hanul for supposedly losing his mind. Hanul reminds the trash-tier teacher that he was too busy for a meeting just a few hours ago. He points at the broken enforcer, mocking how Won-gi only cares when his precious assets get thrashed. The room goes cold as Hanul exposes Won-gi for being a paid puppet of the Golden Circle. Won-gi tries to play dumb and retreat, desperately dragging the beaten Soo-chan away to avoid more questions. Meanwhile, Hyung-jun gets the call that their mission failed, and the entire situation is spiraling out of control. He grits his teeth, realizing the cowardly brokers are already jumping ship to save their own skins. It is clear that simple high school bullies cannot handle our boy anymore, forcing a deadlier change in tactics. Hyung-jun knows he must finish this inside the school to exploit the legal loopholes adults usually ignore. This dark system has thrived for decades because society treats school violence as a mere childhood phase. Hyung-jun can't believe the Golden Circle is facing such a mess, leaving him completely speechless at the chaos. He realizes his schedule is about to get packed as he prepares to clean up this trash-tier failure. Suddenly, a call from Myung Hyun-sok flashes on the screen, making the executive wonder why the client is calling. Rewinding a bit, we see Hyun-seok losing his mind and screaming that our boy's life is officially over. The corporate shark brags about his high-ranking status, but Hanul just gives a bored response to the empty threats. If they try to punish him, Hanul plans to bring in a private organization to expose every dirty secret. He relaxes in the chair, revealing he knows Hyunsuk hired the Golden Circle just to protect his son's rank. Hyunsuk is visibly shaking, dumbfounded that a mere student knows about his secret dealings with the Shadow Network. The situation turns south fast as the executive realizes he isn't dealing with a victim, but a predator. Hanul mocks his naivety, pointing out that the Golden Circle's wall of anonymity was never as thick as promised. Our boy slams the table, telling the trash-tier executive that they should stop wasting each other's precious time. He coldly explains that the Golden Circle is solely responsible for letting their clients' secret identities be exposed. Hyunsuk completely loses his mind, screaming into his phone while demanding a fix for Suchin's ruined face. Hyungjun listens in absolute horror as the client threatens to report this massive failure to the Shadow Network. The elite members demand immediate damage control, leaving the executive trembling as his career hangs by a thread. He tries to steady his shaking hands with a cigarette, but the crushing pressure is becoming too much. In a fit of pure, unadulterated rage, he slams his lighter down while cursing this entire nightmare. He realizes that if he doesn't eliminate Hanul immediately, he'll be the one sacrificed as a pathetic scapegoat. The executive stares at his phone, dumbfounded that a mere student could be such a terrifying monster. Panic finally takes over as he realizes he's utterly screwed and trapped in a game he can't win. A server quietly wheels in a cart, but the atmosphere in the room is anything but hospitable for Hyungjun. The Golden Circle proxy pours a drink, his calm demeanor masking the lethal authority he holds over the executive. He wastes no time, questioning if Hyungjun truly realizes the gravity of the mess he made in Gangnam recently. Hyungjun starts sweating bullets, desperately pinning the blame on the traitor Jung Chansu to save his own skin. The proxy notes this isn't his first failure, reminding him that incompetence is a sin the organization won't ignore. He flashes a sinister grin, explaining that if the organization's trust breaks, their entire shadow empire will simply vanish. Terrified of being discarded like trash, Hyungjun bows until his head hits the table, pleading for one final chance. His hands tremble so violently that the tea overflows, a pathetic display from a man who knows he's doomed. The proxy tells him to prove Hanul can be destroyed, ensuring anyone associated with the student pays a price. If he succeeds, he'll get a private meeting with the boss, a reward that's as tempting as it is deadly. Hyungjun gulps down his drink, his nerves absolutely fried as he realizes his life hangs by a thread. He promises the organization he'll handle everything, desperate to prove he isn't just some trash-tier failure. Meanwhile, our boy Hanul walks home, reflecting on how his recent moves haven't yielded much profit yet. He smirks because being a constant thorn in their side is exactly how he'll trigger their downfall. If the Golden Circle keeps hunting him, they'll eventually slip up and expose a fatal weak point. Hanul decides to use himself as bait, keeping one eye on the midterms while the enemy panics. Back at the high-end lounge, a server arrives with food, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. Hyungjun slams the table in a manic rage, barking orders into his phone to mobilize every available asset. He crushes a napkin like it's Hanul's throat, his mind now consumed by a singular, violent obsession. With a crazed look in his eyes, he declares it's finally time to scrub Daisen clean once and for all. A new predator enters the fray, sporting a smug grin and eyes that spell nothing but trouble for Hanul. He finds himself lurking outside Daisen Science High, clearly annoyed that one student is causing such a massive headache. Flipping through a target dossier, he scoffs at the idea of our boy trying to protect his inner circle. His arrogant musings are cut short by a sudden rap on the glass, catching the hitman completely off guard. A local officer peers inside, his shadow looming over the vehicle like a bad omen for the operative. The lawman questions why he's been idling in a school zone, immediately cranking the tension up to 11. Flashing a practiced, fake smile, the proxy claims he was just finishing a call and offers to move along. Things get complicated when the officer demands to see his identification, refusing to let the suspicious man slide. He explains they're hunting trash-tier thugs reported for targeting students, ironically describing the very man he's currently questioning. Even if it's just standard procedure, the hitman realizes his simple scouting mission just hit a major legal snag. Handing over the fake ID, the proxy tries to keep his cool while the officer takes it. The officer notes the name Young Kiho and assumes he's just another businessman visiting from the big city. Leaning in with a sharp gaze, the lawman tells him to stay alert while he's wandering around Daisen. As the officer pulls away, a thick dossier from the local precinct sits ominously on the passenger seat. Cold sweat beads on the hitman's face as he wonders if the cop has already seen through his cover. He peels out of the area, cursing how quickly his first day on the job has spiraled into chaos. After parking near the target's neighborhood, he scouts the area to find the exact residence he's looking for. Flicking his lighter, he tries to steady his nerves with a quick smoke before getting back to work. He grumbles about wanting to gouge the cop's eyes out when a sudden voice calls out to him. Turning around, he finds himself face to face with Siwoo and his crew, who ask if he's really smoking there. Siwoo and his crew corner the outsider, warning him that smoking in this neighborhood is a major violation. The proxy is completely dumbfounded that some random high schoolers are actually trying to lecture him right now. Siwoo casually introduces them as the local youth council before demanding he take his habit elsewhere immediately. Already on edge from his run-in with the law, the hitman finally snaps at these arrogant brats. He throws a heavy punch, intending to teach these trash-tier kids a lesson they will never forget. To his shock, Siwoo moves like a total ghost, making the proxy's desperate strike miss by a mile. Our boy doesn't hesitate, delivering a brutal counter that sends the hitman's world spinning into absolute darkness. As the proxy hits the pavement, Siwoo coldly reminds him to listen when the locals are speaking. Hongryul grabs him by the collar, promising that any more trouble will result in a much more permanent greeting. The crew proceeds to give the intruder a proper Daesan welcome, ensuring he regrets ever stepping foot here. A lone CCTV camera looms over the alley, but it won't be providing the salvation this trash-tier hitman expects. The battered proxy points a shaky finger at the crew, desperately claiming they were the ones who attacked. He tries to play the innocent victim, asking the officer if simply smoking is enough to get beaten. Thinking he has the upper hand, he demands the officer check the footage to see what really happened. He flashes a sadistic grin, telling the boys to hire expensive lawyers because he refuses to settle. The officer just smirks and drops the guy's full name, leaving the hitman absolutely dumbfounded and reeling. Hanul leans in close, revealing he knows all about the proxy's stalking at the science high school. He casually mentions the camera is actually dead, before pivoting the entire narrative against the intruder. Suddenly, one of the students smashes a nearby window to create a brand new crime scene. Hanul declares this is now a breaking and entering case, and his witnesses are ready to talk. The proxy absolutely loses it, screaming that the police are just making up lies to ruin his reputation. Hanul doesn't even flinch, snapping the cuffs on and telling the trash-tier hitman to shut up and move. High above the city, Changbyum thanks a police chief for ensuring the corrupt higher-ups finally bit the hook. He smirks into the phone, promising that Myungjin Construction will always reward those who look out for our boy. He stares out at the sunset, disgusted that these bastards would actually try to mess with Hanul's family. Reviewing the files, he realizes the Golden Circle is officially trying to scrub Hanul's entire existence from the records. Since their plan in Daesan failed, he knows they'll be forced to take their desperate moves to the next level. Changbyum doesn't waste a second, ordering his workers to prepare their secret trump card for the upcoming fight. The proxy manages to walk free, but he's dumbfounded that the entire district seemed ready for his every move. Hyungjun realizes that targeting Hanul's family is a suicide mission, as long as Changbyum is providing them cover. Hyungjun realizes Changbyum winning the inheritance battle is a major blow to the Golden Circle's regional influence. He decides to target the chairman first, knowing those with the most wealth are often the most vulnerable. From his car, the Golden Circle proxy proposes a simultaneous strike against both Changbyum and Hanul's younger brother. He receives permission to proceed with their signature brutal methods, his expression darkening with sadistic anticipation. He scoffs at Hanul's persona, believing the boy is just a lucky amateur who finally crossed a real professional. While scouting Daesan, he wonders what kind of hidden history Hanul has that makes him such a persistent thorn. Days later, a line of black vans arrives, signaling the start of Changbyum's promised counteroffensive against his enemies. A team of investigators marches into the building, ready to dismantle the opposition's financial foundation from the inside. The lead official announces a surprise raid by the National Tax Office, catching the corrupt staff completely off guard. They immediately begin seizing hardware and cutting power, effectively neutralizing the organization's ability to fight back legally. Changbyum sips his coffee, impressed by how our boy's plan wiped out the opposition's business in record time. The lead agent reminds him that it's not magic, just the inevitable result of the company's deep-rooted corruption. Once the job is done, the agents head out, leaving the office completely hollowed out and effectively neutralized. Changbyum reports back to his father, confirming that the tax office took everything they needed to sink their rivals. The old man asks if he's truly confident in this path, and Changbyum doesn't hesitate for a single second. Looking back 2 months, his father was furious over a trash-tier ledger filled with suspicious and hidden expenses. He demanded Changbyum cut ties with Hanul's persona to secure the presidency, but Changbyum firmly stood his ground. He explained that his principles are why he handled his brother, proving he's not cut from the same cloth. He revealed the secret deal to become president while backing our boy in the massive war he's starting. Even if the company takes a hit, Changbyum refuses to abandon the people who actually have his back. Changbyum smirks, telling his old man that those harsh lessons are now etched into his very soul. Myungjin is visibly shaken, reminding his son that he's just an employee who can be fired instantly. He bows deeply, accepting that if his arrogance sinks the firm, he'll walk away without a single complaint. With a cold, sharp gaze, he vows to take full responsibility and vanish if his gambit fails. The chairman finally softens, realizing he's been treating his successor like a child instead of a grown man. Yet, he warns that this path is lethal, demanding Changbyum abandon every safety net he's ever known. He even suggests that our boy is just a tool to be discarded when the heat gets too high. Changbium shows his respect but refuses to be a puppet, choosing to lead based on his own conviction. This is the legacy he's choosing, proving he's ready to become a leader who actually protects his people. He knows the stakes, having seen massive empires crumble after failing to handle billions in tax investigation fees. Go Myungjin admits his empire was built on blood and dirt, never claiming to be a saint. He knows a tax probe will rattle the company, so he's ready to toss out some bait. Even if that bait is his own flesh and blood, Go Changbium, the old man won't hesitate. Meanwhile, a corporate lackey reports that the construction firm is poorly managed and will fall with one hit. Park Hyungjun weighs his options, wondering if he should just warn our boy or erase him entirely. He scoffs at Hanul's persistence, dismissing the legendary regressor as nothing more than a lucky kid. Hyungjun thinks Hanul is nothing without his sponsor and decides it's time to put the squeeze on Changbium. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a call from a high-ranking executive, catching the bearded thug off guard. He snaps to attention, only to be told to drop everything he's doing immediately. The executive loses his cool, screaming at Hyungjun to call off the tax investigation on the company immediately. Hyungjun seethes on the phone, desperately hoping this job will finally let him climb the corporate ladder. He tries to push back against the pressure, but the higher-ups shut him down with a direct order. The news that Myungjin Construction is a ticking time bomb leaves the bearded thug completely dumbfounded. Back at his place, our boy Hanul sits in silence while preparing to tend to his battle-worn body. He smirks at his bruised knuckles, thankful that his brutal training sessions didn't cause any permanent nerve damage. He knows he needs to stay in peak condition to dismantle the Golden Circle piece by piece. After seeing a text about his family's safety, he feels relieved that his defensive measures are holding up. Looking at his target board, he realizes allies like Go Changbium are perfect bait for his enemies. Even though a tax investigation is a nightmare to counter, Hanul is already steps ahead with a plan. Months ago, he already told Go Changbium to hop on his bandwagon to survive the coming storm. Hanul hands over a drive containing intel on the Golden Circle's elites, planning to use Myungjin's funds. He explains to Go Changbium that once these rats take the bait, they'll be dragged into the mess. By turning a lethal tax investigation into a trap, they'll force the shadow players to finally show themselves. Our boy is actually hyped to see just how much weight the Golden Circle's boss really carries. In his past life, Hanul leaked their secrets while Go Changbium fed them poison in the form of bribes. These trash-tier officials were so blinded by rising stock prices that they never saw the backlash coming. Now, Go Changbium plays his part perfectly, casually telling his contacts that their accounting books have been seized. He smirks, threatening to take everyone down with him unless someone starts pulling strings to save his skin. Even with his office in shambles, he puts his total trust in Hanul's plan to pressure the elites. If they survive this storm, Myungjin will prove they're untouchable despite the cutthroat competition in the industry. Go Changbium has officially evolved from a trash-tier playboy into a cold-blooded businessman ready for total war. A few days pass before a mysterious call finally signals that the shadow players are ready to talk. The Golden Circle executive reaches out for a meeting, proving that the psychological trap is working perfectly. They eventually sit down in a quiet cafe to discuss the terms of their mutual destruction. The executive desperately demands that he abandon his company before things get even uglier for everyone involved. Changbium just scoffs, calling it a pathetic last-ditch effort to escape the tightening noose of the tax investigation. He mocks the man's ignorance, asking if he even understands the history of the place they're sitting in. This cafe is where he first met our boy, a kid who looked ready to die just to win. Back then, Hanul didn't care about school or girls. He was a monster fueled by pure, calculated vengeance. Comparing them now, Changbium finds the executive utterly pathetic and dripping with nothing but cheap greed and malice. Changbium finally snaps, refusing to let some trash-tier bottom feeder who exploits kids threaten his hard-earned empire. He grabs the executive by the throat, reminding him that this city is his territory, not some playground. With a roar of fury, he delivers a bone-shattering punch that sends the man's head snapping back. The force of the strike sends the Golden Circle lackey crashing through the cafe's furniture like a rag doll. As the bystanders watch in horror, Changbium stands tall, proving he's not a man to be trifled with. The executive can only glare back in humiliated silence, realizing he's completely underestimated the chairman's resolve. However, Changbium isn't the only one feeling the heat for backing our boy's dangerous game. Over at the law firm, Park Jong-soo is getting bombarded with calls from clients accusing him of leaking secrets. He slams his desk in a rage, insisting he's always been professional despite the sudden wave of accusations. Slumping into his chair, the lawyer realizes that having every client turn at once is far from a coincidence. Park Jong-soo is dumbfounded as he recalls the chilling warning our boy gave him about the coming storm. Back then, Hanul warned him that the elite would throw everything at him to protect their corrupt secrets. Seeing the chaos unfold exactly as predicted, the lawyer realizes these trash-tier bastards are just as predictable as ever. Instead of crumbling under the pressure, He grabs his files, ready to see this fight through to the end. He knows that once he bites, he never lets go, and he's not about to quit now. With a confident smirk, he makes a call to an old friend who's just as stubborn as he is. On the other end, Kang Dongxiol listens, looking like he's finally found the opening he's been waiting for. Meeting over cheap coffee, they reminisce about their rookie days before diving back into the legal trenches. Jongsu cuts through the small talk, asking if his old comrade is ready to break some serious ice. He hands over the evidence, revealing the sheer scale of the Golden Circle's crimes to the only prosecutor he trusts. Dongxiol stares intensely, wondering if his old friend is asking for a personal favor or something much bigger. Jongsu warns him that this case is a poisoned chalice that will likely cost him his entire career. They sit together, both knowing these cancerous bastards need to be removed to save what is left of society. Leaving the files on the bench, the lawyer tells him to call only if he is ready for war. He reveals his client is Kim Hyun-sung, yet another victim who was systematically crushed by the Golden Circle. Left alone with his thoughts, the prosecutor sips his coffee while the gravity of the situation finally hits. He admits he has heard whispers of this shadow organization before, but never anything this concrete or terrifying. Adjusting his tie, he realizes the few reports he has seen are just the tip of a massive iceberg. If these documents are the real deal, then the rot in the country is far worse than imagined. Our boy Dongxiol is left dumbfounded when he realizes the victim is actually his own son's elite tutor. Dongxiol regrets not helping Hanul sooner, realizing his past hesitation only allowed this trash-tier corruption to grow. He tries to hide behind his professional duty, but even a bitter cup of coffee can't mask his guilt. Seeing how this massive organization is ganging up on one kid makes his blood boil with righteous fury. Standing before the city skyline, our boy wonders if he has the guts to actually flip the table. Refusing to live a life of shame, he finally makes the call to bring the fight to his office. He is done playing it safe because a real prosecutor wouldn't let a shadow organization like this slide. Meanwhile, the Golden Circle proxy enjoys a meal while mocking the pathetic results of their latest failed operation. Hyungjun is reduced to groveling on the floor, desperately begging for one last chance to fix his mess. Turns out his clumsy meddling actually backfired, cutting off their best lead to dismantle Hanul's growing network. The proxy drops a chilling warning, making it clear that the big boss is beyond pissed at this failure. Hyungjun slams his head against the floor, begging for forgiveness after his pathetic display of total incompetence. He knows this is his final lifeline, swearing to put his life on the line for one last shot. The proxy calmly pours a drink, explaining that the organization must purge any trace of internal weakness or distrust. He orders the trash-tier executive to neutralize Hanul by sabotaging his upcoming midterm exams at any cost. Hyungjun looks like a cornered rat, desperately promising that he will finally prove his worth this time. Meanwhile, the Proxys team confirms their pressure worked, successfully halting the tax investigation through pure intimidation. On the other side, our boy thanks his ally for the backup, acknowledging the risks of their bold moves. He flashes a cold smirk, knowing he needs a sharp mind to navigate the corporate minefield ahead. Changbium warns him that while Dazen is under control, the sharks in Seoul are a different breed entirely. Hanul hangs up, staring out the window as he prepares to take the fight to the next level. Hanul reflects on his alliance with Changbium, realizing this connection is far more valuable than he initially expected. Staring at his investigation board, our boy knows this partnership is the key to unmasking the organization's elite. He suspects the inner circle knows the master's identity, a secret that keeps their corrupt network from crumbling. The recent tax probe finally bore fruit, putting a target right on the back of Congressman Lee Kyung-chul. This political veteran has been a fixture in the shadows for decades, likely helping birth the Golden Circle itself. Hanul previously used Ponho to bait him with cold cash, waiting for the greedy old man to bite. The trap snapped shut during the investigation, leaving the congressman frantic as he realizes his protection is failing. But he isn't the only one. CEO Lim Cheol-hyung is another trash-tier player caught in the crosshairs. Through his double agent, Hanul is systematically mapping out every high-level parasite feeding off the city's corruption. By digging into Hyungjun's secret contacts, he uncovers the trail of bodies and bribes left in their wake. The Golden Circle proxy is finally making his move, but he has no idea he's just another target. Hanul realizes that connecting these dots is the only way to dismantle the entire corrupt network for good. He knows exposing their hidden master is the only way to achieve the true revenge he's been planning. Back at school, the vibe has turned cold, as everyone realizes the hierarchy they once knew is dead. Rumors about the Golden Circle are everywhere, leaving the students dumbfounded and looking for a way out. These kids are just bystanders now, realizing they are way out of their league in this high-stakes war. The faculty is getting desperate, plotting to use the midterm exams as a weapon to finally break Hanul. Jin Kyung-hee is spiraling into a panic, realizing her career and life are hanging by a very thin thread. Park Hyungjun calls to remind her they are in the same boat and won't be going down alone. He laughs like a total psycho, making it clear hell dragged the whole school into the abyss with him. Jin Kyung-hee is rattled, realizing the Golden Circle expects her to be a cold-blooded accomplice in their scheme. She quickly wipes away the fear, deciding to fully commit to the plan to save her own skin. Back at school, our boy Hanul strolls into class late, casually claiming he was busy with teacher errands. Zhang Wanji isn't having it, slamming his desk and accusing Hanul of acting untouchable just because he's top-ranked. The trash-tier teacher gets physical, mocking Hanul and daring him to strike back in front of everyone. This petty harassment is just the opening move in a coordinated effort to break Hanul's perfect academic reputation. Every single class becomes a battlefield where teachers scream about sincerity while waving useless homework in his face. They claim students like him are the reason teachers lose their spark, trying to turn the class against him. While the other students are dumbfounded by the sudden hostility, Hanul just sits there with total, icy composure. Days later, even Kim Young-chul joins the dogpile, lecturing him to start acting like a normal student again. Jang Won-gi smirks while demanding a reflection paper, threatening to reject it if it isn't perfect. As the class whispers, Hanul is forced into isolation, wasting his time on a useless writing task. He realizes this coordinated harassment is definitely a petty play orchestrated by the Golden Circle. The trash-tier students gossip, assuming he's being tormented because he dared to pay off the organization. Hanul calmly acknowledges their influence, but knows this schoolyard bullying is the limit of their reach. Despite the pressure, he remains composed, knowing they are powerless to truly touch him inside these walls. Our boy tells himself not to be scared since the faculty has far more to lose than him. He plans to hold out until they get desperate and finally expose their malice outside the school's protection. When he finally hands over the finished paper, the teacher is visibly annoyed by his relentless compliance. The corrupt educator takes the sheet, wondering just how long a mere student can withstand this psychological warfare. Wonji freezes as he reads the paper, realizing he's been completely checkmated by a mere student. Our boy just gives a chilling smirk, letting the corrupt teacher realize he's dealing with a total monster. The trash-tier educator loses his mind, screaming that this isn't a reflection paper but a direct threat. The document details every bribe and luxury bar visit, proving Hanul has been tracking his every move. Hanul calmly wonders if the Golden Circle will actually protect a liability once this corruption goes public. He finds it amusing to see if the organization will risk everything or just discard their replaceable pawns. Won-gi is left dumbfounded and trembling, realizing his entire career is about to go up in flames. With Jong-soo already moving, Hanul knows this report to the education department is the final nail. The coward bolts out of the room in a panic, exactly as our boy's simulation predicted he would. Picking up the paper, he mocks the organization for failing to stop someone they considered just a kid. The shadow organization realizes their pawns are failing and prepares to sever all ties to stay hidden. Hanul knows he is a walking disaster for them, holding the evidence that could bring their house down. Looking at his own reflection, our boy realizes he needs to strike even deeper into their rotten core. Some trash-tier bully tries to intimidate him, but Hanul just sees a minor distraction from his real goal. He anticipates they will try to rig his grades next, proving just how desperate these cowards have become. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he decides to end this before the midterm exams start. Meanwhile, the corrupt teacher sprints toward the vice principal's office, hoping for a miracle that isn't coming today. Jin Kyung-hee panics on the phone, begging her masters in the Shadow Network to clean up this mess. The public is starting to catch wind of the absolute insanity happening within this prestigious school. Jong-soo arrives at the support center, demanding an immediate audit of the teacher's hidden assets to seal his fate. Jong-soo isn't playing nice anymore, screaming at the faculty that even their vice principal is cut from the same cloth. He slams down proof of parents buying their kids' freedom, exposing the school's trash-tier ethics to the world. The lawyer gets right in their faces, shouting that waiting for a formal process will only lead to more disaster. A student bystander watches the madness, hoping this finally puts an end to the cycle of violence and suffering. Suddenly, Jong-soo leads a full-blown rally in the halls, demanding the Department of Education finally do their damn job. Byung-soo starts sweating bullets, realizing that a group of angry civilians has completely ruined their chances of a cover-up. The media arrives right on schedule, with Yonghan news reporters ready to tear this prestigious school's reputation to shreds. Jong-soo smirks as the cameras roll, knowing Hanul's tip-off was the perfect bait to lure the press in. He realizes our boy is playing a much bigger game, with secret supporters far more powerful than anyone imagined. It turns out Hanul met with the anti-violence chairman days ago, convincing him to finally use his hidden influence. Hanul hands over a dossier containing the names of the Golden Circle's top-tier business and political parasites. Kim Ponho's eyes light up at the mention of Lee Kyung-cheol, the very man he wants to destroy. Our boy explains that he's already set the stage, forcing the senator to finally step into the light. He argues that taking down the Golden Circle is the only way to stop society from boiling over. Kim Ponho realizes this scandal is the perfect ladder for him to secure his spot as a presidential candidate. The senator is genuinely impressed, thinking that having someone as sharp as Hanul on his side is essential. He decides to play along, asking Hanul exactly what kind of moves he needs to make next. Hanul instructs him to leak the school's corruption to the press, using the senator's name to terrify them. Kim Panho just roars with laughter, fully prepared to let our boy borrow his political weight for this hit. Back in the present, the plan works perfectly as Jungin News blasts the school's filth across every headline. The Golden Circle realizes the heat is too much and starts pulling their assets out of the school. The Department of Education finally steps in, putting on a show of authority to calm the public's rage. They demand the students write down every bit of filth they've witnessed, hoping to avoid any further backlash. Jae-wook sits there paralyzed, wondering if speaking the truth will actually change anything or just cause more trouble. He feels the weight of the school's injustice, wishing he had the same backbone as his senior, Hyun-sung. Then he remembers our boy's words about the high price of standing up for an independent life. Realizing this is his only shot at redemption, he starts writing with a newfound fire in his eyes. Meanwhile, the corrupt faculty is losing it as they realize the investigation is actually gaining some real traction. Won-gi is sweating bullets, terrified that the Golden Circle might just toss them aside as scapegoats. The vice principal can only smoke in silence, dreading the moment their shadowy masters decide to cut them loose. Jin Kyung-hee broods over how every single person who messes with Hanul ends up in a trash-tier situation. She crushes her cigarette, coldly telling Won-gi that they are completely powerless to stop the coming storm. Won-gi is absolutely losing his mind, but Kyung-hee knows their fate is already sealed by their masters. When the phone rings, they realize the Golden Circle is finally stepping in to handle the mess personally. Park Hyung-jun explains that while their boss is unconventional, the organization is strictly conservative about keeping scandals internal. He admits that, while school violence is usually easy to bury, this specific scheme has too many eyes. Lighting up, Hyung-jun plots to use their massive profits to finally shove Hanul into a lethal corner. Kyung-hee realizes the situation is unavoidable as the executive reveals the case has become far too complex. Hyung-jun laughs, explaining how Senator Kim Panho and the news media are now running a joint operation. He admits that with a politician chasing ratings, there is no way they can cover this mess up anymore. Park Hyung-jun smirks, knowing they need to feed the public a scapegoat to satisfy the media's hunger. Jin Kyung-hee's heart drops as she realizes the organization she served is ready to toss her aside like trash. She screams in desperation, but Hyung-jun just laughs, telling her that accepting her fate is her only option. He warns her that if she tries to resist, the Golden Circle will ensure her life ends right here. Trembling in fear, she realizes she's just a disposable beta in a world ruled by cold-blooded predators. Meanwhile, Jang Won-gi stares out at the city, feeling the crushing weight of his ruined career and life. He curses his luck, terrified that the promised payout for his sacrifice will never actually arrive. With a massive mortgage and kids to feed, the realization that he's lost everything sends him into a panic. Suddenly, he remembers the rumors about our boy Hanul rewarding those who switch sides and play by his rules. Gulping down his pride, he stares at his phone, wondering if betraying his masters is his last lifeline. Jang Won-gi drops to his knees, pathetically begging for mercy while citing his family in massive debt. He desperately offers to become our boy's tool, hoping to avoid the same fate as other failed teachers. However, Hanul's expression turns cold as he brings up a name from the past that makes Won-gi freeze. He recounts the story of a top-tier student who was broken by systematic bullying for no reason at all. Even after making it to a prestigious school, the trauma followed him until he fled into the military. Hanul gets right in his face, questioning if the man really thought the army was a safe haven. The truth hits like a truck when Hanul reveals that the poor student ended his own life years ago. With a terrifying smirk, he asks if Won-gi forgot about his sins while pocketing the Golden Circle's cash. He tells the trash-tier teacher to just accept that his miserable life is already forfeit for his crimes. Grabbing him tight, Hanul clarifies that his other puppets aren't living large, they are just waiting for the butcher. Our boy makes it clear that total annihilation is the only fitting end for trash like them. Soon after, the Department of Education finally wakes up and fires the corrupt faculty members for their crimes. However, the official report conveniently ignores the shadow organization, focusing only on small-time crooks to save face. It turns out the Golden Circle is already working overtime to bury the story and keep civilians in the dark. The public just sees another headline about greedy teachers and scoffs at how common this corruption has become. Older generations just shrug it off, remembering a time when physical abuse was the standard for school life. As the news cycle moves on, the horrific events at the school slowly fade from the public's fickle memory. Locked in an interrogation room, Won-gi smugly refuses to speak until his high-priced legal counsel arrives. Hess convinced his masters won't abandon him, since he knows enough dirt to bury their top executives. Jong-soo just looks at him with pity, noting how incredibly naive the trash-tier teacher actually is. Jong-soo drops the bombshell that no high-priced lawyer is coming to save this trash-tier teacher today. He explains that even the Golden Circle wants this mess buried, and he's here to finish the job. When Won-gi tries to play the victim, Jong-soo slams the table and mocks his pathetic choice in allies. He asks the trembling man if he has any idea what kind of intel he received last night. The attorney slides a USB across the table, revealing that Hanul sent over a damning audio file. Jongsu realizes our boy played this perfectly, forcing the organization to cut ties with their now useless asset. He grins like a predator, asking if the teacher really thinks his masters would ever protect a traitor. Wongi loses his mind, screaming that the devilish student is framing him to destroy his entire life. Despite the teacher's desperate silence, Jongsu calmly asks if he's finally ready to admit to every single charge. The broken man can only tremble in his cuffs, realizing his meeting with Hanul was his final undoing. Wongi asks if his masters would have ever protected him, but the answer is already written on his face. Jongsu just laughs and tells him he was always just a trash-tier tool meant to be discarded. The realization hits the teacher like a freight train, turning his fear into a manic, desperate rage. He lunges forward with a death threat, but Jongsu calmly orders the guards to drag the trash away. As Hez hauled out, he spots a familiar face being wheeled through the hall on a hospital gurney. It's Kyunghee, looking utterly destroyed and sobbing as her world finally crumbles around her. Seeing the vice principal in such a pathetic state leaves Wonji completely dumbfounded as Hez dragged off. Nearby, two other corrupt teachers whisper in fear, wondering if they're next on our boy's hit list. One panics, realizing that if the top brass were abandoned, nobody in this school is actually safe. His colleague tries to act tough, claiming they can't possibly punish everyone without the whole system collapsing. The two cowards whisper about letting the top brass take the fall while they save their own skins. They nervously creep into the staff room, hoping to blend in before the real storm hits the school. Our boy is already waiting, looking like a king as he demands every teacher gather there immediately. He gives them a measly 10 minutes to assemble, his purple eyes showing he isn't playing any games today. Hanul reminds them that their former leaders are currently losing everything, and their own livelihoods are hanging by threads. He stares down the entire group, calling them out as spineless accomplices who watched the corruption happen for years. Turns out, he is the one who nuked the school reputation by reporting their dirty secrets to the authorities. The terrified staff finally crack, desperately asking what he actually wants from them to make this nightmare stop. He tells them to just keep acting like the trash-tier educators they have always been, ignoring any outside orders. If they want to survive, they just need to play dumb and look the other way while he finishes. Our boy makes it clear that if they stay out of his way, he has no reason to finish them. He leaves the staff sweating, reminding them that his words are never empty and they better keep that in mind. With the teachers handled, he smirks knowing the Golden Circle is finally losing their grip on this trash-tier school. As he stalks down the hall, he prepares for stage 2, intending to transform this place just like Cheonil. Meanwhile, word spreads that the corrupt faculty are already being interrogated, throwing the entire hierarchy into a total panic. Choi Myung-hoon hears the news from his hospital bed, wondering just how far this crazy bastard is planning to go. He grips his phone tightly, terrified that even the perfectionists in his organization are yielding to one high schooler. It makes no sense to him, but he can't deny that Hanul is operating on an entirely different level. Staring at his reflection, he realizes that if he goes back now, he is absolutely doomed to get crushed. He finally makes the call to gather his guys, desperately trying to find a way to survive the coming storm. Myung-hoon gathers his remaining crew, explaining that the Golden Circle has basically left them for dead against Hanul. He tries to play the leader, insisting they need to stick together if they want any chance of surviving. When he calls out Jo Min-sok for shaking, the S-rank fighter admits even a blade couldn't stop that monster. Realizing they are trapped by the organization's rules, Myung-hoon claims their only option is to protect themselves together. His loyal lackey Yeonho buys into the hype, promising to follow his senior into whatever hell comes next. Clenching his fist, Myung-hoon warns everyone that going solo is a one-way ticket to getting utterly trashed. A few days later, the crew struts back into school, trying to maintain their crumbling reputation in the halls. Myung-hoon forces a grin, desperately convincing himself that even Hanul can't handle a coordinated ambush from the whole group. But as they enter the room, he notices the trash-tier students aren't looking away in fear anymore. He sits down as a heavy silence sets in, realizing every second waiting for class feels like an eternity. A random student delivers the chilling news that our boy wants the whole crew in the gym immediately. The heavy doors creak open as Hanul walks in, his presence alone making the entire room feel suffocating. He greets them with a cold smirk, acting like they are just old friends catching up after a break. Myung-hoon tries to keep his cool, but the sweat dripping down his face betrays his absolute terror. Walking closer, Hanul explains that wiping out everyone is too much of a hassle for his future plans. He offers a simple deal to the trash-tier lackeys, promising peace if they just stay quiet until graduation. Suddenly, his expression turns demonic as he wonders why the actual masterminds should get a free pass. Myung-hoon feels his heart drop, realizing that he and his partner are the only ones on the chopping block. Min-seok is completely dumbfounded, his body refusing to move as he stares into the eyes of a true monster. Driven by pure desperation, Myung-hoon screams for his guys to swarm the monster before they all get slaughtered. The trash-tier lackeys start swarming, but they're clearly more afraid of Hanul than their own boss. Ma Young-hoon snaps and starts punching his own men, accusing them of betraying him out of pure cowardice. He admits our boy is terrifying but continues his desperate rampage, trying to maintain some shred of control. Sweating profusely, he desperately hopes that the upcoming class bell will act as his literal saving grace. Hanul stands back and watches the chaotic brawl, completely unfazed by the pathetic display of violence before him. When the school bell finally rings, Ma Young-hoon looks up with a flicker of hope, thinking he's finally safe. Our boy steps through the crowd, asking if he really thinks stalling for time will change the outcome. With a demonic glint in his eyes, he explains that the teachers won't be coming to save him. Ma Young-hoon finally realizes he's just a helpless bird trapped in a cage designed by a true monster. Hanul reaches for the metaphorical lock, calling out to him as he prepares to end this game forever. Our boy looms over the scene like a god, mocking the fact that his prey walked into this trap. Trapped and desperate, Ma Young-hoon is dumbfounded to see his own trash-tier lackeys turning on him to save themselves. He lashes out in a frenzy, realizing that the Golden Circle won't show any of them mercy now. But his former allies have already decided that beating him is their only ticket out of this nightmare. The betrayal is complete as the group dogpiles their former leader, hoping to appease the monster watching them. Hanul casually strolls into the middle of the carnage, pointing out how pathetic their struggle has become. He reveals the cold truth that their masters are just watching them rot without lifting a single finger. Looking down at the broken mess on the floor, he confirms they've all been tossed aside like trash. Our boy grabs him by the hair, offering a single brutal choice if he actually wants to live. He gives the hitman 10 days to drop out and rot in juvenile prison before things get worse. Ma Young-hoon and his lackey finally cave to the pressure, telling the teacher they are dropping out to survive. The hitman is dumbfounded that the teacher doesn't even care about their bloodied faces or sudden departure. Hokbyum just sighs and hands over the forms, telling these trash-tier thugs to find honest work instead. He dismisses them like yesterday's garbage, leaving the once-feared assassin shaking with pure, unadulterated humiliation. Ma Young-hoon grinds his teeth in a silent rage, wondering how one student turned the school into a graveyard. He clutches the withdrawal paper, realizing this pathetic scrap of paper is the only thing keeping him breathing. Back in the classroom, he slams his gear together, knowing deep down he is just another coward running. His pride is in tatters, and the only thing keeping him going is the burning desire for revenge. Seeing the ruined remains of the corrupt faculty, he is convinced that Hanul's mercy is just a trap. Our boy watches him slink away, knowing the Golden Circle will eventually send even bigger monsters his way. Hanul isn't sweating the midterms, focusing instead on preparing for the inevitable counterattack from the desperate S-rank assassin. Nearby, Ma Young-hoon and his lackey are panicking, realizing that turning themselves in is a death sentence they won't accept. He calls his subordinate a pathetic prat and decides that fleeing the city is the only way to survive. Yet, the thought of losing everything stings, and he plots to reclaim his status by striking back first. He pleads with the organization's executive, begging for the chance to personally handle the mess he created. When the order to report for planning arrives, he grins like a madman, believing his revenge is finally starting. Hyungjun sits in his dark office, begrudgingly acknowledging that a high schooler actually outplayed their entire network. The realization that every single event was planned from the start makes even a seasoned veteran like him feel uneasy. He looks over the detailed map of Hanul's allies, realizing how deep the roots of this rebellion actually go. With a cold finality, he crosses out the target's name, promising that tomorrow will be the end of it. Several days pass as midterms approach, and our boy notices the Golden Circle has been suspiciously quiet lately. He figures that causing a scene in the middle of a busy Gangnam Street is too risky even for them. Reaching his safe house, he punches in the security code, expecting a moment of peace to study. The moment the lock clicks open, his instincts scream that something is horribly wrong inside. He stares at the wreckage, wondering how anyone bypassed the top-tier security Changbyom bragged about. His shoes crunch over broken glass as he realizes someone didn't just break in. They sent a message. He carefully navigates the debris, scanning every corner of the room for any sign of a lingering threat. The bathroom is just as trashed as the rest of the place, but the intruders are long gone. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing in his pocket, breaking the eerie silence of the ruined apartment. It's a message from Ma Young-hoon claiming the Gangnam crew is coming for his life, but Hanul isn't buying it. Someone starts pounding on the door, screaming for Hyunsung to come out since they saw him enter. Our boy watches the intercom as the banging intensifies, realizing the intruders aren't working alone this time. He studies the faces on the screen, noting that their uniforms don't belong to any local school. Turns out Ma Young-hoon sent a warning text, claiming the ruthless Gangnam crew is officially out for his blood. These trash-tier thugs are purposely wearing school colors to mask their true identity as professional hitmen. Hanul realizes Ma Young-hoon is playing a dirty game, leaving behind specific evidence to frame this as a school fight. If the public thinks it's just a group assault by students, the Golden Circle's involvement stays buried forever. With no back exit and the walls closing in, he understands there is literally nowhere left to run. He doesn't have a second to waste on fear because his survival depends on his next split-second move. The trap is perfectly set as the gang begins prying the door open, ready to finish the job. Hanul smirks because he always knew this trash-tier ambush was coming eventually. If these cowards want to play dirty, our boy is more than ready to return the favor. He sheds his blazer, preparing his body for the high-stakes violence that is about to erupt. He knows they will charge in like a pack of rabid dogs, making this a fight for survival. The thugs are completely dumbfounded when the door they were prying open suddenly flies back at them. Before they can even process the shock, a heavy strike connects with bone-shattering force. The first few hitmen collapse into a heap, screaming in pain as their coordinated assault instantly falls apart. Hanul stands tall over the wreckage, looking down at the pathetic excuses for professional killers. He mockingly gestures for the rest of the gang to step up if they actually have the guts. As they lunge forward in a blind rage, he effortlessly weaves through their clumsy strikes like a ghost. Hanul continues his rampage, delivering a precision strike that sends another trash-tier thug spinning into the floor. He doesn't slow down, catching a red-haired punk off guard while the others wonder where he came from. Our boy realizes he's taking them out one by one, but the numbers are starting to stack up. Looking at the sea of hostile faces, he decides that dragging this out is a losing game. He focuses on carving a path through the crowd, using every ounce of his MMA training to break through. With a brutal strike to the head, he ensures the next obstacle won't be getting up anytime soon. Hanul bolts past the remaining goons, leaving them screaming in desperation as their target slips through their fingers. He reaches for a door, knowing that a quick exit is the only way to reset the engagement. Meanwhile, the thugs scramble through the stairwell, hoping their buddies in the hall have already finished him off. One of the punks mocks his comrade's fear, completely unaware that they are dealing with a literal monster. Hanul just smirks, thinking the Golden Circle has finally lost their minds with this desperate, trash-tier move. He realizes they've orchestrated this entire violent incident just to frame him as a helpless victim. Our boy sarcastically wonders if he should feel honored that they put in this much effort for him. Meanwhile, the organization's enforcers block the elevators, coldly telling workers they aren't allowed inside right now. The building's residents are starting to go insane, as the entrance becomes a total bottleneck of confusion. The thugs think they've finally cornered their target, but Hanul is just waiting for the right moment. Choi Myung-hoon watches the escalation, disgusted that one bastard turned a school fight into a lethal tragedy. To make sure there's no trail, the Shadow Network completely severs the building's CCTV connections. A corrupt staff member grins while counting his bribe, having agreed to help the elites bury the truth. Everything is perfectly staged for a massacre, and the Golden Circle is certain they've finally won. The assassin hands over a blade, promising the kid a lighter sentence if he frames the murder as manslaughter. He tells the boy to view prison as a substitute for military service, swearing the organization will compensate him. Jo Min-sok hesitates while reaching for his weapon, cursing the fact that he has to get his hands dirty. Back in the fray, the trash-tier mobs think our boy is gassed out and scream for a total dogpile. One of the rich kids lands a desperate blow, fueled by pure rage against the guy ruining their hierarchy. Hanul doesn't even flinch, delivering a bone-shattering kick that sends another lackey flying through the air. A silver-haired punk tries his luck with a high kick, but Hanul catches his leg like it is nothing. With a cold purple glow in his eyes, our boy decides it is finally time to stop playing around. He slams the next attacker into the floor so hard the entire room feels the impact of his strength. Just as he is finishing them off, a sudden grip on his shoulder leaves even the regressor momentarily dumbfounded. The trash-tier bully on the floor just laughs, thinking he's finally managed to trap our boy. The rest of the gang screams for everyone to hold him still so they can finish this. Hanul braces himself, knowing that even with his regression knowledge, physical limits are still a real pain. His trainer's words echo in his head, reminding him that training alone can't break human limits. Being one against many starts to take its toll as they swarm him like a pack of hyenas. Even as a hand rips at his hair, Hanul decides he'll endure the pain to find an opening. Suddenly, our boy explodes with a counterpunch that sends teeth flying and resets the momentum of the fight. He follows up with a brutal strike to the gut, reminding these punks why he's the apex predator. The mobs start panicking, accidentally hitting their own allies in the chaotic scramble to escape his reach. Hanul lands a final, crushing blow, coldly asking the punk what exactly he's staring at. Chang-hoon lunges in with a desperate strike, screaming for Hanul to just stay down and die already. Our boy hits the floor, but the surrounding trash-tier mobs realize the fight is far from over. Chang-hoon goes for the kill, his eyes wide with a manic need to reclaim his shattered pride. Hanul executes a perfect sprawl, leaving the blue-haired punk realizing he's absolutely screwed against a pro-level counter. He pins the elite fighter to the cold floor, crushing any hope of a comeback with sheer technical dominance. Chang-hoon struggles for air, his confidence evaporating as he realizes he's trapped under a literal monster. Standing over the broken mess, Hanul catches his breath while the gym's secret weapon lies utterly humiliated. The watching students are completely dumbfounded, wondering if Hanul plans to finish every single one of them next. Hanul coldly warns the survivors that anyone who starts a fight better be ready to see it through. Meanwhile, Hyungjun gets word of the massive influx of reports, demanding his people buy him more time. Hyungjun smugly assures his contact that the higher-ups will bury this incident, keeping the public completely in the dark. He brags about their absolute control over Gangnam, having mobilized a 100-man army to ensure the plan succeeds. The bearded executive laughs like a maniac, telling his target that struggling is pointless because death is already guaranteed. Suddenly, he pauses his drink, feeling a shift in the air as he wonders why these newcomers are late. A massive wave of students arrives, their unfamiliar uniforms signaling that the 100-man ambush just got some uninvited guests. Hyungjun leaps to his feet in a cold sweat, finally realizing that his perfect trap has been completely compromised. A cold voice cuts through the tension, demanding everyone get out of the way as the real power arrives. The scene explodes into a bloody mess as the intruders start tearing through the trash-tier thugs with zero hesitation. The local bullies are left shaking, wondering who these monsters are and where they suddenly crawled out from. One realization hits them like a truck. Our boy Hanul predicted their every move and sent Daeson's elite. Hyungjun clenches his fist, desperately hoping the Golden Circle's elite can actually handle the monsters from Daeson. Our boy walks right up to the source of the chaos, demanding to know if he's the one responsible. Turns out it's Choi Myung-hoon, looking like he's already been through a meat grinder but still holding that edge. Flashing back to a few days ago, Hanul was already piecing together the Golden Circle's desperate recruitment drive. He realized they were using Myung-hoon as bait to lure him into a kill zone far from school grounds. Even as his allies offered to find him a safe house, Hanul flatly refused to hide like a coward. He knew that moving his hideout wouldn't solve anything since the enemy was already breathing down his neck. Staring at his strategy board, he decided that running wasn't an option if he wanted to end this cycle. He confidently told his contact that he'd stay put because he can mold any disaster into his own favor. Meanwhile, Siwoo is losing his mind with worry, warning him that this reckless plan might actually get him killed. Hanul knows a safe plan won't cut it if he wants to truly crush the Golden Circle. Our boy isn't looking for a simple win. He wants the total annihilation of every trash-tier member involved. Even if they break the circle, the rich elites will just use their cash to buy a fresh start. He refuses to let these monsters graduate and live peaceful lives after everything they've done. By acing his midterms, he plans to smoke out the true mastermind, pulling the strings from the shadows. Siwoo is clearly stressed as Hanul explains that he's going to use himself as the ultimate bait. Hanul orders his crew to gather the Daeson heavy hitters because he needs power that matches the enemy's. Siwoo gathers the troops on the field, warning them that this trip to Seoul is a literal dogfight. He gives everyone a final chance to back out, since things are about to get incredibly dangerous and messy. Daehyun steps up first, admitting he'd still be rotting in a trash-tier hell without Hanul's help. Victims like Daehyun realize that to survive this trash-tier world, they needed to get much stronger. Seeing Hanul's generosity, the rest of the crew decides to jump into the fire with him. Siwoo smirks, knowing his friend is finally getting the recognition he deserves for doing the right thing. Meanwhile, our boy is already in the thick of it, desperately hoping the victims can just stay alive. Siwoo runs into a piece of trash who thinks he's a big shot and needs a reality check. The bully swings wild, but Siwoo's training under a pro makes the guy's moves look like slow motion. He connects a heavy strike, reminding the thug that Daeson's finest aren't here to play nice. The bastard is surprisingly tough, forcing Siwoo to realize that giving up means certain death in this alley. He doubles down with a brutal overhead blow, determined to break the spirit of this Golden Circle lackey. Just as the thug wavers, Siwoo spots a perfect opening to end this pathetic excuse for a fight. Siwoo stares down the bleeding thug, who realizes his way out of his league against a real fighter. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air as our boy unleashes his perfect striking technique. He connects a devastating kick that sends the trash-tier bully reeling, his head snapping back from the impact. Siwoo leans in close, coldly telling the bastard that he's too busy to waste any more time. Refusing to accept defeat, the desperate thug charges forward, hoping one lucky swing can change his fate. The coward pulls a hidden blade, lunging with a murderous intent that would end any normal student. The steel bites into Siwoo's chest, and for a split second, the bully thinks he's actually won. However, he's left dumbfounded when he realizes his weapon didn't even draw a single drop of blood. Siwoo just smirks, revealing the stab-proof vest he wore because he always plans 3 steps ahead of trash. With the thug's spirit broken, Siwoo ends the dogfight with a final strike that puts him down for good. Siwoo stands over the trash-tier thug, annoyed that he's wasting precious time on such low-level weaklings. The hallway erupts into total chaos as the rest of the gang tries to desperately swarm our boy. He doesn't hesitate, planting a heavy fist into the next face that gets too close to him. The thugs scream in panic, realizing that if he breaks through their line, they are all finished. Siwoo becomes a blur of motion, systematically dismantling every obstacle in his path with cold efficiency. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, forcing Siwoo to glance back at a new, dangerous presence. Jo Min-sok lunges forward, his eyes filled with a desperate rage as he tries to pin Siwoo down. Taking the hit, Siwoo realizes this guy is actually an S-rank fighter, unlike the previous fodder he faced. Even so, our boy knows he won't lose to someone cut from this kind of cloth. He needs to end this quickly, because every second wasted puts Hanul's disguise in serious jeopardy. Jo Min-sok lunges with everything he's got, convinced that Siwoo is finally cut from a weaker cloth. Suddenly, a hooded figure intercepts the strike, leaving the S-rank fighter completely dumbfounded as blood sprays everywhere. Hanul barely moves his lips, coldly telling Siwoo to move out while the distraction holds the line. Park Hyungjun steps up like a wall, promising to personally carve a path through the remaining trash-tier thugs. Turns out, the big man was offered 100 million won to handle this specific piece of dirty work. He slams a goon's head into the floor, figuring even a jail sentence is worth that massive payday. Pointing toward the exit, he barks at the kid to stop stalling and get moving immediately. Our boy doesn't waste the opening, thanking his senior as he sprints past the chaotic, blood-soaked brawl. Hyungjun just clicks his tongue, reminding himself that he's only doing this for the cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, the whole world watches via livestream as a literal war zone erupts in the heart of Gangnam. Jo Jaejin screams into his phone, telling his viewers that a group of thugs just jumped his close friend. He points out the suspicious delay, noting the police haven't shown up despite being only 5 minutes away. The chat starts to smell a rat, realizing the authorities might be in the Golden Circle's deep pockets. While his channel blows up with views, Jaejin wonders if following Hanul's dangerous plan is actually okay. Up on the 12th floor, our boy stands over a pile of trash-tier goons he's already completely dismantled. Hanul wipes blood from his face, knowing he's too exhausted to fight his way out through the elevator. The remaining thugs are absolutely dumbfounded, screaming that they're all dead if they don't stop this monster now. Even while swaying on his feet, Hanul's cold presence alone is enough to make the next coward shiver. One desperate fool charges in, cursing Hanul for being a complete lunatic who doesn't know when to quit. Our boy doesn't even blink, catching the guy with a bone-crushing strike that echoes through the blood-stained hallway. Our boy finally hits the floor, his vision blurring as the weight of the floor's exhaustion sets in. The trash-tier goons close in, mocking him and claiming he's finally dead meat now that he's stopped moving. As the kicks land, Hanul grimly acknowledges that even a regressor has physical limits he can't ignore. Refusing to go out quietly, he snaps and bites down on a thug's leg with feral desperation. He forces himself upright, looking so unhinged that the surrounding thugs actually hesitate to finish the job. Suddenly, the heavy thud of more reinforcements rushing up the stairwell fills the tense air. A furious member of the circle leads the charge, screaming for his men to slaughter the exhausted intruder. It's a classic standoff, with one blood-soaked student facing down a literal army of corporate hitmen. Hanul lunges for the elevator, desperately hoping the machinery moves faster than the mob behind him. The goons scream to stop him, but they can only watch as their target slips through their fingers. Having reached the 12th floor, Hanul immediately throws a punch, frustrated that he was intercepted so quickly. He takes a brutal hit to the jaw but refuses to let his regression end in this trash-tier hallway. The corporate goons swarm him, and a heavy fist connects, rattling our boy's already fading consciousness. A blonde suit delivers a crushing blow to his gut, making Hanul realize his physical vessel is hitting zero. He finally collapses to the floor, his vision blurring as the circle members loom over their bloodied prize. The thugs catch their breath, genuinely dumbfounded that a mere student forced them to work this hard. The elevator dings again, signaling that the real backup has finally arrived to clear the floor. Slumped against the cold metal, Hanul feels the weight of every broken bone and lost ounce of blood. Just as the darkness starts to take him, the sound of the doors opening makes him look up. Seeing his loyal friend standing there, Hanul just smirks and teases Siwoo for taking his sweet time. Siwoo looks down at his battered friend, his expression a mix of concern and battle-ready intensity. He helps our boy up, telling him it's finally time to let the real muscle handle the rest. Siwoo immediately goes to work, delivering a flurry of bone-shattering strikes that leave the trash-tier thugs reeling. The remaining goons stand there dumbfounded, realizing their easy payday just turned into a total nightmare. Panic spreads like wildfire when they realize the police are already swarming the lower floors. The cowards scramble for the exits, leaving Siwoo to scoff at how quickly these trash-tier thugs fold. Supporting Hanul's weight, Siwoo scolds him for being so reckless when he's clearly at his physical limit. Hanul just grins through the blood, explaining that looking like a victim is essential for his plan. Siwoo demands a full explanation once the dust settles, tired of being kept in the dark. As the elevator doors close, Hanul remains cryptic, leaving his loyal friend more frustrated than ever. Outside, the sirens wail as the police finally swarm the building, exactly as our boy planned from the start. Inside, Hyungjun is losing his mind on the phone, realizing the police arrived way too fast for his liking. He slams the table in a rage, cursing the fact that he paid a fortune only to be betrayed. Desperation sets in as he realizes his survival depends on finding a way out of this mess immediately. Staring at his phone with sweat dripping down, He knows the clock is ticking and his options are gone. Meanwhile, at the local station, the officers are stunned by the sheer scale of the brawl in Central Seoul. The scene shifts to the interrogation room where the real psychological games are about to begin. A veteran detective leans in, warning that cooperation is the only way to avoid a life-ruining sentence. Hanul calmly reviews the evidence, knowing these messages were planted to frame him for the entire Gangnam incident. He maintains his poker face, dismissing the detective's claims and the credibility of the evidence with cold indifference. Hanul demands actual proof instead of just guesses, putting the pressure back on the law. The detective just smirks, claiming that enough coincidences are more than enough to prove a motive. He leans in with a trash-tier grin, accusing our boy of orchestrating the entire street brawl himself. Hanul laughs internally at how predictable these corrupt bastards and their bribed judges are. He pulls out his phone, calmly explaining that his friends were simply on a school field trip. The detective is completely dumbfounded when Hanul mocks him for not even doing basic homework before the interrogation. A quick phone call confirms the nightmare as the school was actually there for legitimate job experience. He scratches his head in a panic, unable to believe such a perfect coincidence is actually legal. Standing in the hallway, the detective realizes his airtight case is falling apart right before his eyes. Desperate to save his skin, he decides he will have to use the kid to fix this mess. The detective corners the detained thug, reminding him that denying the charges won't save him from a life sentence. He clicks the recording device off, preparing to offer a dirty deal that definitely isn't in the official handbook. Leaning in with a sinister grin, he warns that the Golden Circle will let him rot unless he cooperates. The trash-tier detective promises a massive reward if the man simply testifies that our boy started the entire fight. Surprisingly, Bae Seong-ho scoffs and warns the detective that Hanul is the one man he should never cross. He'd rather face prison than imagine the nightmare of betraying a monster who never does anything half-assed. The detective is left fuming and trembling as his witness demands a report that clears our boy's name instead. Hours later, Hanul steps out to a sea of camera flashes, ready to play the role of the perfect victim. He calmly links the street brawl to the corruption at his school, steering the narrative exactly where he wants. The reporters are dumbfounded as he claims a shadowy force is actively trying to have him killed for speaking out. A reporter asks if there is a specific mastermind behind the chaos of the street brawl. Our boy just smirks, suggesting the media should investigate these clearly extraordinary attackers for themselves. The news spreads like wildfire as citizens gossip about the truth behind the organized violence in Seoul. Suddenly, a message from the proxy arrives, demanding a meeting at a restaurant within the hour. Meanwhile, Park Hyung-jun is drowning in despair as his entire operation crumbles around him. His subordinates can only beg for forgiveness while he realizes the Golden Circle will never be merciful. Jo Min-sok is sweating bullets, realizing Hanul matched their fail-proof plan move for move. Enraged, Park Hyung-jun grabs the kid and accuses him of leaking info to the Daesun fighters. He is convinced a mole is the only explanation for how they were so perfectly countered. Jo Min-sok weeps and begs for mercy, realizing Hanul's trap was designed to make them self-destruct. Park Hyung-jun suddenly changes his tune, claiming he knows the kid didn't actually betray the organization. He reasons that if Jo Min-sok were truly a mole, he would have vanished into thin air already. The executive leans in, whispering that for both of them to survive, they need a convenient scapegoat. He delivers a brutal kick, telling the boy to grit his teeth while they stage this fake punishment. Hyung-jun is desperate, hoping that pinning everything on the missing hitman will buy him one final chance. He arrives at a secluded traditional restaurant, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. This trash-tier executive is dumbfounded when he sees the elite heir of the Daetaeong group waiting for him. He bows deeply to the young master, who notes that at least the executive knows his place. Yoon Hyunmin explains that while secrecy kept them alive, the Golden Circle is reaching its operational limits. Hyung-jun gulps as he hears the plan to evolve their petty crimes into a massive, untouchable societal cartel. Hyunmin continues his chilling lecture, envisioning a future where the world is forced to ignore their dark existence. He stares with predatory eyes, explaining that an overpowering image is the only way to ensure total submission. Hyung-jun stands there like a deer in headlights as he's told to shoulder every sin and head to prison. This trash-tier executive breaks a sweat, wondering if he'll ever see daylight again before spotting a potential opening. He flashes a greasy grin, plotting to dig up the master's weaknesses while he's rotting behind bars. Suddenly, Hyunmin's gaze turns demonic as he questions if the executive truly understands why he's showing his face. Hyung-jun is utterly dumbfounded when he realizes he's just a disposable pawn who could be erased without a trace. Hyunmin just laughs at the man's terror, relishing the fear that will soon define their entire criminal empire. As he sips his tea, the young master decides it's finally time to step out from the shadows. Hyunmin wonders why our boy is pushing so hard, sensing there's a deeper motive behind the chaos. He realizes this isn't just some trash-tier revenge plot, it's something far more calculated and dangerous. The subordinate is dumbfounded when Hyunmin orders a full background check while calmly sipping his tea. With a predatory grin, He admits he's become obsessed and simply has to have him for himself. Meanwhile, Hanul checks the news and sees the media is eating up the story exactly as he planned. Even though some pawns are behind bars, he knows the real monsters are still lurking in the shadows. He remembers how they escaped justice in his past life and refuses to let history repeat itself now. To truly dismantle them, he needs to unmask the master before they can hide their tracks again. Our boy decides the first step to cornering them starts with crushing the upcoming midterm exams. The trap is set as the elite parents start losing their minds over rumors of the exams being postponed. They're obsessed with their kids' peak condition, terrified that a simple schedule change will ruin their academic balance. Since our boy secured a perfect score, these vultures see his current condition as their only chance to win. Han Byung-soo completely loses it and trashes his room, realizing the recent expulsions have utterly tanked his school ranking. His father, a high-ranking doctor named Hong Soon-ho, tries to settle him by promising to handle the mess. The elite members gather for a tense dinner, fuming because the organization failed to keep its promise of confidentiality. They finally realize they're in actual danger and start wondering if the Golden Circle is even worth the risk. Hong Soon-ho puts the pressure on their leader, demanding he do something to restore the trust they've all lost. Lim Cheol-hyung just sips his tea with a predatory gaze, coldly assuring them that he'll handle the situation personally. The Golden Circle is feeling the heat after the press leaked their plans, forcing them to burn their broker. Lim Cheol-hyung heads into the Data Yang headquarters, his gut telling him that things are far from under control. He demands a real explanation from the heir, reminding him that their whole shady alliance is built on trust. Yoon Hyunmin just stares him down, coldly asking if he has forgotten the cardinal rule against these public meetings. The tension spikes as the young heir declares that no exceptions exist and that the president just messed up. Lim slams the table in a rage, screaming that rules do not matter when our boy keeps surviving hits. He threatens to cut ties completely if the organization keeps failing to neutralize the threat once and for all. Hyunmin remains unfazed, calmly setting down his tea as if the president's outburst is just background noise. He reminds the old man that this group exists for mutual gain, not to act as personal errand boys. With a predatory glint, he shifts the blame back, noting that Lim introduced the broker who failed them. Lim is absolutely rattled, as the heir brings up the informant he stupidly let slip through. Hyunmin looms over him like a predator, questioning why the president is suddenly acting so trashed here. Lim clenches his fist in silent fury, promising to handle the public fallout if given one more chance. He slinks out of the office like a beaten dog, knowing his head is on the chopping block. Desperate to save his skin, he immediately orders his media lackeys to spin a new narrative. Meanwhile, Hyunmin starts pulling strings to mask their shady investment deals before the authorities catch a whiff. He hates that his private dealings are being dragged into the light because of some high school brat. It eats at him that our boy has enough dirt to bury them but chooses to play games. Yet, that unpredictability is exactly what makes the hunt so appealing to a monster like him. He gazes over the city he owns, deciding that if Hanul remains an eyesore, he'll simply erase him. Lim paces his office, seething because our boy is finally acting like the big shot he truly is. He realizes that if the Golden Circle falls, the shrewd Yoon Hyunmin will definitely drag them all down. The weight of his forced fate feels like a noose, and he curses the man pulling the strings. Suddenly, his phone vibrates on the desk, signaling a call that could change his entire survival strategy. A little while later, he meets for drinks to discuss the mess caused by his recent introductions. Senator Kim Pan-ho offers a hollow apology, admitting his political influence has taken a massive hit lately. Lim plays it cool while pouring a drink, claiming he kept the senator's name out of the mess. Deep down, he's just a greedy snake who refuses to cut ties with a powerful political tycoon. He toasts to their shared misfortune, pretending they are both just innocent victims of Hanul's calculated games. Pan-ho promises to remember this favor, knowing a politician's power relies entirely on these dark, deep-seated grudges. The drinks flow as the elite trash-tier snakes celebrate, unaware that their secret alliances are being mapped out. Our boy starts connecting the dots, tracing the tangled web of corruption that links every major player together. Hanul stares at his board, realizing the tax investigation was just a smokescreen for something much more sinister. He realizes that the moment he pressured the group, the cowards scrambled to meet their true benefactor. A fake investment scandal was cooked up to hide their tracks, even if it meant tanking the market. The tension between the senator and his financier is palpable, proving there is no honor among these thieves. It turns out the Great Sun Corporation was the hidden hand fixing every political crisis with dirty money. Every lead and every bribe finally points toward a single shadow pulling the strings of this entire city. Our boy can't help but let out a gritty laugh as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. With blood dripping onto the floor, he finally identifies the one name responsible for all his past suffering. Hanul laughs like a maniac as he finally utters the name of the man who ruined his life. His grip tightens until the paper shreds, fueled by a burning desire to make that bastard pay. With a sinister grin, our boy promises to drag his enemy into a living hell worse than death. He turns back to his board, knowing he must confirm the heir's leadership before making his move. One wrong step could ruin everything. And in this game of shadows, failure is simply not an option. The blueprint for total destruction is set, and he'll execute it piece by piece until nothing remains. Meanwhile, in a grimy Busan factory, a couple of suits are busy tenderizing the double-agent broker. Heavy footsteps echo through the silence as a new player enters the room to finish the job. The captive looks up in horror, realizing the heir of the Great Sun Corporation is the true boss. Jung Chan-soo is completely dumbfounded to find out this high society brat is the actual owner of the Golden Circle. Yoon Hyunmin asks the trembling broker why Kim Hyun-sung is so hell-bent on fighting their organization. Seeing the fear in the trash-tier broker's eyes, the heir realizes appeasing our boy won't be easy. He looks down coldly, noting that everyone in the Golden Circle now realizes they share the same fate. With a twisted smile, he decides that making an example of traitors is the only way to solidify bonds. The suits grab the screaming broker, who desperately begs for one more chance to save his pathetic skin. Walking away, Yoon Hyunmin orders his men to announce that Hell personally ensure the rat is dealt with permanently. He wears a predatory smirk, genuinely curious to see how the legendary Kim Hyun-sung will react to his move. Meanwhile, our boy maintains his perfect student facade, enjoying a brief moment of peace while the shadows move. Even during school hours, Hez secretly digging into the air, frustrated by the lack of hard evidence against him. If his suspicions are correct, the blueprint for the heir's total destruction is finally starting to take shape. Hanul rides the elevator, reminding himself to stay patient, because the final goal is finally within reach. The indicator dings as he arrives at the 12th floor, unaware of the trap waiting for him. Our boy freezes at the entrance, his instincts screaming that something is horribly wrong with his apartment. He spots the piece of tape on the floor, realizing his secret security measure has been triggered. Since he placed it there specifically to catch intruders, there is no doubt that someone is inside. He knows he should probably bail, but the Golden Circle is clearly done playing games with him. Before stepping in, he quickly dials the contact Go Changbyum provided just in case things go south. Entering the room, he finds a small group waiting, led by a man who looks far too comfortable. The heir greets him with a predatory grin, finally coming face to face with the legendary Kim Hyun-sung. For the first time since regressing, our boy is completely dumbfounded because he never predicted this meeting. Hanul stares at the man, wondering why the leader of the Golden Circle is personally visiting his apartment. He notices the home security system is active, realizing every move he makes is being watched and recorded. Since the bodyguards aren't attacking, our boy deduces that this isn't a hit, but a high-stakes negotiation. Hyunmin relaxes on the sofa and promises he has no intention of getting his hands dirty today. The villain's gaze sharpens as he realizes Hanul already knows exactly who is sitting in front of him. The villain confirms his status as the Golden Circle's leader, the very man Hanul obsessed over for years. Sitting in the darkness of his memories, our boy reflects on the monster who ruined his entire life. He sighs, realizing his enemy is a dangerous mix of caution and arrogance born from absolute power. This silver-spooned psycho has never tasted defeat, making him far more unpredictable than any common thug. Hyunmin mocks his silence and asks if he's actually terrified, claiming that being scared would be no fun. Hyunmin points a finger at our boy, offering a partnership because he finally recognizes Hanul's high value. Hanul questions the sudden offer, prompting the villain to admit he needs someone to manage the organization's internal shifts. Even when Hanul mentions the chaos he caused, the psycho dismisses it, claiming he never clings to the past. He is actually impressed, noting that Hanul's clear purpose and proven results make him the perfect asset. However, the mood shifts as Hyunmin warns him not to get any ideas about gathering evidence while on payroll. Hanul's eyes turn cold as he realizes the villain plans on using his loved ones as leverage. The leader's expression turns truly twisted, explaining that a leash is mandatory when dealing with a nutcase. He promises a comfortable life within a golden birdcage, trying to tempt our boy into total submission. Suddenly, help arrives at the door, but Hanul signals them to stay back while he handles this trash-tier monster. Hanul is relieved the man is irredeemable scum, making his final rejection much easier to deliver. Hyunmin decides to call it a day, leading his pack of suits out of the room with casual arrogance. The psycho flashes a predatory smirk, clearly enjoying the mental games he is playing with our boy. Hanul remains silent, his sharp purple eyes burning with a cold, calculated fury as he watches them leave. Hyunmin taunts him, claiming that even if Hanul managed to kill him, the organization would not just vanish. They brush past each other like two predators, both realizing that their next meeting will likely end in blood. Once at the elevator, Hyunmin admits he took the risk just to see what kind of monster Hanul is. He is impressed that Hanul could suppress his thirst for revenge even when presented with a perfect opening. If a man can control that much murderous intent, Hyunmin knows he is dealing with someone truly dangerous. His expression turns demonic as he orders his men to use every dirty trick to erase Hanul from existence. Our boy acknowledges the sheer danger Hyunmin poses, confirming the man is a worthy head of the Golden Circle. Hanul refuses to play the victim, because true revenge requires a head-on collision to crush his enemy. He wants that arrogant leader to experience the same suffocating despair he once felt, despite his current disadvantage. Thinking back to his years spent as a vegetable, our boy realizes he's completely forgotten the meaning of fear. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a call from a reporter named Bang Hyuntae, right on cue. Hanul picks up with a calm smirk, asking the man if he's finally ready to make a decision. Hyuntae sounds stressed in his car, reminding Hanul that he barely escaped a death sentence earlier that day. Looking back a few days, the two met in secret where the reporter warned him about the organization's reach. Hyuntae couldn't wrap his head around why a mere student would pick a fight with a massive shadow group. Our boy remembers that in his past life, this same reporter was a mad dog who never let go. Realizing he needs a media mouthpiece, Hanul asks what the man would do to dismantle the circle. Bang Hyuntae is visibly shaken, wondering what kind of monster a high schooler has to be to do this. Our boy just smirks, offering a target like Lee Cheong-soo to see if the reporter actually has any spine. The reporter realizes that exposing such high-level trash is exactly why he became a journalist in the first place. They strike a deal, with Hyuntae agreeing to give this mysterious student 1 month to prove his worth. Driving through the night, the reporter admits to himself that the Golden Circle usually silences anyone who knows too much. His knuckles turn white against the wheel as his personal hatred for the elite outweighs his fear of dying. Hanul warns him that taking this path means Junghan News will be caught in a total crossfire of chaos. Meanwhile, at the station, a beaten lackey tries to frame our boy by claiming he is a cold-blooded murderer. Hanul just sighs at the corrupt detective, telling him to drop the pathetic act since they both know the truth. The officer finally drops the facade, admitting the organization is currently in a total frenzy to erase him permanently. Park Min-cheol is shaking like a leaf because the terror Hanul planted in his soul is simply inescapable. Our boy just wears a predatory smirk, asking if the bully is curious about the taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, Go Changbyum is hitting rock bottom as he realizes his entire operation is spiraling out of control. His advisor reveals that every bank has blacklisted them, cutting off the lifeblood of his corporate empire. It clicks for both of them that this surgical strike on their finances is definitely Hanul's doing. Changbyum is fuming because the failed tax probe was just the beginning of a plan to bankrupt him. A sudden vibration on the table signals that the next phase of this nightmare is already calling. The subordinate is left dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the coordinated attack hitting them from all sides. New harassment lawsuits are being manufactured to ensure their hands are completely tied behind their backs. Changbyum finally understands the Golden Circle is purging him, proving they are all cut from the same cloth. Changbyum collapses into his chair, realizing every single one of Hanul's grim predictions is finally coming true. He remembers how our boy warned him about this, and now he feels completely cornered and utterly screwed. Staring at his own nameplate, he starts to wonder if he is even cut from the right cloth. Swallowing his pride, he calls Hanul and desperately asks what his next move should be to survive. Hanul explains that the stakes just got higher because the Golden Circle's big boss personally paid him a visit. From his hideout, our boy warns that the organization is pulling out all the stops to erase him. Changbyum is left dumbfounded, wondering what kind of monster could possibly be orchestrating such a massive, coordinated purge. When he hears that Yoon Hyunmin is the target, he nearly loses it, knowing that air is untouchable. Hanul stares coldly into the void, asking if his proxy still has the guts to stay by his side. Without a second thought, Changbyum confirms his loyalty, knowing Hanul is his only hope against the coming storm. Changbyum admits he was a troublemaker, but the Golden Circle is playing a game on a whole different level. Our boy just smirks, telling his proxy that he'll exceed every expectation if he just keeps the faith. At the high-stakes board meeting, Changbyum drops a bombshell about the secret organization behind their recent construction crisis. The room descends into chaos as the executives realize their simple loan issue is actually a shadow war. He stands firm at the podium, explaining that despite their success, the company is now at a deadly crossroad. One trash-tier executive argues that a corrupt alliance might actually be profitable, showing his true, greedy colors. When asked if they should just sell their souls and join the circle, Changbyum gives a cold refusal. The old president watches silently, his sharp eyes judging whether his son finally has the spine to lead. Changbyum knows that the moment they let outsiders control their survival, Myungjin is as good as dead. He vows to rebuild the company's legacy, finally stepping out from the shadows to become a true industry titan. Changbyum warns that if they don't agree now, the owner risk will destroy everything they've built. Our boy bows low, pleading for their trust so they can finally evolve into a top-tier enterprise. A heavy silence fills the room as the executives weigh the life-or-death gamble he just proposed. One director finally breaks into a grin, realizing that Changbyum is truly cut from a different cloth. He raises his hand and declares he'll follow the director into the fire for a brighter future. The rest of the board nods along, refusing to let some trash-tier shadow organization buy their souls. Myungjin watches his son with a predatory smirk, asking exactly how he plans to pull this off. Changbyum reveals his counter-strike, using the media to expose the bank's tyranny and their suspicious loan demands. By doubling down on their charitable apartment project, they'll turn public opinion into a shield against corporate pressure. One executive is left dumbfounded as he realizes the sheer scale of the war Changbyom is starting. Changbyom confidently explains that the company has more than enough retained earnings to handle the sudden loan pressure. The plan works perfectly as the internet floods with support for the construction giant's charitable vision. Seeing the public tide turn, the board members realize our boy really has every single move mapped out. Myungjin is impressed but reminds his son that one massive skeleton in his closet still needs addressing. Suddenly, trash-tier media outlets start blasting reports about the chairman's dark past and his old bullying scandals. He walks straight into a storm of flashing lights as the press tries to tear his reputation apart. They demand to know if the rumors are true, hoping to catch the new leader in a lie. On the other end of the line, Hanul tells him that the past can't be changed, only faced. Instead of hiding, Changbyom admits he lived like a total punk and refuses to make any pathetic excuses. He bows deeply to the cameras, knowing that a sincere apology is the only way the public grants mercy. Inside the cold interrogation room, the prosecutor warns our boy that he is choosing a very painful path. He offers a trash-tier deal, promising to wipe the slate clean if Changbyom just submits to the Golden Circle. Changbyom remains completely unfazed, telling the corrupt official to stop wasting time and start the official questioning. The prosecutor smirks as he clicks the recording device, thinking he finally has the chairman right where he wants. He begins rattling off a list of past crimes, hoping to bury the new leader under a mountain of scandals. Leaning in with a sinister grin, he asks if Changbyom is ready to admit everything like he promised reporters. Suddenly, the momentum shifts as a hand reaches into a briefcase to pull out a decisive stack of documents. Park Jong-soo slams the files down, proving these old cases were already settled and cannot be legally reopened now. The prosecutor starts trembling with rage, realizing his carefully planned trap has been completely dismantled by a superior mind. With a predatory smirk, Changbyom makes it clear he will only accept punishment if the law actually allows it. Oh, Daehan watches from his office, finding the young chairman's arrogance surprisingly refreshing despite the chaos he's causing. He t-skis as Myungjin's stock plummets, realizing his precious corporate sponsorship is circling the drain right now. Still, the principal smirks because our boy's actions have finally pushed Cheonil High into the big leagues. To protect his own record, he decides it's time to cut ties with the sinking chairman for good. Suddenly, his cold calculation is interrupted by an unexpected call from a government inspector that catches him off guard. Meanwhile, Kim Young-chul is cornered in the office as officials reveal they know all about his dirty bribery schemes. The trash-tier teacher tries to claim privacy, but they just shove a photo of his motel visits in his face. Turns out he wasn't just taking bribes, but was also caught in a scandalous affair with Lee Min-young. He stands there dumbfounded as his double life crumbles, realizing his career is officially dead and buried. The lead official finishes him off, announcing that his bank accounts are being seized for condoning school violence. Oh, Daehan watches in horror as the officials confirm that the trash-tier teacher is headed straight for a cell. He stumbles through the hallway, sweating bullets as he realizes his own career is about to be set ablaze. Desperate to find a way out, he fumbles with his phone to call his last remaining high-level contact. Jo Dongjin answers but immediately delivers the cold truth that even he can't stop the pressure from above. The principal loses his mind, screaming into the receiver that he's completely finished if he doesn't get help. He stands in the empty hall dumbfounded after being told to save himself and hearing the line go dead. Hours later, he and the disgraced teacher huddle in the office like cornered rats while their world burns down. Daehan slams the desk in a fit of pure rage, admitting he has absolutely no moves left to play. The teacher suggests their only hope is calling our boy, Hanul, since the kid always has a hidden plan. They both stare at the ringing phone, praying that the student they once looked down upon will save them. The principal and teacher scream into the phone, begging our boy to save them from the relentless inspectors. Hanul wears a trash-tier grin, listening as they claim they are completely finished without his immediate intervention. When he coldly thanks them for their service, the duo freezes in absolute shock at his sudden dismissal. He explains the Golden Circle will prioritize erasing his allies, making their survival a lost cause from the start. Our boy tells them to embrace their new roles as delicious bait to lure the real predators out. The corrupt teacher is dumbfounded, realizing Hanul is a complete monster who plans to use them as sacrifices. Daehan realizes the kid has abandoned them, leaving him with no choice but to find another desperate exit. The principal ends up groveling before the Golden Circle proxy, offering to testify against Hanul just to live. The proxy just laughs, noting that a washed-up principal is worthless compared to the massive Myungjin corporate funds. He reveals he already knows about the call to Hanul, leaving the old man trembling under a death sentence. The principal is dumbfounded when the proxy suggests he's actually working with Hanul to destroy the organization. The proxy decides there is no point in taking risks, and coldly tells the old man to just die. Meanwhile, the corrupt teacher gets a brutal reality check in the form of a stinging slap from his wife. He pathetically tries to claim he is being framed by the Golden Circle for being a righteous educator. The coward doubles down on his lies, blaming the corporate chaos on his supposed interference with their bullying. His wife just stares him down with a chilling smile, asking if he truly believes his own pathetic excuses. She calls him absolute trash tier, while grabbing the box that contains the final nail in his coffin. He watches in horror as she dumps out the cold, hard evidence of his secret life for all to see. The photos reveal his illicit affair, proving that our boy Hanul has successfully dismantled his personal life too. The teacher collapses to the floor, desperately scrambling to hide the proof of his own disgusting betrayal. The wife stands tall, admitting she considered forgiveness until his pathetic lies about the photos ruined everything. She demands an immediate divorce, screaming for the trash-tier husband to get out of her house forever. Out in the hallway, Kim Young-chul panics, desperately trying to figure out who caught him at the motel. He vows to sue whoever exposed him, but his rage is interrupted by a sudden, ominous vibration in his pocket. The coward answers only to hear Hanul's voice, leaving him dumbfounded as he realizes his secret is out. Terror grips him as the weight of his situation finally sinks in, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Our boy Hanul just relaxes on the couch, casually confirming he was the one who gifted those photos to his wife. The teacher loses it, screaming that it wasn't the Golden Circle but a mere student who dismantled his life. Hanul ignores the tantrum and tells him to just listen to a story about a certain desperate student. He describes a kid who begged a teacher for help, forcing the corrupt man to face his own negligence. Young-chul trembles as Hanul reminds him that a student died because of his pathetic, career-driven neglect. Our boy asks if he would ever forgive such a teacher if he had the chance for revenge. The trash-tier teacher starts naming past victims, desperately promising to repent if Hanul just fixes his mess. Hanul just smirks, thankful that this scumbag is still the same irredeemable trash he remembers from before. He mockingly wishes the teacher and the principal a very long life, but with a dark, vengeful twist. The goal is for them to suffer every single day until they die, leaving Young-chul completely horrified. Hanul tosses his phone aside, satisfied that this slow social death is far better than just killing them. By using the Golden Circle to tie up these loose ends, he is effectively killing with someone else's knife. With the school's rage now focused on the organization, our boy can finally sleep without any nightmares tonight. Within days, the principal and the teacher are hauled off in handcuffs, destined for a long prison stay. Go Changbiam finds himself swamped by reporters, realizing he couldn't completely dodge the legal heat from his recent brawl. Even though the fake harassment charges are gone, the media is still hungry for blood regarding his violent history. He plays the part of a reformed man perfectly, publicly admitting his past sins to the flashing cameras. He promises to be a worthy heir, leaving the Golden Circle absolutely livid that their puppet is going rogue. Safe inside his car, he calls our boy to express his concerns about moving while under heavy police surveillance. He wonders if letting the corrupt principal and teacher rot in prison was really the most efficient move. Hanul just keeps walking, explaining that his school life was always just a front to lure out the big fish. Wiping blood from his mouth, he reveals that his real mission was identifying the true leader of the organization. Changbiom is completely dumbfounded when Hanul casually drops Yoon Hyunmin's name as the mastermind behind the veil. Looking at the broken bodies around him, our boy chillingly mentions he is already preparing a special homecoming gift. Our boy delivers a ruthless beatdown, making sure this trash-tier bully regrets ever crossing his path. He hauls the punk up by his hair, forcing him to look at the face of his nightmare. Hanul demands to know if the kid remembers who he is, receiving a terrified confirmation of his fake name. He flashes a bloody grin, telling the student to make sure his father knows exactly who did this. Over at the Data Yang group, Yoon Hyunmin is panicking as his secret ties to the organization start leaking. He begrudgingly respects the move, but finds the constant meddling in his political career to be incredibly annoying. The blonde heir loses his cool, telling the person on the other end to shut their mouth immediately. He reminds them that his money is the only reason they aren't rotting in a gutter right now. Hyunmin stares into the distance, promising to personally deal with the brat who thinks he can play hero. He cuts the call with Lee Kyung-cheol, leaving the corrupt congressman to stew in his own fear. The trash-tier subordinate suggests they just expel our boy, using a violent incident as the perfect excuse. Hyunmin is dumbfounded when he hears the news that Hanul has already dropped out on his own terms. He immediately calls the interrogation room, demanding that the brat pick up the phone right this second. Hyunmin scoffs at Hanul's attempt to start an internal war, calling his last-ditch effort completely unpolished and pathetic. The blonde heir laughs, telling Hanul he's absolutely nothing and should have stayed in school to survive. Our boy just smirks, reminding the arrogant leader that even the Golden Circle can't touch him right now. Hyunmin realizes something is wrong, especially when Hanul asks if he really thought he dropped out to die. Suddenly, his subordinate rushes in with a tablet, looking like he's just seen a ghost from the past. A targeted news article has just dropped, exposing the corrupt social hierarchy and naming the organization's key players. Hyunmin realizes the reporter Bang Hyuntae is behind this, and the next leak will surely be their funeral. Hanul asks if he's pissed off. Knowing exactly how to push the airs buttons over the phone, our boy dares the leader to try and eliminate him, knowing the public eye is watching every move. Hyunmin realizes that if Hanul disappears now, the spotlight will expose every dirty secret they've ever buried. Hanul looks like a true monster, taunting the blonde, trash-tier leader to prove he's braver than a reporter. The arrogant heir can only grit his teeth in silence, his perfect composure finally cracking under the pressure. Hanul mocks his hesitation, seeing right through the fear that's keeping the Golden Circle's hands tied. Hyunmin is dumbfounded as he realizes he's dealing with a rabid dog that doesn't care about the rules. Even while sitting in police custody, Hanul holds all the cards because he knows the rich won't sacrifice. He offers to walk away from the school himself, giving the panicked leader a temporary way out. Hyunmin counts the losses of his fallen pawns, realizing his entire network is being systematically dismantled. Hyunmin finally caves to the demands while secretly plotting to bury our boy once the media storm settles. After walking free, Hanul meets with Jongsu, who is genuinely concerned about the kid's reckless gamble with life. The lawyer warns him that the Golden Circle doesn't play around and could have easily ended him there. Hanul coldly replies that he already factored his own death into the plan to ensure the ultimate victory. Jongsu is completely dumbfounded, realizing he's working with a monster who views his own life as a pawn. He urges Hanul to focus on survival, before introducing him to the one man who can change everything. They arrive at the law firm where a high-level prosecutor is finally ready to acknowledge the shadow organization's existence. But the prosecutor isn't a pushover, and slams the evidence of Hanul's own corruption onto the desk. Dongcheol lectures them about the law, refusing to let a student play judge, jury, and executioner in his city. Still, he agrees to a temporary truce because catching the true masterminds is more important than punishing Hanul. Dongcheol makes it clear that as a prosecutor, he has a job to do without any exceptions. Hanul just smirks, telling the man that's exactly what he wants and he's looking forward to the results. Later that night, our boy stands by a fire, thanking someone over the phone for a perfectly timed article. It turns out Hez talking to Hyuntae, who admits he hasn't felt this thrilled in a long time. The reporter laughs like a madman, claiming his brakes are broken as Hanul prepares him for the next phase. As he tosses files into the flames, Hanul reflects on the trash-tier bullies he's already systematically dismantled. However, there's still one major player left on his hit list, and that's the Golden Circle's leader, Hyunmin. He knows the guy is more dangerous than expected, and will definitely try to kill him now. Standing alone under the moonlight, he wonders if he can actually pull this off while being completely cornered. He drops the final name into the fire, knowing he must succeed because revenge is why he regressed. Hanul vanishes into the night, leaving his fake identity as Kim Hyun-sung behind for good. 6 months fly by, and Hyunmin uses that time to crush internal rivals and seize total control. He rules through fear, keeping everyone in line by digging up their dirt and exploiting their deepest weaknesses. His lackey reports that while the public is restless, their corrupt tax schemes are finally moving forward. Hyunmin smirks, knowing these corporate benefits will make his inner circle richer and more loyal than ever. The massive cartel he dreamed of is finally taking shape, turning his twisted utopia into a cold reality. However, his mood sours when he learns that despite using government resources, our boy has completely vanished. He realizes the Kim Hyun-sung he knew isn't the type to quit, meaning he's definitely planning something big. He orders his subordinate to target Daesun, planning to use Hanul's family as bait to force him out. The subordinate immediately gets on the line to check the status of their operation in the Daesun area. Han Seung-jo realizes the atmosphere in Daesun has shifted, sensing a hidden force disrupting the Golden Circle's local control. A month ago, Daesun Science High was still a playground for trash-tier thugs looking to enforce their twisted hierarchy. Jang In-ho, a manic S-rank hitman, begins targeting Hyunjin to draw our boy out of the shadows. The hitman mocks the boy, telling him to call his brother, while promising that the violence won't stop. In-ho is already dreaming of a luxury Gangnam apartment, thinking this hit is his ticket to the high life. When Lee Hakbyum confronts him about the assault, the hitman is dumbfounded that a teacher would dare step up. He tries to intimidate the veteran educator, claiming he will end up behind bars just like the previous principal. Turns out, the teacher is cut from a different cloth and immediately forces the arrogant punk to the floor. Back in the present, Sung-jo grills the principal, wondering how a professional hitman could lose to a mere teacher. He coldly warns the official that failure to satisfy him will result in a permanent stay in a prison cell. The principal realizes the warning was spot on, and they are all headed straight for a living hell. He loses his cool on the phone, asking if they truly believe they can treat his school like garbage. 6 months prior, Go Changbyum called a secret summit with every major power player in the entire city. The room is thick with tension, as the elite wonder if this meeting is worth the massive risk. Changbyum makes it clear that the Golden Circle's relentless investigation is a threat that targets every single person there. He begins a chilling recitation about a pastor's regret, forcing the officials to face their own spineless history. The trash-tier leaders can only sweat in silence as they realize how many people they have already let fall. The weight of the message hits home, proving that their selfish neutrality has only made them much easier targets. Changbyum's expression turns predatory as he describes the inevitable moment the hunters finally turn their sights on them. He concludes the grim poem, leaving the room haunted by the fact that no one will remain to help. Changbyum reminds the room of their past betrayals but offers to protect them if they give him a reason. He shouts with predatory intensity, vowing to be the spearhead that leads them against the Golden Circle's looming threat. One of the elite leaders finally caves, admitting that Changbyum is right and they must follow his lead. With the room finally unified, this moment marks the official rebirth of the lethal Daesun cartel. Jumping back a month, some trash-tier thugs corner our boy's brother Hyunjin, thinking he is just an easy target. The bullies mock him in a warehouse, but Hyunjin is just thinking about the apology Hanul gave him earlier. He feels a surge of anger, frustrated that his brother's crusade has put their entire family in such danger. Hyunjin coldly asks if they even know his brother's sins before deciding their ignorance really doesn't matter anymore. The warehouse floor turns into a total mess as the thugs are brutally dismantled for touching the Kang family. Hyunjin approaches a powerhouse named Bae Songho, offering a massive fortune to ensure his family stays safe and alive. With a heavy thud, Hyunjin steps over the trash-tier thugs, leaving the warehouse without any remorse. Seongho asks what to do with the bodies, but Hyunjin just thanks him for the professional cleanup job. Our boy's brother admits he doesn't care about the fate of anyone who dares touch his family. As Hyunjin walks away with a steady thud, Seongho stands there sweating, realizing this kid is terrifying. Songho feels a cold shiver and mutters that both Kang brothers are insane, proving blood is thicker than water. Back in the present, the Golden Circle's lackeys are losing their minds over the news of the Daesun alliance. One of them realizes that if they can't stop this unified front, they are both as good as dead. Meanwhile, the Golden Circle tries to play their old tricks by sending auditors to dismantle the school's faculty. The auditors claim no amount of power can save Daesun, but they are clearly shaken by the resistance. The teacher just smirks, knowing Hanul has already secured his future, making these threats feel utterly pathetic. The lackey realizes the local police chief and teachers are actually standing their ground against the organization's influence. He slams the wheel in a rage, realizing their usual trash-tier intimidation tactics are failing in this area. If he wants to keep his head, he needs clear results and decides it is time to escalate things. He smirks into the phone, planning to break their spirits just like they did during the purge months ago. Back then, Hyunjin watched as the school hierarchy crumbled, with teachers getting fired and rumors spreading like wildfire. While his classmates panic, our boy's brother stays cool, focusing on his books while worrying about Hanul's safety. He knows the storm is coming, and prepares himself to be a witness to the impending chaos very soon. The Golden Circle didn't hold back, flooding the media with fake news to bury Myungjin construction in scandal. Fickle students whisper about bankruptcy, proving how easily the masses are swayed by a well-placed lie from above. Despite the pressure, Changbyum holds the line, grateful that Hanul's influence kept the key players on their side. Looking over Daesun, Changbyum realizes that, while it's his hometown, trust isn't something that comes for free. He knows that without showing something concrete, the people here will do anything just to survive the storm. Our boy's proxy wonders if he should have let Changseok handle this burden, given the weight of it. With Hanul's plan about to ignite, he realizes he must solidify his foundation to truly support his leader. His pride won't let him be stopped by those trash-tier enemies who think they can actually corner him. Stepping into the light, he prepares for a game of chicken, where only one side walks away alive. The presentation hall is packed with whispers, as everyone wonders if Myungjin is just putting on a show. Among the crowd, a reporter named Seo Jaegyu notes that the risk is high despite the city's support. He adjusts his glasses, plotting to turn every minor suspicion into a certainty that will bury Myungjin. The media vultures smirk, convinced that nobody is on Changbyum's side and that his empire is finally finished. Our boy's proxy, Changbyum, makes his grand entrance, knowing full well that all eyes are currently on him. He scans the room, fully aware that even the slightest slip-up today could send his empire into a spiral. Despite the pressure, he smirks, feeling confident because he's already adjusted the construction schedule to flip the script. He begins by playing on the crowd's emotions, talking about how the dream of homeownership gives everyone butterflies. Turning to the audience, he explains that they've scouted multiple sites to ensure the best possible accessibility for residents. Meanwhile, that trash-tier reporter Jaegyu keeps his head down, waiting like a vulture for a single mistake to exploit. The crowd is visibly dumbfounded as he lists off luxury amenities that seem almost too good to be true. But then, he shifts the mood, admitting that even a paradise like this isn't without its fair share of concerns. His gaze turns sharp as he identifies the main hurdle, which is the soul-crushing reality of the current market price. The audience begins to murmur, realizing that the widening gap between rich and poor is leaving them in the dust. Go Changbyum emphasizes that his company is fully committed to working alongside the city for stable housing. He clicks his remote, ready to drop a bombshell that will change the local market forever. Taking the harsh reality of the economy into account, He prepares to reveal his high-stakes master plan. He holds up 3 fingers, signaling a price point that sounds absolutely insane to everyone present. Our boy officially declares that the new luxury lots will sell for a mere 300 million. The audience is completely dumbfounded, erupting into cheers as they realize this deal is a total steal. He smirks, knowing this move has successfully flipped public opinion despite the trash-tier rumors circulating earlier. However, the Golden Circle won't go down easy, immediately launching a smear campaign through their media puppets. Online trolls start questioning the quality, clearly fueled by the organization's desperate attempts to incite a riot. Just as things get heated, actual construction workers step in online to defend the company's rock-solid reputation. It all kicks off on a community site where the public starts trashing those trash-tier fake news articles. People are typing away, determined to show that this company actually cares about fair housing and lower rates. Even the guys on the ground start posting, praising the boss for actually caring about safety and breaks. Residents who bought homes a decade ago confirm the quality is legendary, making the critics look like idiots. Chang Biam looks back at his father's legacy, remembering how the old man never compromised on building materials. Back then, the competition laughed at them, thinking their high standards were just a waste of potential profit. Our boy admits he didn't get it at the time, thinking his father's honest methods were just foolish. But while preparing this project, he finally understood just how much a home truly means to a person. That hard-earned trust is the only reason they're surviving this crisis that the Golden Circle tried to ignite. He looks at his father, seeking validation for finally understanding the weight of the Myungjin name. Myungjin pulls his son into a warm embrace, finally acknowledging all the hard work he has put in. Changbium smiles, calling him president while thanking him for the chance to lead such an incredible company. Meanwhile, a Golden Circle lackey realizes their plan to ruin Myungjin's reputation has completely and utterly backfired. He grits his teeth, annoyed that a businessman would actually prioritize people over pure profit to survive. The trash-tier operative calls Changbium a cockroach, deciding to give him one final, desperate ultimatum over the phone. He demands that Changbium abandon Hanul immediately, or else the entire company will be wiped out. The threats get darker, promising that workers will die and the government will tear the business apart. He warns that Changbium will experience a living hell until he hits rock bottom for defying the circle. Changbium just laughs it off, mockingly asking if any of their pathetic threats have actually come true yet. He knows Hanul is cut from a different cloth and will always turn a losing hand into victory. The Golden Circle lackey is absolutely fuming, unable to believe Changbium would choose a stray dog over their protection. Changbium just snarls back, telling the trash-tier operative to stop barking and quit wasting his precious time. After getting hung up on, the lackey laughs like a maniac, thinking Changbium just threw away his final lifeline. He walks away with a cold resolve, deciding that Myungjin Construction is officially a lost cause to be destroyed. Deep inside the organization's headquarters, a high-ranking director waits for the inevitable fallout of their failed negotiation. The internal purge begins as heads roll, while the rest of the country prepares for the high-stakes CSAT exams. Over at the RTN news station, the media vultures are already circling the latest academic scandal. The staff gossips about how this year's test was a total bloodbath that left every student crying in despair. They wonder if our boy Hyunsung even qualifies to take it after being out of school for so long. Suddenly, a worker realizes someone actually scored perfect marks, and the name Choi Jungwoo sends shockwaves through the office. The RTN staffer is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a 23-year-old first-timer could pull off such a miracle. Turns out the kid is a literal vegetable, making his perfect CSAT score look like a total impossibility. A swarm of media vultures descends on the hospital, smelling a scandal that could break the entire internet. One reporter screams into his phone, knowing that being the first to report this will make his career. Suddenly, a scruffy man emerges from the shadows, looking like he hasn't slept a wink in a decade. He reveals he's the boy's father and invites the hungry press to follow him for the real scoop. The crowd surges forward like a pack of starving wolves, desperate to get a piece of the action. They bark questions about how a comatose boy aced the exams, but the father just keeps walking silently. He finally reaches the room and pushes the door open, ready to let the world see the truth. The reporters freeze in their tracks, realizing the miracle student is still stuck in a deep, silent slumber. Jungwoo's father tells the hungry press that his son has been a vegetable for 3 long years. He builds the tension, claiming the real genius behind the perfect test scores is actually standing right there. Our boy Hanul steps out with a confident smirk, finally revealing his identity to the stunned crowd. This whole play started months ago when Hanul cornered the grieving man with a secret detective file. The poor guy is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this hooded stranger knows about his private investigation. Hanul lays it all out, explaining that the boy didn't just jump, he was broken by relentless bullies. The father stares into his coffee, drowning in the guilt of thinking he was the one responsible. Hanul tells him to stop self-destructing so he can actually be there when his son finally wakes up. The man snaps and demands to know how a total stranger could possibly know these dark secrets. Hanul just offers a cold promise to handle the dirty work and get the revenge they both want. Hanul asks the grieving father to borrow his son's name so he can walk a path of destruction. Standing before a swarm of reporters, our boy is grilled about the impossible deal behind his exam results. He realizes these people can't even imagine the hell he went through while attending that trash-tier school. This is the moment he's been waiting for, the beginning of a reckoning that will shake the city. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to flip the script on his enemies. He addresses the crowd, promising to explain exactly why he vanished from the public eye for 6 months. The media vultures are stunned, wondering why a top-tier student would suddenly drop out right before the exams. As the cameras record his every move, he asks if they remember the chaos of the office-tel incident. He reminds them of the time he was a battered student, claiming that someone was trying to kill him. The reporters are left dumbfounded as the pieces of his dark puzzle finally start falling into place. Hanul drops a massive bomb on live TV, revealing he was forced out by the organization Golden Circle. He takes them back to his time at Cheonal High, where trash-tier bullies were just pawns for them. Across the city, people are glued to their screens, realizing the Golden Boy's life was a living hell. He exposes Ohieji as the one who put a hit on him, leaving the public absolutely dumbfounded. It turns out she couldn't handle a simple rejection, sparking his resolve to burn their whole world down. He explains how the Golden Circle treats everyone from teachers to politicians like puppets on a string. Even after the failed office-tel hit, our boy realized the only way to win was to go public. He admits he dropped out to protect his family, knowing the organization would target anyone he loved. He points to Choi Jung-woo as another victim, while the boy's father prays for a miracle in silence. This entire spectacle is his way of ensuring no more innocents are crushed by the organization's corrupt games. Hanul reveals he hijacked another student's identity for the exams just to bait the organization into the light. The public is left reeling, desperately wondering who could actually be pulling the strings behind such a conspiracy. From buses to offices, everyone is glued to their screens as the tension reaches a breaking point. Our boy finally drops the bomb, naming the great son heir, Yoon Hyunmin, as the Golden Circle's leader. The internet explodes with disbelief, questioning why a top-tier elite would even bother with such a trash-tier organization. People start connecting the dots, realizing this explains the logic-defying hell Hanul has been forced to endure. The sheer scale of the cartel becomes clear, proving that powerful figures have been treating students like puppets. As the public demands a personal response, the heir's world begins to crumble under the weight of exposure. The Golden Circle director finally understands Hanul's master plan and why he chose to leave school behind. He realizes Hanul used the media's predictable nature to create a shield the organization simply cannot penetrate. Yoon Hyunmin just smirks, admitting that for the first time, someone actually managed to threaten his life. He immediately orders his lackeys to flip the script, painting Hanul as a violent thug to the media. The heir demands they bury the truth with celebrity scandals and use the police to silence their problem. He isn't worried because the Golden Circle's corruption has already spread through the country like a terminal disease. In his twisted mind, Hanul's desperate struggle is just the final ingredient needed to make his power absolute. Meanwhile, at the provincial police station, the fallout of Hanul's broadcast is causing a total meltdown. The interrogating officer is losing his mind because Hanul's reveal just caused the great sun stocks to crater. When Hanul mocks the idea of it being a conspiracy, the cop snaps, calling him an arrogant brat. The officer gloats that Hanul is finished for taking exams under a fake name and committing mass defamation. Our boy just grins, telling the corrupt cop to buckle up because the real show hasn't even started. The Great Sun Corporation realizes they can no longer hide the misery Hanul's broadcast unleashed on them. They quickly organize a press conference, desperately trying to paint the Golden Circle's leader as a misunderstood philanthropist. The director claims a single young adult caused astronomical damage and insists the entire thing is a conspiracy. He deflects questions about the heir's involvement by challenging whether Hanul actually has any evidence to back himself. To set an example, he argues that Hanul must be severely punished to prevent such chaos from happening again. This trash-tier official even suggests our boy is just mentally unstable or a pawn for a rival company. Just as they think they've regained control, the doors fly open to the sound of a major disturbance. Go Changbiam ignores the frantic guards, walking into the room with the confidence of a man holding all the cards. He marches toward the stage, making the director realize that his scripted lies are about to be shredded. Grabbing the microphone, he calls them all rats and demands his own news agency gets a front row seat. Go Changbiam gets right in the director's face, calling out the disgusting exclusion of the real victims. The trash-tier reporters are left dumbfounded as their staged pretense is torn apart in front of the world. He confirms that our boy has all the evidence needed and promises to lay it bare right now. Every lens in the room pivots, capturing the moment the tide finally turns against the Golden Circle. A group of determined individuals steps forward, carrying the heavy weight of years of systematic abuse. These are the members of the Anti-School Violence Committee, ready to act as living witnesses to the truth. Turns out, Hanul spent months gathering these survivors, uniting them under a single banner of righteous fury. Choi Deoksu recounts the nightmare he lived through, still haunted by the loud noises and cold stares. He breaks down, enraged that his tormentor is living a successful life while he remains mentally shattered. Hanul offers him a hand, promising that the time for their long-awaited revenge has finally arrived. The victims are drowning in a cocktail of rage and dejection as our boy begins his final play. Hanul makes it clear he isn't just helping them, he's giving them a stage to burn everything down. A line of broken souls finally stands tall, facing the cameras to expose the rot within the golden circle. Lee Chanju chokes back tears while recounting how his life was systematically ruined by their twisted academic games. He holds up cold, hard proof of the bribes that allowed these trash-tier humans to buy their success. The dam finally breaks as he screams that he is just one of many lives they utterly destroyed. A mother weeps for her daughter, her voice trembling as she shares the story of a life stolen away. An elderly man clutches evidence of his grandson's suffering, proving that no one was safe from their greed. Another survivor shouts that his very scars are the only proof the world needs to see the truth. The media vultures realize they can't bury this story anymore as the conspiracy explodes into a national scandal. The political vultures of the welfare party gather, sweating over how to handle the Golden Circle's public exposure. One balding coward argues they should retreat, dismissing our boy's life-shattering revelations as mere words from a teenager. His spineless colleagues nod along, terrified that poking the Great Sun Corporation will only expose their own dirty laundry. The welfare party representative smirks, clearly more interested in winning the next election than actually serving justice. He believes playing it safe is the only way to survive, completely ignoring the mountain of victims Hanul gathered. These trash-tier officials share a sickening smile, thinking they can just wait for the public's rage to burn out. Suddenly, a lone hand cuts through their smug atmosphere as a voice finally dares to challenge the party's cowardice. Senator Kim Panho stands tall, declaring that it's finally time to stop hiding and reveal the truth behind this rot. He calls their gathering a total sham, knowing every person in the room is drowning in their own guilt. When the representative questions his loyalty, Panho doubles down, insisting the evidence is too massive to ignore any longer. Kim Panho argues that listening to the public is their only real shot at becoming the ruling party. The representative stares him down, questioning if he is truly prepared to take responsibility for a total failure. Another politician loses his cool, screaming about how attacking a massive corporation will ruin the entire nation's economy. The representative flashes a condescending grin, hoping Kim Panho makes the right choice and stays in his place. Kim Panho just taps the table, repeating their pathetic excuse about the party already making a final decision. Suddenly, he drops a bombshell by announcing his immediate withdrawal from the party to follow his own path. The representative breaks into a cold sweat as Kim Panho tells him that spineless politicians should just step down. The balding official tries to intimidate him, claiming he will lose the people's trust for being a traitor. They mock him for trying to play the hero, asking if he is really willing to throw away everything. Kim Panho just gives a sharp smirk, clearly unfazed by their desperate attempts to protect their trash-tier status. Kim Panho stands tall, making it clear he doesn't need their fake concern since he knows his duty. He throws out a final invitation, telling anyone who actually has a spine to follow him out. The representative is absolutely dumbfounded, as several members actually start rising from their seats to defect. A wave of politicians follows him, leaving the corrupt party behind to rot in their own trash-tier filth. The representative can only watch in horror as his influence evaporates in a single, calculated move. Walking down the hall, Kim Panho admits to his new allies that this gamble is incredibly risky. When asked if there's a plan, he remembers the promise to finally become the next presidential candidate. 6 months ago, our boy Hanul laid it all out, telling him to gather the clean congressman first. Hanul explains that once the Golden Circle's filth is exposed, Kim Panho will have no competition left. Kim Panho finds the offer tempting, asking what the next step is while they share a predatory smirk. Kim Panho knows the presidency is a gamble, but he's fully committed to winning this fight. The media swarms him, demanding to know why he suddenly ditched his party to form a new one. He calmly explains that his new team is only here to finally bring some real justice to the country. His fellow defectors stand firm, refusing to be part of the trash-tier corruption that plagued their old lives. He promises the public that he won't sit idly by while the nation's integrity is dragged through the mud. On every screen across the country, he declares that the truth is finally about to be revealed. Watching the broadcast, Yoon Hyun-min is dumbfounded that our boy managed to weaponize a high-ranking senator so effectively. The Golden Circle leader realizes he needs to fix this mess before his own position becomes completely compromised. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts as an operative asks for permission to enter. A panicked lackey rushes in, showing him a tablet with even more evidence of their crumbling influence. Hyunmin is absolutely losing his mind, wondering who the hell is behind this massive investigation into his organization. On the screen, a bold prosecutor tells the press that they aren't ruling out any of our boy's claims. The senator publicly declares that any attempt to silence him will only prove the Golden Circle's absolute guilt. Inside the office, The prosecutor general questions if Dong Cheol is just using this case to jump into politics. The old man snaps and slams his desk because he knows exactly how messed up this situation has become. He warns that the Golden Circle's reach is everywhere, and making the wrong move means they both die. Dong Cheol doesn't flinch, handing over his reports while accepting that his career might end for the sake of justice. He believes living with pride as a prosecutor is more important than keeping his job under trash-tier corrupt masters. Seeing his subordinates resolve, the younger man bows and prepares to take full responsibility for the upcoming storm. The general finally relents, promising to support him even though he knows their time is likely running out. A hand reaches into a desk drawer, pulling out the secret key to finally dismantling the city's deep-rooted corruption. Dong Cheol stares at the name Kim Hyun-sung, realizing our boy has been the one pulling the strings all along. He reads the note where Hanul offers himself up for judgment, proving he is not like other trash-tier criminals. Loosening his tie, the prosecutor wonders what kind of hell Hanul endured to become this cold and calculated. He realizes Hanul could have lived a perfect life with his elite grades instead of diving into this filth. With a grim smile, Dong Cheol decides it is finally time to perform surgery on the cancer called Golden Circle. Between the senator's public defiance and the prosecutor's integrity, the entire city is now on the edge of explosion. The next day, the Golden Circle heir steps into the spotlight, dismissing the heavy accusations as mere groundless rumors. Yoon Hyun-min wears a predatory smirk, confidently claiming he will prove his innocence and protect his family's corporate empire. Inside the interrogation room, Dong Cheol is dumbfounded that the villain showed up alone, without a single lawyer in sight. Hyunmin requests a sincere chat, clearly trying to manipulate the atmosphere from the jump. Our prosecutor kills the official audio, making it clear that their current talk won't hold weight in court. The villain claims he's only here to face the rumors head-on, acting like a misunderstood saint. When Dong Cheol questions his innocence, Hyunmin just laughs at the man's pathetic attempt to expose him. He mockingly claps, telling the investigator to try his absolute best to prove he leads the Golden Circle. His smile turns predatory as he threatens that failing to convict him will lead to a world of pain. Dong Cheol stares him down, unfazed by the trash-tier threats and focused on breaking the monster. He finally hits the button to start the real interrogation, signaling that the games are officially over. The prosecutor brings up a corrupt congressman, but Hyunmin insists their relationship is strictly professional. Shrugging with a smirk, he claims it's just a coincidence, since high society figures are always targets of gossip. Dong Cheol drops the hammer with evidence of a congressman using his influence to halt the Myungjin investigation. Hyunmin just feigns total ignorance, acting like he has never even heard of the Golden Circle dirty bribes. He smoothly pivots, claiming his meeting with the CEO was strictly about a legitimate battery company investment. Outside, the city remains oblivious to the high-stakes psychological warfare happening within the cold interrogation room. Dong Cheol rubs his eyes in frustration, realizing the monster only came here because he knows they lack proof. The villain stands tall, mocking the prosecution for wasting time trying to find evidence that does not exist. He warns that if they fail to link him to the organization, the prosecutor's reputation is utterly toast. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he promises to personally ensure the investigator hits rock bottom. Hyunmin issues one final, arrogant challenge, asking exactly how they plan to prove a single one of his crimes. As he walks out, a loyal lackey praises his performance and offers to tidy up his suit. Hyunmin's lackey warns him that a swarm of hungry reporters is already waiting just outside the doors. The villain smirks, realizing he can use his disheveled look to play the victim of a legal witch hunt. His subordinate feels completely outclassed, realizing he lacked the vision to see this brilliant PR opportunity. Walking toward the exit, Hyunmin scoffs at the thick-headed citizens who are about to be played like fiddles. He steps into the spotlight, telling the vultures he gave his full cooperation to ensure the truth surfaces. He confidently asserts that the prosecution has zero proof and that he is simply a victim of conspiracy. This snake puts on a masterclass in acting, claiming he is only here to protect the Great Sun Corporation. The media vultures nod along as he laments how groundless rumors are hurting his innocent, hard-working employees. He strikes a pose of fake integrity, insisting he wants to stand proud once this mess is finally resolved. To finish the performance, he vows to bring the Golden Circle to justice, if they even exist. Seo Jae-gyu leans in for the kill, demanding a final confirmation to seal the narrative for the cameras. He asks if every word spoken was the absolute truth, playing his part in this stage drama perfectly. Hyunmin just smirks with those predatory red eyes, clearly enjoying how easily he is manipulating the entire situation. The trash-tier heir confidently doubles down on his lies, knowing the public will swallow whatever garbage he feeds them. As he walks away, he fumes over being provoked but remains certain his high-tier acting saved his reputation. He scoffs at the prosecutor's supposedly fearsome reputation, thinking the man was far too easy to handle today. Just as he reaches his ride, his lackey interrupts the victory lap with news that a major problem emerged. Back inside, Dong Cheol realizes that without Hanul's inside info, he never would have seen through the royal facade. He admits he might only be good with words, but he is fully prepared to execute the next phase. It turns out our boy planned this all along, instructing the prosecutor to lure Hyunmin into a public trap. Dongcheol is genuinely amazed that our boy managed to use the office's top ace as a mere chess piece. He willingly accepts his role as a puppet, eager to witness the grand stage Hanul has finally set. Meanwhile, the trash-tier representative grips his device with a trembling hand as the weight of his situation sinks in. Chansu is terrified of the path ahead, yet he realizes this gamble is his only hope for actual survival. This all traces back months ago when Ponho bluntly explained that coexisting with the Golden Circle was impossible. The representative is completely dumbfounded, wondering how the senator could possibly know the secret heir's true feelings. Ponho just flashes a knowing smirk, explaining that his intel comes from the very top of the food chain. He is fully prepared to stake his entire political legacy on the total destruction of their shadow organization. With a predatory grin, he warns that if the traitor gets involved now, the consequences will be absolutely lethal. Since he is already a dead man walking to the organization, Ponho offers him a final chance to survive. The trash-tier representative realizes he's been played like a fiddle by someone with a hidden agenda. He drowns his frustration in a drink, feeling the walls of the organization closing in on him. Desperation takes over as he slams his glass down, demanding to know how he can possibly escape. Ponyo calmly suggests the only way out is to become a whistleblower and burn it all down. Suddenly, his secretary interrupts with a phone call that sends a chill down his spine. He snaps at his subordinate, terrified that answering a call from the air is a death sentence. But the secretary's cold gaze makes it clear that this isn't a request he can ignore. Our boy realizes his own staff has already flipped, leaving him cornered and sweating bullets. He finally picks up, only to hear the heir tell him that his time has officially run out. Hyunmin warns him that he is officially playing with fire by provoking both the organization and the heir himself. The representative snaps back, realizing he is being discarded and refusing to buy into any more trash-tier lies. Hyunmin coldly asks if he is ready for the consequences, but our boy has already chosen the nuclear option. He explodes in a fit of rage, firing his traitorous staff before heading out to flip the script entirely. Standing before the cameras, he puts on a somber face and prepares to confess his many past wrongdoings. He drops the ultimate bombshell, admitting that he is actually a top-tier member of the legendary Golden Circle. Other corrupt politicians like Lee Kyung-chol are absolutely dumbfounded that he would actually break their sacred code of silence. The media vultures go into a total frenzy as the dark reality of the organization's power finally hits home. He explains how they systematically crush anyone who dares to annoy their targets or simply gets better academic grades. Lim Cheol-hyung trembles, realizing Hanul's death would have buried the truth as a simple case of school violence. When a reporter asks about his role, he confesses to being the bridge connecting the elite to them. Seo Jae-gyu presses for confirmation, sensing the representative is about to burn every bridge he ever had. Yoon Hyunmin just sips his drink, seemingly unbothered by the absolute chaos unfolding on his phone screen. Meanwhile, Lee Kyung-cheol is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing his corrupt career is about to go up in flames. Even the stoic Senator Kim Ponho breaks a sweat as the political landscape shifts beneath his feet. One of the organization's lackeys watches the broadcast in horror, knowing there is no running from this. Lim Cheol-hyung prepares to drop the ultimate bomb, naming the evil group's true creator to the nation. He reveals Yoon Hyunmin as the mastermind, sparking a fuse that will change South Korea's history forever.